That's not a container. Did you hear that? I was lovely.
He wants to be a flat earther, so
I didn't say that.
Dude, you were doing the best you could not to say the word
They wanted
container
looking
at
for the
all.
gravity
No.
gun. I want to
And
show
then,
my
no,
and
I
then he
said-
flips it around
Alpha,
on us
you
and says,
are
"You guys
like-
can't say centrifuge."
Hey, this is Def
You were
Comedy
like,
Job.
What did I say? The outer rim is the in
Yeah,
this
outer
analogy,
Anti-death comedy
right?
club.
No, dude,
The
I
outer
want to
rim.
say container.
I
Come
do,
on,
but
bro.
you
Just,
want
The outer
just pay
rim
attention
is
to the
afraid.
outer
rounded
rim,
in
guys.
this analogy,
Pay attention to the
and you
device.
also need a ground, of course. Did I say that?
Yeah.
Being afraid.
You said, you
Yes.
said
Stop being
Thank
afraid,
you.
brother. Girth your
You
loins.
said
And
everything
then
you
did I say the upper part of the lid?
have
The
it.
upper part of the lid.
Hey guys,
I'm
you
a
were talking a heap of
is-
shit, but the one thing that you
You're
didn't
swaying
say,
human
and you
gravity
did your
jar.
best to
You are
avoid, was the
100%
centrifuge
afraid.
is still a
travel
freaking
now.
You are
container.
100%.
Can you operate an open centrifuge in a vacuum that's infinitely expanding?
Okay, guys, this is unbearable. I'm gonna just mute
If you want to
everybody.
take that word out
Is that
of it,
that's a yes or no,
That's
AI,
fine.
for
Back
you?
to-
That's a yes or
enough
no.
to
Back to
convince you
organized
guys.
conversation.
I mean, I guess you guys can live on your flat Earth planet.
Just thank you.
Just
my
avoid the
friend. You know,
question.
Don't
Idea.
disrespect people, man. You know what I mean?
No,
you live in
I did
London,
answer
bro.
it, but you guys are ignoring my
So
point, so
let
it's
me
like
speak,
pointless
please.
anyway.
Thank you.
No, I addressed it head
Yes,
on.
you
I
are.
asked you a direct question that pertains to the topic that you brought up.
But it doesn't matter.
It does matter. Can you operate a centrifuge as an open system within an
I mean,
ever-expanding
you guys
vacuum?
think there is like no pressure gradient inside a centrifuge.
That's a yes
so I
or
don't know what to
no.
say.
That's a yes or no. The answer is obviously no, and you're trying to
Yeah.
avoid that. You can't say no. You have problems
But
saying words, not us.
He wants to offer evidence for a spinning concave Earth. What's
I
going
know.
on?
No, the shape of the centrifuge is irrelevant.
Dipping his toe.
Why do you think that
Oh, really?
matters?
You mean the shape of the container?
You can have a squared centrifuge. It doesn't change anything.
It's supposed to be on the
It's just
outside, bro,
impractical.
not the inside of something.
You can
Supposed to be on
spin
the
a
outside.
cube. You can spin a cube, and you'll have a. That's a
Oh,
centrifuge.
cool.
Yeah, we get it. Any container shape works.
Oh
I got it.
no, the Earth is a cube because I spin the
container
cube. Like
A cube
that's how
is a
retarded
container.
that argument is.
Just pick your container. It's not a container.
Obviously, it doesn't matter, right?
No, it don't matter what container you use, man. It
No,
could be
it
a
doesn't.
sphere,
It doesn't matter.
A cube, a pyramid.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, pick a container. Anyone you want.
Yes.
You know what's retarded? Someone that says upper part of a lid. A lid's a lid. What the fuck?
Yeah. What you want to
Yeah.
call it? It's your idea.
Yeah, we
Dome?
retarded, mate. You said that.
We like the
Yeah.
word container. How about you? You like that word?
The dome. I could call it the dome if you want to call it.
No,
that.
there's no dome. You know what's funny? You got a
No.
container for your centrifuge, though, when we read a description when Matrix did of what a
No.
centrifuge is.
So why did you care about it?
Because it's destroying your own argument.
Yeah, and
You
it proves our
destroyed your
point.
own argument.
And it proves our point.
That's
That's
I
right.
asked
You
him
brought
why
us a
did he care
container.
about it, and you're saying
Thank you
that
for
proves
choosing
his
a
point.
container.
That's not English.
What container? It's English. Yeah, it is.
No, you're not responding to what I'm saying.
We are.
No, you're not.
We'll speak English then.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're responding.
No, he's just using random words that has container in
You
it.
know, a cube is a container, right? Hey, guy.
Uh-oh. Did he leave?
No,
No,
he's
Sorry,
here.
I
He's,
thought you weren't trolling, but I was wrong.
he's
Sorry.
contemplating the mysteries of the universe right now.
And coping, yeah.
I like it when they do our work for us, right?
But are you saying like I would?
Easy Monday.
The other guy said that it was important that he pointed out that there was no pressure gradient. You think that would matter if there's a pressure gradient inside the centrifuge or not?
But in the container?
What? Yeah.
Yes.
Like, you need a container. Can you operate a
Inside the
centrifuge
centrifuge.
as an open system to an infinite vacuum? No.
Would it change anything for you guys?
You don't want to answer, you man.
He hates this.
He's stonewalling you.
You can chip in on your opinion as well, Alpha. So, what do you think? You think it matters whether there is a density or a pressure gradient artificially created by spinning
You've
it?
yet to prove that without
Well,
the
would it
container.
change anything? I didn't ask that. I asked if it would change.
Hey guy, listen. Gas pressure without a container. That's all you had to prove. We didn't need the 40 minutes of crap, just gas pressure without a container. You're claiming a centrifuge is doing this I read out the centrifuge, and it's a container.
Well, are you incapable of concluding without having the facts ready, or do you want to conclude after you've
Yeah, he
received
read
the
the
So
evidence?
you
fact.
want me to conclude stuff without any facts?
Yes,
No, he
you can
read the
conclude
facts.
based on an hypothetical. Yeah, conclude
it's not
if there is a hypothetical.
Hypothetical? Hold on a minute.
centrifuge-
Are you
hold
going to
on.
conclude after
Hold
the
on a
evidence
second.
is
Hey,
provided?
guy, you called me
Hold
out.
down,
I'll
guys.
accept your
What the hell?
challenge.
What
You called me
happened
out.
here?
No. You called me out. Now I get to paste. Control V. Straight from Wiki Stupidpedia. Exactly what I read out. And look at that. Accelerating molecules, so particles of different masses are physically separated in a gradient along the radius of a rotating container.
Uh-oh. Not again. Again, hey, guy?
Gradient. The same.
Yeah, in a-
yes,
Yeah, in a container. Yeah, read on.
in a gradient along the radius. Okay, yeah. So that's what I'm asking you
Oh.
guys. So you guys
Well,
think it
I'm
would change?
embarrassed
Would
for
it
you.
Yeah,
change
stop.
anything?
Hey, guy, listen carefully.
Calm down.
It doesn't say gas pressure, it says gradient. If it said gas pressure, I might have let you had it. But
But it's a
just-
gas
it just
centrifuge.
says-
What
The,
kind
the
of
word
it just
gradient
radius
says
is this?
describes the size of the container too. The
Well,
radius
it doesn't.
describes the size of the container.
It does say a gradient, and if it's gas, it's a gas centrifuge. What kind of gradient do you think it is? Water gradient?
No, it's all
It's
right.
not gas
man.
pressure because it doesn't say it. And it's a container, which you're not supposed to be using.
No, I think I can use
He
that.
says no.
Yeah, maybe. No.
Yes.
No container. No soup for you.
Yeah, but I mean,
No,
as
no,
I,
no
you
buts.
did, you did, you
No
did,
buts.
you didn't,
No
you didn't.
container.
Okay, so
You
was this
claim
your
no container?
Banhammer? Was this your answer to me saying you want to conclude after you have received the fact, not before? Like you don't want to conclude based on an hypothesis, right? You want
What are
to
you
make,
gibbering on
you
about?
want to uphold
You
your.
made the claim of proving
Okay.
gas pressure without a container. You failed.
Don't
full
you
stop.
understand what I'm saying?
There's no. Oh, you've got to prove hypothesis before, after, or during. I don't care.
It's important.
Your claim, gas pressure without a container. I showed you it's a container. You failed. Please deal with it.
Can I tell you why this is important?
Well, it's not really, because we've already shown you it's a container.
no, that's not. It's not really. That's
yes,
not
yes.
the answer.
Don't say
The
no,
answer
no.
is
It's
no.
written
You
in
don't
black and
get to
fucking
say
white.
it, or no.
It's written in
what
black
you
and
should
white.
say.
You're choosing not to accept it.
No. Why it's important is because if I were to spend a lot of time looking for this, like Googling for you and finding shit, if you don't care about the evidence anyway and you're gonna just hand wave it away,
What's this got to do
why
with the price of eggs in China? It has nothing to do with it.
it has everything to do with me.
You're
looking for
telling
this
me
evidence.
now that you're going to spend all of your time putting in all of this effort, and do you know what I did?
Yes.
I clicked on fucking Google and I typed in gas centrifuge. That's all I typed in. Wikipedia came up. That was the first thing that came up. It took me less than 10 seconds. So don't give me this fucking story about how your whole life is going to get wasted looking for shit on Google.
Hey,
So there are,
Radic, are you still there?
yeah. So there are
you still
multiple
there, Sporadic?
things.
Shut up for a minute. I'm not talking to you. Shut up. Are you still there, Sporadic? Hamish, you there?
He's got his headphones on, T-Dub.
Oh, damn. Okay. Because I was just thinking about this, and I was thinking, okay, so what happens if we have a mixture of gases in the centrifuge, right? But we have the same amount of each gas, okay? Each gas is a different density or different molecular weight, okay? All right, then we start the centrifuge up. Does a pressure gradient form? So the gases are separated, layered out, right? According to their densities. Does a pressure gradient form?
according to Agor, yes.
Oh, I
Yeah.
don't think so. No. Same amount of gases, same amount of each of the different gases, right?
Yeah.
Each being different. So let's say we've got 3 different gases. We've got helium, we've got carbon dioxide, and we've got
Mhm.
something heavier. What's something heavier? Carbon dioxide.
Uranium 235. Just picking
Yeah,
something really heavy.
SF6. Yeah. Okay, so we've got the same amount of each of the different gases. Each gas having different densities, molecular densities. Does a pressure gradient form?
That's the big question, right? And the second question is, let's say you find this out.
I think
Alright.
Avogadro's
to
law applies here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they'd separate, right, within the centrifuge, but they wouldn't form a pressure gradient
Why do you think they won't form a pressure gradient?
because of Avogadro's law. Equal volumes of gases at the same temperature and pressure.
Yes, but those are like, or in like a confined area without with a uniform pressure on it. And there
Right,
is
so this doesn't necessarily explain your pressure gradient then, does it?
the pressure gradient is explained by Newton's second law, like spinning gases, which gas have mass. So
But in that centrifuge, if you apply Avogadro's law, and you have the same amount of each different type of gas, a pressure gradient won't form.
yeah, but these laws are like under certain conditions, right? They don't explain everything about reality. There are simplifications. Like some of them are like for ideal gases, which we know gases aren't really like there will be.
No, this is what will happen. This is what would happen. This is a law of nature. It must happen
No,
that way.
it's a law. It's a same thing we observe, but they are also a lot of these laws are simplifications. Like they work for certain conditions.
You'll have a density gradient, but you won't have a pressure gradient.
I don't know why you would say that. You would have a pressure gradient even if there was no.
Couldn't.
Even if there was no.
So have you
like
got different
gases?
temperatures?
If you had
So
one
you've got different
gas,
temperatures. You got different,
different temperature, same temperature, same
temperature.
Yeah.
Okay.
Same everything. You would still have a pressure gradient.
No, it'd be same temperature and pressure. If you got the same number of molecules.
What?
If you've got the same number of molecules, you'd have the same temperature and the same pressure.
Yeah, but it's not. It's not equally distributed.
It would be.
When you spin
They'd just be separated by the centrifuge. They'd simply be separated by the centrifuge according to their density. You'd still have the same. You'd need a different amount of molecules for each different type of gas.
If something is denser,
maybe then you'd have a pressure gradient. Then you'd have a pressure gradient.
Oh yeah. I don't know why you're speculating on this. This is actually a well-known facts of how gas behave.
Show me then. Show me an example of different density gases in a centrifuge of the same amount of molecules, forming a pressure gradient.
I'm going to look
Show
for
me
an example where they
Avogadro's
explain
law
this.
does not apply in that situation. Show me.
Avogadro's law is a statement that under the same condition of temperature and pressure, equal volumes of different gases contain equal number of molecules. So that's it doesn't explain to you. It doesn't say there needs to be equal pressure. It says that if there is equal temperature and pressure, then it would contain the equal amount of molecules.
Say that again. It doesn't say equal pressure, but it says equal temperature and pressure.
If there is under the same conditions, yeah. So if that's the condition,
So aren't they under the same condition? They're being spun
not
around?
if they are spinning. Not if they're in the centrifuge. No, there would not be the equal pressure.
Yeah, they're just getting separated due to their density, right?
It would be a pressure gradient. Don't bring in multiple different
Why?
gases. Have the same gas.
Why?
It will
So-
still be a pressure
so-
gradient.
Okay, so wait. Okay, so you'd have to go with the volume, right? The volume that the gases are occupying, respectively, each in their own layer.
Yeah, yeah. That's the That's how you get the density. But it would be a gradient. It wouldn't be like you can't just take the volume of the centrifuge because it's going to be different depending on where you're doing the measurement.
Or so what if you had less of a denser gas than of the lighter gas?
To make it simpler, use the same gas because you'll still have a pressure gradient inside with the same type of gas.
Yeah, I got a feeling Avogadro's law applies here.
It doesn't say that you can't have like a pressure gradient. I mean, you have a pressure gradient in our atmosphere, so I mean, it doesn't apply everywhere. It's a simplification, and you can use it on like small contained areas. But if you like spin a centrifuge up really high speeds, it's gonna cause like a more distinct pressure gradient, not just the weak one that we have here on Earth. So it doesn't apply.
No, it doesn't actually say that they do pressure gradients. It just says it separates the gases.
That's the purpose of it, yeah. Like if there is like the same gas in it.
That's
right?
the purpose, but nowhere whilst reading down 3 friggin' pages of Wikipedia on how it works does it mention pressure.
Maybe it doesn't say so in the wiki specifically. Gas centrifuge, it specifically talks about uranium, but
These things actually run at about 50,000 RPM. Holy shit.
yeah. They create a lot of force, and when you do that, you get a more distinct. You will have a pressure gradient just by leaving it still. It's just gonna take a lot of
No, it
fucking
doesn't.
time.
Because of the way it's set up. It's not set up for a pressure gradient, as you keep saying.
No, I'm saying just by leaving it completely still, there will be a separation anyway. It just takes a lot more time. So this speeds up the separation process. Do you have separation, for example, in the oil industry, where you just fill up a
We're not talking
like
about
a
oil, we're
bathtub?
talking about gas.
Yes, and there will be separation. It just takes a lot of time. There is separation in our atmosphere even. It's just more diffused and not very distinct. There is like more hydrogen at the top than it is at the bottom. Would a physics.stack change work for you?
You just couldn't shut up for a minute, could you?
I'm just trying to provide evidence.
Impossible.
Evidence of gas pressure without a container. Well, you haven't done a
No,
good job so far, so you
the
might as well keep going.
gas gradient inside the centrifuge.
We know that there's gas gradients inside containers. We've already proven this. We want you to prove gas pressure without a container.
No, you guys said there was no gas pressure gradient inside a centrifuge.
Incorrect. Our claim that we got from you was you were going to prove gas pressure without a container. Then you started jammering on about all of the centrifuge shit, which we read
Yeah.
out to you, which was a container. You got upset with it and had a meltdown.
That's not what we were discussing. We were discussing whether it has a gradient.
We
or
were
not.
discussing whether you want to believe it or not, or admit it or not, you providing us proof of gas pressure without a container.
Yeah, we agree the
Were you
spinning
here the last
container
10
creates a
minutes? We haven't
gradient.
talked about
Okay, the
gradients for 10
spinning
minutes.
container creates a gradient. Nobody disputes that, guy.
It would
Okay.
too, despite Avogadro's law. I'm wrong, I think. Yeah, it would. It still would, because you've got more force applied on the denser gases.
Because
You know what we don't observe? We don't
Only
observe gravity
applies to
stratifying gases, do we? We don't observe gravity providing that
It's
so-called
like they
force
use
to
that to explain the
gases.
amount
Hey,
of
guy.
molecules.
Holy crap!
So the
am I
law
not
basically
here?
says that if you
Testing, is my
have
mic fucking on?
if you
Guys,
have
what the hell is this?
equal pressure and
Guy, you need to shut up. I think you have one of the room members muted and they're trying to speak and you can't hear them.
I was saying that
oh, you're correct.
gravity
My
does not
mistake.
provide the force to stratify gases in nature.
Pretty telling that you muted him.
We don't have examples in nature of gravity providing gas stratification based off of molecular mass. We have the opposite. In fact, I've got this great paper on cave systems. Millions of years isolated from the outside world, they say. Multiple different gases mixed homogeneously, never stratifying based off of molecular weight at all.
Yeah, and gravity gets weaker as it gets further from the so-called globe. So what's stopping it from just all escaping, mate? As soon as it leaves 1 centimetre off the ground, it's not holding it down there as strong, mate. Make it make sense.
Right. Gravity just gets weaker, right? In the globe view, the higher you go. So that gas has less resistance as it gets closer to a vacuum.
Yeah, brother. Yeah, brother.
PV K1. PV equals K1, man. Kaboom. There goes Earth.
If you're going to use
I guess this
these
is over, huh?
models, no, if you're going to use models to explain things that change over time, you can't use this. For example,
Who's using a model here? What model?
ideal gas law, which you're referring to, PV and P. Or sorry,
Yeah, what's wrong with it?
there's nothing wrong with it, but it doesn't. It's not. It
okay.
doesn't explain that things that change over distance, for example.
It doesn't explain your globe fantasy, right? I get that. Because it
Yeah.
breaks down only in outer space
Funny.
and in realms that nobody can go to verify.
No, it's
Explain what we just said, mate.
you can,
Explain
for
what we
example,
just said.
have
Tell us how
Yeah.
gas does not fuck off. Tell us how it doesn't.
you asking me of my explanation why gas doesn't fuck off in all directions equally.
Yeah. How does it not fuck off out of here?
Centrifugal
Yeah.
force.
Yeah, it's similar to it's equivalent to centrifugal force, but it's gravitational pull
I
on
was
each
joking,
individual.
man.
Oh, Avogadro's law. Sorry, you're running up against Avogadro's law. The mass-independent nature of gas pressure is demonstrated by Avogadro's law, which means you don't have a gravity-mass interaction with Avogadro's law, which means you don't have gas stratification by mass or molecular weight under Avogadro's law. And we don't even observe this happening in nature, even under the most ideal circumstances, like an isolated cave system with a mix of homogeneous gases, like I provided earlier.
Yeah.
So where's the inconsistency? Where's my inconsistency? Where's the breakdown here?
The breakdown here is that you're applying this to like ideal gases with no external forces applied to it. The Avogadro's law is a simplification to just explain to you, like if you have
Yeah, I know.
equal
The
temperature,
mass-
equal
And the
pressure,
nature of gas pressure.
you can explain.
Right?
You
This
can.
pressure is caused by
you can-
frequency, dude. You're wrong. Pressure is caused by frequency. of the particles
I
of the
don't know
moles.
why you're
hitting a
saying
surface.
those words. That has nothing to do with what I said.
No, that's what Boltzmann's constant is, right? You draw the graph out, it shows the average distribution
It
of
tells
pressure
you how many.
based off the
It tells,
velocity of gas.
it tells you how
So
many
it's a
gas
velocity
molecules.
of gas independent of mass. How many?
tells you how-
Frequency, yes. Are you repeating me? Thank you.
No, you're
Frequency,
cutting
how many
me
over
off.
time? It's a frequency distribution chart.
Can you tell me when you're done so I
And-
can speak without getting interrupted?
Sure, okay. I'm not done yet. So, frequency of molecules hitting a surface, independent of how so-called heavy they are, is what produces pressure. I'm done.
So the Avogadro's law is simply a model to figure out, for example, how many molecules there are of a certain type, and you can get that from its. It can be derived from its molecular weight. If you have a, let me see here, what's the pressure?
Yeah, can you show me the relationship between molecular weight and pressure?
Same condition. If it's equal temperature and pressure, you basically can derive the amount of molecules.
Derive?
Yes,
Oh, yeah,
the
the
amount,
number of
how
moles.
many,
Yeah,
how many
amount,
they are
not
from
the
the
mass.
Avogadro's number, right?
I asked about mass, not the number of moles, dude.
If you have a specific amount of molecules, if you have the mole weights of the gas, then yes, you have the amount.
You don't have. You have the number of moles in a system can be expressed by containing the system and determining its density by putting that contained system on a scale. But the pressure inside the system is equal on all sides of the container, and the pressure can be the same across different molecular weights with the same number of moles with the same size container at the same temperature. That's Avogadro's law.
This is demonstrable.
Yeah,
right?
this is observable.
Right, it's demonstrable. This is what like, yeah, so I was on the wrong track, but I've just like, so what I've found out is that Avogadro's law applies to static systems, gas at rest, right? What they call gas at rest, right?
Right.
So no external
Ideally at
forces
equilibrium.
acting on it. Right, so no external forces acting on it, like centrifugation, right? So we subject it to centrifugation, right? The three different gases, and of course, Avogadro's law can't apply, because there's external force acting on it. But if we can demonstrate Avogadro's law, right, in reality, does that mean that there's no external force acting upon it?
No,
At that moment,
I would say
that we
so.
can demonstrate it?
Sounds reasonable.
Otherwise,
to me.
you would not be able to demonstrate it, right?
Right, and we should have stratification based off of mass, as you'd see in a centrifuge, which is not analogous to reality.
why isn't that analogous to reality?
We don't see stratification of air that we breathe based off of molecular weight.
Yes,
natural
there is. It just takes a lot more time. But there is a stratification.
Oh, really? Like the cave system? I can give you
No, I
millions
don't know
of
what the
years
hell
in
the
the cave
cave system
system in
is, but-
isolation. You want the paper?
There is a stratification
That's not
inside
driving.
our atmosphere. Okay, but there is a stratification in our atmosphere. Like you have
Is it based off of
different gas.
gravitational mass interactions, though?
Yes,
You're trying to shift the
things
goalpost.
that are the gases that have less mass are at the top. Yeah, like hydrogen are primarily at the top. Yeah,
Really? Show me
Yes.
a sample.
I can show you the distribution.
No, show me a sample. Like, I don't want some
I
pre-calculated
can't.
extrapolation. I know. That's why I asked for it.
I can't show you.
'Cause you
I
can't
can't
back
show
this
you a
shit up.
sample. Like, where do you live? Do you want me to send it to you?
No, I don't need that. Don't be obtuse.
Okay, what do you want then?
Am I speaking English? Hey, T-Dub, check.
Yes.
All right.
So wait, are you saying that like heavier gases don't like drop below like regular oxygen? What are you saying exactly?
Talking to me. I mean,
Yes,
you have
yes,
the
I
same
am. Yes, I am.
ratio of gases. Okay, you have the same ratio of gases in low elevations like Death Valley as you do way up high on Mount Everest and above. They don't stratify based off of molecular weight. We don't find pools of radon that we're sloshing through on the surface, or pools of carbon dioxide that we're wading through and breathing and suffocating ourselves in. Air is considered one homogeneous mixture, one medium.
You're saying that that CO2 and nitrogen and all of them are all those gases kind of are mixed and don't stratify.
Based off of molecular weight,
that's
nature.
Yeah, that's a good. Honestly, I'm curious about that.
Yeah, it's.
But I mean, radon does pool in people's basements. That's no. But radon specifically pools in people's basements. That's why you have radon detectors, and it collects in people's basements. That's like definitely a thing. You can literally Google that.
That's because it's decay in our
container.
Yeah, but it's decay.
Radon has the higher density.
Uranium.
So,
in our
given enough time, it'll equalize. Like everything else, it'll disperse. Like when people show sulfahexafluoride and they pour it into an open container, and they say, "See, look, gases pool because of gravity." Oh, but look what happens. You leave the container open for a few hours, and it all dissipates. So, of course, if you take something that's like a denser medium and introduce it into an environment of a less dense medium, there's going to be time for diffusion, effusion, and all the other fusions and everything else going on, right? You're going to have all kinds of dispersions going on. It's these molecules want to move as long as they have energy, as long as they've got any temperature reading above absolute zero, they're going to move. And absolute zero temperatures don't exist in nature. You know, Maxwell described gases as expanding indefinitely so long as they have temperature until they hit an object, until they hit a wall of containment. He's absolutely right about this.
But I mean, like mixtures, there's different types of mixtures, obviously, like oil and water, separate, obviously, because of hydrophilic and hydrophobic interactions and a whole bunch,
different media.
And but like, it's like, think of like salt in water. Salt doesn't immediately disperse out, and that's because of the nature of salt in that water. That goes to chemistry, so it goes to the density of stuff. But I'm saying that like, if you've got like this huge like atmosphere scale,
those aren't analogous.
Air, of course not. No, of course not. But what I'm saying is, you've got like the entire planet being heated by the sun, and you've got like cold on one side of the planet and hot on the other. You're going to have wind. You get wind and all these other interactions. That wind and gravity causes air to move, and that keeps things moving around. Basically.
Gravity.
Yeah.
Gravity.
Do you believe in gravity, or do you believe that? Okay, so you don't even have to. You don't even have to believe. You don't even have to believe in gravity. You just have to understand that things fall when you drop them. Do you believe in that? Like, you don't have to like.
That can cause them. I just don't have evidence.
No, I'm just saying that things fall when you drop them out of your hand.
I'm not denying anything. I haven't seen anything to deny.
Your solids do.
Yeah, sure.
Within a medium
that exactly. Are you saying that water? Like when you pour it out of a how is that not analogous? How is that not similar to gases? How is that not similar to gases? When you can visualize gases. You can visualize gases.
Doesn't fall to the ground.
Not falling to the ground.
Wait, what are you saying?
Gases are unbonded.
Like you're saying that if you're saying that if you had like nitrogen, like liquid nitrogen, and you pour it into a container,
liquid nitrogen,
right?
Yeah, it's going to warm up.
So you're saying that like chemistry and phase changes don't happen. Is that what you're saying? Is that your argument?
What?
That's
That,
not what
I
I said.
don't understand what you're saying, because ice has different, like ice and water has. You have to understand that water has different
warms
states.
up. It's a phase change, idiot.
That's what I'm saying. That's
Liquid
exactly what I'm
nitrogen
saying.
turning to gas is a phase change, and you told me that
Exactly.
I'm denying a phase change. Holy shit!
Well, are you denying a phase change? Because okay,
No,
so
he's
are you
not.
denying
He's
phase
No,
not.
change?
I
He's
just
telling you
and
that
you told me I'm denying it. You fucking idiot.
Are you denying phase change exists though?
What the fuck? He's telling you
No,
that.
I described one, and you told me I did. You fucking idiot.
Okay,
Holy
well,
fucking shit! I described
okay,
the
so
phase change before you told me that
understood.
I denied a phase change.
You okay? So you believe? Okay, so you believe in phase change. So what do you think happens when you pour liquid? What have
Holy
you ever
fuck,
seen?
no, I don't believe
have you
it.
ever
I know
seen
it
liquid
exists.
nitrogen? Have you ever
Jesus.
seen liquid nitrogen poured into a container or not? Ever?
Yeah, and it
firsthand.
goes through a phase change. Yeah, I've
Right.
done it. It goes through a phase change, like I described
and-
with sulfahexafluoride. You know, things change in matter. They warm up. They tend to spread out.
Right, exactly, and
You got a phase change. It goes from liquid to gas.
exactly. So you're seeing what happens at atmosphere scale at a small scale.
Where's gravity?
What do you mean? Where's gravity? Like gravity still
We're
is
talking
there.
about
What are you talking
gravitational
about?
Air pressure, dude. We're talking
Of
about
course.
whether or not gravity compresses
And
air.
as a gas, what does gas do when it heats up? It expands. That's why liquid nitrogen bubbles and will flow out of a container, because it is expanding.
So what's your point? No shit.
That's just my point. What's
your point?
That's the counter.
When does gas not expand? When does gas not expand?
This guy is talking
when
to
it
him.
is too cold. If a gas
When it's
is too cold, it was. What do you think liquid nitrogen is, you idiot? It freezes. It turns into a solid.
Anymore, is it, dickhead?
Because it is solidifying. Because it is changing.
Right, it's not gas
we were just
anymore.
talking about this. We were just talking about this. This is fucking phase change. Do you not understand chemistry?
You breathe solid gas?
No. Because our lungs are evolved to deal with gas.
Gas never stops expanding. It'll only
absolute zero doesn't exist in nature. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Tito.
No, you're right, man. It's fine. That's right.
So you're saying that there's that there's infinite energy to heat gas, that you could turn air into plasma, like oxygen into a plasma. There's not infinite energy to turn gas into to burn off gas and to make it so active that those singular atoms are that reactive. That isn't a thing in normal air. That's why normal air doesn't kill us. What are you talking about?
Stop speaking Chinese to the guy. He doesn't understand Chinese, so stop speaking Chinese, sporadic.
Sorry. I'm sorry for blowing up earlier.
No, but I mean, why do you think that we can breathe air? If it was a solid, we wouldn't be able to breathe it with our alveoli. They've evolved to handle gas. No, we're not adapted to drinking using liquid oxygen.
He's arguing with the guy is arguing with who? Who told him that we breathe solids and liquids?
I'm just saying that
the fact that we're breathing means
most organisms are evolved to use oxygen.
The fact you can breathe air means that air is contained.
Wait, why? Why does that mean? Contained within what? Contained within what?
Solid
reality or construct, whatever this is.
You can inhale liquid and solid particulates. Some of them are dangerous, right?
What are you talking? Are you saying? Wait, are you saying you don't breathe in air? What are you saying?
No, I'm saying
we breathe contained air.
But there is sometimes your lungs will get bits of solid and liquid mixed in with the air, really tiny particulates.
I mean,
right?
you can drink. Like, you can breathe in humid air. That happens. That happens whenever the air is. Like if you've been to Hawaii, you're literally breathing humid air. That's sure. Okay, what's your point? You can breathe in smoke. You can smoke a cigarette, and there will be like smoke particulates. What are you saying?
And dust too. And dust is not
right. But your lungs are not adapted to deal with dust. You normally will cough it out, or if you can just fucking look at the photos of people that smoke their entire lives, and the autopsy. There's fucking a billion pictures on fucking Google of when somebody's lungs got cut open when they were a smoker, and their lungs are all black. What are you saying? That stuff stays in your body unless you cough it out. What? And some of it will get absorbed, your skin, you've obviously got a body that can absorb certain materials and it doesn't, and then the rest of it just doesn't know what to do. It's not your stomach, right? It's your lungs. So that's why lungs get tar from fucking smoking. So what are you saying?
Well, the fact that you can breathe at all.
You're saying that oxygen.
Reality.
It's like you're saying that oxygen, that people don't breathe oxygen. What are you saying about air?
No, you do breathe oxygen. Every time I say something, you tell me that I'm saying the opposite.
Well, are you arguing against chemistry?
No.
What are you saying? Chemistry tells.
No, I'm defending chemistry. You are not. You're not defending chemistry, and I am.
How? Okay, so what do you believe about the expansion of air? Maybe I joined this conversation at the wrong, not perfectly the correct time to fully understand your take on what exactly are you saying?
The gas molecules expand indefinitely and linearly, as long as they have a temperature above absolute zero.
That's not no. There's that's but that's the problem. Gravity is the counteracting force. Do you believe that things fall? Do you believe that things fall?
But gravity doesn't act on gas due to Avogadro's law in principle, which can be demonstrated.
Why do you
just the way that
why do you say that?
Reality works that way.
Based on what?
Take three. Okay, let me give you a demonstration of Avogadro's law.
Hang on, wait. Let me just say something that you said that counteracts what you just said.
Shit.
You said that you had seen liquid nitrogen poured out of a container, and so you must have seen that. If you saw that, you would know why you're lying right now. Because what happens? The gas when it bubbles out of the container, what does it do? The gas pours down the side of the container.
In a vacuum.
It goes through a phase change. It goes through a phase change.
He didn't say in a vacuum. He didn't say in a vacuum.
So not in a vacuum. What happens in a vacuum?
Not in a vacuum. Is the Earth a vacuum? No.
What happens in a vacuum?
No, it's contained.
Okay, so
what happens to nitrogen gas in a vacuum?
What do you mean? What happens to nitrogen in what?
What does nitrogen gas do in a vacuum? Does it just fall down and sit on the bottom of the container?
No, in a pure vacuum, it would expand to fill the container.
Okay, there you go.
Right?
There you go.
Yeah. Sure,
yeah,
perfect. That's right.
Then you've got gravity that counteracts at scale. If you're talking,
how do you demonstrate
if you're talking about the size of a mass the size of the planet, this is just physics. Are you arguing against physics?
Outer space. No, I'm arguing against astrophysics, which is what you're bringing up right now.
Do you believe in say trajectory of throwing rocks? That's physics. You can throw a rock and you can do the math.
Are not bonded matter.
You can do them it's like you're arguing against
analogies. No, you're making false analogies here. You're arguing for unbonded matter to behave in the same way as bonded matter does, continuously. It is a gross misrepresentation of physics. You should be ashamed.
How so? Explain how. Explain how air is not affected by gravity. Why are other things affected by gravity but air isn't? Explain your logic.
I don't know. I don't know. Nobody knows.
Exactly. You don't know because you're talking out your ass.
No,
and like obviously air is affected by gravity.
No, I'm not talking about my ass.
Which gravity? Which gravity?
Would you like me to continue?
What do you mean, which gravity? Like, what are you talking
Which gravity
about?
are you talking about?
The gravity of the planet.
Einstein's or Newton's?
Which
gravity? Einsteinian or relativity? Or Newtonian?
Like even Newtonian, just regular, just regular
Newtonian.
Yeah, so how is that?
So I don't know. It's basically like you're like so. Okay, so you're saying that all of the people that do like say gas science, that like like if you were to go and like buy a pressurized bottle, a pressurized container of oxygen or nitrogen, they don't know what they're doing, and you're right.
Stop appealing to authority.
You're basically saying that like hundreds of years of science are incorrect, and you're right based on what?
No, I'm not. I'm explaining hundreds of years of scientific principles to you. I'm explaining these foundational principles to you, which you seem to have a problem with.
Like,
what's Avogadro's law?
Do you believe that gas is affected by? Do you believe that gas is affected by gravity or not?
No, there's no demonstration of that in the natural world.
What?
Period.
Yes, there is. Literally liquid nitrogen. When you pour it into a container and it bubbles, when it bubbles out, what does it do? When it bubbles over the edge of the container, what does it do? It falls to the bottom. It bubbles over just like
liquid. What does it do? Does it fall to the ground in a vacuum?
Fall to the ground. Yes, it
bring up a liquid. We're talking about gas, idiot.
You said that you'd seen it. You said that you had seen it, and you obviously haven't.
I have seen it, and I've done it. And I know that it's a liquid, not a gas.
There's like hundreds and hundreds of videos.
Not a gas.
There's probably thousands of videos on
not
YouTube.
A gas, moron. It's a liquid, not a gas.
It's turning into gas. Dude, what do you like? You said that you believed in phase change. You said that phase change was a thing.
Bringing up a liquid. You keep doing this bait and switch. I'm going to show you a liquid. Pretend it's a gas.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. When you take a liquid nitrogen, you have it in a container, and you pour it into another container that has no cooling in it.
Pouring liquids, not pouring liquids, not a gas.
Remember what?
And it phase changes. It sublimates. It phase changes into a gas.
Yes, it does.
And what happens when it does that?
Relax. Remember what happens to nitrogen in a vacuum?
It escapes gravity.
Remember what you said?
No, it doesn't. No, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying you're wrong about. Because you said you'd seen those videos, and I could find like dozens of videos right now that show when you take liquid nitrogen, you pour it into another container that's not chilled. That what does it do? It changes phase from the liquid. It starts to bubble. It bubbles.
Escapes gravity.
It
escapes gravity, doesn't it?
No.
It escapes gravity. It dissipates.
Right.
It escapes gravity. It fucks off in the presence of gravity, doesn't it?
Yeah, it'll
but not entirely.
I'm telling you.
It doesn't. You're saying that entirely. No, it doesn't. It doesn't escape gravity because you see it.
That's why it goes through a phase change.
No, dude, you're not understanding what I'm saying. You literally see the gravity when you're seeing it pour out. Like when you pour it into the other container and it bubbles over and then it falls down. It falls down the edge of the container. It falls down the edge of the container.
Environment. In what environment?
Your guys are like stupid. Guys are like just haven't done like grade 9 physics.
Bro, I'm trying to get a fucking answer out of him. Fuck's sake. In what environment?
No, it's frustrating as crap.
What do you mean? What environment? What are you talking about?
You're describing vacuum. You're describing what?
No, I'm talking about in regular air. You take a container of liquid nitrogen.
So what happens?
Like, what are you guys talking? Are you guys so stupid?
So what does nitrogen gas do in a vacuum again?
Like we're talking about liquid nitrogen, dude. What are you talking about? Yeah. We're talking about liquid nitrogen.
No, I'm talking about
You've got liquid nitrogen in a liquid nitrogen container, like a chilled container.
Oh shit, bro! Do I have to mute you? Do I have to mute you? I'm talking about gas,
so bad, man.
Not liquid. Gas, not liquid.
He doesn't understand phases. And
so what are you saying? Well, like argue your argument. State your claim.
Gas doesn't fall to the fucking ground.
It absolutely does. That's what it's doing when it's bubbling over. It's already turned into a gas. You like literal idiot. No. You're literally an idiot.
Pouring a liquid out.
Hold on. Is that what it's doing in a vacuum when it fills the available volume? Falling to the ground, is it?
Oh my god, you're so stupid. Like gas expands. Gas expands. Gas will if a gas is pressurized enough, it will it will phase change. You understand that?
To the ground.
And if a this is just container. This is pressure physics. If you don't believe in pressure physics, I don't know why we're having this argument.
We're defending it. You're not. We're defending pressure physics. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
If
you're literally saying that gas is not affected by gravity, which it 100% is.
Shut up, bro. If you insert nitrogen gas into a vacuum chamber, does it fall to the ground?
A gas will always expand to fill the chamber.
Thank you.
That is
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Right.
Your
argument at scale, gases are still affected by gravity. Duh.
You keep
talking about
astrophysics.
Yeah. At scale, which is the scale of a globe, something that
exactly.
Yeah, something that you can't demonstrate in a lab.
Not physics. Astrophysics is a pseudoscience. You aware of that?
God.
Since he's constantly talking over everybody, I don't aware of it.
He didn't listen to anything.
I mean, it's simple. It's simply okay. Gravity is simply gravity is partly proven by the fact that we can breathe the air. That we can breathe the air.
Shut up and listen.
Okay, let's hear what you're like. So you're saying that let me just say this: if gravity did not exist, the air would bleed off into the atmosphere and we'd all be dead. But we live on the planet. We live on the planet because the gravity on Earth is such that it's not compressing the air to a point that we would not be able to have evolved.
You are wrong. Because if I give you gravity, even if I assume the existence of gravity, that shit doesn't hold gases.
I'm about ready to bust out.
Say that again. I want to understand. I want to fully understand what you.
Even if I give you gravity, even if I assume that gravity exists, that shit doesn't hold gases. Like the guys already tried to.
That is exactly wrong. That is exactly wrong. Go ahead.
Tried to talk over me. You talked over them. You didn't listen to any shit they said. So now you'll try to talk over me too. So that nitrogen that you are pouring inside an environment which contains gas, that gas will press above that nitrogen. So no, that's not an analogy. That's not a correct analogy to the situation that we are talking about, to the point that we are talking about, which is gases are not held down by gravity, meaning that if you pour nitrogen or any gas inside the vacuum chamber, that gas will not be held down by gravity, but it will fill the entire container or vacuum chamber till it will reach the roof, the top of that vacuum chamber. So gravity will not hold down the gases in the floor of the vacuum chamber, leaving you with the vacuum, a perfect vacuum in the rest of the volume. No, gas will go every direction, hit every wall of that vacuum chamber.
Yep.
Okay, so I've got some citations.
We're 100% in agreement. But the thing is, the reason that why do you think that air doesn't just expand out into space and the entire planet is dead? What is the reason for air? Is that God? Are you incurring Are you saying that God is attracting the gas and that he's like waving his wand? Is
I'm going to
that
start reading some citations right now. Everybody hush, okay? This is from the Journal of Cave and Karst Studies, volume 71, number 1, page 100 to 107. Title is The Legend of Carbon Dioxide Heaviness. All right. Abstract. The false legend of carbon dioxide traps resulting from the weight of carbon dioxide gas is disproved. In spite of water vapor lightness in comparison with air, no water vapor trap exists on cave ceilings. In fact, underground atmospheres with specific compositions are not related to gravity, but to the absence of any air movement around the gas sources. The process of double diffusion of oxygen and carbon dioxide during organic compound decomposition in still air is shown to be significant. This phenomenon can form atmospheres that are deadly due to oxygen deficiencies and poisonous because of excess carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide storage behaves like a liquid and can flow or can be poured as cold air can. But these are typical transient processes with no relation to a cave's foul air formation. Despite the claimed influence of gravitational fields, atmospheric mixing, driven by thermal diffusion and turbulent forces, prevents gas stratification. This is evidenced by caves where gases have been trapped for millions of years, maintaining a homogeneous mixture without stratification by molecular weight.
okay?
There's a natural observation there where gravity is not shown to stratify gases based off of mass,
Yeah, because they're
which
mixtures.
is predicted.
It's
under
like
gas
salt.
laws.
Like that's what I said. Almost right off the bat.
Right.
Like salt
Well,
was
there's no
salt does not
force of gravity
salt does
in
not
kinetic molecular theory, is
immediately
there?
like this. Like they have different weights. Salt and water have different weights, but they stay in mixture.
Right, these are not
Exact
gases.
thing with oxygen,
These are
nitrogen.
not gases. These are unbonded, and that's
No,
bonded.
I understand, but
jumping
they
back and forth.
but they
It's
are
not
different
analogous.
molecules, right? They have different molecular weights. You'll agree with that?
I'm not talking about
Correct.
liquids and
Yeah, but the
solids.
bonds matter. The phase of matter counts
Soluble.
here, and that's what we're telling you.
No shit. But you're like, it's like
Okay.
you don't understand
It's
what a
not
mixture
analogous
is.
then.
Like
I
air
do
can be a
understand.
mixture too.
It
Don't
is.
think
That's
you
what
do.
I'm telling you.
I don't think
That's
you
what
do.
I'm telling you, that it is a mixture. I mentioned to you earlier that the same ratio of gases that you breathe in Death Valley is the same at Mount Everest and higher. No stratification by molecular weight, same as the cave systems, where it's isolated. There's no gravity in the kinetic molecular theory of gas behavior. No gravity whatsoever. There's no graviton in the standard model of physics. There's no gravity in PV equals nRT. Gases exhibit
Imaginary gravity.
Brownian motion, right? Random walk. Gas molecules move in all directions randomly unless a force acts upon it, which gravity's not. Gravity's not even a force.
There you go.
Brad, he asks a great
I mean,
question.
if you guys are just saying that gravity doesn't exist, whatever. I don't.
No, it's not a force.
Which one?
It's a
Which
different
one?
claim than what you're trying to strawman us with.
You couldn't even describe what gravity is.
Right. If you want to
it-
go with Newtonian, then may as well kiss Einstein's ass goodbye.
like we know about gravity. I'm not saying that I am like some genius physicist that has the perfect explanation for gravity. We just
Oh, don't
know
worry.
how
we know you're not a
how
genius. We know
gravity.
you're not a genius. Don't worry. You're quite talented at talking
but
over
we know
everyone
how
and not
gravity
listening.
works
We know you're
because
not a
we have the
genius.
equations that match reality.
See,
When we
see how
throw
you
a
talk
rock,
over me? We know you're not a genius.
we know how rocks and projectiles works because of how gravity is like
gravity.
you might as
Gravity,
well call
the magic
you might as
source
well
that goes on
hear me
everything.
out hear me out
Yes.
Like,
stop,
We've
right?
been hearing
Just
you.
no, hear me out. We've
We've been hearing you. Yeah,
we
it's
know
just
that
gravity, and some more gravity. That's everything for you. It's all tied together with gravity.
We know that
I'm just saying. I'm just saying that like
You're just saying gravity. Say it again.
And that's the answer to your question, because really, I did like the question earlier that you said. And if the gases behave like that in physics, how can we have air next to the vacuum of space, and how can we breathe? That was a great question. Yeah, gas have to be contained. So you have to create or assume that gravity, mythical thing, to just explain how can you breathe without gas going to fill the volume of that vacuum of space. So
let me put it this way. We don't
in
have
other words, there is no vacuum of outer space, bro. In other words, there is no vacuum of outer space.
All I'm saying, we may not be able to fully understand why gravity exists, but it's like the concept. Hang on, let me just say this.
Hey, stutter rap. Did you listen to what T-Dub said?
Yeah.
What did he say?
He basically doesn't think that gravity exists. I just wanted to say.
Is that what he said? No. Why don't you ask him what he said? Because obviously you weren't listening.
I was building upon what Necros said, right? Or simplifying what Necros said, because you asked a question earlier. Then what's your reason for the gas not pissing off into outer space? Well, the reason is there is no vacuum of outer space. It doesn't exist. It can't exist.
You're saying outer space doesn't exist. That's your claim?
That's right. Correct. Yep.
Yeah.
The vacuum of outer space does not exist. If it did, the air would fuck off into it.
Does everybody? I want to ask something. Does everybody in this channel believe that? Everybody. Does absolutely everybody in this channel believe that?
It's not a belief; it's a knowing.
That's why you had to ask the question.
I'm just asking. Can people can we get a yes from a few people?
You ask a question. You ask a question. I am answering the question.
Do you believe that?
Oh, fuck. If I try to talk, you will answer. You will ask it again. So do I have to try to talk? Because I will expect you to just talk over me again. Nice. No one think that shit outer space exists. That's why. Let me tell you what I had to tell you. That's why you had to know what those people that you are talking to think about the reality before trying to argue from ignorance about some things that you are arguing with yourself. No one go with that shit. So you just jumped on a discussion that was already rolling with another guy about gases, and you just jumped on that, thinking that you know something about gases and how physics of gases works. It seems that you didn't know anything. You were just schooled about that, and now you're trying to talk about something.
I mean, you're the one that says that gravity doesn't exist, and you're saying that I'm the one being schooled.
Don't interrupt, you fucking retard! The man was in the middle of a sentence. For fuck's sakes!
So you jump to another topic, which is outer space, and another topic, which is gravity. You could ask those people, before asking, try to put your idea and validate it. Oh, this is gravity. I validate gravity like this. So can you disprove this? But trying to argue with people who didn't believe the thing that you were arguing about, you're throwing straw man and arguing about the straw man being not correct. You believe this, but this is not correct. That doesn't work like that. So gravity, if you believe
I don't really see that, like, where exactly, my understanding of physics is apparently worse than his about liquids. How was I schooled on the physics of liquids and gas? In what way?
Liquids are not gas. Liquids behave differently in the presence of the vacuum.
I didn't say that. Did I say that? I didn't say that. I never said that. anything like that.
You brought
actually.
up liquids over and over and over again in place of gas, trying to substitute one for the other and hoping that
I never did that. Now that's you putting
that's what liquid nitrogen is, and you're pouring liquid nitrogen, you're pouring liquid out. You're being dishonest.
I absolutely did say that when you're pouring liquid nitrogen, because you can cool, you can pressurize nitrogen until it's a liquid. Yes, and when it's under pressure, it becomes a liquid, and then it will still be in that liquid state in the container.
Not analogous. Not analogous to gas in that state. Period.
Right. But you can pour it out of that container.
Right. So you agree. So the end. The end, right?
No. But what I was saying is that you can see the effects of gravity when you pour it into an uncooled container.
Okay,
and it's like you've never seen that, or you don't have an explanation for what happens when it goes over the edge of the container. What happens when it goes over the edge of the container?
Luf, can you listen? What do you pour?
I want his explanation for what is happening.
I'm going to explode if it doesn't give me an explanation. We don't care.
I'll give you the explanation, but just answer me. What are you pouring from a container into another container? What are you pouring?
Pouring the liquid nitrogen into an uncooled. Yes, exactly. Into an uncooled container. What do you think happens? When I want to hear your explanation for the physics of what happens. No. Just hang on.
I want to hear your explanation on why you're talking about liquids when no one really gives a fuck, because most of the time the argument's about proving gas pressure without a container.
So listen.
I just want to understand what.
I just don't care.
I want to understand the flat Earth sort of thing of what happens when you pour liquid nitrogen into an uncooled container and it bubbles over and it changes into a gas and it pours out the edge of the top of the container.
Yeah, show me that in a vacuum.
And what is happening there?
Show me that in a vacuum. Show me that in a vacuum.
Somebody's trying to talk to you.
Show me that in a vacuum.
Said it was in a vacuum. I'm talking about in regular Earth,
show me it in a vacuum. And I'm saying, show me. And I'm saying, yes, I know what you're saying, and I'm saying, show it in a vacuum.
I'm okay. I'm just saying. I'm saying that there's. Hang on. Stop. That there's a specific thing that happens in the situation in which you're in normal.
Stop repeating yourself.
When you are in normal air pressure, a specific behavior happens.
Yeah. We heard you. We don't care. Do it in the vacuum.
Then you are not agreeing with
in a vacuum. Do it in a vacuum.
So you can't stop, can you?
You have to understand. You have to understand.
One sec. No, you have to fucking understand that you're saying in that instance you see the effects of gravity. Okay, then if it's gravity doing that, then show it in a vacuum chamber.
The thing is with okay, so like the Earth's air is not under vacuum.
It shouldn't matter.
No. It absolutely matters because regular air is under pressure. It is under pressure from all the oxygen above it. That's what atmospheric pressure is.
If it's gravity, then it should happen in a vacuum chamber too.
You guys, I accept defeat. Brother. You guys have defeated me. I don't know what I'm talking about. You guys are geniuses.
It's because you're too excited, Loof, shut up for a second. We don't care. What you've got to do to prove your gravity, you have to remove all of the other variables. So do your little test, but put it in a fucking vacuum chamber. That's all. That gets rid of
my point. That's
Loof, slow down. You're getting excited again, mate. You don't need to. It's called 24/7 flat Earth, not 2.4 second flat Earth. So slow down, start using your head. It's about eliminating the variables. If you want to prove that this gravity is doing the job, then you have to get rid of all the other variables. So do it in a vacuum chamber and let gravity do its thing.
You are literally adding an extra variable. You are literally.
No, I'm not.
No,
we're removing the gas pressure.
No, you absolutely.
Yes. Stop stuttering, kid.
So, if I answer the reason why when you pour liquid nitrogen into a bucket and when you see it bubbling, you see that cloud being on the floor, if I explain that to you, will you just try to verify your claim by using the gravity? Because when you pour liquid nitrogen into a bucket, inside the medium of air, that liquid is heavier than the air, so it will fall through the air into the bucket because it's the relative density compared to the air is higher than the density of the air, so it will fall into the bucket. When it will start boiling, that cloud, that thick cloud, white cloud that you see, that's the nitrogen starting to unbound its molecules, but not fully. That cloud that you see, it's still denser than the air around it. That's why it settled down. That's why it settled down in the medium of air. If you remove the air that is sitting on the top of that cloud of nitrogen, that cloud will fill the entire volume of the chamber.
Exactly. But if that's why I'm saying if you
no gravity,
if you add the element of like absolutely zero pressure, yeah, if you remove all air pressure, then yes,
then
like liquid nitrogen will would expand faster. Obviously,
working. Then your gravity stops working.
So, like I did show you. It wasn't even with gravity. It wasn't gravity. The liquid nitrogen, when it boiled up and turned to a thick white cloud, it settled down because it's of its relative density compared to the air around it. It was denser than the air and heavier than the air, so it settled down. It's not gravity that made that, but it's relative density. It's Archimedes' principle.
So, okay, so are you guys coming back to saying that gases do or don't stratify? Sorry.
No, just that your gravity has no effect on it.
Does. With the time that liquid nitrogen would not stay on the floor. Do you think that liquid nitrogen will stay on the floor indefinitely, or it will mix with the air around it, and that thick white cloud will just turn to something?
Hey, Necros, before you get excited and wind up more than what I normally do, liquid nitrogen.
No, I'm talking about the nitrogen when it boils up, so it's not a liquid anymore. It turns to a thick white cloud.
Well, he shouldn't have even been discussing using the term liquid nitrogen.
Yeah, because to have that white cloud, you have to have the liquid nitrogen to make that cloud.
Okay, Necros, you must have missed it. Liquid. Just in case for those that missed it, liquid nitrogen. We're supposed to be talking about gases. Liquid nitrogen. See that one word that I keep repeating? The liquid bit?
Yeah.
And throw it out the door.
So I understand. I'm not. We just stop talking about the liquid because we use the liquid to just have that cloud. That cloud is not liquid. The cloud, white cloud, when you pour the liquid nitrogen and it turns to gas, the cloud is not liquid anymore.
We're supposed to be breathing 70% of this thick white cloud.
Correct.
So yeah. So yeah, you're the one trying. You're trying to claim that gravity makes gas go down, go boom, boom, bouncy, bouncy, splash, splash, right? Okay, if that was the case, then take the air away, and it should still do that, and it doesn't. Your gravity is weak as piss.
Just a quick PSA. I'm pretty sure the mods are working in the background. If anybody
cut off.
We're having a bit of an issue in the live stream, but they're working on it.
And you are correct, T-Dub. That it will just transfer the temperature will transfer to that cloud, which is so cold. So the transfer of energy will make that cloud just thinner and thinner, and it will mix with the air. So that cloud will be mixed with the air that we breathe with the same amount normally, like everywhere. So it will stratify. Just with the transfer energy, it will take the time because of that energy, low temperature, extreme low temperature of that gas, when that liquid, when it turns to gas, so that the temperature is still so low. So the air around it will transfer the energy to that gas, so the gas will gain more energy, and it will gain and it will move very fast, so that will be thinner and thinner and mixed with the air. Showing that gravity doesn't hold any gases down.
Yeah, I guess I didn't realize that it, like, I honestly didn't quite realize that flat Earth people didn't believe that, or it's like we don't have to understand why gravity works, but we do know that there is a constant G that when we stick it into equations and we have that
Did
have that
someone just
number.
pick the record needle up and reset it?
I mean, it's like, do you know what happens when you throw rocks, in the air? Do you know,
yeah.
like, this
I
is
do know what happens when you throw rocks in the air.
hundreds.
You
This is
pick
like
the rock up. You apply energy to it.
right, and
When the rock was on the ground, it was at its points of equilibrium. It was doing nothing. It was having a great day. You pick it up. You've
Right.
just given it energy.
and you don't
let
have
it go. It goes back to its place of equilibrium, so it can enjoy the rest of its day. Leave the rocks alone.
What do you mean it goes back to its point of equilibrium? What are you talking about?
See, when you interrupt somebody in the middle of a sentence, you don't absorb fucking saying.
No, he said to the point of equilibrium. What does that mean? Explain that. Explain.
In other words, the rock was sitting there at rest. There was no forces exerted upon it. You walked up to the rock, picked it up while it was at rest, exerted forces upon it. The rock moved. The rock went into the air. The rock fell back down to the ground and then became inert again.
It fall to the same spot. Like, let's say you're just doing
like a
regular.
You're gonna overtalk me now. You're fucking real special one, you.
I understand that you didn't understand what they meant. Why you try to talk over him?
I apologize for over talking.
Nice,
but when you say a state of equilibrium, that's not being specific. That's vague.
I can explain it to you.
So there's a rock. You're walking along, having a great old time, and there's a fucking rock sitting in the middle of the road. Is it rolling around or is it sitting still?
What all I'm saying is that just hear me out for
no. We're not hearing you out because you're not hearing us out. You wanted an explanation, and now you just start fucking gibbering on again.
The rock, yeah. Like if
you're walking along, you're minding your own business, and there's a fucking rock in the middle of the sidewalk. It's not rolling around. It's just sitting there. It is at rest. There is no forces applied to it. It's doing nothing. It's not moving. It's not rolling. It's not flying. It's not doing anything. It's sitting fucking still. You get your head scratcher, you put it down to the ground, and you pick the rock up. You are now applying energy to the poor little rock. What you do with it after that, whether you throw it, whether you drop it, I don't care. But that rock wants to go back to its place of rest. That's it.
Right.
Not that last specific one. Probably down the road a bit if you're going to put your arm to it. But anyways, nobody cares.
All I'm simply saying is that
gravity. Wait for it. Come on, you know you want to say it.
Yeah, no, because projectile motion has been figured out for literally hundreds and hundreds of years. We don't have to know why gravity works to know that there is a constant value G that works in all the equations that we put it into.
You are
The
just
fuck are you talking about an
about
average? You're so
bro,
fucking dumb.
You're just talking about an effect. You're simply talking about an effect, and it's not even applicable to all things like gas.
So gas isn't affected by gas. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay. You
No.
guys.
No, it's not.
No,
Keep. I'm. You guys win. You guys win. You guys win the conversation.
Hey,
I'm
wait up.
defeated.
Holy fuck, bro. Jeez, you've got fucking diarrhea of the mouth. Hey, if this was the case, you would be able to use the behavior of gas to figure out how far you could throw the rock. And it's what its trajectory.
What are you saying? What are you saying?
You could use
explain
gas,
that statement.
right? Okay.
Explain your statement.
You're using the rock and you're throwing it and you're measuring it and you're doing all this with it and you're figuring it out. You can work out some math to be able to predict its trajectory.
Yes.
And its landing point.
That's been figured out for hundreds of years. Yes.
Right. Okay. Right. And if it was the case for everything, you'd be able to use gas to do that too. And you can't. You don't.
Definitely can. You definitely. Why do you think there's like university physics courses about gas physics?
Okay.
Like there's why there's literally books written on this topic.
Show me how you could use the behavior of gas to predict the trajectory of a rock.
I never said that. That was what you said. I never said that. That I'm just saying that we know the constant gravity we know the constant that we use as a placeholder for gravity. We don't fully understand why gravity exists. We just know that it works.
Yeah, bro. You're not listening. The implication is that you would be able to use the behavior of gas in order to predict the trajectory of the rock without even having ever studied what the rock would do.
I mean, okay, so yeah, if you don't believe in gravity, if you don't believe that the constant, if you don't believe that the constant G can work in both.
Stop believing stuff. We want you to know things, kid. It's just you don't believe.
I mean, we do.
You don't believe. I don't believe. Do you believe?
I do, because there's literally books about gas physics, and all the physics, you can punch the numbers in and the numbers end up working. And this is why, this is why pressure vessels are calculated using constants that these are physical constants.
Right.
What are you talking about?
You can calculate. You can calculate. Sorry.
I'm going to show him statement made by one
chat's
of
down
his
at the moment,
priests.
T-Dub.
Oh, is it? Damn. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll just read it out then. Right? You can look this up. I will just read out the quote.
Can you, T-Dub, can you turn up a little bit, please?
Sorry, man. Yeah. I'm just going to find this quote by Maxwell, and I'm going to read it out. This is one of the dudes he's talking about. Contributor to the to kinetic theory, right? Study.
It's like, do I need to link some projectile motion formulas to you guys? I'm just wondering.
I'm just going to read this out to you, bro.
Do you guys believe that?
Can you shut the fuck up?
You need to keep your pie hole shut while T-Dub is talking. Thank you.
Okay. Let's hear him.
One sec. I'm just scrolling through all this shit to find it. This is way back.
Well,
I should just look it up. Hang on. Let's get it from here. Sorry, Necros, you could have said what you wanted to say in that time. Sorry about
that. I just wanted to explain to him Matrix point about the point of equilibrium status. So I wanted to give an analogy with take a balloon, and you put it on the surface of water in a pool, so the balloon, that surface of water will be the rest point of that balloon, the equilibrium point of that balloon. If you take that, not balloon, but a ball, like a soccer ball, that soccer ball will just float on the surface, it will not go down because of gravity. It won't touch the ground because of gravity. So if you take that balloon, if you apply force on it and you lift the balloon 2 meters above the surface, you drop the balloon, the ball will just go back to its rest point. So it will sink down inside the medium of air because it is denser than the air, and it will again rest on the surface of water. It won't touch the ground because of gravity. Gravity attracts things down. No, it will just rest on the surface of water because it is less dense than the water and more dense than the air above it. So it will sit between those two layers. If you take that ball and you apply again force on it, but downward, you submerge it underwater 2 meters under the surface of water. You apply force on it so that ball wants to go back to its rest point, the equilibrium point. You release it, think that it will fall down because of gravity? No, it will fall up. It will go up and again rest on the surface of water where it's denser than the water but less dense than the air around it. The same thing. No gravity used. Did I claim that gravity is attracting the ball to the surface of water and gravity is attracting the ball from below water again to the surface of water? So gravity attracts things up and down. No, because that will be just an assumption that can't be validated. Just because of its rest point and equilibrium point, and you moved it from that equilibrium point, it has to go back to its rest point again. So yeah, you can calculate the trajectory of a missile or a ball, tennis ball or a ping pong ball. If I take that same ping pong ball and take rubber balloon,
balls float because they're less dense.
And I take a rubber
that they're
balloon,
placed in. This is like.
And if I take the rubber balloon,
and this is like junior high physics, I feel like.
And if I take a rubber balloon.
Yeah, so density is mass per unit volume. If a ball is displacing the amount of it's okay, so a ball will float because it displaces like a set amount of water, and if it is less dense than that same amount of water, it floats. That's how flotation works. Why boats float? I don't know. You guys are here. How do you think balls float?
I found that quote for you.
I'm cringing
right?
so hard.
I'll read this quote out for you from James Clerk Maxwell. Okay. I'm going to read this out to you, bro. While I still got it, it's still partly relevant. Gases are distinguished from other forms of matter, not only by their power of indefinite expansion, so as to fill any vessel, however large, and by the great effect heat has in dilating them, but by the uniformity and simplicity of the laws which regulate these changes. So did you hear what he said about the behavior of gases?
Yeah,
matter of fact, bro. Matter of fact.
Yeah, no, nothing that he said there is incorrect.
That's right.
Other than he gave me no mention of physics. But, he wasn't talking about how gases interact with physics. He made so what's your point?
Yes, he is. He's talking about the behavior of gases in reality.
You made no mention of gravity there whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
What wasn't about that? There's literally giant books about this whole topic.
Loof. gases don't give a fuck about gravity.
Wrong.
And
You
neither does
understand that?
Wrong.
neither does reality.
You
If
can
you
sit
speak,
there and say, nah, gravity, gravity, gravity. But guess what? Gases are not affected by it.
and when you talk about gravity or reality, you don't need to mention gravity. Thank you.
Like this is, it just goes to like basic physics because like.
And he's going to repeat.
This is just
Luke, stop repeating yourself. You're not a broken record. I can assure you now, every single fucking person that's on this panel listening to you repeat yourself, we've all heard this shit before. You're not in here re-educating us. The reason we all know the Earth is flat is because we've re-educated ourselves. We've looked into this shit. We've realised there's no backing to it. It is just baseless claims.
But you don't think that the value g works in equations about trajectory.
So you're talking about mathematical equations. I'm talking about reality.
They're tied together, you dumbass.
It doesn't work fully. You can change the g to a.
Give it a tweak.
To acceleration instead of g, gravity, and it will work better because you can calculate the trajectory of a ping pong ball, but you can't calculate the trajectory of a helium balloon that has the same weight of the ping pong ball, but so the rubber balloon have the same weight as the ping pong ball, and you add to it helium, so more weight than the ping pong ball. You throw them with the same force. One will touch the ground, the other not. And you can't calculate the trajectory of the other one who will go up. The balloon. Do you think that you can calculate the amount of force applied on the balloon that has the same weight of that ping pong ball, but the shit of the balloon didn't go down?
Sorry. I just want to hear what you said. I want to hear I missed exactly what you said in regards to the ping pong ball or the ball that had helium versus the regular ball.
So you have
Can you just say that again? I wanted to make sure I understood that. Correct.
You have a ping pong ball.
Not listening.
Right.
You have a ping pong ball or a tennis ball.
Yeah.
So choose one. So let's choose a ping pong ball.
Let's say you have both. Let's say you have one that's filled with helium and one filled with...
No, you can't fill a ping pong ball with helium. No. You can fill it with helium, with the amount of helium.
You definitely can. What are you talking about? What are you smoking?
Oh my God, stop. I understand. You can, but the ping pong ball will not stretch out. So the ping pong ball is a solid thing. Oh, shit the fuck up so to be able to listen. So the ping pong ball is one item. Now, I want you to measure the weight of that ping pong ball, and you take a rubber balloon. A rubber balloon with the same weight as the ping pong ball. You fill the rubber balloon with more weight because you say that gases have weight. Okay, so you fill the balloon with helium. You take the ping pong ball and your friend take the helium balloon, and you both throw those objects with the same amount of force forward.
And right there you would prove that gravity exists.
No.
You could punch in.
No,
you could.
Not the topic. It's not the topic. I'm asking you to use the Newtonian calculations, and calculate the path of those two objects that have the same weight, but not the same density.
You added more math.
There are literally equations for that. There's literally equations for that, and they.
Did you add mass to one? Did you add mass to one of them?
Yeah, the rubber balloon, you have this. It has the same weight as the ping pong ball, and you add for above that, you fill it with helium. So you add more mass to that balloon. So helium.
and then tie it to a ping pong ball.
No. Do you have separated objects? You just throw the object.
The ping pong ball and the balloon are the same weight. So technically they should follow the same trajectory, but they don't.
Make the other one, make the helium balloon heavier.
Well, he did make it heavier because the one guy claimed gases have weight. So when you add the helium, now the balloon weighs more than the ping pong ball.
The rubber balloon is already the same weight as the ping pong ball, but you fill it with helium, so it has more substance inside.
Yep.
So technically, it will be heavier than that ping pong ball. So you have that same equation.
What are you talking about? Like a helium balloon. A helium balloon will rise. That's literally what proving. That's literally disproving what you're talking about.
Shut up, Lo. I'm talking. Not only was he correct in what he stated, but as he was explaining that to us all earlier, all Loaf could focus on was his fucking God gravity as he was trying to listen. He wasn't really listening, but supposedly he was. And in the middle of the man's sentence, he brought in gravity into the equation. What a douchebag.
Just saying that the equations for figuring out which trajectory both balls would take. If you had one ball that was sealed, filled with helium, and one that was filled with oxygen, you would be able to throw them with the same force on each one, and you would punch in the numbers, and there will be an equation that matches.
And they would go on different trajectories because of what the fuck is in it. One of them's got helium in it. It's lighter. It's going to fuck off at a longer, but they're the same weight. Exactly.
Helium is lighter than air.
There's the same weights of material inside each ball. One of them has got 1 kilogram of helium in it. One of them's got 1 kilogram of oxygen in it. Both the same weight. Can you shut the fuck up? Both will do different things when a force is applied.
And why is that?
Yeah,
it's got fucking helium in it, you stupid cunt.
Instead of me, like if I was you will use two different equations for that. One, you will use the motions and gravity, because that ball will be attracted down because of that so-called gravity. And you will use the other principle, which is Archimedes' principle and relative density of the helium balloon compared to the air. And you will say that, it will go up without the use of gravity. But for me, I want to use different equations, just one. Archimedes' principle, the relative density of the different objects compared to the medium and the amount of force. So one will go down and one will go up. One will have more resistance because of its form using the displacement of the medium. Remember? That shit, buoyancy and thing. So that balloon will have the same resistance when it will go forward compared to that air around it. So it will stop it faster than the ping pong ball. So you will use those things inside the same equation.
And do you know the equation for buoyant force from Archimedes' principle? Do you know that equation or not?
I don't remember it from the top of my head, but I have it already. I can.
Want to take a second and look it up?
Yeah, I can show it in the side chat.
Sure. And what's one of the constants?
Side chat broke down for now.
The density of
it's buoyant force, which is FB equal. I'll fucking. I will copy it.
So was Archimedes
I don't even know if I can
wrong?
paste it.
Was Archimedes using it wrong?
There, I just. Oh, it's not even letting me paste.
Was Archimedes using his principle wrong? Since when he was around, there was no G. They didn't have a G value, did they?
Oh dear.
Not this one. I wanted to send the formula. Wait.
Here? No wonder.
So if,
Yes,
if Archimedes didn't have a G value, what was he doing wrong? Was he doing it wrong?
If you were listening
Hello?
earlier, you would have heard me
Okay,
say that the side chat's not working, so you can't post
I can't post
anything.
into it. It's not letting me post.
No,
The
yes,
equation.
like I just said, if you were listening earlier, you would have heard me say to T-Dub, the side chat's not working at the moment.
Or heard me repeat it again after him about a minute and a half ago, 2 minutes ago.
Well, anyway, okay, so you can Google that. You can type in buoyant force Archimedes principle into Google, and it will give you the equation that is literally used by like anybody that's calculating
What about
buoyancy.
when Archimedes used it? What about when Archimedes used it?
Dude, like, just like either you agree with science or you don't.
Who came first?
It's
Who
just
came
okay.
first?
The calculation is simple. There's
Archimedes?
three variables.
Or
There's
the
three
G
variables.
value?
There's rho, which
Hey,
is the density of the fluid. V, which is the volume.
Before you have a breakdown again, think about it. How can somebody use G if G hadn't been fucking thought of yet?
Was what like? Oh my god! I
want you to imagine something. Loof, I'll give you another analogy. Shut your fucking yap. I'll give you another. Loof, shut your fuck hole. Listen carefully. Yeah, no. Imagine driving a car before the fucking wheel was invented.
He left.
He's only done it as a pilot.
He left.
He can't come back in.
No. And it's not a constant. He was trying to push it as being a constant. The 9.8 meter per second is not a constant. They have an oblate spheroid. So the gravity in northern hemisphere of that globe will be less than the equator. It's not a constant. That's why they say that the weight is different. They weigh different. Remember those topics that we were arguing about when they claim that weight in the equator is different than the weight in northern hemisphere or southern hemisphere? So it's not a constant. And that's why they have those tools that they call gravimeters, where they have to throw some balls made of some specific material inside the vacuum and calculate the speed of that fall inside the vacuum. And they say that it's not a constant, but just an average.
Oh yeah, T-Dub, you're reading the mod chat.
What, sorry?
Have you read or are you reading the mod chat?
No. Hang on.
Yeah, might be an idea, just so you know what's going on.
What?
Exactly. That's why the kid doing a backflip and jumping out isn't really a bad thing. But it'll make you feel better. You got about an hour to go. He comes back into this room, scrolls up.
Yo, Matrix.
Yeah.
Still play games some time to time?
What's that? Sorry.
You still play games time to time? PC games?
Every now and then. I haven't played much for the last couple of
No,
weeks.
have you ever tried the game called Warframe?
Warframe? Yes, I have tried that.
Nice. I
played it for a little while. Actually, it wasn't too bad. One of my friends gets into it. He plays quite a bit, but yeah, I played for a little while.
I started it a couple months ago. Yeah, I agree. It's a nice game.
Yeah, it's pretty. One of the effects one of the guys does is like this snowstorm thing. If you've got all your settings maxed out, yeah, it's just the whole screen turns pretty and you can't see much.
So if we leave, can we not get back in?
Correct.
Okay.
That's the problem. For 2 hours. And we've already had an hour.
Okay. Right, he's a nobody.
You're just sussing out what we've got.
And he's a somebody. So what's he got to do with it? Why this happened?
Well, the first one...
I know, we probably shouldn't talk about it.
What we think's happened is somebody stuffed up, and then the other dudes have just come in and done mass damage control and locked the channel down, basically. So they've just sort of turned everything off, and we're the poor buggers that are underneath it. The only reason I even noticed it was when that junior was yibbering away. I went to just hit the pause button on him, and it's like, hang on a minute, where's all the, you know, when you right click and you can see all the red, mute, all that kind of shit? None of that was there, and I'm like, what is going on here? I'm pretty sure if Heretic was going to rail me, he would have said something first. And I tried clicking on my name. I thought, oh yeah, maybe something's going wrong. And that's when I logged out and logged back in earlier. Just real quick, dropped in, dropped out, dropped back in. And I'm looking, going, I don't know what's going on here. Oh, well, fuck it. Must be just me. We'll just hang about. And then all of a sudden, a few others started noticing things. And, yeah, then this shit happened. So I don't know if it happened prior to that or after that or what. But, yeah, I noticed I didn't have the mute button. It was probably, oh, shit, probably about 9:45.
All right. Okay, what's in the... Oh, shit. I got booted? No?
What happened?
No, I thought I'd disconnected or something. But, oh, for fuck's sake. What did it keep doing? Oh, shit. I might have this time.
Nah, you're still in here.
Okay. For some reason, I keep going to try to go scroll. Keeps closing the window. Hang on. There we go. Nothing in announcements. Nothing in guest mod chat. Is there anything in guest mod chat?
Let's roll up. What?
Huh?
Okay. You'd think there'd be something in announcements, even. You'd think they'd be like, hey.
Well, they've pinged
Rose, don't
Heretic
worry.
in there for something. Oh no, that was a while back. What was that? Get back to that. $10.41, 7. Somewhere between 9:30 and 10. Nothing. Just.
And for some reason,
Guess
room's
no
not
access, all the
favorited
rooms
for me
saying-
anymore.
What's that?
The room's not favorited for me anymore. It removed. Now, it's still one of my favorites, but it's not appearing at the top of the channel list. It's not appearing at the very, very top.
See, I don't even know how to make it do that. Voice limited. So our channel's been locked.
You'd think there'd be an announcement. If
Well,
there
that
some
was
sort of technical problems.
That was what someone else sort of pointed to. That a heads up. Oh, by the way, guys, this is what's going to happen. Sorry for any inconvenience. Yeah, deal with it.
Oh, okay.
Bit of a bummer that we can't use the side chat. That was a shit.
Yeah, I got someone in my DMs about this. They can't get in.
Can't get to your own DMs.
No, I can. No, someone's in my DMs about it. They can't get into the channel.
Ah, right, yeah. That's why a lot of people just went stuff it and went back to home base.
That was an hour ago. Holy shit! I didn't even realize. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch of them over there right now, eh?
Well, Crit's still in here. Not that, yeah.
Yeah, I could probably go log in to the other one on the other device.
Well, what do we got? Oh,
We
it's
just
bloody 20
browse.
past 11.
Yeah, it's getting late anyway, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm sort of thinking. I'm getting to the point where it's like, yeah, I'll just sit here for another 10 and then just go, you know what, go to bed.
I don't know any of these people personally.
Well,
yeah, but he's not wrong. He's not wrong. It's like maybe the strictures and the way in which we filtered people in here became antiquated because they no longer were, like we had them for a reason, and that reason may not exist anymore. So it's like in the peak of TFE, we got so for your history buffs, when a server reaches 30,000, Discord pulls it into a different set of servers. So like the average Discord server that's less than 30,000 is just like, let's just say in a bunch of disparate locations in their infrastructure. Maybe not even within their particular infrastructure. But once it reaches 30,000, they migrate it to some special status. We've been trying to reach 30,000 for years, and we've never been able to get it. It's like as soon as we approach it, the whatever algorithm goes on in Discord starts culling inactive accounts, so it won't allow you to get to 30,000. It's kind of like we're not really going to give you the status of a true 30,000 server if some of your dudes aren't actually active. And so we've always been skirting that 30,000 mark. And then in the peak of TFE, we were starting to get a lot more members, starting to drive towards that 30,000 mark. And then immediately, once we started getting there again, members just started going away every day, like it was automated.
We'll break those numbers. What's up, DJ?
Guys.
What's up, Alpha?
Not too much.
So you guys are definitely no longer in the politics or whatever anymore? That's done.
Maybe. Who knows?
Nothing.
No, what happened? What happened was a low-tier server-side mod overstepped his bounds, messed with some perms he shouldn't have. Got told you're a fuck up by a higher mod, and now the higher mods have to fix his mess with the perms, and so they just put the channel on mute from being accessed for a while. It's still actually broadcasting on YouTube right now.
So did it was it wrong for them to do that, or like did they have a reason to do that, or?
Well, the reason they did it is because their globe hero was getting trounced. And they didn't like the fact that their globe hero, who they thought was some kind of science boy that was going to wreck the flat earthers, was getting their ass smacked around. And so they decided, I'm gonna mess with the logistics of the flat earthers and take control of the convo, because my star child here that I thought was going to do it for me and prove the globe didn't work out as well as I hoped.
He's getting spanked like a redheaded stepchild. Yeah? And good.
So then they weren't justified in doing what they're doing.
I mean,
true. There's no justification. There's no justification because he's a low-tier mod that has expectations and responsibilities that he overstepped. He shouldn't have been interfering at all.
Yeah, he took sporadic.
Their server-side mods do not have permission to curate the conversations. They only have permission to execute major rule infractions and stuff like that. Like, they have to allow the guest rooms to operate in a certain freedom, and they're told that from admin level of the server down.
No target. Target locked.
Target locked.
Yeah, on a survey. That was the other thing. Like, you guys were making fun of my internet. Like, I only talk to you while I'm like working or driving in a car. Like, because I work by myself. Like, it's not like it's my home internet.
Yeah, no, but we're trying to have a conversation over here, man. And we hear you talking like a McDonald's drive-through. I need to go, please. Like, what the fuck? What can we do with that? Yeah? Nothing. Nothing, I tell you.
Understand it?
Really?
Yeah.
So we're just supposed to understand sputtery mics?
No. What I mean is, like, understand that, like, me personally, like, like, you've talked to me for a while, that I talk to you while I'm at work or while I'm driving, and occasionally I'll go into a bad cell area, and just let me know and I'll mute myself, or, like, just understand, like, the situation. That's all.
Yeah. All right.
It's not that big of a deal. It seemed like kind of silly, like you were like, I don't know, it almost seemed like you were trying to make fun of my internet quality for some reason.
Yeah, why
I
not?
just don't understand.
It's
Because
fun doing it.
but it's just like, because you know the reason why, so it just seems weird. But anyway,
Yeah, but
it is whatever.
But you got funny internet, dude. So why not make fun of it? You know, like dial up and all
Because
that stuff.
it's I don't know. It just seemed like you were trying to imply something when you know the reality is something that's
What,
not
that you don't have enough money to get good internet?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, okay. Well, I could just outright say it. I don't have to imply.
Is that what you think?
Well, I mean, if the shoe fits.
Does it though?
Seems like it.
In what way?
Oh, listen, bros. My internet that I operate on the majority of the time is very expensive and it's very crap.
Okay, but like,
I can attest to that. Yeah.
like, are you talking about the internet at your house?
No, on my mobile device.
Well, I mean, doesn't that depend on where you are?
Hey, who knows, dude? Let me put it to you this way: nobody knows the answer to that question.
I don't think that's true.
Really?
Yeah, no.
Really?
See, you can be in full bars, and you have the worst internet. You could be in 2 bars, and you have the best internet that you've ever experienced with crisp, clear voice. It's like there's no rhyme or reason to it.
Yeah, well, the bars have to do with your distance to like the nearest tower, not like necessarily how much like data is going in and out of your phone.
Oh, listen to Mr.
Exactly.
AT&T over here.
So
you know all about
Yeah,
that,
like
do you?
yeah, and even with 5G, like I'll be in 5G, and that'll be worse than when I'm in a 4G with like 1 bar. It just the basic thing is like wherever you're at, and even when you're at places that normally are good, they might be bad. So I'll put it to you this way: the only place that I get consistent connection is when I'm outside the Verizon store, because they have this one particular Verizon store, because there's no close towers. They have a home base tower that it's not a real tower, but it's being broadcast from the store, and that is crystal clear all the time.
Oh my God! You'll never know what just came through the Citizens app AI.
What's that?
This is a thing that just popped up. Rocket ready for takeoff. Singer Katy Perry is one of 6 women preparing to launch aboard Blue Origin's rocket from Van Horn, Texas.
Oh yeah. That's great, dude. Oh, just for a heads up, guys, we are live, and we are live
And the other bubbles
on
in here.
YouTube. On YouTube, friends.
We just got something hot off the wire. So, in case maybe you guys didn't know, Blue Origin's launching their rocket with Katy Perry on it. So,
yeah, I saw like the news article. Like it was like, well, the headline. I shouldn't say I saw the news article. I saw the headline a few days ago.
yeah. What's that going to do for all you Globers? She's going to sing that
not
song,
much.
Alien?
Honestly, I don't know Katy Perry's music that well to even know that there's a song called Alien.
Hey, look,
there is.
Yeah, check this out.
I guess you're a Katy Perry fan because I didn't even know that song existed.
You don't have to be a Katy Perry fan to know that she sang that song. Come on, man.
Well, look, listen,
I didn't even know that. I didn't even know she sang that song at all, though. Like,
well, that song
but you have
slaps,
more
so,
Katy Perry knowledge than me, so there you go.
That
Yeah,
song
but check
slaps.
this out,
Then
dude.
what?
These guys think that what's going to happen is these 6 ultimate representatives of humankind are going to go up and then report back that the Earth is a globe. But there's a non-zero probability, especially since it's Katy Perry, that she may come back and say, "Hey, the Earth is flat, you dummies. Like, I went up there. I know I'm supposed to say the Earth's a globe, but I saw it flat." Now, you might say I didn't go high enough to see the curve, but what I saw was flat. That could happen.
It could, yeah.
Because let's be honest with each other. Hold on, before you go on. Let's be honest with each other. Just chill for a second. Let's be honest with each other. There's a lot of people who went to high altitude who are not in a sufficient distance to see enough curvature, even in their own model, to make any clear claim. and they're clearly not telling the complete truth about what they saw. They're self-deluded. I think that's true as well. Go ahead.
No, just saying, like, I mean, would we at least agree that space is real then? If she goes up there and she says she saw a flat Earth?
Well, it depends on what you mean by space. So, for example, like if you go to high altitude, right? There's different types of altitudes that are described, but some altitudes are in the blue. So that what I mean by that is that everywhere you pan your camera, it's blue, and then there's altitudes which are in the black. So everywhere you pan your camera, sometimes it's black and sometimes it's blue, and sometimes you can see the line between the black and the blue. So when you go up into the black, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're quote unquote in space. It just means you're high enough above the Earth that the ambient atmosphere and the Rayleigh scattering has waned off to a point where you see black. So just because you're at high altitude doesn't mean you're in quote unquote space, nor does it mean that the standard model claim about what space is true. So high altitude does not equal space. That's what I mean.
Yeah. Very true, very true.
So what would qualify as space then?
You'd have to enter a different dimension and go through it like, the wardrobe, when you go in to talk to the talking lion. Yeah. Because it's fantasy. Made up. Not real.
So you have to qualify what you mean by space. Well, before you go on, qualify what you mean by space.
Like a near perfect vacuum.
Yeah, how do you know that? See, here's the thing that you've probably been taking for granted. You don't know how they got that information, do you?
I mean, I read an article. It was way beyond my knowledge or my, I could barely understand it.
Okay, that don't make any sense. You read something that was way beyond your knowledge, yet you're going to go ahead and say that now that solidifies your point? Make that make sense.
No, I'm not saying that solidifies my point.
Well,
what?
Well, what are you going to do with that information if you can't understand it, bro?
I mean, very little.
Maybe nothing. I don't understand it, so what can I do with this? Nothing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
what?
you believe in a paradigm that you have no knowledge of, or you can't even understand.
I didn't say that.
Really? So the vacuum of space in which you think exists has been measured in what way?
Yeah, I don't fully understand the method as how they measured the vacuum of space, like in deep space. Like I imagine,
not deep space. I'm not even talking about deep space, but I'm only talking about like upper part of the thermosphere, going to the exosphere, and that like where the Kármán line is. How they measured that monkey?
Oh yeah, I think they have like instrumentation that can do that. We have high altitude weather balloons that can easily see that. As they go up in elevation, the pressure decreases.
Okay, how high can those balloons go?
In a linear fashion as well, probably.
How high can those balloons?
I don't know if it's exponential, but it's. I mean,
exponential.
It's the rate as which air pressure decreases.
Yeah, how high can those balloons go, Duncan?
I don't know, pretty high up. I don't know, like 50,
that's
000,
ambiguous.
50,000 feet, 100,000 feet, maybe. I don't know.
Right.
It's not like I'm not that concerned about it.
You should be, because there's a claim. There's a claim on the table that you think that you already know that somebody's discovered, the air pressure values going up. Into the vacuum of space.
I have no major reason to doubt that they're lying about the air pressure.
Dude, it's not about that. Listen, man, it doesn't matter if you say you have no reason to believe that they're lying to you. Who cares? We want to know how you know that the vacuum of space is a reality.
I trust the scientists' data.
Which is?
That it's a near vacuum.
How do you know that, Duncan?
I trust that they use instrumentation that verified that. Like,
and you don't know don't know what the instrumentation is, though,
yeah,
right?
I don't need to though.
You-
I can
Come on, bro.
I can make this like a real basic thing for you to understand if you want.
No, you don't.
can try to
I
explain
get it, man. You fully are like. There's
Like
in
just
other
like
words,
no, just like a real simple thing. Like if you'd be willing to indulge me.
I mean, I don't know what else you're gonna say. There's nothing much more.
You can say yes or no. Like that's kind of up to you. Yes, I'll.
No, I mean,
indulge
I don't know what else you can say except for you're just like a staunch believer in the story. It's like this wonderful story. You're like, dude, I don't care if it's real or not. I just like the story. It's beautiful, so I like it.
So you're not willing to indulge me?
Why? What? Okay. What possibly? Duncan? What possibly could you say
trying to
that's going to
generate
make
content for your channel?
You're generating content for my channel.
Yeah.
What are you going to say?
Are you going to indulge me, or are you just going to cut me off like halfway off?
No, I don't care what you're going to say. Just tell me what it is you're going to say.
Okay. Do you know like the Pythagorean theorem?
Okay.
With right triangles and stuff like that?
Yeah, what does it have to do with the vacuum of space?
It's not about the vacuum of space so much about like knowing something that works without understanding how it works. Or the method that they use to like determine that.
Give me an example. Give me an example. Hello? Okay. No example.
My AirPod died.
Convenient time.
Well, I had to just trade it from my right ear to my left ear. Am I back?
Yeah.
Okay. So you know that like a squared plus b squared equals c squared, right? For right triangles.
Continue, Duncan. I don't know what relevance this has. You want to generate. You want to generate content.
You know that.
Yeah, if you want to generate content and give me relevance to what this has to do with the vacuum of space,
I'm
then
trying.
Put it together.
I'm trying. Do you know that a squared
Pythagorean
plus b squared
theorem.
equals c squared?
Continue.
Do you know that? Yes or no?
What difference does it make if you're not going to make a point? There's no point.
Well, I'm trying to make the point, but it doesn't seem like you're willing to indulge me by answering the question.
Who gives a shit?
All right. Well, I guess if you don't care, then you don't care. All right.
I don't.
All right.
You're not giving me the relevance. You're not telling me, hey, this is relevant. The Pythagorean theorem is relevant because I'm going to actually explain how the vacuum of space is attributed to this one formula or whatever. You're not doing that.
I'm talking about like knowing something without knowing the methodology.
What are you talking about? Can you just make your
talking
point?
About knowing something without knowing the methodology.
Just make your point, dude.
I'm trying to, but it seems like you're scared to answer the question.
I just want you to make your point. I don't need to agree or disagree with you. Just make your point.
Well, I can't go any further until you answer the question.
Well, then it sounds like you're going to be stymied right here, man. You might as well just be stymied.
No point whatsoever.
Yeah, not if you're willing. If you're not willing to engage, there's really no point. I agree.
Yeah, because I can say, you know what? I don't have to engage. This isn't like it's on terms based on if I'm willing to agree or disagree with you. All you got to do is make your point. You can say, all right, check this out.
I'm not asking you if you agree or disagree with me. I'm just asking if you know something.
You're trying. Let me put it this way. You're trying to make it sound like you don't have to know anything about what's being done, so long as something that is established without you knowing how it works is going to make it okay for you to believe the thing that you think about the vacuum of space. That's what you're saying right now. You want to give it a green light.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. You're trying to give it the green light pass so that you can feel comfortable to say that something that's established that you don't know about is okay for you to believe in because it's established. Therefore, it doesn't need your approval. It doesn't need your approval of understanding how it works, so long as it's established, and you can say, "I believe that thing is being done. It's okay because it's established."
Yo, this is
not because it's established.
Darth, do you realize the appeal to pragmatism? That's a logical fallacy. It worked. Just saying it works, therefore it's right. Do you even care that your point is on its face fallacious?
That's content right there.
Do you even does it even bother you that even your line of thinking until Alpha tells you something? So it's like genetic fallacy or ad popularium or at the pupil fallacious. Then you can't give your appeal to pragmatism fallacious argument. I mean, does it even bother you at all that your thinking is so problematic and so fallacious that they've got names for it? It's got like symptoms. It doesn't bother you at all? Does it cause you to think like, I wonder if I should unfuck myself? Or you just be like, maybe for you, the list of logical fallacies, that's a checklist.
But you guys,
is that what you use it for? Is that a checklist?
You guys hear what he was saying, though, right? Like, he wants to make it sound like something that's established. He doesn't have to know how that thing works, so long as it does work, and he doesn't know the method of how to demonstrate it working because he has no knowledge of it. He said something to the effect of, there was a paper that was written about the vacuum of space or something to the effect of that. I don't know how it works or anything. I can't even understand the paper, but I know that it's there, so therefore I can believe in it and trust it.
Yeah, this reminds me of a guy I talked to on GeoServer when the last time I was there. He said he only accepts things peer-reviewed. There's this Dr. Stever, something like Steven Stever, and he has these peer-reviewed papers, like 17 of them. Like a book, like thousands of pages of interviews, all talking about birthmarks correlating with lethal wounds from past lives.
Yeah.
I go, now do you believe in reincarnation? The guy's like, well, you got into the contradiction. How are you so fallacious and so logical, so illogical, but you think you're being logical? Like, how did you do that? What happened? Or could you even care to explain?
I think Duncan's fully trusting that he actually has a good beat on like his argument being correct, dude. That's what he's feeling like. He's like, dude, I don't know what these guys don't understand. He's wondering right now about why we can't accept his point of view on why he would say something that's established doesn't need his approval or him to understand it so long as it's established and he can just trust that it's been done.
Yeah, that's not quite what I was saying.
But yeah, it is, because the thing that's established right now would be the vacuum of space existing like they're telling you it does without you having any type of verifying methods to understand how it's even there, which is what I asked you. How do you know it's actually there where they're telling you it is? Exactly how they're telling you it is. Where's the measurement for that? What type of device are they using to measure the pressure values? There is nothing that you can conjure up right now that you would be able to tell me that you know that's true. Nothing.
Off the top of my head, yeah, no.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but
off the top of your head, or even if you thought about it for a week, dude.
No, I would just like look for the article and then I can like.
You know what?
The instrumentation.
Let me go ahead and send you. I could send you on. I could send you on a wild goose chase right now.
That way.
I could send you on chasing a ghost in the dark to look for that information. You would never return with any sufficient information to verify this. I'm telling you.
I mean,
you think it exists?
Like a time frame that you probably want. Like I could do it. Like I could send you something tomorrow, but definitely not like now while I'm in the middle of a job. Or in the
I don't
middle
care
of my
about
work
that.
day.
I really don't care about that. All I care about is
So if I send
an
it to you
answer.
tomorrow, that'd be fine.
It doesn't matter what, dude. We're here 24/7. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, just come
So
anytime.
yes, you'd be okay with me sending it to you tomorrow.
There are people that I'm waiting on for over 8 years already to bring
great.
some information. Zanuck is one of them.
That's
He
great.
said
Would
he
you
had.
be okay if I presented you the information tomorrow? Like, would you accept it? Like the instrumentation they use, all that stuff, or no?
Present it and I'll look through it. That's what I will say.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. But do you know what I'm requesting, right?
The article that I read.
No.
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 What do you?
I need a device by which they measured the pressure value outside, not inside of a cabin, outside pressure values of the vacuum of space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever device they use, how like.
And the method by which they've obtained these pressure values. Measure.
Yeah, if that's in the article, that'd be acceptable.
Okay, listen to the word that I'm saying, because hopefully the YouTube bot remembers. Measure. The pressure values measured. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Happy trails. Happy hunting.
I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah, I know. Neither am I. So, what's that tell you?
What did they do? Just unlocked.
This argument has been going on for some time now. People have been arguing whether the vacuum of space and these pressure values, but nobody can come up with the device or the methodology by which it was measured. The pressure values, yeah? So step up to the plate if you think you can take up the challenge. Which includes any other
what
glober,
pressure
not just you.
values like do you agree with as far as just like high weather balloons and stuff like that? Do you agree with any of those pressures?
Beyond the stratosphere, because it goes troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, and then you get to the upper parts of the thermosphere, which all the satellites in the ISS are. Then you goes exosphere, which of course I think thermosphere to exo is like the Kármán line, 62 miles above the Earth's surface, or thereabouts. Yeah, I need the pressure values measured from those altitudes.
Right, like you seem to be like well versed in like which layers of atmosphere we have, and like
according to the globe paradigm,
like do you accept like the measurements of the pressure in those high altitude weather balloons?
It's not about accepting them. I want to know the method by which they were utilized to be taken from those altitudes. I want to know.
Yeah, I think they just use like regular barometers for those.
But this is what you're saying on the fly. This isn't the correct answer. So I'm looking for the correct answer.
It's not the correct answer?
Dude, I want you to go look for it. You can't just say things right now and thinking I'm just going to be like, oh, yeah, you're right.
Well, I was talking about something else, and now I'm changing the topic to
something else. Dude, I've been Are you talking to me about the same thing that I've been talking to you to go look for? You're in the same conversation I am, right?
Yeah, the first things we were talking about, like, the pressure in, like, space, and, like, I was talking about deep space, and then I changed the topic to, like, just, like, the pressure that we get from, like, the high-altitude weather balloons.
Yeah, and I followed you there. And I was like, so if you go from weather balloon to beyond that, how did they get the pressure values to even talk about, like, where the thermosphere, the exosphere, or any of the, like, beyond the Kármán line, where the argument for, I'll tell you like this, the argument for the container begins. This is important, right?
I'm asking you, like, at what point do you stop believing the data of, like, the pressures reported?
Dude, it's not about stop believing the data. I need something presented. Show me. Right?
Right. You do agree that there are high weather balloons in the air, right? High altitude
we're not
weather
talking
balloons
about that.
Though.
The distance or the altitude at which they can travel to is only about the stratosphere levels, which is right above the troposphere.
Okay, cool. Do you accept the data coming from those high altitude weather hoops?
Not about accepting the data. I want to know the methodology beyond that. We're talking about beyond that, not at
We
that
were
place.
talking about beyond that. Now I'm trying to talk about that.
No, that's not what's in
No, you don't want
contention.
to talk about that.
It's not what's in contention. It's not what's in contention. I already told you what's in contention. It's a fact
Well, I'm
that
just
people
worried
think.
that.
Nah, don't be worried. Don't be worried. Just present the information that I'm asking for, and all is well. That's it.
I'm just worried that even if I do present that data,
Yeah,
you
you gotta
might
be worried.
not even accept. You might not accept it the same as
Yeah,
like you.
it's
You
always
might not
about
be
me
willing to
accepting it,
accept
dude.
the
It's
high.
not that.
Well, yeah.
Present the information, because here's the thing. I'm
Yeah,
thinking
of course.
you're
I'm
gonna
trying
come
to
back.
hope that the person I'm talking to accepts the data I'm presenting.
Oh my god, dude, just come back with the information. Why don't you? That'd be easy, right? Go get it. Come back. We'll look into it.
Yeah, sure.
All right, go do it.
But would you accept the data?
Who gives a shit? You're not going to present anything anyway.
I give a shit. I personally give a shit. If
Bro, you're not
if
going
I
to
go
present
and get
it.
it, if you'll accept it.
I'll be like this. I guarantee you, you say that, but you'll never return with the information. If you return, you'll be. If you return, you're going to come up with some cockamamie idea that you came up with some answer that's not going to be an answer, really. You can't come up with something. It's got to be genuinely, coming from academia. So it better be something that.
absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then good. Sounds like we struck an accord. Sounds good.
Sounds good.
So, yeah. Meanwhile, back at the ranch. What's going on, y'all? Yeah, far too often the conversation has been about, but you know what this reminds me of? It almost reminds me of the conversation with the 93 million mile away sun or the close and local sun. That's what this reminds me of. It kind of started going into the territory like about a month ago. I was actually examining the conversation about it. And I'm like, you know what? We've been indulging them far too long. It's almost like when the old conversation for rockets working in a vacuum. You remember that? And that used to be a hot topic. We're like, oh, how do rockets work in a vacuum? Well, they can't operate in a vacuum. And that used to be a real big point. People used to bring it up and, that sort of thing. And then this was to me like, well, we've been arguing for this point for quite some time. It's almost like if you think about all the arguments, you could like say, well, do we have supportive information to bring up this kind of, factoid, if you will. Okay, they say at the Kármán line, the pressure value is equaling about maybe 10 to the -6 or -2 or whatever it is, the low pressure value that they give it, because they're kind of like going back and forth on those, right? And then it's like, okay, if that's true, which that's not even known, because how did they attain those pressure values? With what method? What device? From all I've been hearing is that there's no way to measure those at those altitudes. So what are we left with? Are we left with like this argument that can't be verified and or put into like to the to the Glober? So that's what we're dealing with right now. I mean, although it can stand still, they're going to have to produce that information, how they can have gas pressure without a container. But even further than that, they don't even know if their pressure actually equalizes to be what they say it is at that altitude. They don't even know that. And that's the challenge right now. At least what I gave to Duncan Darth. He'd be the first one that's going to carry the torch forward. What up, Crit?
Oh, but just got back, and you're like, hey.
Yeah. Nah, I challenged old Duncan there to go and find that information out, because that's all he has to do, right? Just go search it out, come back, show where he found out that they measured the pressure values and the altitudes where the ISS is, and all of that stuff. Then I think we'll be all right, because at least they'll have some documents. ISS. Well, I mean, that's already beyond the Kármán line, so.
Yeah, I'm talking about like deep space.
No, we're not talking about deep space.
Yeah, I am. That's like
but that's you. I'm not asking that. You
how
are.
They measure the pressure in deep space. I'm just wanting to be clear. That's what I'm going to.
You're asking a question that's not what I'm asking. How do you do that?
I just want to be clear. That's what I'm going to bring back to is data that.
What you're asking
in like deep space.
You see, why is it what you're asking and not what I'm asking? I'm not asking what you're asking.
That's literally the first thing I talked about. Like the first thing I brought up.
So you just want to do what you want
in space,
and you don't want to provide evidence of the thing where the ISS or satellites are. Yeah.
Well, I was talking about pressure in space.
Nah, bro. Like you can't.
I was specifically talking about that.
No.
Yes.
No. So now you're changing it. So now you're going to come back with whatever you want and not what I wanted.
If you want, I can come back with what you want.
Yeah.
If you want, I'll look into that.
I told you that's what I want. I just come back with the pressure values, how they measured it.
Well, you didn't specifically say like that. The pressure where the ISS station was. We were just talking about pressure in space in general. I mean, let's be honest. That's
it doesn't really. Listen, I'll be honest with you. It doesn't really matter.
Then okay, great.
Because anything
what I was talking about was about the deep pressure in like space.
Anything beyond
the pressure in deep space.
Anything beyond the stratosphere is going to be. If you got the way they measured anything beyond measured, right? That's the key word here.
Yep, measure. Yep, measure.
Okay.
Doesn't have to be like the same way we measure air pressure on Earth. Can be. As long as it's a measurement and how they measured it.
There's the methodology has to be sound, like what they've done.
Yeah, I agree.
So okay, and practical. So it can't be something. It can't be something that we thought about it like in this way. And no, you're gonna have to show what practically they did, and then we'll go from there.
I'm just saying, it doesn't have to be the same way we measure air pressure on Earth. It can be a different method.
Well, I don't know what you're going to come up with, so I can't yay or nay you right now. You have to show what you're going to find, what your findings are.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Don't act like you have amnesia when I talk to you next time. Oh, what do you mean?
I hope
you
that
mean?
You don't act like we have amnesia. Where I'm
Are you kidding me?
You right
Next
now,
time I see you, I'm going to be. That's the first thing I'm going to say when I see you.
I just don't want you to be like, well, that's not the way we measure air pressure on in Earth's atmosphere. So therefore, it's not
I will challenge you though.
I don't want to hear that.
If it's something that you just conjured up, I will say something. Better not be something you made up.
It's going to be directly from the article.
Okay.
But I just want to be clear. It's not the same way we measure air pressure in Earth's atmosphere.
No, we'll discuss it.
Method.
We'll discuss it because whatever article you bring
I just
forward,
don't want you to have amnesia.
You know what? I'll do this.
You didn't say that we were going to have a different method.
No, I'll do this. As soon as you bring up whatever it is, we're going to examine whatever you have thoroughly.
Cool.
I'm not going to skip out because you want to. Well, don't read that part. Read this one. No, we're going to read whatever it is you bring.
Sure.
All right.
All right.
Well, but what does this do for you? How do you think you get to a globe with this?
I don't think you get to a globe by this.
Or not a flat.
Yeah, I don't. I don't think the pressures of deep space have anything to do with that.
Yeah, but it does have to deal with your space mythos, doesn't it? There's a paradigm that exists. There's a paradigm that exists that your space mythos has to be some sort of placement for all the objects within the realm of existence that you're in. So you're trying to put all of reality in this realm that exists in this mythos. That's going to be removed. That's going to be removed when you can provide evidence that it exists, which is what I want you to do when you come forward with that document. That when you think it exists somewhere.
Tyson,
no offense, that just sounded like a whole lot of word salad. I didn't quite totally understand all that.
Yeah, this is what let me translate for you. Tyson said there's some pressure in the vacuum that they can't explain. They call this dark matter. Even if you would say, oh, look at this pressure gradient in the vacuum of space. So what, you have unobservable matter at this point? Normally that wouldn't be a problem, he goes on to say. But when you account for all the pressure, 97% of the visible universe is unobservable universe. Unobservable. You have unobservable. Like, how do you get there? How do you get to a model that's 97% unobservable and call it observable?
Your space mythos is going bye-bye. Next time you have a conversation with me.
I don't think so, but
it's going bye-bye, dude. I guarantee it. You're gonna be frantically looking for something when you go away. Dude, this will hang over your head every time I see you. I'm gonna be telling you about it every time. You'll probably get tired of me telling you, to be honest.
Maybe.
Yeah. So the best way to find out that I'm not gonna be able to tell you over and over again is to verify this information. It better be something practical. It better be something that can be done, and not some freaking hypothetical thing.
Wait. You're saying you have to be able to do this experiment?
Anyone could do this.
No, not anyone. Someone that
really
can actually go out into space would have
hell
to be.
Nah. No, this can't be something that's only done specially by some individuals that can only do the thing if they have like something that no one else can have. No.
Do you agree that in order to know like what's inside the volcano, you actually have to be able to go inside the volcano, like to verify it?
Except for this isn't a volcano, and it's a.
No, I agree. It's not.
It's a region. Like, it's a location that, according to you, is the beginning of like the mythos. The mythos begins at this place.
Do you agree that you would need special equipment in order to access certain like parts of the volcano? You would need special equipment in order to be able to do those things. Yes.
Yeah, but a volcano has nothing to do with space, is it?
I mean, it kind of does because
no, it doesn't.
Space is like another type of environment where.
Can you go to a volcano?
You need
Can
certain.
You go to a volcano?
If you have certain equipment, you can. Yes.
No, I meant, can you arrive at one?
Yes, if you have certain equipment, yes.
No, can you freaking arrive at a volcano?
Yes, if you have certain equipment.
You don't need equipment. You just need to take a plane ride to Hawaii and go near a volcano, bro.
So you need access to a plane, right?
Yeah, and
okay, so you do need access to certain equipment to go there.
Yeah, so when you get equipment to examine the volcanoes, what you were talking about, not to get there logistically, dumbass.
Well, I am, because like how to get to this, like how do you send like instrumentation out to like measure what the vacuum of space is, like the pressure, unless you like go out there, unless you actually send it out there, unless you have the ability to do those things.
No. Can't you create an artificial vacuum on Earth, doofus?
Yes, but that wouldn't be
okay then.
Pressure.
All right then.
Okay, but that wouldn't be the pressure.
Jesus,
of, like,
dude.
Deep space. You're asking me like.
No, we're not talking about deep space. I already told you. You keep shifting the goalposts, dude.
I feel like you're shifting. Are you saying that if I came back
told you this.
Tomorrow, hang on.
No, you have such a bad memory. I'm going to tell you over and over again what I said.
Hang on.
I told you from the mesosphere on up. So now I'm not talking about, listen to me carefully. I'm not talking about the troposphere or the stratosphere. I'm talking about the mesosphere and above. I need the pressure values from those regions, bro. Listen, I need the pressure values from.
Access to. You need.
Are you gonna listen to me or just keep over talking me? This is the reason why you don't remember shit, because you keep over talking me. So it's the mesosphere and above. That's what I'm requesting, and you stop talking about deep space because that doesn't qualify from being inside the Earth system according to the Glober paradigm. So the Glober paradigm is saying from the mesosphere on up to the exosphere. In between those, that's still in the Earth system. So I want to know how the pressure values are taken from those regions, because anywhere outside from the mesosphere onto the exosphere, according to your paradigm, you need to figure out how that was measured. Measured, not calculated.
I feel like you're going to get annoyed, but now I don't understand. Are you asking me for the data about the air pressure in deep space, or those specific layers of the atmosphere?
Oh my God, dude. Can somebody translate for this guy?
He's not asking you anything at all. He's telling you your space mythos is gone. It's gone. You don't have anything to present. And even if you did have something to present, you wouldn't even know for sure. It would be a big question mark in the sky.
Yep.
I don't say
he can't square that circle. He's not going to square that circle. I can just tell you right now. There's like a wrench that just got lobbed into this machine of his in his brain.
Well, it was weird, like when you said like that you don't need special equipment, or you don't need special like you don't need to actually access the areas that you want the pressure of in order to get those pressure. That just seemed a little weird to me.
Why you should stick to your own worldview in your own epistemology rather than aborting that and then going into some meth-filled symposium of the sky using someone else's idea. As soon as you abort from your own ideas about a topic and then you try to use someone else's that you don't understand, you're at like 3 layers of inception at this point. Which is why you can't present anything, because even internally, you got nothing to present. You don't even know what's being talked about yet.
Yeah.
No offense, Kurt. When you start talking about worldviews and using other people's worldviews, and this, I kind of just get lost. Like I don't know.
I don't think it was him that.
Yeah, you want to call balls and strikes. You want to be like the king shit, the motherfucker, asking people questions and just telling them they're wrong, and they're supposed to just change your idea because you're.
Can you sort of point to an example of me doing that?
Yeah, just like now.
Right now.
Like
Right now,
what are you talking about? Like what are you talking about?
You can't do what you want to do because Alpha won't give you some answers that you think you already have. It's fucking amazing. It's absolutely fucking amazing. Fix that. That's your worldview. Your worldview.
Right. So Alpha wants me to present data to show what the pressure in space is, and I'm trying to clarify what does he mean by like which parts of space? Because at first I was talking about deep space, and then he started. He was like, okay, as long as you go beyond the stratosphere or whatever mesosphere, as long as you go beyond that, that's acceptable. And now he's telling me like, no, I want the data from those specific layers of the atmosphere.
So anything, I'll tell you again. Let me do it slowly, okay? So it goes troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere. Anything beyond the mesosphere. From the mesosphere on up, according to your globe paradigm, the pressure, I don't care how far you go. You can go from mesosphere, you can go from mesosphere on into deep space. It doesn't matter to me.
Gotcha.
Anywhere beyond, hold on, wait. Anywhere beyond the mesosphere. And I'm telling you, just like Crit said, it's going to be a big question mark in the sky. Get it? Yeah. So you don't know, and you will not know. It doesn't matter if you take it tomorrow, or a week from now, or a year from now. You will still never know.
Right. So I think we're in agreement again, even though we keep going back and forth.
Dude, you're
Do
the
you
one that's
agree-
flip flopping. I'm not. I haven't changed
I don't
what I
think
told.
I am, but I may be. Do you agree that in order to like get that data from that region, we would need some type of special equipment to measure the pressure in deep space?
Yeah. Go see what you can find out and come back and report. Let's see what
You
got.
do agree that we would need some type of special equipment?
I'm not going to say anything anymore. I'm telling you to go and see what's out there, and see if you can come back with something that's at least applicable.
The reason why I'm asking this question is because you're not going to be able to do this experiment yourself.
Dude, can you just go and find out what they're saying about how to measure that?
I'll do that. I already told you
All right.
that's not going to be anytime soon. That's going to be like when I'm not working and blah blah.
When's
and I have
that?
time.
When's this?
My work day varies. It's either can be anywhere from 9 to 13-hour days.
No, I meant like give me a day or whatever.
I'll try to get it to you by tomorrow morning, but no promises. Maybe a couple days.
All right, fair enough.
Fair enough. But you do agree then that like you don't need to be able to repeat this experiment, right?
Yeah, if you're gonna say something is not practical, like let's just say hypothetical, then yeah, I'm gonna dismiss it. I'm gonna hand wave dismiss it. But if it's something practical that can be done, then yeah, it's something that can be tested by anybody.
No, see that's the thing. Like it can be tested by anyone that has access to certain equipment.
You don't even
Can
know
we
what
agree
you're
on
gonna
that?
come back. You don't even know what you're gonna come back with, dude.
No,
Let's put it that way.
Can we
There you
agree
go.
that like anyone can do
No.
the experiment as long as they have like the ability to access the special equipment in order to do the experiment?
First of all, the
Like
first
is that
step.
is that the qualifier?
No. The qualifier is for you to go and find out if there is anything that's possible.
Yeah.
That's the qualifier.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that.
Yeah, you should be. You should be
But
shaking in
I'm
your
not.
boots right now because
Yeah,
the
but
big
I'm
question mark in the sky is going to remain a question mark in the sky.
Okay,
It ain't going to be solved by tomorrow, dude. Trust me.
Yeah,
it
but
will not be.
I'm not shaking in my boots. Trust me.
Oh,
I'm
you
not.
should be because your
I'm
worldview
not.
is going to go bye bye.
No, I just want to make
Yeah,
sure that
it
we're
is.
saying that like the restrictions on the data I present isn't that like everybody can just do this experiment in their
I'm gonna
backyard.
put it to you like this, man. You think there's something that you're gonna bring that nobody can do because you have to be a specialized expert or whatever. I'm telling you, you're gonna come back with an empty hand, nothing to show.
You're
get
saying that won't count.
Yeah, you're coming back empty-handed.
Why
you're
doesn't
gonna
that
turn your
count?
pockets inside out, and there's nothing gonna be coming out of there but lint.
Why doesn't that count? The fact that like you can't do it yourself. Why does
I'm
that
telling you, it's not even gonna be that, dude. You're imagining that you're thinking you're gonna come back with something that people can't do. I'm telling you, you're gonna come back with absolutely fuck all, dude.
No.
Zero
I'm going to come back
information.
with things that certain people can do with access to special equipment.
This is your confidence level right now, but it's going to diminish tomorrow morning when you absolutely
I
find
don't
nothing.
think so.
Then try me. Do it.
Yeah, or you said I was.
Yeah. Oh, dude, I'm gonna love this. I am.
I
I'm
bet,
absolutely.
I bet you are.
I
I have a
dude.
feeling you're not going to accept the data.
No,
but-
I have a feeling you're not gonna show. That's what I
Okay.
have a feeling of. I'm calling your ass out. Go. I can try to
What do
see
you
if you
mean,
can go and see if you can find any information. You're
Yeah, I
not
already
going to
told
find
you
it.
I'm not going to be doing this while I'm working. Like, how many times do I have to repeat that thing to you? I don't know why you don't understand that.
I'm only saying that when you go, and when it's time to go, you're not going to find shit. Which is going to make me even more happier when I see you again.
Sure.
I'm not going to fucking take whatever you say either. Oh, well, look, I got this and ChatGPT. Bullshit, dude. You better come up with
it's not
something.
ChatGPT. I fucking hate
It better,
ChatGPT. I think
it
that
better
shit's
come. It
stupid.
better be something from academia or some source that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay then.
Okay then.
Alrighty
Yes.
then.
You're so fucking destroyed, dude. Yeesh.
All right.
You don't even know how many people have tried this particular argument and failed. I think that's what you don't know.
I would be surprised if a few people have tried and, like you don't accept the data, because I have a feeling that's exactly what's going to happen to me. Like, I'm going to present something and you're going to say something along the lines of like,
I'm gonna
okay,
tell you like this,
how
man.
can we do this test repeatedly? How can we verify it?
No. I'm going to tell you like this. Spoiler alert. There's nothing in academia that's going to provide the information that you think that there is. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Nothing that you accept, I agree.
No, there's nothing. There is nothing. So that big question mark in the sky is going to remain a question mark. You're not going to solve the problem tomorrow. It's not going to be solved, dude.
Sure.
I had the same talk with some friends of mine who are, they're not anti-flat Earth, but like, dude, I don't get this flat Earth shit you're on about. Like, I really don't get it. And I'm like, what's there not to get? Went over it. Yep, don't get it. It's just some weird quirk you got, whatever. So there's a new friend that we got added to the group. This is like May last year. And he was like really incensed about the flat Earth stuff. Like, dude, come on, man. It's a joke, right? You're just joking, right? And I'm like, no, it's not a joke, dude. Okay, the Earth is flat, stationary. Observably, measurably, practically used. Like all this stuff you think is proof. It's not proof. All the arguments you have are fallacious. If anything, you'd have to say why I'm wrong for the right reasons. Your globe is so big, at a human level, it's flat and stationary. So anyway, kind of like he spurred out for a little bit, then he left the group and came back like a month ago. And this is like, I guess maybe like January he left and came back. And then people are like, dude, like, why the fuck did you spurg out? And, he blamed me. He's all upset. And then we talked it out. He's like, okay, yeah, it wasn't really your fault. I had some other things going on in my life, and I just was like not really in the right place. And I'm like, yeah, no worries. So he goes, what do you want me to research? I go, nothing. I don't want you to do anything at all. Just, whatever you want to do. Just do whatever the fuck you want to do, okay? This is your one life. Do it what you want to do with it. If you want to look the topic up, do it when you want to. He said, okay, well, give me some things to look up. What's some keywords? So he typed into, I think it's, what was it? One of the chat GPTs, not or the AIs, but not was it Perplexity or something? What's the one that will do a deep seek? Like it'll basically write the scientific paper for you. Okay,
DeepSeek. DeepSeek, is that the name of it?
Yeah, DeepSeek's
no, it's got a feature. It's got a feature called DeepSeek. Like it'll go through and it'll cite papers and do like APA citation and everything. So he ended up, everything I said, he prompted into that AI and did DeepSeek. And it took like 3 days for it to write the paper. And it was like 50 pages long. And it had like citations and everything. And then at the end of the paper, it basically, when we went in, I said, yeah, like one of the things we talked about, I go, when you look at the sky, it's just a big question mark. No one knows what's up there. You can't know none of that stuff is knowable. It's the beginning of time to right now, it's just a story. No one can go there and everything. So then the AI spit out this paper, and it's like 50 pages long, and he posted to me. He's like, ha, gotcha. And I'm like, got me what? He goes like, will you even read it? I'm like, you want me to read all 50 pages? He's like, yeah. So I read through all 50 pages, grabbed some stuff, and poised it back to him. Hey, what's your response to this, and this? And finally, at the end, we get there. He's like, yeah, I really didn't read it. It's just too long, too much crap. I go, do you at least read the conclusion? And the conclusion was just amazing. The conclusion was like, humanity, through the course of human history, has always pondered the stars. The current answers in things that we got right now are our best guess. No one really knows exactly what's happening up there, and it would be a very long time before human becomes a spacefaring race. Like I was like, holy shit, dude! The AI took 3 days to basically come up with what I told you right from the very beginning. He's like, yeah, it did.
Well, AI still came up with space.
It came up with, it's a big question mark. It came up with if you use space as your answer, you end up with more questions, not answers.
Did the AI say that Earth wasn't a sphere, that it wasn't rotating, that solar systems don't exist?
No, it said if you
that gravity
use the sky,
isn't real.
If you use the sky to determine what the Earth is, you're going to end up with more questions than answers. Which really matches a lot of these globalists. They always come in with questions. No answers. Not
I'm just
one single answer.
You said you read through the 50-page paper. Like, what did it say about the shape of the Earth? What did it say about solar systems?
Yeah,
what
it
did
said
it say
that
about
if you
space?
use all that space lore, you end up with more questions than answers. I can go over it. I can throw the paperwork up. One of the chapters, which is like 10 pages long, about the failures of academia and academic dishonesty.
Yeah, but that's like saying, like, you ever hear the expression, like, the more you know on a subject, the more you know that you don't know?
Yeah, and that is compounded to the nth degree when you hit a meth-filled symposium about the sky.
Right, so AI saying, like, the more we know about space, the more questions we have, doesn't mean that we don't, like, know
means you don't
certain
know
things
shit.
about space.
It means that your answers are actually more questions. No answer.
No, it doesn't mean that.
Yeah, that's exactly what that means.
No.
There's not a single answer.
Yes.
If you look up, for every question you ask, you get 10 more questions. No answers.
Yeah,
Not
like how do you measure the pressure values at the mesosphere and above?
Are we going back to that?
Come from that.
Oh yeah, you ain't coming back with anything. I'm giving you the spoiler alert.
Of course not. Like, why do you keep, like, making a point, like, saying, like, I haven't come back
Don't get
with
upset, dude.
when
Don't
we
get
are,
upset.
like, because it just, like,
You
seems
see,
silly
Crit?
to me. You're acting silly. You're acting
Because you're getting upset, bro. Because you know
No,
Crit, he's gonna be this mad tomorrow.
I already told you multiple
Are you gonna be this mad tomorrow,
I'm
Duncan?
not doing that. No, I'm not. I just think
Come
you're
on, bro.
acting silly, and I don't understand why you choose to act so silly.
Come on, Duncan.
I
Come
literally
on,
told
man.
you multiple times I am not doing that right now. I'm not looking up the research. So, like, why do you keep bringing it up as a point? Like,
You're
saying, like,
only
listen,
you're delaying the inevitable.
The data yet. You haven't
You're
presented
delaying-
the data yet. You're like, of course I haven't presented the data yet. I haven't said I was going to present the data yet. Like,
Yeah,
that's
it's
so
funny that you
stupid.
don't. It's funny that you don't have it now. Of all this time you've had in this, with all this time that you've had in the argument and the discussions that you've been in here, you didn't know that information up until the point where I ask you now. Doesn't that strike you as odd that you don't have that
No, not
information? Really?
No.
So
No.
you're carrying this belief as like a faith-based belief so far because you don't know how they've done it. So tomorrow you're going to be even more disappointed now that I pointed it out to you and that all this time you spent in the chat, I don't know how many, what is it, a year, 2 years or something like this that you've been in here and you still don't have the answer and you still won't tomorrow. How about that?
Yeah, I'm not that
You'll probably be even
concerned
more
about
sour
the air
tomorrow.
pressure of deep space. I'm really not. I just think it's kind of silly for you to be like, look, he hasn't presented the data yet. When I've
Yeah,
told
because you
multiple
should
times,
already
I'm
have
not
it.
presenting the data yet.
Dude, if
Like, that's
space
just like
meant that much to you.
You're acting silly. You're
If
just
space
proving
meant
my
that
name.
much to you, like the way it does now, because it sounds like you're getting upset. If it meant that much to
No, I'm
you,
not
then
getting
you would have
upset.
already
I just
had
think
the
you're
answer
acting silly.
now.
I
You
think-
would have already
I
had
think
the
it's
answer.
like, I think it's funny how silly you're acting.
Well, it's not silly. I'm only showing you
It
that
is
you should
very
have already thought about this question
very
a
silly
long time
to
ago.
keep bringing up the point when I've already said that I'll get the data to you later, saying, look, he hasn't gotten me the data yet.
Yeah, because you should already
Like, I think
have
acting
that.
silly.
No, you should already have the information. Be honest, right?
Yeah,
you
you're a
should
spoiler.
already know.
No.
Yeah, Jersey, or
I don't
spoiler.
have the data. I
Spoiler.
don't have that
Your
article
data, even if you
hyperlinked.
find it.
I don't have it
Yeah,
stored
you're
in my
spoiler.
phone.
Spoiler
It's
alert.
not that big of a concern.
Yeah, spoiler
to me.
alert. Even if you get this data, you'll end up with 10 more questions. No answers.
So what? No.
Yeah, you don't even
It's-
care.
Just the fact that you end up with more the fact that you end up with more questions doesn't mean you didn't get any answers.
Answer The answer was 10 more questions that will each have 10 more questions. That will each have 10 more questions. The longer you have a meth-filled symposium about the sky, you get more and more and more questions. It's just endless. I mean, I could pull up I feel like maybe if you hear AI say it out of its own mouth, it'd be like, hey, it's really great to think about space and the final frontier, but right now there just isn't anything you can do with it. It's a big question mark. It's a big I don't know.
Yeah. He's
Chris,
going to say that tomorrow.
You already
Watch.
agreed that like sometimes when like the more you learn about something, the more questions you can have. That doesn't mean you didn't get any answers.
No answers, yeah.
No, that doesn't mean that.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
He's upset.
That's exactly what that means. That's it. That's
No,
what
it
it means
doesn't.
one for one, yeah.
No, it doesn't.
Yep. Yeah, it does. That's exactly what that means.
It absolutely doesn't. No.
Yeah, if you didn't have answers, you've got questions.
The curious thing is that this guy advocates for space being something that's real, and he doesn't know the information that he should already think about. Like in the conversation that we've been having about gas pressure without a container, he should already have something available. He doesn't, which shows that the space mythos that he's been carrying, he's still carrying it now. He's never going to find an answer to that, even tomorrow or the next day or a year from now. It doesn't matter. He'll never have an answer.
Check this
I think that's kind of funny for like you to say that when you stick to this whole like the Earth is not a sphere, the Earth is not this, and you have no knowledge as to beyond that the Earth is flat, what the Earth is.
What are you talking about? The overall, like
Here's
what
your
the
answer.
overall Earth is, like overall?
Yeah,
Here's
like
your- this is your
besides
best answer.
Earth being flat.
Yeah, hold on, Jarizi, listen. Here's your best answer you can get from the sky. The Earth is not the sky. If you go one step further than that, you lose that answer and you add 10 more questions.
I just think it's kind of silly that you
The Earth
guys
is
are
not
like
the sky.
making
So
fun
really,
of me
Earth
for
is
not
not the
having
sky.
all the knowledge of deep space, the pressure, having these articles linked, all ready to go, when the only thing you can tell me about the Earth is not a sphere.
Yeah, so
Not
that's
the
just
sky.
it's a
Not the
classic.
sky.
That's a classic burden of proof reversal. You want to make it sound like we're the ones carrying the burden.
no,
sir,
no.
you're the one carrying the burden. You're the one with the
just think it's
belief in the
funny.
space mythos. You're the one that believes that the Earth is spinning and wobbling and tilting and hurling through space. That's you. Because you space
I'm
mythos
not saying
is
that.
you think you've imagined yourself like Star Trek, gallivanting among the stars, right? That's what you think is going to happen in the future. None of that is real, and none of the things that you think that are already solidified, which is that there's pressure values measured beyond the mesosphere, none of that is real. All to you in your mind right now, you think it is. So you are going about your day thinking, well, I'm just going to find it out tomorrow. You're not gonna, is what I'm saying.
I'm not saying your lack of knowledge proves my point. I just think it's funny that you're making fun of me for my lack of knowledge when you have almost no knowledge of what Earth is.
See, but what you're saying though is that nobody can know that information. You definitely can't. Yeah? Now what? Aw.
Again, I'm just pointing out the irony.
Dude, it's not ironic. It's not ironic that somebody who doesn't. Well, just chill for a second. It's not ironic that somebody who doesn't claim to know admits they don't know versus someone who claims to know admits they don't know.
Yeah, that's not what I'm doing, though.
Yeah, dude. Oh my God. Yes, it is.
No,
you
it's
think
not.
you think that the vacuum of space. You think the vacuum of space exists, Duncan? You think the vacuum of space exists, and that is a real place that people, astronauts, right, can travel to, and all kinds of stuff. But you don't know if it actually exists the way they tell you it does, which means you're going to have to find out whether or not the pressure values are measured in those regions. And you're going to come back empty-handed tomorrow, and we're all going to listen to you make excuses tomorrow. Oh, well, I was busy. I couldn't, find it. Yeah, it'll be tomorrow. You're going to delay the inevitable, and I'll be happy to hear you, when you confront that. It's going to be great.
I'm I'm pointing out the irony to address the other guy thing. I'm pointing out the irony that
why can't you call people by their names? That's just weird. We call you Duncan. I mean, why can't you look at the names in here? AI is the one that was speaking. Yeah.
Do you want me to explain why?
Because you don't give two shits about people in this. Probably.
No, that's not it.
Well, then.
Do you want to know why? My phone's in my pocket and I'm working.
You can't hear people's voices and recognize the people that you've been talking to for, a year.
Honestly, my interactions with AI are very limited. I think he would even agree with that.
Oh, now you know his name.
Haven't had
fucking hell, dude.
You just told me his name.
Yeah.
You just told me.
You said your interactions are limited. How the fuck would you know that if you hadn't had interactions with him before? You
That's
fucking
how I would
doofus.
know that they're limited. If I don't
He's
have
laughing. You're a goddamn doofus, bro.
If I don't have that many interactions with him, I know that they're limited. What are you
How would you know that if you didn't know his name?
Oh my god,
dude! You
I do know his name.
Point.
I do know his name. I don't
just
recognize his voice. I don't recognize his voice and can link it to his name directly. Sorry, not sorry.
Right.
Right. You're getting it.
You're a big old doofus, dude.
So do you understand that my phone's in my pocket and I don't recognize someone's voice right away? Is that understandable to you?
Yeah, because your excuse is you don't have to. Yeah, that guy, that person. Now I'm fucking slipping into a meta conversation.
AI, did you take offense to me calling you
Nobody's
that guy?
taking it. Did anybody say that except for
Then
me?
what's the problem? Why are your panties getting up in such a bunch that you had to create
because
this meta discussion of this?
Because after all this time,
your
Duncan,
panties are the one that are screwing up.
yeah,
in the bunch.
people all this time call you Duncan. They fucking know who you are. Yet you don't have the time to take to fucking be in this chat and be like, oh yeah, this guy over here, I know that's AI, and this is over here Alpha, and this other guy over here is Crit. Yeah.
Yeah, I recognize Crit's voice because I've had numerous conversations with him, both in public discourse and also privately. I think Crit is a very chill guy. I kind of like him. I think he plays to certain aspects that he has to in order to promote his channel, and I understand that. I may not always agree with him, but I do think he's a very fair, in some ways, room operator in the sense that he might make it seem unfair for certain people, but in all end, he seems to have respect for people's privacy and does control the room in that way.
And what do you think about the guy that you didn't remember his name? What about him?
Again, I don't have too many interactions with him, so I can't really say too much. That also says that I haven't had. I mean, the fact that I haven't had too many negative interactions with him says probably a lot too. Me personally, the person that I most I can't stand the most in your group is fucking the douchebag Radwin.
What the fuck did he do to you?
What?
I barely hear him on fucking hell, dude.
He's just a douchebag.
What the fuck?
That's just my personal opinion. You can say well, that's uncalled for. You can say hey, listen, I don't want you calling in that in here, and I'll respect you, Crit, if that's what you want me to do. But that's just my personal opinion.
No, I get it. I think it's great because normally I get tons and tons of complaints. It's like endless amount of globalists saying you have to get rid of Crit. Crit's just awful. You're why do you have Crit around? You know,
Duncan's advocating for you when the whole world is not. That's weird.
When it comes to certain things, Crit, there are things where I've done where I posted pictures and I remember I accidentally posted a photo or something and you privately messaged me and say hey, I deleted this from the chat. I don't think you meant to post this, blah, blah, blah. I appreciate you doing things like that. I really do.
Oh, yeah. That's why I double check. When I mod somebody, I try to make damn sure they know why I did what I did. And if they disagree with it and add their own answer, no, you didn't delete that because you thought it was private. You deleted that because you're a bitch. I'm okay, fine. Let's do that. Let's use that answer then.
So
Okay.
now that I pointed out a compliment, can I point out something that I don't agree with you on certain things?
Yeah, sure. You got to balance the force. Okay, there's a disturbance in the force right now.
So
His feet
one of
stinking.
the
He
last
doesn't love
times that
Jesus. What do you come up with?
no, one of the last times I got banned in here was when fucking that douchebag was using Nathan's whatever account, and he was talking about like Globers have rabies and they should be put down like dogs that have rabies and stuff like.
Neil.
And I got banned for being like, hey, you probably shouldn't say that. And you didn't seem to be like, you seemed okay with it. You're like, well, you're going to be banned and I'm not going to unban you, even though all I was doing was pointing out what some other person said that should be banned for.
Oh, I get it. Okay, I get. So number one, that was uncalled for. He should have said that. Number two, Neil is like that. Okay, Neil is like completely over the top. The third thing is that he was referencing Old Yeller, and I think it was Cujo. Yeah, Cujo. That was the other one. So he was talking about the sense where if you just let the dog go rabid, you're going to end up in the car stuck. Like, you got to get rid of these globalists because they'll make it worse, like, until you basically get rid of them. And then with Old Yeller, it's about a story where
the kid ends up shooting the dog in the end because it has rabies.
Yeah, because his dad died in the Civil War. And right when they found out his dad had died in the Civil War, the stray dog shows up that just falls in love with the little boy. And at some point, I think it's a raccoon, if I remember right, or some little varmint. And
something like that.
Yeah, the dog fights. I don't think it's a bear. I can't remember. It's something small enough that the dog is able to fight it off, but gets bit. And the animal's rabid. So now the kid he's not understanding. He doesn't really understand germs and viruses and whatnot. But he knows his dog got bit, and he has to shoot his dog, but he can't.
But he ends up shooting
because that's his dad.
But he does end up shooting the dog.
Oh yeah, he does. Yeah, he ends up shooting the dog.
And the guy in the chat, the guy was saying that Globers should be put down like as if they have rabies, like dogs with rabies, like in Old Yeller.
Yeah, because he had in that story, he was effectively shooting his dad. He was saying goodbye to a family member. So Neil, if you want to say 1-for-1 correlation, Neil's like saying, as hard as it can be, these globalists are so bad. You got to say goodbye. At some point, they aren't going to get better. There isn't a way. They're not going to get healthy again. They're gone. And
you can't listen. I don't think he's seriously saying that we should be out there shooting globers. I don't think.
Yeah, I get it.
I do think it's a joke. I'm not going to support him for saying that.
I think called a parable.
I just wanted to point out, bro, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you even say that? And for some reason, I got banned. And when I was just like, hey, why did I get banned? I got no reason for it whatsoever. And then you told me I'll unban you after Nathan Oakley is done.
Yeah.
Why? But why? Well, why am I being banned?
Well, they didn't want you in the channel talking about Neil and what he said. It's not good content. And I did. As soon as Nathan was gone, I unbanned you.
Yeah, but why am I being banned to start with?
Okay,
it's the same reason, bro. It's the same reason you need to stop talking about it in here, dude. We're broadcasting. We're not talking about people getting banned or unbanned, dude. For goodness sakes.
Yeah, it's off topic. It's the concept isn't about what somebody said or offer as much positive charity as possible. You really knew that
Neil was
not talking about walking around shooting globalists.
Right?
Cool story, dudes. We're not talking about that here, okay? You want to talk about that? Get a private room, and then you can cope all you want, okay? Move back to the topic.
I asked Crit if I can bring this up, and he said yes. So,
dude, AI is overriding dude. Just relax, bro.
Yeah. I guess
that's all you gotta do.
The main story is that he was giving me a lot of props, so he had to say something that I did wrong. So I guess
okay, that's fair.
I did ask for it. I did ask for him to say because
Crit one time pet a shark in the opposite direction. Okay, he's clearly a horrible human being.
That's not what I'm saying. So I don't know why you're trying to misconstrue me like that.
Oh my God, this guy!
Oh my gosh, you can't even take a joke.
He's touchy.
I can take a joke. It's just like it's you guys don't have the best sense of humor, so it's hard to tell when you're joking.
Oh my God, dude!
Shut the fuck up.
Dude, when you pet a shark backwards, it makes your hand bleed, dude. So it's a double-pronged joke on both of you guys. Good grief, you got no. The problem that you don't get my humor is you're not smart enough. That's why.
I know when you pet a shark backwards, you're gonna get cut. Like I know that. Like that's not like a big, huge mystery.
Oh my God,
dude! Chuck Norris once pet a shark backwards and filleted him.
Yeah, that's great.
Kind of like Alpha just filleted you on your little claims about I know what's in outer space.
Yeah.
Sure. If that's your take on it, then that's your take.
You know we're gonna.
You agreed. Right? You agreed, dude. You basically agreed, whether you realize it or not, that you don't actually know. Now, whether that means it is or isn't the case, but you basically said, "Well, then, dude, how do you know?"
You want me to clarify what I said?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I said I know that they've measured the pressures of deep space. The exact methodology of it, I don't remember off the top of my head, but there is an article about it. So
okay, that's fair. So let me ask this question: do you know that they measured it, or do you know that they claimed that they measured it?
Okay, I mean, if we're gonna get back to if we want to go to hard solipsism, we can. But I feel like that's pedantic.
Hard solipsism, dude. If somebody comes out and says, "Hey, I measured Trump's wiener. It's 7 inches," do you know that they measured it, or do you know that they claimed they measured it? Which one?
That they claim they measure it. Sure.
Okay, so you need to parse it out and then do a little more digging to find out before you really know. Right? You can't just read a headline that say, "I know this happened."
I agree.
So it's on tomorrow?
When I heard you fair enough. So when I heard you talking about it, I just didn't get the impression that you know. I just got the impression that you were trusting other people, that what they said was true.
Well, yeah. I mean, I do trust scientists and their data.
Cool. Which ones? Who did that? Which one?
Which ones?
Uh-huh.
I don't have a list.
Just one. How about just one?
Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't trust. I don't know scientists like that. I don't know the people that are doing yeah. I'm not that concerned about it.
Not that concerned about it. I like it.
It'd be like someone say, "Hey, I trust my pastors. I trust religious leaders." Be like, "Well, who will name one?" George McFly and Mickey Mouse.
No.
You're like, okay, yeah, I saw that skit. That was on Enemy Mine. Okay.
Yeah.
Clearly, the human didn't have. He was apolitical, a-religious. He was justified. Time.
Brother, you're onto something, Crit. But I just want to point out that if Homeboy wants to, he can phone a friend right now. We allegedly have a subject matter expert about things of the spectacular in our midst at this moment, Mr. Danny 57, the one, the only, the celebrity, the heavyweight world champ in midget boxing right here. And so you could just ask him and he'll tell you how they measured it, bro. And then, since you trust Danny, since he's a supposed scientist, and he's a Christian, which means he can't lie, it's impossible, obviously. That means whatever he says must be taken as truth. So just ask him and he'll tell you.
Oh, excellent.
Can't lie.
Subject matter expert. Subject matter expert. You can appeal to him right now, man. I will allow it.
Christians don't have the capability of lying. That's fucking funny.
No. But did you hear what AI just said? You could appeal to him right now. The opportunity is golden. Can't you see?
He's actually predisposed to be hostile. Look, he's predisposed to. Dude, Danny 57 is a professional apologist. Just, I'll tell you, bro. Notice how I'm trying to tell you, and I already recognize you don't know, which is why I'm telling you who he is. Follow? So he is a well-known Christian apologist who works for Answers in Genesis in their department that talks about things with the space type stuff.
He's written books. One of his books, I believe, is called Falling Flat. If I remember correctly, it's a critique of the flat Earth community and presenting some counter arguments based on his expertise in his fields. So he's a well-known, well-educated, hostile witness against flat Earth that would probably agree with you on claims about space. And he's a subject matter expert in that area. So, like, asking him right now would be juicy for you to take advantage of.
I will accept it.
Yeah,
You'll accept it.
Answers in Genesis.
Yeah.
He'll
Yeah, why
direct
would
you
I
back to
trust
the book
that?
of. He'll direct you
I
back
don't.
to the book of Genesis.
I tend not to trust scientists that
Oh
look for
my
answers
gosh,
to
bro.
like.
Are you?
I mean,
he doesn't trust only trust scientists that are atheist losers.
No, that's not what. You gotta let me. You gotta let me finish. You gotta let me
Duncan,
finish my
come
statement.
on, bro.
You gotta
What
let
are
me
we
finish my
doing?
statement.
My favorite
You gotta
Daniel
let me
video
finish my
was like he
statement.
walks up to a podium, has a whole audience full of people. He says, "Is the Earth flat?" And everyone in the audience just kind of look at him like, "Is this like is this a stand-up comedian or like who's this guy?" And he says, "No," and then he walks off the stage.
I don't know what
So
we're
can
gonna
I
do with
finish
you,
like what
Duncan.
I was trying to say? Can I finish what I was trying to say?
The absolute denial of a subject
Yeah.
matter expert.
Yeah,
Okay.
right now, Jay
that's
Reese,
not what I
you've got Danny. He's an astrophysicist. This is the guy you're looking for.
Can I just finish what I was saying before? Because I don't want to be misquoted.
No, before we go on, I just have to, yes, we'll let you, but I have to give this out there too. He's an actual astrophysicist and currently employed plying his trade rather than all the scrubs that come in here claiming to be astrophysicists. So
Yeah,
go ahead and finish what you have to
once-
say rather than take advantage of the fact that he's in here and could help you out. All right, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, they're like you
So
get
what I
a
was
lot of
trying to say is, like-
astrophysicists who are one semester away from graduating for like 10 years now. For 10 years, they've been one semester away. Here's a dude straight up. Like he's documented. You've seen him on TV. There's like, I've seen you on TV. You're like, yeah, I'm the guy. Talk to him. Ask him. How do you
got
get
it, Duncan.
pressure in the vacuum?
Mm-hmm.
So what
Say
I was
the
trying to
weird
say
thing.
is I don't trust scientists that
Oh,
don't want
God.
the evidence.
Don't do it, Duncan. Don't finish that
That
statement, man.
What? What was I going to say?
You're going to say, I don't trust scientists that don't let the evidence lead them to their conclusions and rather have a philosophical predispositional bias to religious worldview. You know, kind of like Newton, Einstein, Hubble, etc. The list goes on. They all are on record, documented from their own mouths, making philosophical choices and not following the evidence where it leads, dude. So you just threw all those dumbos under the bus, bro. Good job.
This is why I talk about worldviews, Jerizi. I always talk about the worldview because the worldview can sometimes be the problem where someone's got to fix it. Your atheism and your science are hard countering each other. It's like two rams just bucking back and forth, and you can't seem to get out of that. One of those two things have to give. Either you're going to have to give up your atheism or give up your science because the two things are not compatible.
How does mutually exclusive?
Well, can't say we didn't try.
But anyway, yeah, you kind of get what I was going to say. That don't let the evidence speak for themselves, but like search for evidence that only justifies their answer. Yeah, you pretty much got what I was going to say.
Well, I'll see you tomorrow, Duncan. I gotta get going, but well, you had a chance here with an expert, bro.
Yeah,
With an
yeah,
expert.
sure. Like, is he there? Like, I don't know his voice.
Oh.
Sorry, I don't recognize your voice. Something 57. I forgot what they said.
Yeah. Sometimes he's just doing something and he says he's listening, like he might be gardening or something. He'll tell us that he's just listening in the background, so he can't join. So he doesn't always voice up when we directly address him, if that makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense.
But so while we're petitioning him, I'm going to read something to you. It's very interesting. Let me post it here so you can get the.
I got you can post it, but again, my phone's in my pocket. I'm not going to be.
I'm gonna look. Yeah, I know, dude. But you see, if you pay attention, I said I'm going to read it for you.
No, that's fair. I just don't know if you're just going to read like a gist or I don't know. What
No, this is a direct quote. This is a direct quote, dude, from Dr. Lewontin. Okay, so here we go. Our willingness to accept scientific claims that are against common sense is the key to an understanding of the real struggle between science and the supernatural. We take the side of science in spite of the patent absurdity of some of its constructs, in spite of its failures to fulfill many of its extravagant promises of health and life, in spite of the tolerance of the scientific community for unsubstantiated just so stories, because we have a prior commitment, a commitment to materialism. It is not that the methods and institutions of science somehow compel us to accept a material explanation of the phenomenal world. On the contrary, we are forced by an a priori adherence to material causes to create an apparatus of investigation and a set of concepts that produce material explanations, no matter how counterintuitive, no matter how mystifying to the uninitiated. Moreover, that materialism is absolute, for we cannot allow a divine foot in the door. The eminent Kant scholar Louis Beck used to say that anyone who could believe in God could believe in anything. To appeal to an omnipotent deity is to allow that the moment of the regularities of nature could be ruptured, that miracles could happen. What this scientist is admitting, friend, is that they structured their inquiry to exclude where the evidence may lead to supernatural causation, and they focus on material explanations only. And so they bias themselves and gimp their abilities directly from the outset based on philosophical decisions. And the list goes on for very famous people involved in heliocentric Big Bang expanding cosmogony that admitted the same thing, dude. I already named some of them off for you. So it's not the case that you think these scientists that you believe in are just following the evidence where it leads, dude. Not at all.
So, do you understand why they say that?
Yeah, I do understand why they say that, because in the words of Hubble, I'll tell you in the words of Hubble, the idea that the Earth is special, unique, and the center of the universe is terrifying. He's terrified of it. They're terrified of the implications of supernatural and the evidence leading towards it. They're terrified of it. Do you know why they're terrified of it? Because then that would mean that they're beholden to the Creator. That's what it means, and that's why they're scared to death.
So, can you think of like any natural phenomena that we just say, oh, like it used to be like, oh, well, that's just God doing that, and now like with science, we have a better understanding of what caused that event? Do you agree with that?
Specific instances where you can show the mechanical processes that occur, and you saying that means that we can then exclude the idea that we should follow the evidence where it leads when it leads to supernatural explanations. They're mutually exclusive, dude. Mutually.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I feel like I didn't get it.
I know what you're saying, dude. What I just described for you is that what you're saying it doesn't carry the point that you think it needs to carry.
Well, I think it does. So, like, for example, like when it comes to like earthquakes, you know, if we had just simply said, "Oh, well, that's just God being God,"
dude, nobody cares.
No
yeah,
point.
We understand.
There's no point in looking into it. There's no point in understanding. Like, it can't be a natural phenomena. It's just God being God. Whatever.
No, but it is a natural phenomenon, dude.
Right. But like it used to, but we used to not think that. We used to just think, "Oh, that's God." We didn't think, we thought it was a supernatural phenomena. We didn't think it was a natural phenomena until we started studying it. And like the only way that we were able to do that is to say like, hey, listen, we're going to leave that God hypothesis at the door. We're going to say, no, there is another answer to this, and we're going to find that. And we had to leave God out of it, because if we just say like, hey, it's supernatural, then that ends the discussion. Do you understand that?
Dude, if you're setting off at the beginning to say these events are supernatural, Therefore, we're not going to investigate what's available to us naturally. That would be the opposite end of the other end, which Mr. Lewontin just explained for you. But once you put this stricture on yourself, where say we can only investigate where it leads to natural explanations, that's the other end of the same error, dude. That's the problem. So, for example, I could quote for you right now, dude. Evolutionary biologists, psychologists, and physicists who agree that based on where quote-unquote science has led, the naturalistic paradigm is insufficient because when they study ever-decreasing time, energy, and material states, for example, like trying to find, the smallest particle possible or the smallest amount of time and all these things and how things work at that level, the people who are most advanced in it realize that the sentient presence of the observer is required for material, energy, and temporal states to exist. In other words, material, energy, and time can't be eternal. Only the sentients can. And these people, dude, they're not flat earthers. They're not specific theists. They're coming to their conclusion through, quote unquote, the scientific paradigm. And what they're getting to is that sentience is reality. And the material, physical, energetic, temporal world is a subset of that. Now, to be fair, we all already knew this. Throughout antiquity, humans knew.
The last 30 seconds because my AirPod died, so I had to switch it. So I missed the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, so these men who are coming to their things through they believe in expanding Big Bang cosmogony. They believe in the globe Earth. They believe in quote unquote a lot of the mainstream paradigm of science, but they're coming to the conclusion that it is not the case that an inanimate universe sprung into existence and sentient agents evolved later. But no, that sentient agency is required in the first instance for the material, physical, and natural world to exist. Period. So in other words, sentience
I'm not familiar with the people that say that.
Yeah, I know you're not, because you're not up to date with science, bro.
Well, no, I feel like the scientific consensus is that matter first started to form.
See, there's your problem, dude. That's the problem, dude. Consensus is not an arbiter of truth.
Formed from stellar nuclear fission and stuff like that.
We agree, dude. I already laid that out. That one way to look at it is that everything started dead and eventually became alive and then became sentient. But that's just not the case.
So what evidence is there that there was sentience first besides just a logical argument?
Yeah, dude. I'm glad you asked. So read the book, The Case Against Reality. Look into the guys mentioned in the book and their research, and you'll find that when they look at actual experiments, like literal experiments that are looking for ever-decreasing temporal, energetic, and material states, that they end up coming up with the facts.
Are you saying you don't have the link ready to post right now?
Dude, why would I?
I don't know. You expected me to have the post link to about deep space and air pressure ready to go right then and there. So I kind of am just putting the same burden on you.
No, that's wrong. That's wrong. See, what actually happened was he expected you to know it, and if you didn't know it, then to link it. See, I'm explaining what I know based on what I heard from these dudes.
Yeah,
dude.
So link it.
Yeah, dude.
You just said you have to read it. You didn't present how you know it. You just said, well, you have to read it. So you didn't present how you know it.
Dude, what you asked him to produce is stupid anyway. On his face.
That was fucking bad.
You asked for empirical evidence for sentience. How are you even gonna do you get a jar of that?
Exactly.
Are you silly, dude?
I'm not as silly as you guys.
The evidence is self-evident.
I definitely am silly.
Okay, but can I ask you? I heard you say something like, "We used to think earthquakes were supernatural, and now we know they're natural." How do we know they're natural phenomenon? Can you tell me?
We studied how.
That's a statement about men. Okay, I want the evidence for it being a natural phenomenon.
Yeah, we've literally seen plate tectonics split at the mid-ocean ridge. We've seen subduction plates. We've seen direct.
We've seen it.
Yeah,
subduction plates that are 150 kilometers underneath the surface of the Earth.
No, some of them aren't that deep. What are you talking about?
That's where they're subducting, right? In the mantle?
No, they subduct at the surface as well.
Okay. Can you actually show like physical evidence of this? You got core samples, photographs, anything like that?
Yeah, I think they videotaped it. Do I personally have it? No.
They videotaped it? We got videos of subduction plates?
Yeah.
How about when they say this earthquake was caused by plate slippage 70 kilometers below the surface of the earth? Like, what's the evidence for that? You know,
like
all that shit is, you know, all of that is hypothetical.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's not a reputation. It's all hypothetical.
No, they can literally predict like say they get like
now they can predict earthquakes. Oh yeah, okay. Give me
that's you're misconstruing. Like, you gotta let me finish what I'm saying before you like think you know what I'm saying. So we've been able to detect earthquakes like in local areas and predict when that earthquake will be detected by other monitoring stations, and it's been accurate. So
yeah, you're full of shit. They use a hyperbolic wave equation. Yeah, you are. They use what's called a hyperbolic. Are you going to listen? They use a hyperbolic wave equation.
Just don't say I'm full of shit. Like,
you are full of shit because you don't know how it's done. You are. You're full of shit. You don't know how it's done. Okay, so post some data, dude.
Track the P and the S waves.
Oh, dude, you just like parroting bullshit, dude. So
there's also other ways that they can
you know what a hyperbolic. You know what a hyperbolic wave equation is?
No. Enlighten me.
Okay. Jesus. So you don't know anything about
the hydro plate fucking theory? Is that what you're talking about? About like the flooding of the earth?
They model seismic waves as a hyperbolic disk. That's right, a hyperbolic disk. It's also known as a Poincare disk. So T and S waves are not actually measured; they're an artifact of the coordinate system of the model. You don't know.
So we don't actually measure the waves. Okay, we don't. Yeah, so we don't actually measure these waves. Okay.
No, we measure surface disturbances, and we take that data and we stick that data into a model. But that model has a geometry and a coordinate system, and if you're using a hyperbolic geometry, there's only certain ways that geometry can be expressed, right?
Okay.
You don't know what you're talking about. There's no evidence that it's fucking natural or supernatural. You don't know anything more. You just believe a different story. That's it. Yeah, You do.
Okay.
And I can't believe you asked for empirical evidence of sentience. That's like the silliest fucking thing I've ever heard.
Why wouldn't I ask for that? Don't you ask for empirical evidence for a spherical Earth?
Okay. That's different. Okay?
How is that different?
Sentience, because sentience is a metaphysical category.
So
it doesn't exist empirically in the physical world. Things like the laws of logic, mathematics, those things, they're transcendental categories that there's no empirical evidence for. And empirical evidence for them isn't even possible.
Sure.
Well, think about it. The laws of logic, right? The law of identity, the law of excluded middle, the law of non-contradiction. Where do they exist in nature? What empirical experiment can we do to find them?
I think they just describe nature.
Where does truth exist?
I just think they describe nature, and truth is just what comports with reality.
Okay, that's begging the question, dude.
I mean, you can call it begging the question. That's just how I define what truth is.
Okay, so truth. Listen, can I empirically find truth through some scientific method?
I think so.
Okay, Okay, give me an example. What experiment can I do?
You can do an experiment to see what wavelength light is, and then we have a system that we describe what that color is based on its wavelength.
Yeah, great. But okay, that's a proposition. Now, how do we evaluate the truth?
Yeah, we can use multiple machines to measure the wavelength of the light. If they all are like,
Okay, you're dodging, dude. Okay. Where does the truth exist? In the physical world.
Yeah, truth is the physical world.
Truth is the physical world.
Yeah, sure. I mean, the physical world is part of reality, so yeah, sure.
You do circular logic much?
Yeah.
Truth is a concept, right? It exists in the minds of men. We evaluate propositions, and then we determine what the truth is. Only minds can do that, right?
Do we determine what the truth is, or do we determine if that proposition is true?
No. We determine what the truth is.
We do.
Yes.
Or do we just have a proposition of what the truth is?
No, we evaluate a proposition on whether it's true or false.
Yeah, we determine whether it's true or false based off of what we determine.
Yes, dude.
Yeah, it's circular.
No, it's not circular. The evaluation is different. Listen, because the evaluation is different than the truth of the matter, right? So let's just use this as an example. Cat equals cat. We can evaluate that proposition. A cat equals cat, regardless of whether we evaluate the proposition or not. It's still true, but we don't have to evaluate it for it to be true. It's true, independent of our mind. That's why it's objective.
I don't think it's true.
You don't think cat equals cat?
Cat equals
dog. No, we have a huge variety of cats, so you can have like two cats that don't equal each other, no problem.
How about this?
Okay, so you're denying the law of identity by using the law of identity.
No, I'm not denying. No. Cat is a very broad, general category. So
that's right. And the category cat is equal to the category cat.
No, it's not.
Can I try something?
No, it's not.
No.
Please, someone click this shit. This is ultimate retardation level.
Let me try something. This came up on another server where we were talking about flat Earth, and just to show the worldview is so fucked up, and what I mean by worldview. So, Jerizi, if you heard a cat but saw a dog, what would you say you saw?
I'd say that there's a cat somewhere that I can't see, and I can see a dog.
None of your words have any meaning because you denied the law of identity.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did. When you said cat does not equal cat, you denied the law of identity. You have to use the law of identity to even deny it.
Those are categories.
No shit. The category has an identity, dude.
Yeah, you like an identity is like way more specific. Like that cat equals that cat.
No, it doesn't have to map directly to a physical object. So we have the set of all cats.
So you think all numbers equal numbers?
No. We have the set of all animals called cat. Okay, that is equal to the set of all animals called cat. They're the same thing. It's the identity.
We have different. There are different categories of cats, though. So.
Okay, but that is a subset of the set.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. You have to get a little bit more specific. There you go.
No, you don't have to be more specific because we're talking about the overall category.
Yeah, there is.
This is retardation on the most epic level I've ever heard in my life, dude. You're arguing that because there's a subset of a whole set that the whole set doesn't exist, which is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life.
There's many breeds of cats, but they are all cats.
Right, but they don't all equal each other.
Yeah, but they are all cats. They were talking about the
cat. But they don't equal each other. Not all cats. All cats
you'd say you saw a dog. That's what you'd say. You saw a dog and you heard a cat. Be real, dude.
Yeah, I saw a dog. I can see a dog, and I heard a cat, which probably means there's a cat somewhere nearby that I can't see. I don't see the problem, Chris.
Yeah, the problem is you just excluded the two categories between cat and dog, proving that they exist. Therefore, cat equals cat, dog equals dog, cat doesn't equal dog. Good grief, dude.
A specific cat equals that specific cat. That's the law of identity. Not that like all cats equal each other. That's not this. That's not what the law of identity is.
So what you're saying is you don't have human rights because I'm a human and you're a human, and therefore we're not the same human, so we can't share human rights. Good grief, dude. Are you kidding?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, you think that's not what you're saying, but that's the entailments of what you're saying, dude.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
But it's not.
Yeah, you think that every single human on Earth has to have individual tailored rights to them specifically, rather than having human rights, which applies to all people that possess that category of humanity, which would be all humans.
Yeah, but you don't have the same rights that I do.
Human rights, you dummy. I don't have the right to your property. I can't. I don't own your house. Duh. Owning your house isn't a human right, dude.
Right. So, like, what do you mean? Owning property isn't a human right, like in America?
No, dude.
No.
Me owning your house when you already own it isn't my right, and it's not even in the category of human right.
Okay. What about like? So, what are some of these human rights? Like the right to vote?
Wow. No, right to vote is not a human right, dude. If the right to vote was a human right, just hold on. Let me say this.
What's a human right that?
Hold on. Dude, when I say hold on, I want to finish what I'm saying. Do you understand? Is that not unfair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, thanks. Cool. So,
can you just do me a favor and just name me one of these human rights?
All right, dude. Just fuck yourself.
Self-expression. The right to self-expression.
Okay, cool story. I want to finish my sentence, not you be forced to answer a question. He's trying to override what I'm trying to finish for. Thanks. If voting was a human right, and the category of humanity means you have the right to vote, then that would mean you could vote anywhere at any time for anything. Every vote that occurs, you'd be able to vote in. That's not the way it works, right? There's restrictions on certain rights, right? So they're not universal. They're not human rights. The validity of just showing up as a human doesn't mean you can just vote, right?
I agree.
Overlord does it in the category of
so can you name me? Can you just name me one of these human rights that we all have?
The right to life.
We don't all have that right.
Yeah, if someone takes it away and it's not justified, then it's murder.
What about a person serving on death row?
That's a justified killing.
Oh my goodness. That's justified.
So the person on death row does not have the right to life.
No,
so it's not a human right.
No, listen, it's not the way it works, folks. Okay, that person that's on the death row, they killed somebody unjustified. Now that is a voluntary act. They decided and consented to a particular act that they knew or should have known could result in their death. They consented to that.
Yeah, but it's not a human right. Like if they break certain laws, then that right gets taken away from them, whether or not they're human or not.
No, they forfeited it voluntarily.
Did they? So you're saying they want to die?
When they murdered somebody, yes.
You're saying they want to die.
No, when they murdered somebody, they consented.
Okay, they want to live. Do they have the right to live? Do they have the right? Do they have that human right?
It's too late, dude. They did something. They forfeited
What do you mean it's too late? They're still human.
Yes, we agree. We agree they're human. However, dude, you can forfeit your rights and you can be punished for violating.
That don't have the right to live.
Here's another human right. Here's another human right. The right to forfeit your rights is a human right. Yep.
The right to forfeit your rights is a human right?
You got it.
Are you sure
Yeah,
about that?
it's called yes, it's called the unlimited ability to contract. A deal's a deal.
I don't think that's the case. Can you point to me an example of someone doing that?
I'll tell you. If what you say is true, because I'm going to reduce it to absurdity, then that means we cannot punish anyone who commits any crimes. None. Zero. Do you want to live in that world?
No.
Yeah, because that would be retarded, just like your argument is retarded.
Damn.
And the sentence is for those who violated the other person human.
Yeah, I get that. They violated another person's rights or whatever, and blah, blah, blah. I get that. But if they're human, they have the right to live because they're human. That's what a human right is. It's not because, like, you can't take anything away from them because, like, they did something. It's a right that exists because they are human.
Dude, tell that to a policeman. Tell that to a policeman. I have a right to my property. Therefore, I'm not paying this ticket, even though I broke the speed limit and agreed I wouldn't break the speed limit by engaging with the government in a contract, which means I have to keep my word and pay this fine. Because I have the right to my property, I'm not going to pay the fine, and you can't do anything about it. Good luck.
Yeah, you're starting to get it. There's no such thing as human rights. You're starting to get it.
Right. So if you believe in that, dude, you are a sick and twisted person, bro. Good luck with that life.
No, I believe the government gives its citizens rights, but I don't think there's anything that gives
they could take them away. So then you believe that there's no such thing in innate human rights. So if that's true, then you have no reason to object to anyone. You have no reason to object to anyone being killed, no matter how innocent. That is a sick and twisted individual, dude. That's you.
That's not what I'm saying.
That is the logical deduction, dude, reduced to absurdity of how stupid you are. Yeah, think about it. No one has inherent rights. Therefore, it's not inherently immoral to kill them. That is your claim.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, then go ahead and justify if there's no such thing as rights that are inherent to humanity, how murder is wrong. Go ahead.
We've established a government that creates laws that says murder is wrong. Easy.
But you don't understand it.
Is that voluntary?
Is it voluntary?
Yeah, was that a consensual act from a government? So let me get. What does the term outlaw? What does the term outlaw mean? You know the origin of what that term means? Outlaw.
Someone that lives outside of the law.
That's right. So, but it had a specific meaning. Like, say you killed somebody and you have dodged a trial. What they would do is that they would declare you an outlaw, and you no longer had the protection of the law, and anybody could do literally anything they wanted to you without punishment.
That's not true.
Yes, it is true. It's called outlaw.
Brother. Outlaw.
Wait a minute.
Movie, Jerry's a whole movie called Outlaw Josie Rails, where they talk about this. He ends up going to Native American areas, and they just say, "Hey, I'm an outlaw. Can I live here in peace?" And they negotiate the whole peace thing. Come on, how can you? This is human. This is like straight up American History 101. That you're completely brain farting right
This actually goes back to the common law of England.
Absolutely. Let's compromise on it, though, real quick before we lose this point. So if you're excluded from the protections of the law, and therefore any rights enumerated by the law, which you said come from the government, and the government says we've excommunicated you, you're now a free agent, you're on your own, anybody can do anything to you because we make the laws, there's no such thing as human rights. Now, this person is now vulnerable to be murdered. If somebody says, hey, you're an outlaw, you're a dirtbag, I'm just going to murder your ass, I'm just going to blast you right in the face, is that morally wrong? Yes or no?
Yeah, I think so.
It wouldn't even be murder.
You just said the government is the one who decides whether it's right or wrong. They excluded him from the protections of the government. So now how do you justify that it's wrong? Good luck.
Yeah, that's not what I said.
Yeah, but the problem is, dude, you're too dumb to understand what you're saying, dude. The implications. That's why people like you aren't entrusted with governing societies or making the actual decisions.
Well, they are going to be entrusting me to make these decisions, so I don't know what you're talking about.
No, I mean, dude, look, I was being hyperbolic. It's obvious that people are stupid enough to let retards like you lead them. Your rights come from the government. I promise we are the great guys and we're going to give you the greatest rights ever. Without us, you wouldn't have rights. But if we excommunicate you from the rights, somehow I could still say that when someone does something to you, you're wrong. Oh my goodness, I'm stupid. Vote for me. Free cell phones for everyone.
Can you name me a right that you have that the government hasn't given you?
Yeah, all of them. They come from God. It's a right.
Can you just name me one of those rights?
Yeah, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Yeah, the unlimited right, the unlimited right to contract.
Congratulations.
I give you one.
Quoted a government document
that says what? What's that government document say? We hold. Don't giggle like an idiot.
Thank you for that.
Don't giggle like an idiot.
I'm sorry, it's funny.
No, it's not funny.
It's very silly where I ask you for a right granted to you by God, and the first thing you say is a government document.
Yeah, because it says in that government,
funny.
In that document, it says, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, endowed by government or creator. Which word do they use?
Wait a minute. Well, he doesn't believe in the Hold on, dude. He doesn't believe in the category men. So men doesn't equal men, so there's nowhere way men can be equal.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's funny that you're literally like, I asked you for like a human, like a right that God gave you, and you're quoting a government document. I think that's kind of funny.
Look, dude, this is
God-given human rights.
Hold on, Chris, this is your mistake, dude. The government doesn't give rights; it recognizes rights. Okay,
it protects them.
It doesn't grant rights; it recognizes. Hey, this dude has a claim of right. We're going to say this is a legitimate claim of right. That's all it does. So the claim of right that you have the God-given right to, that all men are created equal, it just recognizes it. It's not the one that gave it to you. It just says, yes, we agree with you. That's it.
Yeah, and the proof of that you can't, not dependent to your government, you can't go anywhere on earth and take lives of people just because you want to say, they don't have human rights. So nothing will protect their lives. You will see that you are wrong wherever you go. If you take lives of people just to show that they don't have rights, someone will show you that, yeah, we are here to protect their lives. So they will just take your life and stop you from doing that.
Are you talking about a government?
Nope. I'm not talking about government. I'm talking about anywhere on earth.
Yeah, who's going to enforce that?
Oh, who knows? You gotta see that
a government's going to enforce that.
Maybe government.
You don't need government.
There you go. So we're back to government.
You don't need governments. You don't need governments in order to do that, dude. You don't need governments in order to do that. Fathers can do that. No. That's what's been happening throughout antiquity. Fathers, the creator of the family, the father.
So you're saying that like the father can just like kill anyone that like
not anyone for any reason, dude.
No.
For example,
if
somebody is kidnapping your child, if somebody's
let me finish my point.
You're boring.
So like I drank and drive and I killed someone's son or whatever. Like, and there's no government there. That person or whatever has the right to kill me, right? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, if they want to, yeah.
Okay, who gave them that right to kill me?
They actually have the right to enslave you.
They do? Who gave them that right?
Yeah, they do. You did when you killed somebody drunk driving.
What?
You understand there's consequences to actions.
So they didn't have the right until I killed the person.
That's right, because that killing was unjustified.
Right.
What if it was just an accident? What if I was just driving and I followed the rules of the road perfectly fine, and the kid ran out into the road and I killed them? Does that father have in that same scenario.
You better hope it's not John Gotti's kid.
That's an accident. There's no intent. So listen.
Yeah, but I still killed their son.
Everybody,
like,
look, dude. When there's a crime, you have to prove intent, dude. Intent. It's called mens rea. There has to be an evil intent. If there's not an evil intent, then it's not a crime. Called mens rea. It goes back to freaking 1,000 years, dude. What's the point of punishing somebody that doesn't know they did something wrong? Think about it. We're going to punish this person. He doesn't think he did anything wrong, but we're just going to punish him anyway. Like, what's the point of that?
Up here, we call it not criminally responsible.
Yeah. Now, there is a caveat to that without mens rea, which is just pure logistics. So if somebody's presently acting in a manner which is going to cause grievous bodily injury or death to your loved one, let's say they're doing something, they're not really aware of what's happening, you then have the right to terminate that situation to protect your loved one if it results in the death of that other person. Because that's the only logistical way to do it. Now, you're expected to not do that if you can help it, right? But you have the right to protect your loved ones. And the government doesn't say, oh, now that the government's established, you have the right to protect your loved ones. Before that, it didn't exist because only the government grants rights. Are you kidding, dude? This argument that you're trying to present is so laughably insane, it's pathetic. I mean, imagine marrying your wife, and she's like, are you going to protect me forever? And you're like, yeah, as long as the government says I can. What a bitch, dude.
As long as it's not Tuesday, I'll protect you every other day of the week, but Tuesday, no.
Dude, this is a bankrupt philosophy that comes from offloading your truth to consensus and scientists and governments, dude. Like, this is the greatest thing. This example of what we just witnessed in the past 30 minutes, dude, like, it's exactly the problem with the world today. People like you, bro.
Sorry, I had a phone call from my wife. I missed, like, the last 2 minutes.
Well, what we're trying to say is, when she called, did she ask, hey, are you going to protect me? And then you replied, yeah, of course I'll protect you as long as the government allows me to.
No.
As long as they give me permission. I still have the right to protect you unless the government says I can.
No, I'm willing to break the law to protect my wife.
Oh, my goodness, dude.
You're not? Or do you? I'm sorry, you might not be married. I don't know.
No, dude, there is no just law that says you can't protect your loved ones, dude. Those don't exist.
Sure there are.
Holy wow, dude. So, dude, I don't know, dude. Like I said while you were on your phone call, and I explained to the audience that your bankrupt philosophy is exactly the result of offloading your rights and your thinking and your truths to scientists, consensus, governments, etc. Like you're this poster child, bro.
You don't think there's laws that limit your ability to protect the people you love?
Dude, any such law is unjust on its face, dude. I said there's no just law that exists. Yeah, 100%.
So you think it's like, say, like you get introduced. I don't know if you have a daughter or not, but let's just say in this hypothetical thing, your daughter says, "Yeah, I have this new boyfriend." Blah blah blah. You think you're justified in like monitoring his devices to?
Yep.
Like you think you have the ability to wiretap all his devices? You think that's you're
Yep.
like you? Why?
Dude, you're not, dude, you have a very hard time of even staying within the same category.
Do you think that, like, if you got caught hacking into your daughter's boyfriend's electronic devices, that you would get in trouble by the law?
But why? Why would you do that? We are talking about
because you're trying to protect your daughter.
We are talking about saving the life of your loved one.
Not
Yeah,
assuming.
we're not talking about we're not talking about saving the life. We're just talking about protection. We're just talking about the steps to protect.
other ways to protect your daughter,
We are
bro.
not talking about protection. We
Yeah,
are
of course,
talking
there's
about
other ways to protect your daughter.
saving
But
the
they were
life.
saying that there should be no law that prevents you from
can you
protecting your
listen?
daughter. And
Can you
one of the
listen?
ways that you can hang on, I'm almost done. One of the ways that you can protect your daughter is by monitoring all the devices of someone that she dates.
Just monitor her devices.
Can you remember the topic?
No. You want to monitor his devices because you want to make sure that he's not like cheating on your daughter or something
we
along
are
those
not
lines.
talking about that. Can you remember the topic?
But that's what I'm talking about.
Bro,
Protecting your
what are
daughter.
you on about right
Can you
now,
stop?
bro?
Can you stop for a second and listen to me?
Hang
Just
on, I gotta
help you
knock
remember
on
the
this door.
topic, because the topic was human rights and the life being protecting the life being a human right. We are not talking about cheating being a human right, not cheating being a human right. No, we are not talking about that shit. We are not talking about taking the pants of your girl. The guy, her boyfriend, will just take her pants and run away. No, we are talking about life being a human right. You said no. We are arguing about that. And we are saying that you can protect the life of your loved ones. You said no. There is some restrictions how you can protect the life of your loved ones if their life risked. Someone want to kill that person. So if you are able or unable, like you claimed, by some laws that will prevent you from protecting that person from being killed.
I think we fairly demonstrated the bankruptcy of his philosophy for the audience, and we can move on to the server topic being flat Earth, because this is all just a distraction from the fact that he can't prove that he knows anything about these outer space claims that he believes in.
Yeah, it derailed because he had to just contradict everything you said. So it went to the...
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also the failure of Danny 57, who's supposedly a subject matter expert, who could have answered the question for this kid on the behalf of like how they measured such and such things in outer space. But Danny failed to do so because he's too busy gardening.
Damn, Danny, you gonna let him talk about you like that, bro?
And let us not forget. Let us not forget this guy was the same guy speaking to Alpha earlier, right? Who said, "Oh, I can't go get my evidence, can't do my research to back up my claim because I got to work. I'll do it tomorrow." Right? Yet here he is spending an extra hour and a half, whatever, in here debating these ancillary topics. Thought you were at work, bro.
Yeah, I am. I'm on a job site.
Stop the cap. You're on a job site. Okay. Sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Sure. Hang on. Oh, I don't have video. I don't have video permissions.
Yeah, I wasn't saying sure because I doubt what you're saying. I said sure. Okay. Like, good point. Never mind.
Oh, typically when people say sure, they that means like they don't believe you.
Okay. Right.
Sure, bro.
Exactly. See?
You hear that difference in tone? You know, it's about the tone, bro.
Yeah, like when someone says like sure, like yeah, sure. Like that usually means that they don't actually believe you.
No. Sure. Sometimes sure can interpret something else that the guy were thinking about. Like, for example, job sites.
Bro. Yeah, we don't care, bro.
Dude, we're not going to go down another dithering track, dude, of how to define what sure means, dude. So, for the love of God, get back to the topic.
Yeah, moving
What's
on
the topic?
smartly.
The topic is the Earth be flat, and you got no evidence that the Earth is curved. I rest my case.
Round two.
That's not true, but
fight.
Do you want to present your evidence of the Earth being flat?
Dude, the Earth is flat. That's why all the globe arguments. Yeah, that's why all the globe arguments start out like this. The Earth looks flat, but the Earth is moving, but you feel it's stationary. So they admit that the common experience of every human is that it's flat and stationary. That's what we all experience every day, all day. That's how the arguments begin. So that means that the base axiom experience of the Earth is flat. So the Earth is flat, bro. So what you need to do to counteract that is not give an explanation or a story about how the Earth is obviously flat, but you just need to present the prima facie evidence that it's a giant globe, because that's your claim and your belief.
Yeah, I've done that multiple times.
Well, I mean, most globers believe that they have, so they'll usually say something like, well, if the Earth is flat, then why isn't it daylight all the time? Ha ha ha. All right, so silence is acquiescence, therefore I win by default.
Got him.
Proposition
I was
unrebutted
waiting for you to
stands.
present your information of the flat Earth.
Oh yeah,
I was
sure.
waiting for
So
you to present your
yeah, no worries. So the mechanical, functional, practical definition of flat is the surface, and the entire surface rests between two parallel planes, where the extent of the width is much greater than the extent of the height. Like that's functionally the definition of flat. Now, you take the horizon and derive horizontal lines from it, right, which is relative to sea level, and you say water's equilibrium at rest is flat, which it is, and that's how it's been described throughout antiquity. You then have a claim, right, which is level, right? So you say, okay, level is a standard, and level is either curved or flat. Now, the practicable ranges in which we can execute it, it's flat. Like that's what we all understand, builders, et cetera, et cetera. So then you have this claim that this actually starts to curve as it gets at a larger scale around the world because of water. Now, we know water has particular physical properties, that it seeks level, that due to hydrostatic equilibrium, it's going to, level out. If you press it on one side, it's going to raise on the other, or if it's sloped, it's going to flow. So if it's not flowing and it's not being pressed up, it's just going to be flat. So all you have to do is measure the surface of water to discover whether it's curved or not, and then you can extrapolate that across the entire surface of the water, which covers 70% of the known territory. And so if 70% of the known territory rests between two parallel planes, then that would be functionally meeting the definition of flat. So you go out, let's just say you shoot a laser over 25 miles, you hit a target via laser transit, you find out that the variance is within tolerance of approximately 3 to 6 feet versus a globe, which would be, if I remember correctly, almost 400 feet. So you've essentially debunked the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude, demonstrating that the water between point A and B is flat, and then extrapolate that physics of water out across the entire surface, and then you end up with a surface that's level, oriented between two horizontal parallel planes, therefore the Earth is flat.
And you've done this?
Oh, whether I have or haven't, then what?
Huh?
Let's say I did or didn't, then what? If I did do it, then what? If I didn't do it, then what?
Well, I just want to know where you're getting this data from.
Oh yeah, multiple sources. So, for example, military ranged weaponry. Dr. John D, who did a dual band green and blue laser over an ocean. Someone who did a 35-mile laser over land. Someone who did a 25-mile laser over water, et cetera, et cetera. The list goes on and on.
Okay, so if I point you to like military equipment that says they have to take account for Coriolis and stuff like that, you'd accept it?
Well, dude. Okay, see, notice how, just for the audience and for yourself's sake, I talked about curvature. You said if I could give you something about Coriolis. Okay, so there's 2 C words on the table, Coriolis and curvature. Coriolis isn't curvature.
Yeah, well, like, okay, fine. Not Coriolis, but talks about the curvature of the Earth. You'd accept it.
Talks about. Well, I'd accept that it talks about it, sure.
and that they account for it.
Okay, I'd accept that they talk about accounting for it. Sure.
What does that even mean?
Well, so for example, like,
So I like. Sorry to cut you off, but then, like, if you're saying that, like, if I can just say then, oh, sure, your military talks about it, but that doesn't mean anything.
Dude, you ever fire long range? Yeah, exactly, dude. They talk about doing it, but they don't actually do it.
Yeah, they talk about the flat Earth, but it's not actually flat.
Yeah, no, it actually is.
Like, see, I can just do the same thing.
No. You need to
Why not?
demonstrate that. Okay. First of all, it's not even an equivalence. Okay, one is a phenomenon. One is the state of being, right? The state, a declaration of what the surface of the Earth is. It's not even the fucking same thing. You're a bona fide retard. Like, you got to be the dumbest fucking person I ever talked to.
Okay,
that's fair, Indio. But I would love to hear the exposition, if you are so kind, as to how the alleged.
Oh shit!
But let's just ask the question. So when they fire artillery, what is bracketing?
I don't know.
I have no fucking clue what you're even talking about, dude.
Okay.
So why do you think they account for Coriolis? Let's go there.
I've seen people post like the articles and stuff like that, the manuals.
The articles. You know,
and the manuals and stuff like that.
Okay. Which manuals?
The ones that, like, say they account for Coriolis.
Well, okay, so you know the old World War II battleships with the 16-inch guns, right? With the 16-inch projectiles. It's called the Mark 7. Well, they have a manual for that. There ain't no Coriolis in that, and that shoots 30,000 meters. So why aren't they accounting for it in that?
I mean, if it's not like 30,000 meters, what was that, 20 miles, basically? Less than 20 miles?
Yeah, it's 30 kilometers, dude.
Okay. I mean, how much would it be effective?
You tell me. You're the one who thinks that they account for it.
That's what I meant by they talk about it, bro. I agree with you that they talk about it. Just like you're here talking about it, but not substantiating it.
Yeah, okay.
It's a story you heard one time.
So when India asks you what's bracketing,
to, like, what you guys,
Yeah, 100%. So when India asks you what bracketing is, the fact that you didn't know what it meant means you don't know that. Yeah, it means you don't know the whole picture. You just understand the claim that somebody claims they account for it. You have no idea how it's actually practically, even supposedly accounted for, and how it actually is relevant to the actual real world data of what actually occurs in reality. That would be the key that you need to close the loop to understand what you're talking about.
So, dude, what happened?
Go ahead.
Yeah, they have a forward observer, right? And the forward observer is observing the target. And one shell will hit too far. And they'll say, okay, that shell hit too far. Aim to this, change it to this. And then that one will land too close, right? It'll be short. One will be far, one will be short. So this is called bracketing. They're bracketing the target. And then they walk the artillery rounds into the target. They're not accounting for Coriolis. They're not doing any of that crap.
Okay.
Because the uncertainty of every round landing is greater than any correction you could possibly do.
You
know what I mean by uncertainty? You know what I mean by hold on. You know what I mean by uncertainty, right? So you have a circle of uncertainty. Like, you don't know where the
accuracy versus precision, basically.
Yeah, so you don't know where it's going to land. You have an idea within 250 yards and 250 yard radius, it can land anywhere in there. The corrections are smaller than that.
That prediction of where it's going to land, you're saying that they don't use Coriolis or Earth curves, any of that?
No, because the prediction is smaller than the uncertainty. It wouldn't
The prediction is smaller than the uncertainty?
Yeah, the predicted correction, right? So say you're going to correct for say the Coriolis correction's 90 feet, but your uncertainty is 250 yards. It fucking correcting doesn't do anything.
Okay, well, like, hang on. So, like, you're at, like, let's just use a basic thing. Like, so, like, you're at 0. The target's, like, 1,000 yards away. I know it's, like, miles away. I'm fine. I'm just saying. The target's 1,000 yards away. That's not accounting for, like, Coriolis or whatever. And then, like, accounting for it, they say it's, like, 1,050 or whatever. Like, but then the range of that error is 250 yards. So then the range of the second one would be 800 yards to 1,300 yards. The range of the first one would be 750 yards to 1,250 yards. So you'd have two different ranges. You understand?
They don't correct by calculation.
But there would be
they don't correct by calculation. They correct because they have a forward observer watching where the round lands.
Right, but the prediction of where that object is going to land, they might have a range of that, but that center that center of that radius is used.
They don't know where the center is.
Accounting for Coriolis.
They don't know where the center is.
Okay. Does anyone else get?
Let me ask this question.
Dude, like
He seems to be smart enough to get this math, bro.
Does anyone else get what I'm trying to say?
I understand what you're saying, so I'll explain it because you seem to be smart enough to understand this point I'm about to make. So, let's say the round uncertainty is 300-meter circle. And let's say that the variability of allegedly accounting for Coriolis is less than 30 meters. So if your round lands, and we know that the round is uncertain because this is what they teach in the manual and what us forward observers actually do in the field. By the way, I was one of them, so I know, is that the round is going to come out of the gun and it's going to land anywhere within a 300-meter circle. And so there is absolutely no way to determine whether or not the alleged accounting for something that's fractional even mattered at all. Like, you basically could do it one day and not do it the next day, and there'd be no way for you to know the difference.
I don't understand that because you have two, like, for example, you could have two maximum ranges, and because the center is at two different locations, the maximum ranges would be different. So if you were to do 10,000 rounds or whatever, you could see okay, the maximum range never went beyond this, but that doesn't fit with the other supposed target.
No, it's perfect. If it's perfect, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why it fits, dude. Because whenever you're within that range, guess what you have to call out? Danger close. Do you know why? Because you're not sure, regardless of what they do, or whether or not that round is going to drop onto you. You can't even be sure of that.
I feel like you're missing the point of what I just said.
No, I understand the point, dude, fully. So, in fact, they tested these guns. They tested guns in the same battery with the same firing solution, dude. 16-inch guns. And if I remember correctly, they were more advanced. They were 40,000 meter range, right? And they got around an uncertainty of 300 meters, dude. And no matter what they did, keep in mind these are the same guns, the same battery, the same solution, just firing in succession, attempting to do the exact same procedure over and over again. And they couldn't even get it any less certain than that, dude.
Let's just keep this simple, right? I can throw ready. I can throw in certain object the maximum accuracy within 3 feet, right? And the farthest I can throw it, accounting for Coriolis, is 100 feet.
This ain't about distance.
Not accounting for Coriolis.
Yeah, he doesn't get it, dude. Right? He does. Oh, man, I gave him too much credit.
It's a circle of uncertainty. It's a circle of uncertainty.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not a distance, dude.
I can figure out which method. Yeah, so I can figure out which method is more accurate based on doing a very large sample of throws to see that, okay, even though I have a precision rate of 3 feet, I know the accuracy is correct because of where after doing it 1,000 times, they all fall within this radius, which is the radius predicted by.
I agree with you. I agree with you, dude. They already did that. I'm telling you that's been done, dude.
Not accounting for the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, I'm telling you that's been done, dude.
I'll post the reference.
By the way, that's why. Just before you go on with that reference, that's why the average circle of uncertainty is established in the manuals as approximately 300 meters, dude. Because they already know all this. So while he's looking that up, dude, what I'm basically telling you is that it's impracticable. There's absolutely no utility to it in the field. Zero. Because your first round has an uncertainty of 300 meters, dude, which is going to be close enough for the observer to see it. And then he's going to walk around on target. So whether you account for Coriolis or not, it's irrelevant.
You're not getting
Doesn't matter.
You're not getting what I'm saying.
I am getting it, dude, because I actually was a scout, and I know what I'm talking about.
But I'm telling you, you're not getting it.
Okay, let me ask this question, dude. Have you ever fired a gun before?
Yes.
Have you ever zeroed a gun before?
Yeah, I've messed with. Messed with like the sighting, to make sure that it's accurate after shooting it or whatever.
Yeah, what range? What range?
I don't know. It's like a couple 100 yards.
Yeah, dude. So you're clearly only a novice, dude, at long range shooting and understanding what's involved, right?
I'm not sure.
So let me ask this question: did you, when you were sighting your weapon in and getting your shot group to draw your circle around, before you adjusted your weapon and your sight picture and your breathing and your trigger squeeze, did you account for Coriolis?
No, not at 200 yards. That'd be silly.
Okay, so then when do you need to start accounting for it?
They say that like up to like half a mile away, you need to start accounting for it. I think maybe it's like a mile.
No, the mantra is 1,000 yards or 1,000 meters. It's 4 centimeters of uncertainty.
So at 1,000 yards, they need to do it. So I was basically right at about half a mile.
Okay, so yeah, so when you when you aim,
what was the point of saying no? It's actually 1,000 yards when I said I think it's about a half a mile.
Okay, fine. Fine. So if it's 4 centimeters, right, at 1,000 meters, and you're aiming at a human target, when you're trained, what part of the body are you going to aim at? Like when you're getting your sight picture, you're putting the reticle on target, right? Adjusting for your ballistic drop. What part of the body are you aiming at?
I usually aim for where like the skull connects to the spine, the medulla.
No, you aim center mass, dude.
I mean, it depends what caliber weapon you're using. If you're using a 50 cal, then yeah, like you just aim for like center mass because a 50 cal will just fucking destroy the body.
No, dude, no, bro. It's center mass all day long, all day strong, bro.
He hasn't been on a range, I guess.
Yeah, how wide is a person at center mass?
I mean, there's some really fat people out there. You're just talking about the average.
Yeah, I've got
about 2 feet wide.
Dude, I'm 24 inches at the shoulder.
Yeah, 2 feet wide. Thank you. 2 feet wide. Yes. Start listening to what I'm fucking saying. Holy shit.
Dude, I'm not rejecting what you're saying. I'm just quantifying.
But you're just like, you're not listening. You don't need to quantify what 2 feet is.
I do need to quantify it, dude.
That fucking 2 feet is 24 fucking inches.
I don't care, dude. I'm making an example based on my actual body. I'm measuring it right now. I literally have measuring devices that I'm using as I'm speaking to you, dude. If that bothers you, then frickin' take a
It's just so
Viagra
annoying when I say something and you feel the need to correct it when you're literally just repeating exactly what I fucking say.
I didn't correct you, dude, you dumbass. Dude, we're not going to play this frickin' game. I just quantifying what I am, dude. For frick's sake, deal with it, dude. If you need to cope about it, call your wife and go to your therapy couple session.
Yeah, we don't need that.
Okay, so I'm like, let's see, at the nipples, I'm
Dude, I don't want to know your fucking personal measurements. I don't care. The average fucking human is about 2 feet wide. Move on with the point.
Okay. Yeah, so at 1,000 yards, at 1 mile per hour wind, crosswind, what's the deviation of the round?
I don't fucking know. Like, dude, bro, like, seriously. Like, these.
Well, then how do you know? Then how would you know? Then how would you know that accounting for Coriolis is relevant?
Because it literally says so, like, in fucking manuals. Like, what
Right, so one more time, dude. Yeah, one more time. We understand the claim. We're trying to get to reality, bro.
I don't think you are.
Yeah, so 1 mile an hour crosswind is a 10 centimeter deviation at 1,000 yards, dude. So if you don't have the crosswind at the 1,000 yards away, right, and the round enters in to a crosswind, it's going to deviate more than your alleged Coriolis correction. And the human, now, man, do you know centimeters to inches off the top of your head?
Yeah, roughly. Why?
Okay, so what's 4 centimeters into inches? Well, because I only have an inches tape measure at the moment.
2.5.
Okay, so a 2.5 inch variability versus a 10 centimeter. So if it's 4, so now we're looking at what, like 5 inches? But my body is like anywhere from 16 to 24 inches across at where I'm aiming. So if I'm good at shooting, I'm probably going to hit the guy center mass at 1,000 yards, regardless of whether I account for Coriolis or I account for the windage. It's probably going to hit him, right? Because the circle of uncertainty is smaller than the target. Correct?
Sure.
Now, if I miss, it could have been I didn't follow my breathing practices, and so my breath caused the round to miss. It could have been that my trigger squeeze was wrong, so the jerking of the weapon caused the round to miss. Right? So if I miss, I'm just going to re-aim at center of mass, try to do all my best practices with proper posture, proper breathing, proper squeeze, because trigger pull is wrong, trigger squeeze is correct, right? And then I'm going to fire again, and I'm probably going to hit him the second time. And since I have all the marksman's badges, I'll probably hit him the first time. But if I do miss, I would bet money on the second round is hitting.
Cool. I don't know how this addresses anything that we were talking about, really.
Yeah, it addresses that you can claim all day that I couldn't have made that shot unless I counted for Coriolis, but I'm telling you, practically, it's irrelevant.
Okay, so can I talk about something that I think would actually be relevant? So you have two, let's say the range of accuracy of a weapon is 1 mile, right? So you know that every single time you shoot this shell or whatever, it's going to fall within a 1 mile circle, right?
No.
1 mile radius of a circle. That the accuracy of this weapon, it's always going to fall within as long as the conditions are the same, it's going to fall within that 1 mile radius. That's the accuracy of the weapon.
Dude, a weapon that has a 1 mile accurate. Holy crap, dude! This is incoherent.
I'm being hyperbolic to illustrate my point.
Okay. So if you're saying you have a 1 meter, 1 mile spread, of your target grouping or your shot grouping. Sorry. So you have a 1 mile spread of your shot group, is what you're saying.
Yeah, the accuracy of this weapon will always hit like bearing is always, as long as the same like conditions are the same, it's always going to fall within that 1 mile radius, right? You agree?
Sure.
You understand where I'm going so far? Okay.
Yep.
Let's say that the range, though, is 100 miles using the Coriolis effect and 80 miles not using the Coriolis effect. I'm being hyperbolic.
That's not how it works, dude, at all.
I'm being hyperbolic.
No, it's not about range, dude. Dude, you don't even know what the Coriolis is? Dude, like, this is sad.
I'm being hyperbolic. Okay,
No.
it's not the range, but it's
Okay,
where the
if
target's
you're
going to
shooting-
land. Fine, fine.
say-
Where the target,
if I shoot north-
fine. I'll change it. I'll change it. I'll change it. Let me change my example. Let me just change it.
No, if I shoot north, it's not going to increase the range. It's going to deflect it left or right.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, fine. I'm fine with that. Let's just say, using the Coriolis effect, it says it's going to be 20 miles east of if you don't use the Coriolis effect. Let's just say that. Are you okay with saying that?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
If you fire this weapon 100 times and it always lands within that 1 mile of the area that predicts using the Coriolis effect, compared to the 20 miles away where it's not used, like where it predicts where if there is no Coriolis effect, wouldn't that prove the Coriolis effect true?
What would happen is you would get a shift of the circle of uncertainty in a direction.
Right. And everything, because it's a difference of 20 miles, nothing would land in as if there was no Coriolis effect. Everything is landing as if the Coriolis effect exists. That would prove the Coriolis effect, yes?
No,
that wouldn't?
No, because you can't control the other variable.
I said,
you would need to take like a million fucking shots.
So you're saying it would prove it then? Depending on the amount of shots you take.
If there was an Earth-based Coriolis, let's say, and you're firing north, and the Earth is rotating to your west, there'll be a deflection to the east, right? So the Earth is spinning from underneath the round, right? The round is leaving the rotating reference frame and going into the non-inertial reference frame, okay? And the Earth is spinning underneath it, and then it lands somewhere else, right? Let's say the Coriolis prediction is it lands 90 yards to the east of where a non-Coriolis correction lands.
We can just use the extreme example of 20 miles. Let's just use my extreme example of 20 miles.
Okay, dude. Yeah,
let's just use the extreme.
Miles, but the circle of uncertainty is like an order of magnitude larger than that.
No, I'm saying the circle of uncertainty is 1 mile, and then the Coriolis effect says it's a difference of 20 miles.
It's not how it works, dude.
But
it's not, that's just imagination land.
Okay, why don't you actually use your? Let me ask you this question, friend. Why don't you actually use the real? Just hold on, brother. Just hold on. Why don't you?
Radius?
Oh my god, dude! Why don't you actually use real world numbers? How about that?
Because I feel like a hyperbolic example illustrates the point better.
You mean inverting reality?
No.
Yeah, you're inverting reality.
No.
Where the Coriolis
I'm not inverting reality. I'm trying to use a hyperbolic example because I'm just trying to point out that we have two predictions of the center of the circle for the radius of inaccuracy. One of them is using Coriolis effect to predict where that circle is. The other one isn't. And then we can shoot this round whatever as many times as you want, and we'll see that it's either going to be in range of one center or the other. That's all.
Okay.
No matter how inaccurate you have, it doesn't matter.
No, it does matter because
no, it doesn't.
You're how stupid you are. It's hard to even fathom. Listen, you inverted the problem where your circle of uncertainty is smaller than the correction. Yes, and that's fine. You'd be able to detect a Coriolis effect fine if that was the case. But that's not the case. The case is the circle of uncertainty is much larger, an order of magnitude larger than the correction. And you said it's in the manuals. It's in some manuals. Usually it's in the beginning. It says, yes, there's a Coriolis effect. But then when you look in the firing tables, the actual firing tables, you actually fire the weapon, it's not in there. That's what we mean by it says something. That's what we're saying. It says something. Yes. In the beginning, when it has a bunch of words, it'll say, these are like, it'll have an introduction of how to, so the artillery manual, right? So it'll say things like, there's the Coriolis effect, there's this, there's that, there's this other thing. But then when you go down to the firing tables, where it has the formulas in the calculations for firing the weapon, none of that crap is in there.
Even if it was, it would result in, like Indio said, a deviation, a decimated deviation, meaning reduced by a tenth. So when the round hits, it would be tens of meters off from the circle of uncertainty center point. The forward observer would notice that it actually landed somewhere within approximately a 300-meter circle of uncertainty and would then correct it, meaning there's no practicable way to know whether this correction was relevant or not. So in other words, you could completely disregard it and the practicable field event would be identical.
Yeah, you'd have to take the shift would be so small, you'd have to take a lot of samples to even notice it. So say you fired 1 million rounds, you'd be like, yeah, well, probabilistically, there's, 10% of the rounds are, a little bit shifted this way. They're 90 feet outside of the circle that we predicted. But you would need to know the circle of uncertainty in the first place, and you would need to know that by testing. And then testing what, right? You'd have your prediction of where should it land in the first place. Should it be Coriolis corrected or not Coriolis corrected? So it's like, not only is it a chicken problem, it's an effect that's hard to detect in the first place, and you would need 100,000 samples.
Yeah, so let me ask you this. This is perfect timing for my trick question. So, if the rounds are getting successfully more accurate with each shot, then that would mean that the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th round would be more accurate, right? Does that make sense?
No.
Follow so far?
No.
Okay, so one more time. If it's getting more accurate with each successive shot, then it would logically follow that each successive shot is more accurate. So after the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th round fired, it would be more and more precise. That would follow, right?
Am I screwing up accuracy versus precision? I sometimes screw these up. Are you more precise but still have the same amount of accuracy? I might be switching them up.
Okay, let's say it this way. You have a bullseye,
precision, or you might be increasing your precision, but not your accuracy.
Irrelevant.
No,
who cares? We'll just use it. It's irrelevant. We'll just use an analogy to explain it. So you have a bullseye on a dartboard, right? And you're going to fire your darts with algorithm rather than using your hand. You're going to use a machine. And you're going to see how it happens, and you're going to adjust the machine to be more accurate. So each shot is more accurate, getting closer and closer to the bullseye until finally you hit the bullseye. That follows logically, right?
Right, but so you can have a machine that's very precise where the grouping is very good, but it's just not hitting the target, and then you adjust it to improve its accuracy, but the precision of the instrument doesn't change.
Right, so this is actually what we do in the field.
We're talking about uncertainty, though. Uncertainty. Okay?
Right, so the precision of the equipment doesn't change, but you're just accounting for the variables to increase that accuracy. That's what the guy's doing with the bracketing.
You're confusing precision.
That's what the guy's doing with the bracketing. He's increasing the accuracy, but not changing the precision.
No, that's not true. No, that's not true. That's not true. Let me tell you why. Because when they tested
how does he change the precision?
Okay, when I said let me tell you why, that was your cue for me to tell you.
Okay.
Okay, so on the example I gave before with the 16-inch battery at 40,000 meters, with the same firing solution, that means they put, as far as they know, they put the same powder, they put the same equation, they put it to the same degrees, pointed it in the same direction. They did everything exactly the same every time. And successive rounds after successive rounds led to a circle of uncertainty at 300 meters, dude. So even with the exact same everything, right? So what I meant with that other question is, you were saying,
machine, the precision of that
okay,
machine
whatever,
is 300 yards of a center point.
All right, so he has to walk that on target. So the point I'm making is that after the 5th round, right? Sometimes you're allowed a 6th round, but after the 5th or 6th round, and you haven't hit your target yet as a forward observer calling it in, they scrap everything and they start from scratch. They don't just continue.
Wait, what are they calling in unless you're changing, unless the forward observer is calling something in, so you change the shot in some way?
Yes, dude.
So you're not using the same firing solution. You're using a different solution.
No, you're adjusting. Same.
Oh my goodness, dude!
So it's not the same thing.
It is. It's the same.
No, well, he started off saying no, like you use the same exact powder, the same degree, the same.
Yeah,
he said everything was the same.
Yeah,
so
sometimes
not
they'll
different.
even do, instead of single gun adjust, they can do battery adjust. See, you don't know this stuff.
Yeah, he was saying they weren't doing any adjustments though.
Yeah,
that was a test. Just before we go on, Crit.
That isn't part of the firing solution. You're trying to find how to get a better shot off.
Right. So in the first example I gave you of that battery testing that was a test. There was nobody walking it to the target. They just picked it. They picked a solution and they just repeatedly fired it to see where the rounds landed. There was nobody adjusting anything. Versus when you're actually doing it in the field where you see the first round land and then you call in an adjustment.
Right, but in
what I'm
either
saying
way,
is when you call in an adjustment,
you can't change the precision of a machine. The precision of the machine is what it is. You're just changing the accuracy by calling in well, you're actually short on this target, blah blah blah. So you need to increase this. Now you're changing the accuracy.
No, you missed it again. Okay, what are the 5 factors for effective artillery fire?
You got me, Chris.
No, I mean, what do you think they are? Just logic your way through it. What would somebody need to know? 5 things that you would absolutely need to know to get a round down range effectively.
What range?
Yeah, the range, right? You definitely would need to know the range. So firing location. You would absolutely have to know where the artillery piece is located. What else would you have to know?
Probably know wind.
Yep. They call that
angle, the angle of the gun.
Well, that would be target location from the gun. The angle. You got unit location, target location, meteorology. What else?
What is that? 3 or 4? Am I up to?
That's 3. You got 2 more.
That's 3. All right. So, did you tell me the range? Like, are we dealing with a range where
range,
the Coriolis?
target
will the Coriolis affect that range? Is what I'm asking.
No, it doesn't. No.
So it's not a large range. It's not a large range.
No, it's not even worked into the situation. The range tells you what you have to put in the gun. The further the range, the more what do you need.
I mean, it depends on the gun. What do you mean?
The propellant. The longer the shot is, if you look at an FDC, a fire direction control, like vehicle, they have like a slide ruler that they go over the map, and then on the ruler it's marked how much propellant has to be put in the gun. So what they look at, say, okay, target location, unit location, put the ruler across, charge 4 white bag, charge 5 green bag, charge 3 green bag, charge 7 white bag, charge 8 red bag. It's all right there on the ruler. The ruler tells them what charge to put in based on range. That's it. So now you've got unit location, target location, meteorology, because they send balloons up and stuff, and you'll judge what the weather's like. You need to know 2 more things. You got a clue. It has something to do with propellant. What do you need to know about the propellant?
Maybe you also need to know like the length of the barrel of the weapon, because the longer the barrel,
Nope, don't need to know that. No.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
So you don't need to know the range of the weapon itself.
Built in. That's already built in.
What do
They
you mean
know
that's
that's
built
effective
in?
range. If it's outside the weapon's range, it would say no. No one. There's no weapon.
So right. So you do need to know the range of the weapon.
Every weapon.
Okay.
Listen, dude. Every weapon has a firing table for that weapon. You're not doing it on the fly. They're not sitting there with a fucking slide rule doing calculations on the fly. They have firing tables. They just look it up on the table.
Well, doesn't the range of the weapon change based on its elevation?
Well, you're not switching weapons in the middle of battle, right? So you're assigned to say 155 millimeter howitzer. That's all you're doing. You're not switching up.
Okay. Would the elevation of the weapon be something that you need to know?
No.
To know its range.
No. They don't need to know that.
No.
No.
Why not?
So you need to know target location, unit location, meteorology, propellant temperature, and square weight of the round. Those 5 things. That's it.
That's it.
That's it. That gets around downrange. And once the round lands, then they'll say, "Hey, it landed. Gun adjust or battery adjust, whatever. Fire again. Repeat." They fire. Okay, repeat. Repeat. Fire for effect. That's how that goes. Yeah. No one's giving any flying fucks about, I wonder how much rotation of the Earth has happened since, they called for fire.
Well, that's a constant thing. So, that's not something that changes, isn't it? Why
it's a constant thing that's always in play that affects the round anyway.
I think it's the direction of the shot. The direction of the shot affects how much Coriolis effect there will be.
Oh God! Do you understand that they're firing when he says a battery? That means it's 6 or 10 artillery pieces all firing at the same time to the same spot.
Yeah, you're not understanding. The Coriolis effect or whatever.
They're not relying on that single shot.
The amount that effect has on it depends on which direction you're shooting. Yeah. I mean, even if you're doing an internal critique, that you have to you would have to accept that's what they say, right?
Yeah, that's the weapon azimuth. So you have your direction that you're shooting from your location, like the compass rose, right? You have your local azimuth. So the azimuth versus a Coriolis corrected azimuth, versus. Listen, hold on, dude. So a Coriolis corrected azimuth versus a non-Coriolis corrected azimuth is going to be infinitesimally small, right? And they're firing 6 to 10 rounds at the same time. Look, this shit isn't precision, dude. Russia's firing something like 10,000 artillery pieces a day. You think there's 10,000 targets a day they're blowing up because they accounted for the Coriolis?
I just want to know if they're accounting for it or not.
There's no evidence they are. It's just a blur at the beginning of the thing.
That wouldn't. Well, let's be clear. That wouldn't prove anything. I can account for all kinds. Yes, let me explain. I can account for all kinds of variables and pretend like they matter. But if the practicable effect is irrelevant to whether they were included or not, then that proves nothing.
If you prove that it does affect it, though, does it prove it's true?
Dude, if you can demonstrate, that this thing is happening excluding all other variables, right, by doing an actual systematic test, right, and you had the data from that and the actual practical, tangible results, then you'd have something to talk about. So you think that exists. In your mind, you think that because somebody claimed they account for it, that I just described exists. So the last person to bring up this point that you made was Scott Mackey. And he said, well, all this data, this and that. And I said, okay, great, provide that. Never happened. Because it doesn't exist. Dude, man, who fell asleep?
Oh.
So why do they need to account?
Hold on. I gotta mute that kid. Daz. All right, we're muting him. Sorry, you can still listen. Right, go ahead.
So why do they need to account for the azimuth of the shot?
They need to know the direction they're shooting.
Yeah, but why is that important to them? Like,
yeah, I'll tell you why. Let me ask you. Let me reduce.
Jesus Christ!
Let me reduce that logically. Let me reduce that logically. Why do you have to? Why do you have to point?
They need to
Hold
know
on,
where
brother.
the target is, but why does like the azimuth of the target?
Oh my god, dude! Because that is the direction towards the target, dude. That's literally saying why do they have to point the weapon at the target? Holy crap!
No, I understand. No, that's not what I'm saying. Like, why do they need to know the azimuth to do the calculations into their targeting solutions? Besides the fact that that's where the target is, like, why does the azimuth matter for the Coriolis? Why do they say it matters?
Because the wind has a direction too, dude. You have to adjust your windage. The wind's coming from the northeast. You might need to know you're pointing east.
Painful.
I feel like you're missing the point I'm making, but it's all right.
Yeah, we understand your point. Your claim is that the true azimuth is 72 degrees, but if there's Coriolis, then it has to be 71.9999999 degrees. Otherwise, we'd never hit the target. But we already know that we're not going to hit the target, and we need to walk the rounds in. So it's absolutely a waste of time. Like Indio said they fired 10,000 rounds. Russia did. Is there 10,000 targets destroyed? No.
And why are they making this round called the Excalibur round? 155 millimeter shell. That's what do you call it? It's rocket guided, so it adjusts in the air where it lands, and it has a 5 meter uncertainty. Why do they make that?
Why did they make that?
Yeah, why do they make
it's that? It's a useful weapon. It's a useful weapon to have.
Yes, it's useful because it's more precision. It's called an Excalibur round, right? So it's a shell, and the shell actually changes its direction in the air.
Okay.
Yeah. So if there wasn't a large uncertainty, if you could just correct the uncertainty by adjusting or by doing calculation, this round would not exist. It would just get put in supercomputers.
That doesn't make sense. You can have a moving target. No, you can have a moving target.
Not for moving targets. They're putting it through a fucking window. That's what it's for.
Yeah, what it does, the Excalibur is an amazing weapon because it turns an artillery shell basically into a guided missile, and the artillery weapon arcs and hits and then blows upwards. This is not very effective against a tank, so the Excalibur would go up and then land right on top of the tank where it doesn't have any armor. You might not know this, but tanks are kind of armored around the sides, not on the top.
Yeah, and you might not know this, but tanks are mobile and they might need to adjust the target base because the tank is moving, which is why you need the rocket.
From the top. Go look at the videos.
Yeah.
The videos of Excalibur.
Krasnov poles are GPS guided, or not? Or no? Excaliburs are GPS guided. The Russians have a Krasnov pole which is guided by laser illumination. So the Excalibur wouldn't work on a mobile target.
Why not?
Because it gets programmed the GPS coordinates when it leaves the barrel. There's a little antenna at the end of the 155 millimeter artillery piece of the howitzer. So when it leaves the barrel,
be adjusted while it's in flight.
No, it gets its coordinates. It gets its final coordinates when it leaves the barrel. It gets GPS coordinates,
and it can't be adjusted.
The barrel programs it.
It can't be adjusted once it
in flight. No, how would it be adjusted?
I mean,
how would they change it?
I don't know. By a computer?
They'd have to talk to the shell. Like, how would they do that?
I don't know exactly how.
Well, you could change. Hey, brother, you could change the propellant. You can go back in time and change the amount of propellant they put in the barrel. That would work.
You're not getting what I'm saying. Like if it's GPS guided or whatever, like I'm assuming there's like a computer on board the thing to tell it where it's going or where it is, and you could adjust it as it goes in the air. But that's just something I'm assuming.
No. Let me explain it to you, brother. You're missing a key component in all of this, dude. Okay, the key component.
Yeah, I might
is eyes on target, the forward observer. If you don't have a forward observer, you can't communicate
to the same thing. Are we talking about?
Yes, dude. Get muted, bro. Mute yourself, please. Mute yourself by shutting your mouth. Thank you. So I can finish the sentence, dude.
I'm just not sure if we're still talking about the same thing.
Shut up, bitch. Yeah, we're talking about the same thing. I'm explaining something, dude.
So we're talking about the Excalibur.
Holy fuck!
We're talking about the Excalibur.
I'm talking about three things simultaneously. One of them is the Excalibur, dude. So shut your mouth and listen, for goodness sakes, please. Freaking painful, dude.
I'll try. Yeah.
So,
Shut up!
So, if you have a forward observer, that person can communicate. That person can communicate to the firing team any updates and the change of the location. Okay. So, for example, he described to you a laser targeting system. You could keep the laser on the target. When the round gets close enough, it'll pick up the laser spread and it'll start to hone in on it. But you need the forward observer for that. Okay. Or, for example, there's a system that's on the cruise missile, where the cruise missile actually is capable of broadcasting video. So the person who's behind the pilot seat can actually direct the weapon. Right? There are weapons that exist like that. So the Excalibur round, he's saying, is something that doesn't require the forward observer. You could just target a location without being eyes on and just send the round out there and it'll land. So in that scenario, you have no one to tell you that anything's changed in the environment, so there'd be no way for the round to be adjusted.
Okay, so maybe I can better explain what I'm saying. Like, so say like you're tracking this rocket-guided missile that has GPS coordinates, and you're tracking the target through like satellites, and you see the target moves. Are you saying it's impossible to, like, there's no computer on board with that rocket whatsoever to adjust its path to the new target location? That's not possible.
Dude, it's only possible if that is implemented into the system. If it's not, then it's not.
Yes, that's what I'm asking. If that's the case, we're getting it now.
Yeah, some munitions have that capability, and some don't.
Yeah, I'm talking about specifically the Excalibur. Can the target be changed after it flies in the air?
No. Well, and he already told you no, brother. I mean, he told you no like 7 times in a row.
Well, he said no, but he didn't say why.
Okay, because it's programmed at firing. Programmed at firing. There's going to be an antenna that sticks out on the side of the barrel. So you've been watching too much TV. There's no real-time satellite tracking of ground targets.
There's no real-time tracking
TV.
of satellite
That's
targets?
not real life, dude.
What are you
There's really
talking
not.
about?
No, there's not.
Oh my god,
dude! I can't even believe you think there is. It's blowing my mind right now.
Hey, wait a minute, bro. Wait a minute.
We don't think we track
You don't remember that cutscene in Modern Warfare, dude?
You don't
remember that cutscene from the video game? Yeah, you don't remember the video game, dude, that you saw?
I'm not talking about video games. I'm not talking about video games.
That's the only primary source knowledge you have of any of these graphics, dude, that exist. It's video games and movies, dude.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, show me one. Show me one where it's actually live satellite tracking of a ground target that's from the Department of Defense. Go ahead.
If that's the case, why does Google find the need to drive cars around everywhere just to get the satellite photos?
That's getting to somebody.
Ground towers.
You think some artillery platoon somewhere has real-time satellite data to fire their weapon? That's just out of go crazy, dude. Just out of it.
Yeah, most of them use laser targeting and drone targeting.
Yeah, so the Excalibur weapon programmed with the GPS coordinates when it's fired, because that's the most accurate, right? So it's guided.
Yep.
So you have
Right,
so
it's
say
guided.
you just didn't use say you didn't use the GPS component and you just fired it, right? Remember we were talking about the circle of uncertainty. That thing will minimize the circle of uncertainty by changing its trajectory to match its GPS coordinates. It is not a two-way communication. It's not updated like that.
Oh, okay, like
It
okay,
fires
fine.
to a
That might
fixed
be the case
location.
that that might be the case that the Excalibur's target cannot be updated. That very well might be the case.
And I'll tell you how I know this. I'll tell you how I know this, because we sent Ukraine a bunch of them, and they're completely ineffective because they're jamming GPS.
Bummer. So
I'm not sure how that proves your point.
It's like something like
I feel like that
Sounds
proves
like a
my
waste
point
of
more
money to me.
that the rocket is
like 10%
that
effective.
the rocket is like constantly coordinating with the GPS to figure out where it is, and I feel like that means you could change its target.
GPS is not.
And I feel like you could change its target.
GPS is
Like
not
if
two-way
you're
communication. GPS is not two-way communication. I'm going to say it again. GPS is not two-way. GPS is not two-way communication.
It's not.
GPS is a
hell no, bro.
It's a passive. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you're chopping up.
GPS is just a passive beacon. That's all.
Yeah, you're choppy suey.
Yeah, someone once told me like
But
you guys.
I'll translate. GPS is not a two-way communication. All right, I rest my case.
Okay, how does it know where it is?
How does what know where it is?
Like how does it know like to tell you where it is? How, like if it's not communicating with something?
How does what? GPS doesn't tell you where anything is. It sends out a packet. The receiver receives multiple packets, and then from the data from the multiple packets, it uses some whatever map and decides where it is. The receiver decides its location. The GPS doesn't inform you of your location in any way, dude. Yeah, the receiver decides.
How come it stops working in like a tunnel?
Because you can no longer get the signal from the sending locations.
So it does receive a signal.
Holy crap, dude! That's why it's called a receiver, dude. What are we dealing with here, bro?
Okay, so it sends out information and it receives information.
Wrong, dude. The same device does not do both tasks. The receiver receives and the sender sends. They're two separate devices. So the receiver is a passive receiver. It just receives the data. The sender is an active sender. It sends the data. They don't communicate with each other. All the information, the map data, and all of that is within the receiver software. Period. That's how it works, dude.
Okay.
So, for example, have you ever navigated with a plugger before?
With a what?
A plugger. A military plugger.
No.
A military plugger displays coordinates on the screen. That's all it does. It's not like a GPS in your car where it gives you a fancy map that you can just follow. Like, oh, look, there's a gas station coming up. No, it's just coordinates. You have to take those coordinates to a freaking map.
Okay.
It literally has no software in there to tell you where you're at. It just tells you the coordinates. You then have to go to the map and validate where you're at.
So it doesn't have the software to tell it like what coordinate zone it's working in.
No.
No.
It just gives you the raw coordinates, dude, converted to the military coordinate system. Oh my goodness, dude. The coordinates that match the military maps, dude.
Do you have any of these maps?
Oh yeah, I have the map of Fort Stewart where I used to be.
I might also have maps of from Kuwait to Iraq.
Do they show lines of longitude converging as you go north in the northern hemisphere and converging as you go south in the southern hemisphere?
Dude, all the military maps are rectangles, bro.
You didn't hear what I said.
Yeah, they're
or maybe
small.
you just chose
They
not.
don't-
Or
they
you
don't-
just chose not to.
They don't represent. They don't represent the entire Earth, dude. They represent a portion of the Earth that's accurate to that portion.
Okay, fine. Like, what size scales are these maps?
What's what? What scale?
What's the scale of these maps? Like the the
So
largest.
if I think well, there is no such thing as the largest one per se. They're broken down into zones, and then for the zones
isn't?
they're broken down into subzones. So I think they have letters
Right. So
on
why can't you tell me which one's the biggest zone? I don't understand that. Why wouldn't you be able to tell me which one's the biggest zone if it's a map?
You'd have to assemble them all together, dude.
Why wouldn't if it's a map? Why wouldn't you just be able to tell me which one's the biggest?
Okay, here, bro. Let me help you out. Okay, check this out, brother. All the maps are rectangles. When you assemble them all together, it's a giant rectangle. Does that answer your question?
No.
Yeah, when you assemble all the maps into the biggest complete package, right? So all the zones and all the maps represented by the zones, you would get a giant rectangle. Right?
Okay, but like, are those rectangles the same size no matter where you are?
Dude, the rectangles are literally physical printed maps, dude. They're the same freaking size.
So every single rectangle is the same exact size as every other rectangle.
Dude, all the maps are made to a standard. I can't remember the exact height and width, but they're a certain standard. So every map you get from a subzone is going to be a particular size. Every single one's going to be the same size.
Right. And all those maps have the same exact zone, have the same exact size for each of those zones, right?
Well, maybe re-ask that in a different way.
Because, like, for example, like if you have
go ahead.
like if you have the same exact size rectangles or whatever, but the distances or the areas of those rectangles are smaller in the northern hemisphere as you go further north, and smaller in the southern hemisphere as you go further south, that would be representative of a spherical surface.
No, dude, they're terrain accurate within 3 meters, all of them.
I feel like
you can
you're
literally
just avoiding-
navigate. You can
I feel
literally
like you're
navigate
just
by the
avoiding what I
terrain
just
features.
said.
No, dude.
I feel like you're avoiding what I'm saying.
They're terrain accurate within 3 meters. So whatever zone you're in, you pull up you have the small map, dude. It's going to be accurate to the terrain.
I feel like you're completely avoiding what I'm saying.
Well, it sounds like what you're trying to say is I'm going to have the same size map in my hands, right, with the same scale, but it's going to represent a different amount of territory.
No, I'm saying
Because
that
that
the
amount of
scales are gonna be
territory.
different. I'm saying the scales would have to be different because that's what reality reflects.
Well, that's your belief of what reality requires, sure.
I mean, isn't that what it says on these maps of yours?
Oh, dude, I told you what it says. They're terrain accurate, dude.
Yeah, you keep saying that.
But that's what they are, bro.
Yeah, but you're not answering my question.
Okay, if every time I pull up one of these maps and I'm in the zone and I can accurately map the map to the terrain and all the grids are 1,000 by 1,000, then it's terrain accurate, dude.
Right, for that particular zone. But then if you
Right.
change zones, are you saying that each grid is still like 1,000 by 1,000?
Yeah, they all are.
And for the same amount of like as you increase latitude,
Not only that, bro. Hold on before you go on.
The distance,
Not only are they all the
between
same,
longitude lines don't change.
dude. Distances of terrain accurate maps are the exact distance, dude.
Why are you avoiding what I'm saying?
It's so much so.
Blatantly,
Hold on a
obviously,
second.
how you're ignoring what I'm saying.
No, I'm telling you, it's what you're saying is irrelevant.
No, it's not. It's directly
It is.
relevant. It's not.
So all the maps, dude, they have the same scale, and you know how we know this? It's because we're literally issued tools to read the maps that are all the same. It's the same in the manuals. It's the same in the books. It's the same on your little tool that you can actually put on the map. You could take this map, that map, and just flip them right out. Put the next map underneath. It's going to be the same. And the reason why it's going to be the same is for the reason we already described, which is part of the idea of call to fire. Like, you look at the target zone where he is, he's in your zone, and then you say, okay, he's 300 meters in front of me towards that direction. You then look at your map, and then you use that tool, if you can't do it by eye, and then you count the spaces, and then you say the coordinates to the fire team. That wouldn't work, dude, if they weren't terrain accurate.
Yeah, all I'm asking is that on these military maps of yours, if like as you go up, if the lines of longitude converge as you approach the poles, that's all I'm asking.
They're not using those. They're using the military grid system. They're not using latitude and longitude.
Yeah, Indio, I purposely left it out because I wanted everyone to hear lines of latitude and longitude on a rectangle. I told him it was a giant rectangle.
Yeah, I noticed it.
He couldn't figure it out, dude. Could not figure it out.
He thinks your maps as you go north must converge and get smaller and smaller squares, dude. Because the lines of longitude converge, right, in that coordinate system. So he thinks your maps must be doing the same thing. Maybe they should just give out a bunch of triangle maps. Like Zelda, right?
Do they?
You got the little
Yeah,
Zelda
you're not really answering the question. You're kind of avoiding it. Do these military maps
It is.
show
You don't even
that-
understand your own question, dude.
So you're just not going to
No, they do not. They don't use latitude and longitude. I answered your question. They don't use
military
latitude and
maps.
longitude. Your entire
Military
premise is
maps
false.
don't use latitude and longitude.
They use the military grid system. Nope, they don't. They use the military grid system.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I know. I know it's hard for you to fathom, dude, but maps exist for different purposes. Okay.
Oh, I understand that. Like every single time I bring that up, you guys like fail to understand that.
Yeah, we get, dude, that you don't understand that a rectangle.
Yeah, like when I
have
start talking
converging
about
lines
the
of
geoids,
longitude.
like geoids and like how surveying, like we use different zones for different areas. Like you guys don't seem to accept that, but
No, we understand. We understand that you take raw data from the field. We understand you take raw data from the field and then put it through a mathematical matrix to predispose it to wrap around a globe that you imagine in your mind. We understand that.
Yeah, sure.
Indio.
Yeah.
I have a question to ask you.
Be quick, because my shit's about to die.
Oh, okay. Indio, are you Chinese? I'm curious. Come on.
I already answered that question, Loser.
You say- what did you answer? You didn't say no or yes.
I already answered that question, Loser. Yeah, I already answered that question, Loser. I did say no. Scroll up.
You didn't.
Oh, yeah, scroll up, dude. So this is the part where I ban you for lying.
Okay, let me see.
Yeah, you know I did. Because you responded to it. Yeah.
Really?
No target.
You're about to see.
You didn't say yes or
Yeah,
no.
you're about to see something. Hey, can you see this?
Where I don't know why I got like.
Can you see this? Can you see this band? Can you see this? Can you see this band? Fucking loser.
No target. Target locked.
You think he saw that?
Probably not. Oh man.
Dude, I'm on like borrowed time right now, dude. My cell phone is like at 2%, and my headphones are telling me low battery, so I could disappear at any moment.
That'd be a shame.
Dude, the amount of things that you believe that are wrong is astounding.
I can bet he didn't watch Kill Bill.
I watched Kill Bill. What does Kill Bill have to do with this?
Hey, yeah, I'm not sure about that. Five-finger death punch? Or five-finger exploding heart technique?
Hi, everybody. Good morning.
Hey, before Indio's battery dies, I want to ask you, do you remember the movie where the whole plot of the movie was for a team to get the laser deep into enemy lines so they could paint the target for the missile? Remember that movie?
Yeah.
No, I don't actually. What movie was that?
Isn't that fucking...
I don't think it was Clear and Present Danger, but it was along those lines.
That's what I think it was. Oh, yeah.
I can't remember. I think it was, man, who was that guy?
One with Gene Hackman. Is that the one with Gene Hackman? No,
It might have been.
No, I think it was Owen Wilson, wasn't it? Was that behind enemy lines?
No. It was way before that.
Was it? Okay. I do remember. I'm 50. I turned 51 today, so I remember shit.
Is it the one with Russell Crowe? Is it that one?
No, man, I can't.
Was it Bat 21?
It was one of the actors from that attorney show. Dang, I can't remember.
Yeah,
Harry Mason?
No.
I think I know the movie you're talking about.
No, it's Columbo, guys. Columbo.
Columbo.
They're like, oh, we got laser lock. Or I think you're thinking of like Black Hawk Down almost.
No.
Yeah. Around that area.
Well, I mean, they were talking about laser lock and Black Hawk Down a lot, so.
Yeah. What the fuck? It's been fucking years since I watched war movies. I don't watch war movies anymore because they tear me up. It tears me up that we just send our fucking people to fucking die and, for corporate causes.
Well, Benjamin Bratt was the guy that was leading the laser team.
Benjamin? All right, I see.
That's the only thing I can remember.
All right. Well, let's figure it out. Well, that'll be easy. Easy peasy.
I think it was miscongeniality.
I look like a kid fucking wanted. You're very surprising.
They had to get the laser down.
I think it was Clear and Present Danger
to clean out the hairs. So they needed the laser technology to lock in.
Right, whatever. Anyway, the moral of the story was that the whole plot was they didn't have this idea of the satellite tracking that would, guide munitions, and they actually had to deploy a team to get to the location and shine the laser to make sure that the weapon hit the proper target. Otherwise, it would be
just because there's some artillery that requires laser guided doesn't mean that there's now artillery that can't use GPS guided.
Dude, we already told you there's a GPS guided, dude. Good grief.
I was told that there is no such thing.
Who told you that, dude?
that that there are no weapons that are guided by GPS or like that can be adjusted while using the
Holy
satellite. So
crap, dude!
I know,
That was
right?
never
It's
told to
ridiculous.
you. That was never told to you, dude. You're full of
Yes,
crap.
yes, it was. I was told that they
No,
can't
No,
track
no, it
weapons
wasn't.
using satellite
No, it
coverage
wasn't.
and adjust for.
I was
Yes,
listening.
no,
Shut
that
up.
was literally what I was
No,
told.
it wasn't.
No, it
AI specifically told you that they sent out once, or was it in India, that they sent out artillery that is GPS guided, and they didn't
No,
work
I
so
was
well.
told that they could not adjust, like that they can't track like a weapon or any artillery with satellite coverage and correct it, like based off of like the target being like a mobile
Wrong.
target.
You were
I know
told.
that's what I was told.
You were told that particular weapon system doesn't do that, and then you were
No,
told the
I was told that
idea
no
that there's
weapon
just this.
that does that.
Oh, yeah. Whatever. He will just let you believe that that's the case, and you could take your W because you clearly need one.
Cherry picking, typical Glober.
No, I was told that no weapon system uses
Yeah.
satellites.
Yeah,
no, you weren't.
Well, that's fair. That's fair.
Because there
Dude.
are no satellites. There are no satellites. I mean, there are fucking bear balloons and fucking fucking payloads.
Hey, if you find that clip, I'll ban Wushu.
Wait, you do know what I'm talking about, then.
No, I said go find the clip to back up what you said, dude. I didn't say it
So then
existed.
you
I said
do,
go find
you
it.
do know what I'm talking about when someone said no, that doesn't exist. Well, I don't know why you're playing
Oh,
these
dude,
games.
go
You're being
find
silly.
the clip of
I
what
don't know
you
why you're
claim
being
happened.
I don't
Oh my
understand
god,
why you're being.
painful. All right, listen, bro, I got to get some work done, so I'm gonna let you slide on that one, and hopefully somebody else will carry on the convo.
I mean, you could try to let me slide on it. You said no one said that, and then you said I'll ban the person that said that if you find the proof of it. So,
Yeah, if
I mean,
you find,
being
if you
silly.
find the proof,
Yeah,
if oh my
you're being
goodness,
silly.
dude, it's an if-then statement, dude. You're too dumb to recognize it.
Yeah. No one said that, but if you find the evidence that says that, I'll ban the person that said that. But
Yeah,
no
yeah,
one
no,
said
no
that.
problem, 100%. It's kind of like this.
But
If I win the
I'll
lottery,
ban this specific
yeah,
person.
yeah. If I win the lottery, I'll buy a mansion. If I win the lottery, I'll buy a mansion. But I haven't won the lottery yet.
Yeah. No one said that. I'll ban this specific person that said that. If
Oh
you
my
find
god!
out.
All right, dude, we get it.
No one
We
said
get it, dude.
But no one
We
said
get
it.
it. We get it, dude. You're not gonna let it end.
You're being silly.
So I'm just gonna go on mute and let you say it one more time, and then we're all gonna move on. Go ahead.
All right, you're being silly. I said it. You're being silly.
Oh well. Americans are arrogant.
I'll say it again. There is no real-time tracking by satellites of shit on the ground, and especially adjusting the trajectory of munitions.
I don't know what you're talking about. You didn't say that. Someone said you didn't say that. So
Just said it
I don't
again.
know what you're talking
I
about.
just said
Yeah, but no, but you didn't say that. Someone said you didn't say that. So doesn't count.
no. What you said. I
Someone, someone said you didn't say that.
So I'm confused. Do I get the ban Wushu or not?
Fuck you. I just got here. Turned 51 today. It's my birthday.
Same issue of presenting the pressure in space. Same issue applies. Not sure if you were here for that.
Well, yes and no, because if you claim that the only way for quote unquote high altitude observance platforms to exist is if space is a vacuum, then that would be false. So just because space being a vacuum adjacent from a pressurized environment may or may not be true wouldn't have any credence to whether there's high altitude observance platforms, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying that we used an instrument on a platform in deep space to measure the air pressure of space. No one said that.
Yeah, let's get a GoFundMe so that Indio can finally have an Android phone.
Why would I want that?
It doesn't matter whether you want it or not. Because you have no rights, so we're just going to force you to have it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I have an iPhone, so I have no rights. I already have no rights. Like I'm already in computer prison.
No, you should get that battery, the battery that attaches to the iPhone.
So that's supposed to be a callback, but I've yet to be named a human right that all humans have.
No, you only have limited iPhone rights. Gee whiz, I didn't know that was going to kill the chat.
I mean, someone tried to say the right to life, but I mean, we all agree that the government can take that right away, so it's not a human right. It's a government granted right.
Whatever, dude.
Anybody can take that right away.
Combo. Yeah, you can be killed by anyone, therefore you don't have the right to life. Is that retarded, dude? Yes, it is.
No, it's not retarded because we have a government that says that if someone does that to you, they'll be put in jail.
So punishing someone after the fact, dude? What does that mean? What does that matter?
It means
But
that
anyway,
they
we're
don't
not
have the
voting.
right to take your life.
We don't care. We don't care, dude. We don't care.
I mean, you don't
We already
care
know
that you
your
haven't been able to
position.
name a
We
single human
already
right that
know.
someone
We
has.
already know your position, dude. We don't need to do it again. If anybody wants to hear, they can just go back and listen.
Well, no one has named me a human right that someone has.
Dude, I have a human right to mute your
What's
ass.
the human right?
How about that? To mute you.
Yeah, that's not a human right.
It is. I'm a human, and I'm exercising it. I'm accomplishing it and effectuating it by my own power. That's my right.
Yeah, but you being a human has nothing to do with that right. The fact that you're a mod in here has to do with that right.
Oh, so now you understand the categorical difference. Good point.
So mods aren't human? That's retarded.
Rectangles aren't squares, buddy.
True story. Now, that being said, so now that you understand that a rectangle and a square are different, do you understand that a rectangle and a sphere are different?
Do you understand a square is a rectangle?
Yeah. It's not that complicated or profound.
So do you understand that you having the right to mute me has nothing to do with you being a human? It has to do with you being a mod?
Yeah, dude, I was being tongue-in-cheek, dude, so can you not talk about it anymore?
Oh, I mean, until you would bring up a human right that you have, I feel like that.
No, dude, you categorize. You can't have a human right if someone can take it away by exercising on you the deletion of the very thing. So if they take your life, they're taking your right, right?
No, I said that. Someone said that
they're stealing your soul.
Life is that living is a human right, like that you have the right to life just because you're a human. But the fact that the government can kill you means that just because you're a human doesn't mean you have a right to life.
Okay, so the same logic applies to anyone killing you. So that means you would have zero rights. Good grief, dude. Your moral compass is so bankrupt. What do you say?
I said we're property in America, dude. That's how they think about it.
Well, there you go. That's how someone might think about you. It doesn't mean you are.
We're assets is all we are. We're just fucking walking, talking assets. That's it to them.
Well, it's funny that you bring that up because for a while, black people were considered property, and then governments gave them the right to life, and liberty, and pursuit of happiness. They didn't have that right until government gave it to them.
It wasn't just the black stuff. It was the poor,
Hey, tell me,
the fucking
hey, brother,
poor, and the
brother. Tell me you never heard of William Wilberforce without telling me you never heard of William Wilberforce.
I just did, apparently.
Yeah, you have no idea what the impetus was for this change, dude. It had to do with the recognition of human rights a priori.
No, it had to do with the government granting the rights, which made them get the rights.
Okay, let's say that's true in your worldview. So that means government can then revoke the rights.
I mean, that's
and then
just true in
people won't
reality.
be human. Are you dumb, dude? Are you dumb?
government can revoke your
No.
rights any fucking time they want to, dude.
All right,
No,
cool
they
story.
can't. We have
And
due,
they
we
will.
have
They
due process.
fucking they will.
No,
They've been doing it right,
no, we have
right under our noses for the last 20 years since 9/11.
Up until recently, we pretty much had due process in this country.
All right.
Yeah, you're
So,
talking about
we're
the
done
globe.
talking about it.
Yeah, he's talking about the globe.
I could care less.
All
Just move
that
the
stuff.
topic on. I'm not talking about human rights anymore. We've tried out for today.
Yeah, you haven't been able to name a single one.
Oh my god, dude, you're dumb as fuck. You could just go on mute, dude.
Self-ownership.
Thanks for engaging with us, but you just can't get it that we're not talking about it anymore. So you just got to be muted because you're too dumb to recognize it. Right. Somebody bring up a new topic, please.
No doubt.
Well, you said a priori. What is a priori?
It's kind of like B priori, but it comes first.
Isn't it supposed to be like knowledge acquired without any means?
Is that like
Yeah, we're true in the first instance.
Gnosticism?
But I mean, before we go into that, let's let's relate it to the globe.
Hey, baby,
Because we're talking about globe Earth versus flat Earth. Most people think the globe is a priori knowledge because they say we already know the Earth's a globe. So therefore, everything I see must be interpreted with the first order knowledge, which is the Earth is a globe. And therefore, if I see an observation that disproves globe geometry, I'll just say, oh, well, light must have bent because I already know Earth's a globe, therefore light bent, therefore the Earth's a globe.
Yeah. It goes against the centrifugal physics of any model. If I put that into a physics model and watch what happens to the water. Fucking we'd have a water ring if we were a globe. Half the water would have been fucking knocked into space and we'd have rings. Supposedly rings. Yeah. Earth would have its own fucking ring if that was true. Oh, I'll sneak a peek in advance. Oh shit. Oh. That's funny. Oh my god.
And do you
Something
think
wrong? No.
flat Earth is a priori?
Huh? Oh, it's obvious,
Do you
dude. Let
think-
me explain it. So everyone agrees that the Earth presents itself as flat and stationary, so much so that they argue for a globe by giving the fact that what I just described is true in the first instance by saying, you don't feel the Earth spinning, but you don't see any curve because the Earth is flat to you, but it's so big. So they start out with, the Earth looks flat, but yada, yada, yada. The Earth feels stationary, but yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, that's. You're saying it's a priori. You're saying it's a priori.
Yeah.
Well, you need to observe it first.
Yeah, that's how it's observed.
Yeah.
Everywhere I go,
then it's not a
the Earth is
priori.
stationary.
Yep. Every time. Old reliable.
Yeah, I mean, my point is that you observe it with some means, your eyes and body. You don't know it just from nothing. There's observation required.
A lot of observation. Yep, you got to observe a lot to crack that nut. Because it took a lot to crack me, dude. I was like, no way, dude. Fuck you. You're fucking stupid. And then I saw it. There's a 4,000 square mile fucking desert in Bolivia or fucking somewhere. No, it's somewhere across overseas. Fucking oh, hold on a second, dude. It's a salt flat. The Salar de Uyuni in Bolivia.
Yeah, Bolivian highlands. Yep.
Yeah. It's 4,000 square miles of flat land, dude. You can't. There's no curve on it, dude. 4,000 miles. Look across it. You can disprove if you can disprove that it's not a fucking crater or something. You know, some outrageous fucking explanation NASA will give us. I'll put it in the fucking.
Yeah, that's a good one. They call it the world's largest mirror.
Yeah. It's fucking gorgeous, beautiful.
You could probably see like nearly 80 miles or 90 miles across it, like at any given day on a clear day, and and it mirrors the entire sky, like accurately. Like this is impossible on a globe, and the Globers. They go there and they try to run. What did they do? They did something like GPS or something on this, but this thing has, like, over the entire distance, it has something like only 1 meter of elevation change across the entire thing.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, there'll be a little elevation change. Elevation's always a thing because you're supposed to get highest. Well, I don't know. It's fucking water flows different ways too now, you know? It just depends on it's all fluid dynamics or whatever, you know? They got rivers that flow sideways, you know? Fuck. There's a river in America, right? That flows fucking sideways, right? Flows into another, it's a tributary. Let me look it up. It's not everything's level. No, that's awesome. Where's that? Sir, where was that? Who am I talking to?
But me?
I said,
you mean Solar? Yeah, Solar del Uyuni. Yeah.
Uyuni. Yeah. You said there's a 1 meter change.
Yeah, something like a 1 meter elevation change over the entire thing. I forget how many.
Yeah.
I forget how many square kilometers is that. Someone might know that right off the bat.
I have no clue, bro. Who are you? Where are you?
I'm Sonny on the plane.
Oh, hey, Sonny.
Yeah.
Okay, Daz.
Yeah. Here. This is the original server, so I'm just Sonny.
Sonny, right on. Good to meet you, Sonny. I'm Dave.
All right, man. Nice to meet you too.
Yeah, good to meet you.
Congratulations on your 51st. You're young.
Oh, yeah, dude. I'm young. Fuck. I'm tired, man. I'm fucking tired. Fucking, the big guy can take me. Not this Archon that rules the earth, you know?
Whoa, shit. Earthquake. Holy fuck. Oh.
What?
California. I'm experiencing an earthquake. Shit.
No shit.
Yeah, fucking.
What the fuck? Holy fuck, dude.
Yeah,
I heard that, dude.
It was a big one. Holy crap. Fucking A, man.
Oh, wow.
Holy shit. That's the biggest one I ever felt. I'm on the 8th floor. Holy crap, man.
Oh, my God, dude. You're on the 8th floor of a fucking building?
And a building that's my building was built in 1928. Holy shit.
Oh, my God, no, dude. They fucking built it. They built it to fall, then, bro. You know, or burn, one of the two.
Be safe, Sonny.
Yeah, that was crazy. I felt it bouncing up and down first, and then all of a
You're
sudden
in,
it started flipping back and forth.
you're in SoCal, right?
Yeah, I have buildings that are 40 stories around me.
It's saying it's 6.0 magnitude.
Yeah, man, that's crazy. Does it say where the epicenter was? I could look it up. Fuck, that was wild, man. Right on live. That was live.
I've only felt one, and I've only been through one earthquake. It woke me up, dude. I lived in Seattle.
You need to stop listening to us, Sonny, and listen to the foundation of your building.
Yeah, exactly. How many cracks are in the
I
fucking?
got sad news. I got sad news. Listen, I got sad news. As great as it is that Tony survived, we just proved the globe, sadly, live on our server, because earthquakes can only exist if the Earth's a globe.
That's not true. Well, where the fuck do you get this fucking jumbled fucking information?
Hey,
He's kidding.
AI, remember the conversation we had earlier about earthquakes, supernatural versus natural? Yeah, so that was supernatural. I did that.
Dude, they have 32. You know those CERN? They have 32 more of those besides CERN all around the world, dude. They have like 32 or 33. Get it? The fucking Masonic number. 33 are large hadron colliders, or heavy ion colliders, if you wish, or they have different names for each one because they're doing different experiments with each one, I believe, dude. They're scalar weapons, dude. They can fucking shoot elements through the fucking surface of the and take elements out, I think, dude. I think they can extract elements from underneath the surface of the earth. And that's what they're trying to do. I think that's why they're heating up the fucking volcanoes, dude.
Yeah, that's interesting. So what's the evidence for any of that?
They can shoot ions anywhere. It's like a gun. It's like a fucking big electron gun. Every one of them heavy ion
Yeah, that's
colliders.
interesting. Yeah, cool. So in the heavy ion colliders, it's occurring within the structure of the collider. They're not being sent everywhere. Right? So you got any evidence to the contrary?
How do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know they didn't make straight ones? To fucking...
Okay, so there you go. So you proved my point that you don't know the answer to be able to prove your point. So good job.
I don't know everything. There's fucking 33 of them. You look it up. Look around.
Yeah, cool story. So you caveated all that with this is me hypothesizing.
This isn't just a hypothesis, dude. These people are evil. You go off the evidence.
Okay, well, let's agree. So where's the evidence that they're extracting minerals from subterra through collider beams?
Well, they could be sending it anywhere. They could send it anywhere if they have antimatter, some sort, or whatever the hell they're fucking doing. Yeah.
Maybe they're sending it into your brain. They're sending it into his brain and making him think weird things.
You know what's never a good idea? Always making blanket statements to nameless, faceless people. When you can't name someone or put a face to them and then make a claim and with some supporting evidence, it's probably best not to say it.
Yeah, it's kind of dumb to say, well, they're evil, therefore Sonny almost died on the frickin' 6th floor.
Yeah, but just for Wuchu's benefit, bro, this isn't a science fiction channel, okay? So we try to keep everything with at least some modicum of empiricism, validatability, facts, figures. It's okay to hypothesize and speculate, but you have to quantify that that's what you're doing to the umpteenth degree to make sure that it's known. Because we don't just allow any old person here to sully the name of our server by associating us with whack job ideas. Does that make sense? Not saying your idea is whack job, but I'm just laying it out for you so you know the tempo here.
All ideas are whack job. All ideas are whack job until they have evidence. So.
Fair, yep.
Just a whack job. Fucking call people names. That's not fucking. You're not fucking. Whatever, dude.
I disconnected him. You can shut the fuck up.
Wasn't there a Bible verse about that? I give you credit that you have a zeal for the truth, but not according to knowledge.
He's a troll. I'm gonna ban him. I just looked at his first post. His first post in BC was Radius Smart EMF Protection Slouch Beanie shields you from 5G RF shielding Wi-Fi. So tinfoil hat in a knit cap. Fucking troll, dude.
Hey, bro, you remember that saying you don't use your own product? Maybe he could use that product. But he wouldn't get the beams in his head.
Did I get some rolls? Flat Earth roll?
No, man. It's not really how we do shit. I mean, you can just have the
You gotta
flat
earn
Earth, bro.
that.
Yeah, but
Are you a flat earther?
yes.
He's that objectivist kid.
Yeah, I'll give you the flat Earth roll. It won't hurt none.
Thank you.
But just to clear things up, Exist, are you an atheist?
Yes. I only deal in reason, not faith.
So what's your definition of atheism then, according to that?
Not having faith in God. Generally, I don't have
Okay,
faith
that's
in
fair.
anything.
So in that definition, that wouldn't carry God does not exist. It would just carry I don't have faith in God existing.
Well, yes, that proposition does not imply that by itself.
Perfect. So you're not an atheist in the sense of a proper Darwinian, wiener sucking, materialist, pseudoscience loving, NASA ball gurgling kind of guy. Not that kind of
Well,
atheist.
firstly,
That's good.
I reject materialism, and I have not looked into evolution, so I don't have a position on that. But I think many aspects of God can be disproven by the law of identity and other axioms, as well as the
fair,
primacy of existence.
That's fair to argue those points, but let's just agree that most people believe in evolution because they're a science gargling, indoctrinated sheep, right?
Yeah.
They have no idea what they're talking about. They just believe in it because some dude in a lab coat told them so.
That's pretty much true, yeah. I don't have a position because I admit I haven't looked into it.
However, friend, I actually have. I know this sucks for a lot of flat earthers who don't believe in evolution. And that's okay. I'm fine with that. I actually have scientifically validated proof of evolution that I can actually show you right now. You're welcome if you want to see it.
Yeah, I'm open to it.
I actually had to take an entire educational series in petrobiology to solve this for myself once and for all because I needed to know the answers, right? I had to know whether it's true or not. Not because it would change any of my metaphysical beliefs, but just because I'm sick and tired of wondering and having to argue with people, etc. So let me post my proof here. Give me a second. gonna put it in the live stream voice text. Validated through the field of petrobiology with a scientific experiment. Cannot be denied. Give me a second. Got to pull it from over here. Here it is, brother.
I was figuring that you were going to post a meme.
You like that one?
Yeah, I suppose. She likes to think of herself as a rock.
Exactly, that's the significance to people who don't recognize or see Michelle Fowler, who's famous for saying, "Rocks are our cousins." I like to think of myself as a complicated rock. Because we evolved from, essentially evolved from dead rocks in the past or some nonsense like that.
Here's a good one. Peer review is not lots of people doing experiments to confirm your experiment. Peer review takes place before the paper is published by morons with rickets, coffee breath, and a highlighter. How funny. I thought you guys would enjoy that. It made me giggle. The QE said that, by the way.
I know, but that's kind of offensive to people with rickets.
Sorry. I was quoting. Sorry.
It looks nice.
I hate that I have to leave, but I gotta go, guys. I've gotta go do the book. Gotta go edit up the book.
Awesome. I got my sterling silver coated red pen coming in the mail for the occasion when it's published and it's finally corrected appropriately.
You said you're sterling silver what?
Red pen. You know red pen, you make the corrections with?
No, I don't think I know what you're talking about. Maybe I just can't hear you.
Oh, a red pen, like when you give your paper to a professor, he red pens it.
Oh, red pen. Like, I did not know what you were saying. Okay, I got you. Sorry.
All right.
All right, yeah. You said sterling silver. You said that because of me, right?
Yeah.
I love these rings, man. I thought it was so appropriate for it to be sterling silver. It needed to be, of course, Who cares about gold? Or white gold or whatever. Sterling silver, baby.
I'm just putting it out there as a prediction. There'll be a minimum of 3 errors in the book.
That's probably not a bad prediction. There's usually always 1 or 2, probably 3 that slips through the cracks.
But I mean, there'll be. I'm not just including spelling errors. I'm including logical fallacies, bad arguments, improper reasoning strings.
It's all right though. It's a work in progress. Even once it's published, it can. You don't have to publish something and say this is the definitive thing and it can't be altered and I have to rest on this that I published and can never update it, change it, retract, or anything like that. That wouldn't be a proper way to think, right?
Well, we'll be waiting with bated breath that you point them out to us.
Well, I mean, think about it. The book is going to be a good book, but it's also going to be worthy of being critiqued, right? I mean, if we already say it's going to be a great
Yes,
book,
absolutely.
it doesn't need to be critiqued.
Yes.
Like if we say somebody publishes a book and we just accept it, I mean, what the heck? That's like Glober level retardation.
Yeah, that's right. I agree with you. It absolutely should be critiqued by all of you. It's a book meant to represent flat Earth, so yeah, flat earthers should be looking through it, thumbing through it.
It's a resource book.
A resource, yes, and so you should be thumbing through it and critiquing every bit of the information given.
True, and whoever critiqued or corrected needs to take it in stride and be like, "Oh, I was wrong there," right? And just be like, "Yeah, iron sharpens iron. No harm, no foul. I see I was wrong. I can update that, retract that. If I'm shown to be wrong, no big deal. I don't need to impugn your character, or say you're coming after me, or say you're a shill, or yada yada,
Yes,
blah blah blah."
yes, you're right. Yes, you're exactly. Okay, calm down.
Well, I mean, you say that tongue in cheek, but this is the kind of abuse that's being perpetrated on people in the community, that people have valid critiques and questions, and they're basically being maligned for their personal character. That's not really the way we should be doing things as a flat Earth community, right?
I think that there's a lot of things that shouldn't be done by people, but people are people, and people are going to do what they're going to do.
There you go. So, in other words, flat Earth doesn't cure the human condition. You could still be the much piece of shit, immoral asshole that you were before you accepted the Earth being flat, right?
Yes.
That was one of Scott Mackey's arguments, by the way. Because people were challenging him because he's an atheist and a globe believer, and that about morality and stuff. You know what he told him? He said, "I basically was very chaste when I was young. I married my sweetheart, and we're still together, and we love each other. I haven't cheated on her. I do this, and this. Basically, a very moral life." And he said, "Can any of you say the same?" And all of them had to shut up because all of them realized that even though they maligned Scott Mackey for his worldview, he actually exemplified a more moral life than they themselves. Apart from all the psychopathy and social, freakiness.
I'm not gonna. Scott Mackey was horrible and a stalker. So it's good that somebody called him out, and it's good that somebody banned him, because he's a stalker, and usually that kind of behavior is unacceptable.
Yeah, and fair enough, Blatty. We don't actually know if what he said was true. Like, for all we know, he could have been very horrible as a person and just lied to us.
I probably wouldn't trust him to tell me if somebody's, I don't know, something simple.
Well, he said he was trying to learn how we think and basically create a psychological profile. And so, for example, like cops are allowed to lie to you in their investigation, and so are psychologists. The ends justify the means in their view, so they no longer have those same moral scruples.
I gotta get going. I'm sorry, guys. I gotta head on off here and go to the Skype and G Plus land. But hey, it was so good seeing everybody at home in the home server. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut the conversation short, but I was trying to say bye to everybody, and that I would like that everybody was here in the home server. That's awesome.
Yeah, feel free to tell them that I'm going to auction off a signed copy after I red letter it.
Okay. All right. All right. You guys take care.
Bye, Patsy. Okay. On the chopping block is Oliver. Oliver, let's test your hypothesis that Americans are usually dumb.
Hey, Indio.
Yeah.
Wouldn't an American have been smart enough to realize that that's their turn to present their case? In that absence of you talking when you say, hey, let's test your hypothesis, like, wouldn't they be smart enough to be like, oh, yeah, okay, here's my point, here's this, here's that?
Yeah, you'd think.
All right, so non-American boy, that was your opportunity and your cue to present your points. That you weren't smart enough to figure that out.
I told him to text Incognis. He says I had no access. He has access now. And he called us dumb. That's the hilarious part. He literally just asked to be put in Cognis.
Yo, what's going on?
Yo.
I have someone that believes in the globe in my car right now that wants to have a discussion with you guys. You guys up for it?
Yeah, of course.
All right, say hello to Caitlin.
What's up, Caitlin?
How are you?
How are you this fine afternoon?
I'm doing pretty good. I just heard you guys talking about it, and I just looked over. I'm like, you're not a flat earther, are you? And then it just became a conversation.
Well, everyone's a flat earther. Some just don't know it yet.
She's laughing.
Well, yeah. let me ask you a question. If nobody told you the Earth was a globe, would you have figured it out yourself?
Yeah?
How?
Because you learn that in science in elementary school?
No, I said if nobody told you. If nobody told you in elementary school, hey, Earth's a globe, would you have figured it out yourself without being told?
Well, how the fuck would there be hills?
What? What do you mean hills?
Well, there
can only be hills on a globe? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, no. I'm nervous, okay?
That's okay. Dude,
yeah,
be gentle.
I don't know. I've never had a conversation with people like that.
Well, obviously, because in school, right, when you go in kindergarten, they tell you, hey, Earth's a globe. And if you think otherwise, you're stupid, right?
Okay, but how would you know that the Earth is flat if nobody told you? Why do you just assume?
Because it looks that way, right?
No.
You ever been to the ocean?
Yeah.
Does the ocean look like it's curving?
Shit, I mean, that's a good point. But like I was saying to...
And well, hold on. Let's not get past that point. In the surface of the Earth is mostly ocean, right?
Okay.
So if the ocean is flat, that's what the Earth kind of has to be. You can't have a 51% flat ball, right?
I hate that you're making good points.
We'll be doing this a while. I mean, we're not here just to like, because we're a bunch of crazy people. We're like, hey, dude, that globe thing is stupid. No, it's more like, so people made observations which are impossible on the globe, right? And that led to other observations, which led to tests and measurements, right? So they claim the Earth is a ball of 3,959 mile radius. Well, if it is, then we can test that by experiment and testing and measurements, right? And then when people got out and did this, they found out what they say it is, it can't be. Can't be. It just can't. Because, like, I don't know where you are. Okay, so I'll give you an example.
West coast of Canada, Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, so like, let's say you're at the beach and you're standing right with your feet touching the water. The horizon, right, where the ball is supposed to end, is only supposed to be 3 miles away from you. Now, people, because just the way they've been taught, they think, well, if the Earth was curving, it's just too big. There's no way I could see it, right? It's a giant ball, and it's just too big for us to see because we're just little teeny ants on a basketball, right? They think this, but the ball they say it is way smaller than what people think, right? So if you're on the ocean, right? This is what the globe predicts. If you're at the ocean and there's a building 10 miles away, that building should have to be 60 feet high to even see it, because the curvature of the Earth is supposed to block it. And it gets worse, right? So this is an exponential function. So 30 miles away, it's 420 feet. And 100 miles away, it's something like a mile and a quarter, right? So a building would have to be a mile and a quarter high to see something 100 miles away. There's observations of 300 miles. Which to me it's like I'm in Boston, so it'd be like seeing Ottawa, Canada from Boston.
Okay.
Which seems crazy, right?
Yeah.
But these have been done. There's 300-mile observations. And it's even written down, like they have a sailing guide for Antarctica, right? If you go to the Southern Ocean, right? The U.S. Geological or Geospatial Agency puts out a guide so you don't get killed in the Southern Ocean. And in the sailing guide, it says it's not uncommon to see mountains 300 miles away. Now, that mountain would have to be 9 miles high. Mount Everest is 5 miles high. So this is why flat Earth exists, right? These observations, which are impossible on the ball, they say. Right? And if I go, hey, how do you know the Earth's a globe? You won't be able to say how you know. You'll try to tell me how somebody else knows and they told you, right? Like you already said, well, we learned science in school, right? And we learned, the teachers told us. Well, how do they know? Well, somebody told them. And then how do those people know? Well, someone told them. And then when you try to get to the person that actually knows, right? The person that all this information comes from, the people that actually know that everybody else is relying on, that person don't exist. Because we do this all the time, man. You talk to astrophysicists, cosmologists, we're talking PhDs, physics, geologists, pilots, people that think they put satellites into space, all sorts of people, right? From all walks of life. Professionals, academics. And then we go, how do you know the Earth's a globe? They're always like, well, I don't know. somebody else knows. How about this guy? Right? So it's that kind of thing. But if you say to me, how do you know the earth is flat? You're like, well, that's how we use it. That's how we observe it. If I get in a plane, I don't assume I'm flying over a ball. I just fly like the earth is flat. I sail like the earth is flat. The earth looks flat, behaves as flat. I don't feel any motion. Like none of that stuff anybody ever experiences on a day-to-day basis. Which is why, before the globe, people thought the earth was flat. It was because that was what they experienced. And some people that claimed, we're smarter than you guys. We think the earth's a globe, right? And it's not like everybody overnight went, oh yeah, we believe you, earth's a globe. It took centuries. Centuries of them controlling, basically, the entire Western education system. And I have to say Western because in the East, right, in China, in those countries, they didn't think the earth was a globe. China, the official state policy of China was a flat earth into the 20th century. The 20th century. In the early 1900s, they were flat earthers. The globe thing is, it started in the West. When I say West, I mean Europe, America, Canada, New Zealand, right? The Western world. It was our idea. It's kind of like our claim to fame. We figured out the Earth's a globe before everybody else. Everybody else is stupid. Right? We're the smart ones. We can take over everything because, we figured out it's a globe before them. And we have to go correct them. Right? So that's why people have a crazy reaction in the West. Like people in the Philippines, Indonesia, other countries in the East, like Africa. They're not all hooked on the globe thing because they have no skin in that game. You know what I mean?
Indio. This girl.
Yeah, I know it's a lot to take in right off the bat. Like, so what kind of questions do you have?
Hang on, I want to know if this girl that you're talking to, who's talking now, if she's a flat earther or a globe earther. I want to know if she's on the fence.
She's a globe. Well, I don't know what. She thinks the Earth's a globe. Well, she can speak for herself, dude.
I'm getting that impression.
You talk to her. Just talk to her. She can speak for herself, dude. I'm not going to translate.
What's her name? Is it Neil?
My name's Caitlin. Sorry, I'm just trying to turn you up. Hold on a second.
Who's talking?
Who's talking?
Danny.
Danny Turner's talking.
Yeah. Now, thing is, I talk to these guys on my stream. I'm the one. Do you remember me, guys? I talked to you on my.
Yeah, I remember you.
Yeah. And Caitlin, these guys are proper decent guys. They're good to talk to. They're easy to talk to. If you have an argument, they will take it in and they will give you their reasons why it could, blah blah blah. So they are quite fair when it comes to answering questions and also asking as well. I'm just a bit confused to where you are if you are on the fence of it, if you are more globe than you are flat, because you're giving me vibes. You're not poeing or anything, but you're giving me vibes that you believe this, but then you're also like, oh, wait there, how could maybe you're right. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah. Now I'm a globe earther. Okay. So and I normally stream when I talk to these guys, and I have such a great time with them as well. If there's any questions, I'm happy to sit in with you whilst you talk to Indio. Sorry.
Hold on, he's just new to this. Let's talk to Indio. So you're talking to Indio at the start. So what kind of questions?
I just want to get a view on it. So look, you were talking about curvature just a while back about
let her ask the questions. We've been listening to Flat Earth for 5 minutes straight, so she's has a lot of questions. So let her ask.
I have a lot of questions, but I have one statement to make. If somebody, for example, say I were to find the flattest ground around here, and I set up this, for example, like I saw this video not too long ago, and I've been wanting to test it. And it's like you set up light and holes in a bunch of like cardboard or something like that.
Yeah, I know. I know what you're talking about.
Jaronism. Yeah, Jaron.
Yeah. So if I were to test that per se, what's saying that that's not true?
Okay. Now that test, it couldn't have possibly worked anyway.
Wait, how
Flat or
so?
not flat. Think about it. Just think about it. Think about it for a second. How
Well,
difficult. Well, no, I'm saying think about
I've
setting it up as. Well, imagine you tried to set it up, right? So you're going to set up 2 panels, like a kilometer apart, and you're going to align the holes so that they're aligned, and so that a light will shine through both of them. You couldn't do this on your desk with a piece of paper. So how are you going to do it over a giant area? It's almost impossible to do practically. Okay, but that's not the problem. Problem is, this is actually a flat Earth evidence. Okay, and people don't realize that it actually is flat Earth evidence because
India, are you suggesting
he was supposed to be 18 feet under the curve, but you could see the light when he lifted it over the board.
No,
that
of course.
tells you, so that tells you that the holes were not aligned, and when he lifted the light, it's a flashlight, not a laser, it's a flashlight. When he lifted the light over the board, you could see it. He didn't lift it up over the curvature of the Earth, because to lift it up over the curvature of the Earth, he would have had to be 18 feet tall.
I think the experiment was so with the boards they were measured equally.
Shut up.
Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry, Caleb.
Yeah, but it was the boards are on land. He didn't use the water. He did the experiment next to a canal. He didn't use the canal as like the reference. He didn't measure the height of the board off the surface of water. He measured the boards from off the surface of land, right? And the land just happened to be next to a canal. There's a difference, dude. The ground could have been sloped, or there could have been a bump, or who fucking knows, dude.
Sorry, just 1 second.
The point is that it could have never worked anyway, just because of diffraction in lining up the holes. So every time light passes through a hole, it spreads out. It's called diffraction. When light passes through an aperture, it spreads out. Like, it was an ill-conceived test. I mean, maybe it would have worked if you would have used the laser, if the beam divergence was small enough. But even that's just a little sketchy.
Okay, fair enough. I see your.
And the distance, and the distance is so. Distance is short, dude. We got laser tests that are 30 miles. Like, why the fuck are you going to do a flashlight test that's like 1.5 kilometers? That's what I think the distance is. I think it was 1.6 kilometers. I don't know. Well, because they had one plan, and then they had a plan. They were going to use They were going to use a laser with a collimator and shine it through the holes. Okay, but what ended up happening is they left the laser on too long, and the collimator gets hot because it actually focuses the light, and it got hot and melted to the laser. So they were like, "Well, there's 100 fucking people here. Let's just try it with this flashlight." Right? It was completely ad hoc, and the way they edited the video is to make it look like he got that part where he says, "That's interesting." That is something he said 4 hours before that they just edited to the end of it to make it look like he was responding to the results of the test. It was completely different. It was selectively edited, basically.
Yeah, can I make a commentary on that, if you don't mind?
Yeah, go.
So, the selective editing. So, when these guys originally set out, their intention was to create a documentary about Flat Earth, really neither promoting or dissuading. But after they interacted with some of the members, they noticed one producer in particular. By the way, this is his own testimony. He said this himself with his own words. He noticed a child being spoken to by one of the flat earthers. And when he saw that, he said, you know what? He took it upon himself to say, I have a responsibility to not take this too seriously where the children are going to be affected. So now I have to paint flat earthers in a negative light. So he intentionally biased the production to attack flat Earth in a subtle way, rather than just be straight up and honest.
Have any other questions, Caitlin?
Not right this second now. I have a lot to
That's a lot.
think and about before I have more questions.
Yeah, that Netflix. I mean, you've probably seen the TikTok, right?
Honestly, no, I don't have TikTok.
I don't know how that's obvious. I'm just talking about how did you find out about the Jeranism thing? Did you see it on Netflix? Was it TikTok? Was it YouTube?
I saw it on Instagram.
Okay, Instagram. Yeah, was it like a short, like a 30-second clip?
No, it was one of the 3-minute long videos.
Oh, okay.
And then I did a little bit of research on it, just briefly, like a 5-10 minute research, and then just said, "Oh, that's cool," and then moved on with my life and believed it.
Yeah, I mean, well, they presented it a certain way to make it look a certain way.
Yeah, no, that's great.
And even the way they show like a graphic of like a flashlight, and then like these straight beams that are supposed to go through in the holes. That isn't even how light behaves. Like I know like people see these like rave models of light, but when light is actually has a wave-like behavior, and when it passes through a hole, it actually it does something. It diffracts, so it spreads out, right? So like you're not getting. So think about this: you have your flashlight. So the flashlight throws a beam. That beam spreads out. It illuminates a panel that has a hole in it. The light goes through the hole and it spreads out again. Then it hits another panel with a hole in it, and then it spreads out again. Right? It isn't a beam. That idea is like, I'm not saying that like they did that part on purpose, but it's just kind of like, yeah, they're fucking film producers. They don't fucking know any physics, and they drew conclusions about the results of the experiment based upon, okay, I think it's supposed to do this, work this way, and then I'm going to present it because of my ignorance. I'm going to present it as if it failed. But they didn't like, so they left it on themselves to evaluate whether the experiment should work. And once they said, oh, this is actually evidence against flat Earth, that's how we're going to present it. Right? Instead of like, hey, let's do the curve calculation. How high should the light have to be to see the light? Oh, well, the curve calculation said there's 18 feet of drop. Well, when Jaron lifted up the light, why didn't he lift up the light 18 feet? Right? So, like, they didn't actually, I don't know. I don't want to ramble on about it, dude. It's just, it pisses me off that we're like, after all this time, we still have to defend that just nonsense, dude.
That's fair. That's understandable.
Especially when it happened, like, their original experiment, like I said, they melted the laser. The best thing, like, he should have just went home. He should have said, like, well, I melted a laser, fuck the experiment, I'm going home. Because if I do it with a flashlight, these guys are going to twist the shit into fucking me proving the Earth's a globe, so I'm going to just fuck off and go home. And let all these people waste their time. Right? I mean, that would have been his choices.
Yeah.
It's fucking bullshit. And he's got emails. I mean, like, this so water under the bridge. And that experiment is nothing. I mean, we got 30 miles over land. We got 25 miles over fucking ocean. I personally, myself, watched a boat sail 30 miles away. Personally.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of information to take in. I have a lot to.
Yeah, so let me just say this down. Let me just say this down for you. The way the globe Earth is presented is the globe Earth was figured out by science. Science proves Earth's a globe, but that is just utter nonsense. When you say Earth is a globe, that's a geometry claim, right? It's like saying my table is a square. My pool is a rectangle, right? It's not science. It has nothing to do with science. It's just geometry. But they've
Okay.
convinced people because it's. But the point I'm making is, they've convinced people that they claim the Earth's a globe is some high science, right? And it takes a blackboard full of fucking equations and a fucking telescope and a fucking science degree and all this shit to figure it out. And that it isn't a simple proposition that, hey, you could just go out and measure the Earth. Like, they try to convince everybody that it's not that simple. At least at the elementary school level, it's complicated. It's not simple. No, it's actually very simple. It's very simple. It's very simple. Hey, you say the Earth has this form or figure. You can just go out and measure it and see if it's that. That's it. Like, it doesn't take anything beyond that.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Where's the end of the Earth if it's flat?
Where do you think the end of the universe is?
No. Answer that.
No. Because the end of it's the same place, dude. Yeah, I know. It's the same place.
Can I give you my theory on that? So
It's the same. It's the same place. Wherever you think the end of the universe is, that's where the end of the flat Earth is.
But the end of the Earth, the end of the flat Earth for me is when it goes out and out and out until it becomes a blur. That's what I believe the end of the flat Earth is.
Blur. I mean, this when you actually ask where's the end of the Earth, it's actually more of a philosophical question than an actual.
Yeah, I think she's referring to. I think she's referring to when you look out to the horizon. That because of the crisp line, that is the horizon. But for the flat Earth, it would be going out.
No. I mean, as in, like, if the Earth is flat, the Earth has to end at some point, right? It doesn't just go on and on and on. The ground doesn't just go forever if it's flat. It eventually has to end at some point. And are you saying that all the other planets are flat too, then?
Oh God, no! Earth isn't a planet.
She's face palming.
So you're starting. Go ahead, AI.
But we're kind of up in the tempo a little bit here, so let's all calm down. She made 2 points. Let's address the first one first. So the idea of the end of an object when it comes to the cosmos, which means in the entire reality, is a metaphysical question. Nobody can answer that question. So, for example, in the heliocentric expanding universe paradigm, they have no definitive answer for where the end of the universe is, whether it continues on forever. They have no answer for that. So the bounds of reality itself are indeterminate, undefined, unknown, not possible to know. So that's a metaphysical question. You can't measure that. Now, in theory, you might say, well, if I'm on land and I just continue walking, won't I just either keep walking forever or won't I reach an edge? Well, notice how you're giving 2 possibilities that you still, as of yet, don't know. So the correct answer is we don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah, we can't answer everything. We can't answer like how far the distance of the stars are, how big the sun is, how far away the sun is. But if you notice on the globe side, they apparently know all this stuff. They know exactly how far the moon is. They know exactly how far the sun is. But in reality, it's immeasurable.
Yeah, they claim to know. Then when pressed, they don't actually know. So I'll go. Hold on. Let me go back to the planet thing. Okay. So your starting point is presupposing the Earth and the planets are the same. That they're the same thing in the same category. So you think whatever the Earth is, if they're all the same, then the planet. If the Earth is flat, then the planets have to be flat because they're all the same thing. They're not in the same category. Earth is unique. Earth is unique. Earth isn't like anything else. It's not like a planet. It's not like a moon. It's not like a fucking anything in the sky. It's unique. And I know that's hard to swallow after freaking 500 years of being had in the Copernican principle shoved down your throat. That Earth has no unique position in the universe, right? That's a philosophical idea that came about during the time of Copernicus. That Earth has no unique place in the universe. Just like everything else, right? So that idea has actually no rational basis. It's just like axiomatic. You just say, hey, if Earth has no place in the universe, that like everything else, if Earth is not unique and it's like everything else, when I look in the sky, I'm just seeing the same thing that I'm on, right? But if Earth is unique, looking in the sky doesn't tell you anything about the Earth. And we have reason to think Earth is unique. Because no one ever looked at something out Earth and be like, man, that looks just like Mars. Man, that looks just like Jupiter. Man, that just looks like Sigma Octantis or fucking whatever, right? There's no like observable similarities that would lead you to rationally believe they're the same or like each other.
Yeah, like on the globe side, they'll say, "Oh, we know the gravitational pull of Mars. Oh, we know this and that and that." But
Yeah, that I've always questioned how the fuck they know.
exactly, because they're capping.
They've never been to Mars. They've never been to all these planets. Which I want to come back to the whole moon topic because you and I had briefly talked about that earlier.
Yeah, the whole thing got to we're listening to "Man on the Moon" by Rem, and I told her, yeah, I'm a moonlander denier, and she kind of raised her eyebrows at that. But yeah, go on with your question.
We got onto that topic and I got distracted and I forget my question now.
Let me help you out. Hold on, let me help out. So I'm gonna say some facts. This may jog your memory. So it's actually in the heliocentric paradigm with the expanding universe, all of that. It's already a given in that paradigm that both the Earth itself is expressly unique, unlike anything else in the universe, and the moon that we possess is expressly unique, unlike anything else in the universe. There is no moon like our moon, and there is nothing like us in the entire universe. And so in that worldview, even in that worldview, the Earth is absolutely unique.
I agree when you say that the Earth is unique, yes. But I also do say that if they're not planets, what do you call them?
No, they're planets. We're just saying Earth
is
isn't.
a planet?
Yeah. So planet is like a category, right? So the word planet means wandering star. That's what the word originates. So that's what it designates, right? So if you look up in the sky, there's some little dots of light that move different than all the other dots of light. They called those planets. Okay, and someone got the bright idea and said, what if we're like them? Maybe Earth is a planet, just like those things. And now from some other point of view that I've never had, it also moves around.
Fuck, man, you guys are making me question a lot of different shit.
I told you it was sharp. I told you.
How deep does the rabbit hole go?
Too deep. Fuck.
Well, there's a whole history behind this, right? Like, I mean, we could talk about the technicals and all that crap, but this didn't start overnight. Like I said earlier, like it isn't like, one day some Greek woke up and was like, Earth's a globe, and everybody's like, man, dude, you're right. It was like, it was a war of ideas. Even during the time of the Greeks, even they battled back and forth, flat globe, It's always been a battle. It's never gone away. I would say it's gone away the most probably between the 50s and maybe, to 2000s. But you can see old newspapers from the 40s or 1920s, right, that they were teaching flat Earth in school. And that sounds like they don't teach us in school now that they taught the flat Earth in school like 50 years ago. What they teach us in school now is, we figured that out 2,000 years ago. But that's nonsense. Not everybody believed that.
Yeah.
But that's how they pitch it. They kind of sell it to you. Like when you're 5, dude. Like you're a little kid. You're in kindergarten. They're telling you, hey, this is where you live, dude. Like, think about it. How important that is. How are you going to evaluate the rest of your life, dude? If you think you live in one place, what if they told you, here you live in Middle Earth?
I just need a photo with the address quickly. Okay. Sorry, hold on 2 seconds.
Yeah, go for it.
I apologize. I'm just working while we're talking. Here you are. Have a great day.
Okay.
Okay, hi. Sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. So what if they told you in kindergarten, you're in Middle Earth, right? You're in fucking art of Middle Earth, right? And there's smog, and then there's fucking Mordor, and like they just told you like one of these fantasy stories. How you live your life would be based upon where you think you live. Now, when they tell you when you're 5, hey, Earth's the globe, you think about it's a foundational to your worldview from there on out. Right? So like they told you, hey, if they taught you in kindergarten Earth was flat, you would think about the world and reality in one way. If they tell you, hey, Earth's the globe, you think about the world and reality in another way. Right? It's just like it's in I'd say indoctrination because that word's used too much. But like they get you when you're young and you can't evaluate the information, and they don't give you any evidence that it's true. They just tell you, man, a long time ago, there was a guy named Columbus. He sailed across the ocean blue and proved the earth was round. And the only people that didn't, everybody else thought they would sail off the edge. Right? And they were stupid. Christopher Columbus is the first smart person. It's kind of how they sell it to you in school. They don't sell it to you on the evidence, is what I'm saying. They use other things. They use psychological tactics to convince you the Earth's a globe. It isn't the evidence.
It's a lot. You've definitely, because she's never heard of this topic. She's never debated a flat earther before.
No.
So.
Well, this ain't really a debate, but, you know.
Yeah, I understand.
The debate's over, dude. The debate's been over. Now it's just an interrogation.
I know. So, yeah, I think whenever you're ready to tap out or if you have more questions.
I just want to, I don't know, this is just bringing up so many different topics that I want to go over.
It's a rabbit hole. And
it really is.
And it doesn't take one day. It took me about 6 months to even, like, when I first heard about it, to even, like, question it. I'm like, oh, you stupid flat earth, blah, blah, blah. And then you start to see that, okay, these people know what they're talking about.
Yeah, that's what's making me sit here and question everything.
Yeah, and then you start to see, then you go down the rabbit holes of specific topics, and then you want to see if they're real or false, and if you can, falsify them, if you can, empirically prove things. And once you start to see one thing fall apart, then the next thing, and then a domino effect happens. It kind of eats away. But then, even after you've done your own research, you're going to have the masses, right? Because let's say like a large majority of the world, believes in the globe, right? And has all their globe, quote unquote, meat hooks evidence behind it and stories, right? That they've been taught for, ever since education. So they're going to be extremely confident in their questioning and their line of reasoning why the Earth is a globe. So, and you're going to go back and forth. You're going to be like, this guy's got a point. This guy sounds smart. He's been to higher education. He's smarter than me, right? But then you just go right back to, the flat Earth topic, and eventually it starts to crumble. And eventually you start to learn empirical information and empirical evidence. And once you become like an empiricist at looking at things, then the lines start to align. But we're not here to convince you of anything. We're not here to be like it's flat, like believe in it, shaking your head back and forth, right? We're not here to do that. Like you have to come to your own logical conclusions. So at the end of the day, we're just here to provide you information that's true, and we're not trying to lie to you or anything. We're not trying to coerce you. So that's at the end of the day, it's on the user to make their own decisions.
Yeah.
We're not trying to get you to like believe us instead of them. It's not like that. We're not like, oh, they're all lying. We're all telling the truth. Believe us instead of them. We're trying to go, okay, we try to like, okay, how can you figure out what actually is true and what's not true? right? So the globe has lots of stories, and I hate to tell you, there's stories. So they'll say, well, we can explain this. Explanations are the stories, right? I can explain the Hulk and Bruce Banner, right? And I can explain why Bruce Banner turns into the Hulk. Well, Bruce Banner ain't real, and neither is the Hulk, but I can explain it, right? So explanations are worthless. And if they do offer an explanation, and the reason I brought this up is because Neil said, because we're empiricists, because no matter what, science is empirical, right? Based upon observation and experience. Now, they can tell a whole story about what the planets do. There's a solar system. Volcanoes are caused by tectonic plates. Eclipses are caused by the moon, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The only thing that matters is what is the empirical evidence for that? What's the data? And what you'll find out is if you ask that, right? If you just ask, when some globe earther gives you an explanation, you go, okay, your explanation is great. What's the evidence for your explanation? You'll find out there's nothing there. There's literally nothing there.
And on that note, on that note, we're gonna end it. That was her punishment for being late to work. I made her listen to the podcast. So
No, honestly, it was not that bad. In all honesty, I expected worse.
Yeah. Well, thanks for coming.
I'm not that much of a podcast person, but this was fun.
Yeah, Caitlin, you did good. These guys are really good. So, yeah, you did well.
Thank you.
Yeah. So do
worry
come
about
back.
yourself.
Come back and chill with us again.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, you take care. See ya.
Cheers.
Right. Whilst I've got everyone, whilst it's quiet, I'm trying to find a video for Miguel, because I'm sure Simon Dan did a video reviewing one of his videos. I need to find it. I'll come back. I'm going to mute myself.
Go get it, but I never did a single video at YouTube. My account is empty.
Yeah. Do you know what? It might not be YouTube. He might have got something. I'm sure it's your voice. I'm going to try and find it, and I'm going to.
Okay. No problem.
I'll send the link on your Discord. All right, I'll be right back.
Okay. That will be interesting. Maybe the guy did some video with me speaking in some live stream, but that's it.
Man, let me quote Helio. It's the best place on earth to talk about Earth.
Yeah. Did you guys start this live stream with Danny? Or just...
No, man. We don't need no Danny to start a live stream. We got our own thing going on.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I missed all that. I had to turn you down so I could find the video. I found it. I'm going to send it to you now.
Okay.
It does sound like it. I don't know. Where are you? I'm trying to find your chat. Oh, there you are. Right. I'll send it now.
Okay, let's see.
I've just sent it to you. It might not be you, but it does sound like you. When I watched this, I was like, "Oh, that sounds like him." And then, because I've been so busy, I've not had a chance to speak to you guys. So it's been hectic. I've been doing the garden up, so it's been nuts. But you got a good turnout here. What, there's 38 of you or something? It's a good turnout.
No, that's a. Sorry to interrupt. Danny, that's another guy. If the guys listen here, they will recognize that's not my voice. It's another guy, but because maybe the guy is not his first language. So a few of us it's English is not our first language. So sometimes it seems we are speaking. Some people are speaking like I'm speaking right now. So that's it. Anyway, it will be interesting to watch that one. Thank you.
That's all right. No, yeah, because I watched it because I follow Simon Dan, and I was like, that's got to be him. I was like, I thought I'll message him and find out.
Some people think I'm Russian. The way I speak sometimes.
That's all right.
But yeah, it will be. Yeah, go on.
I'm gonna chip out. However, how do you guys feel about next week on a discussion?
Next week, the weekend.
Not the weekend. No, I have my children this weekend. I'm thinking next week, maybe Tuesday. If you're up for it.
Yeah, at that time, at this hour, I will be working. But anyway, I will watch the live stream.
We're staffed 24/7 usually, so
yeah, I know.
By ear, we'll be here.
So what I'll do then is I'll set up an upcoming on my channels, and we'll do it for Tuesday if you want. I know everyone is around the world in America and maybe Canada or whatever, so probably this time on Tuesday now. So it's 7:15 my time, so I say 7 o'clock my time or 8 o'clock my time.
Cool.
Awesome. So I set it all up, and what I do is once I've set the upcoming, I'll put a link into. Well, I can send it privately to you if you want. You can send it around, or I'll pull it into the lobby, and then yeah. But I do got to go because do you know what though? I've
absolutely before you go, dude. Before you go, logistical. We're going to do it from this server. Okay, from this server. So let's give the link to this server.
The live stream one we're in now.
Yeah.
Okay.
So not on the politics server, on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server.
Yes. Yeah. I always do on that one anyway. So, and then what I'll do is on the stream, I'll pin a message to your Discord as like I did last time, so everyone can get involved.
Sounds good.
It sounds good, mate. Yeah. So look. So I've been listening for about 2 hours, but I've only just recently joined in on the computer. I was listening to while I was driving. So, and then I just got onto the computer and sort of put my 2 cents in. Well, if you want to put it that way. But no, it's always good talking to you guys. I do got to go, but next week Tuesday around 8 p.m. my time, let's do it. Let's have a discussion.
All right, man.
Cool. And I've got some videos. I've got some pictures and videos I would like to share with you guys as well, and we can discuss that and we can have some fun.
Okay. Awesome. Cheers.
Awesome. All right. All right, everyone in Discord, have fun. See you later. Take care.
Cheers.
See you later. Bye.
Did you guys write down the time he said? I'm just kidding.
Yeah, so it's the same time. It's UK time, so now it's 7
Do me a favor and type it. Yeah, do me a favor and type it right in the chat with King and me, so I can set some stuff up on our side.
So let's see. Now it's
Yeah, it'll be 7:15 UK time.
Yeah,
if you just ping me and just put same time and then the day that's upcoming, Danny will join us. That'll be good enough. I can search that.
In your time, how many hours is there right now?
It don't matter as long as you write this same time. Just write the word same time on next Tuesday or whatever the heck. Because it'll tell me what time it is whenever you type a message to me. It tells me what time it is automatically to my time.
Next week. So it's 7. Now it's 7:19 p.m.
What happened to Danny Taylor? You bail? Or Turner?
Oh, he had to go. He had to go, but we set up an event for next Tuesday. He's going to have a live stream, so we're coordinating.
Okay, dude. I mean, this is the third date, man. We're gonna get a piece this time.
Well, no, he said he's just going to bring pictures. You got to be satisfied with that.
And videos. But I think the guy is not paying attention. Because he did post that, that photo. The black swan in the other day.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think you're right.
So he doesn't know what is the black swan argument.
Yeah,
Even the first one he debunks.
Yeah, he's hearing, but he's not listening.
Yeah. He's listening. What is his name? That channel. Let me see. Simon Dan. He's listening to his Clovers. Yeah, I'm gonna post the link. He did send to me. Let's see, live stream. So he did send me. Oh yeah, he did post that 22 April, Wednesday. Okay, 8 p.m. So now it's 7 p.m. Let's say. So yeah, okay. So he did send me this one. If you're gonna listen, or you guys listen, it's a different voice, not me. I never did a single.
Let me just review this here really quick. I'll skim through it.
Arguments as the most started to the headlines to read the story from its original source. Effective. To the last thing you must do is consider an objective basic observation of this railway.
Yeah, we are listening a little bit, so you see, it's clear, a different voice guy. Very interesting, anyway.
Dude, that video is a bunch of bullshit, bro.
Yeah, I never saw that video.
Oh, man.
Anyway.
Okay, so the guy he's quote unquote debunking is producing the documents that they use to make the railroad. And Simon Dan is just like, nah, like that's his reputation. The documents say it's flat, and he's just like, nah, they account for the curvature of the earth. Doesn't substantiate, doesn't show anything how they account for it. Literally shows it, not a fucking thing, dude.
Damn.
Hey, dude, are you serious, man?
Yeah, Danny. But he was saying Oh, it was seeming, my voice in that video. But anyway,
that's just nonsense. He literally. I'll show you. God, why I do that?
anyway, I have seen some sci
Oh,
from that guy,
dude.
Simon. Then
This video is so bad. He even did the freaking tower thing. The further apart top shit. His proof of that was a diagram. A fucking diagram. You gotta be kidding me, dude. This is the shit we have to deal with, man.
yeah, like Neil, the guy that we spoke with yesterday at politics. The guy, and I did post a live stream. He was saying he did saw a black hole in his toilet. But to me, he was here in this channel showing him a diagram. He was drawing proof of refraction with a drawing. Come on. Talking about the black swan. Yeah, sci-fi Simon then he does is I have seen he's doing just this reacts to get some likes and etc. Just that it's nonsense. The guy is not, as you said, not to substantiating with anything.
Dude, he literally presents no evidence for anything he says. He just like teleprompter reads Wikipedia as if that somehow disputes anything. Like, what I don't understand is how that is sufficient for people. So dude was like, okay, I'm gonna present all this evidence, and then Simon and Dan comes on and be like, nah, Wikipedia says this. And then people are like, okay, Dan, Wikipedia says this. You debunked that flat earther. How do people buy that shit?
When someone we have seen, watched someone after talking with us, they went to Wikipedia to change the definition of level. Matrix did found that going way at the Wayback Machine, he did found, oh, they did change this. No, earlier it was different.
Looks like we're back on politics, guys.
Okay, I'm gonna show to you guys how they did change this. So I have this, let's say mean, with a definition. So it says the surface of still water is that's Wikipedia hydrostatics. Now let's see, I'm gonna post going to Wayback Machine. It shows like this 2013. The surface of water is always flat and horizontal, whatever the shape of its container. But if you go there today, let's see. So you will find this. Just a second, I'm taking the print screen. Okay, let's see. There you are. Okay, here. Going back to Discord. Come on. Okay. What's going on? Okay, so here. I'm gonna post what it's there today. So today, in the same page, they say the surface of still water is always level according to the curvature of the Earth. You see how they did change it? Right there. It's amazing, you know, what they are doing. Some people, you know, decide to go to Wikipedia to change this. Interesting. I did miss that. Lily. Oops, let's jump. Lil which. So nobody, the guy Vivas is claiming in the UK no one believes flat eartherism. When we have people in the server from UK, come on. Logas is from there. We have Jorge, it's a Portuguese working and living at UK. Just ignorant people. That guy is from politics and religion, Earth Awakenings. And by the way, he's on a flat earth debate. I mean, how ignorant is this guy? In his profile, he has a chicken. There. Brenda. Bones. Clocks. So, in the shoe, measurements are the same as calculations, and the donut, the hole in the donut is space time. That's cool. Brenda.
I know, that's awesome, huh? Just time in a shoe, man.
Hey, can I get a mod to voice verify Caitlin? Thanks, guys.
Why? Where's her account?
Caitlin H. I think she's in the chat. She wants to dig into this at another time, but she wants to be able to talk.
Okay. We'll get her courtesy verified.
Thanks, brother.
Yeah. No problem.
When you guys do this, let's say, toys, memes.
Yeah,
Some
apparently you can
software.
do. Yeah, you can do this with like ChatGPT. I think I tried to do it. I couldn't get it to work right, but I mean, there's probably a way to do it. Like,
That's
but
amazing.
you can go into ChatGPT and like upload a picture and say like, hey, make this into a toy, and it'll ask you a bunch of questions like what you want. Do you want accessories? Blah blah blah.
Awesome. So Neil deGrasse Tyson, Albright, Peach Shape. I think the guy's Freemason. I have seen some symbology. And choose. About the other stuff, I don't know. Boots and shoes. Not the professor, that's a good one.
Some of these are funny. These are funny, man. You seen the Don Pettit one?
Yeah.
We also technology one. It's freaking.
Oh
funny,
yeah,
man.
I saw in shorts.
Yeah.
That's a good one because we didn't go there. Because Alri. I don't know.
Man, that was some good session one for the day content, right?
Oh yeah, that worked out pretty good. I wish I wasn't like on mobile, dude, because I would have cooked that guy. That first dude, especially if I would have saw his name. I didn't see his name till my phone was almost dead. What was it, Flat Earthers or silly or something?
Oh, I thought it was Duncan Darth.
Oh, I looked.
Or at least I think that's what it goes by in the other server.
Dude, he's
referred
like,
to him as Duncan Darth.
He's epically stupid. Like, unbelievably fucking dumb, dude.
Well, he does get one credit point for understanding that in targeting, you have to move, or at least try to move the center, or what you appear to be the center of the circle. And before him, the only other person who ever said that was Scott Mackey. Otherwise, for the entire 10 years that this has been going on, I haven't heard a flat earther say that. A globe earther say that. They've all been too dumb. So at least he gets 1 point for that, but he probably stole it from Scott. My favorite was though, if your circle is 100 miles, and that's your range. It's like, what?
Yeah, I know, right? He kept doing that, dude, like over and over. He just didn't know. He didn't know what it was. He was halfway parroting something, or he was skim reading what Professor Phil was sending him. Who knows? And again, maybe that's what Professor Phil saw too. That's always a possibility.
Yeah. Yeah. So like a standard M16, I think it's 300 meters effective to a point target and 800 meters effective to an area target. Right. So he would say, "Oh, you got a 300 meter circle. That's where you're accurate, and then your 800 meter circle, you're not accurate." Which is kind of true in a way, but it's not talking about the same thing.
I can't believe he thought there's like real-time tracking of ground objects with satellites. That's the fucking crazy. What was that movie? Like it was like Gene Hackman and Will Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah, like he thinks that's real. Well, that it probably keeps them in line, right? Probably keeps a lot of people in line. If I get in trouble, man, I can't hide. You're gonna track me with satellites.
You know, sorry to say this, but you know, I was watching, you know, the Skinwalk Ranch, you know, the TV series talking about anomalies there. So they were releasing. I just saw today the rocket. I think it's season 5. They were releasing a rocket, and in the GPS there's an anomaly there. It was saying that was going inside the mountain. So they saw, you know, this rocket going 2,000 feet high. You know, they saw it with their eyes, you know, going vertical. But the GPS saw anomaly. It was saying that was going inside the Earth. And they were at some, let's say, how you say, instead of a river, a little one, there was a water passing by. They were there, and the GPS was saying that they were, how you say, 500 meters. So I think it's, I don't know how in feet, but the GPS, the data of the GPS was saying that they were underground. So it's just to see, you know, so because of some anomalies, GPS doesn't show the correct thing.
Dude, you can look on marine traffic right now. I guarantee it'll show boats that are like in Antarctica, like 500 miles inland.
Oh yeah, I see that. So yeah, they, you know, some Globers, they just say, "Oh, GPS prove the shape of the Earth." But I have seen that, you know, these boats are inside the continent.
Yo, guys.
Go on, Caitlin.
Hi. So I don't remember the names of who I was just talking to, but I was just talking to my boyfriend about our big flat Earth, globe Earth conversation. And he said, if the Earth is flat, why in every single outer space video the Earth is round? He said, I can go on. And I said, then go on. He said, if the Earth's flat, why don't we have daylight 24 hours?
Have you seen the 24-hour midnight sun?
Yeah, you do. You do have 24 hours on Earth. They went to Antarctica and they proved it. They proved 24 hours of complete daylight.
So
they demonstrated. Listen, like Toots, listen. They demonstrated the flat Earth, like this last December. They said on the flat Earth you would have 24 hours of sunlight. Here's 24 hours of sunlight.
Okay, but that's down there. Why isn't it everywhere?
Earth. That's Earth.
Okay, but why isn't the sun? Why isn't the sun everywhere? Why does it disappear in some spots?
Okay, because the sun moves. The sun isn't a gigantic ball of fire 93 million miles away.
Say that
It's
again,
local.
sorry.
It's not a giant fusion reactor 93 million miles away. It's not 800,000 times the size of the Earth.
Okay.
So so we only see the sun. It looks like it's a size, right? A half a degree. That's all we can see. Hey, how big's the sun? Well, it's about the size of a half a degree. That's it. That's all we can say. Okay. In the sun, what do you see it do? You see it move across the sky. Okay. You can't light up the whole Earth any more than one light bulb can light up an entire warehouse.
Actually, I did post a photo. It's I think it was 7 p.m. something like that or more at summertime, and you see there the sun above the horizon, and it's getting darker. The place that I was, so yeah, even a single cloud can block the sunlight, and there was something going on in the air, that time. So yeah, it's getting darker, and the sun is going away.
And before we continue, let's keep in mind this is the same Caitlin we just spoke to, and she's entirely chill. And she's not entirely aware of all these other side arguments, so she needs proper context and decorum. That's fair.
Just to let you guys know, I'm just gonna be so honest. I am a high school dropout, and I am absolutely fucking retarded. So
No, that's okay.
I have no idea what we're
Pump
talking
the brakes. Did you know that both the Wright brothers were grade school dropouts? One of them finished grade 3rd, and the other one finished 5th grade. And they invented the airplane. Dropping out of school doesn't mean you're dumb. It just means the indoctrination system didn't fully work on you, or some other reason. Maybe you were psychopathic and violent and were harming other kids. Who knows? There's lots of reasons why. But one of them clearly isn't a lack of intelligence, because some of the brightest people humanity's ever produced said "fuck you" to some
Benjamin
government
Franklin.
education.
Benjamin Franklin got thrown out of school because they said he was retarded. And he has more patents than any other American.
Yeah, so don't let, if they say you have to complete this indoctrination program or you're stupid, no, quite the opposite.
Anyway, let's go back to your boyfriend said, hey, all the pictures of Earth from space show the Earth is round.
Yeah.
Well, how does he know that those are pictures of the Earth from space?
Hold on, let me ask.
Just get his bitch ass on mic. What the hell? Like,
Yeah, we
why
can
is
do
your
that.
girl? Why is your girl talking for you?
Oh my god! He's at work right now. I'm not with him. He's not even supposed to be texting me, but I'm gonna get him on the mic later tonight. Don't you worry.
Okay.
Because
Well,
I'm
this is it.
getting
Caitlin, remember?
all this conversation.
Caitlin, so remember.
Down boy.
Yeah.
So Caitlin, hold on. Remember me telling you that, like, you're going to hear a lot of things, and they're going to be like, if I ask somebody how they know the Earth's a globe, they're never going to be able to say. They're always going to say how somebody else knows the Earth's a globe, right? So your boyfriend said, hey, what about these pictures of Earth from space? Well, how does he know they're pictures of Earth from space? Oh, because somebody said so, right? Someone claimed, hey, this is what Earth looks like from space. Look at this picture. And your boyfriend said, okay, I believe you. And that's it. He can't even evaluate it in any way, shape, or form because he's never seen the Earth from that point of view, right? So how can he even tell if it was real or fake in the first place? Like, say there's some species of animal that you've never heard of, right? You've never seen it, never heard of it, never saw a drawing, picture. It represents any form. And I said, look, here's a picture of a jackalope. And if you've never seen a jackalope, you would just have to accept at face value that is a picture of a jackalope because you have no reference. But if you did have a reference, like a horse, right? You've seen a horse, right? Have you seen a horse in real life, in person?
Yeah.
So if I showed you a photograph of a horse, you'd be able to evaluate, like, yeah, that kind of looks like a horse that I saw. So that picture is probably real because it looks like a horse. But you can't even do that with Earth. You have no reference. You have no way to go, oh, this looks like the Earth I saw. You've never seen the Earth from that point of view, and neither is your boyfriend. He just has to trust that what they gave him was authentic, and he can't even test it. But here's the funny thing is, if I showed him a picture of Bigfoot, he wouldn't believe that. If I showed him a picture of Jesus walking on water, he wouldn't believe that. Right? So he doesn't actually have a standard of evidence. So when it comes to photographs, it's just like, oh, I want to believe this one, and I don't want to believe that one over there. And it's completely arbitrary and ad hoc how he's choosing which photographs to believe are authentic and which ones he chooses to not believe are authentic. Right? There's lots of photos of Santa. They can't all be fake, right?
Yeah.
And think about it. It would take a vast conspiracy of parents. Somebody surely would have told. So you can use all the same logic for Santa Claus. And prove Santa Claus using the same quote-unquote logical, but they're really irrational arguments. You could prove Santa. So lots of pictures of Santa. They can't all be fake. Everybody would have to be in on it. Right? All the parents. Over decades and decades and decades. Well, fuck, dude, even that NORAD tracked Santa with satellites on Christmas, right?
Back to the satellites thing. We were talking about satellites, and like as we were talking about it, you guys mentioned satellites. I was trying to think of any sort of controversial topic about the whole flat Earth thing to bring up, because this is a lot of fun.
Well, that's another faith-based idea, right?
Yeah.
It's faith-based. Yeah, there's shit in the sky. Everybody sees it. There's lots of things in the sky. Okay? Planes, drones, fucking whatever. Right? They had drones off the coast of New Jersey for fucking goddamn 4 months. They couldn't figure out what they were. But somehow some rando on the internet looks up at the sky and looks at the app and somehow knows that there's an ISS, International Space Station, 300 feet long, orbiting at 17,000 miles per hour. When the fucking whole federal government can't even figure out what couple drones they're doing up on the coast of New Jersey. Like, it's craziness. But anyway, satellites, where they say they exist, can't exist. Because there's something called the second law of thermodynamics, right? So how do you have gas pressure? Well, I'll just put it really simply. How come all the gas on Earth that you're breathing right now, how come it doesn't fuck off into the vacuum of space?
Okay, hold on. Pause and let's take a step back here, because going back to the whole dropout, what the fuck is a thermodynamic?
Thermodynamics. The second law of thermodynamics basically says hot goes to cold, right? High pressure goes to low pressure.
Okay.
That's it. That's literally it. So if you have a tire, you pump it up to 15 pounds or 30 pounds of pressure, and you open up the tire, all the air is going to leak out until the tire inside is 15 pounds of pressure, and the air outside is 15 pounds of pressure. Tries to reach equilibrium. And the same with temperature, right? You pour a hot cup of coffee, right? Coffee will cool down, the room will heat up, right? And eventually they'll reach equilibrium where they're both the same temperature, and that's that. So how do you have this without a barrier? How come the air pressure on Earth isn't equalizing with the vacuum of space?
See, this is where you got to learn the globe, right? You got to learn what they tell you. So
What they tell me, or what?
What the mainstream tells you.
Yeah, well, this is going to make me do a shit ton of research.
Yeah, possibly.
Pardon?
Take over from me for a second, Jedi, if you can. She's just to give you a background, she's a total noob, like day one noob, like never heard even participate in this conversation at all.
Wow. Okay. Well, pleased to meet you, my friend.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
So you understand what Injo's explaining to you, right? This law of nature that happens always. You notice that when he was pumping up the tire, the rubber was the thing that was keeping the gas in place. If you don't have a barrier like a tire around the world, how do you keep the gas from following that law and dispersing into the available volume? How does that happen?
So you're saying how does Earth and space have different what's the word I'm looking for? Yeah.
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 Yeah, so for example, you remember the tyre, and the only thing that was keeping the gas there was the tyre.
Yeah.
So you need a physical barrier to keep gas in place, or gas will disperse. So
yeah.
This is why we have problems with satellites in the vacuum of space. Because if up there was a vacuum and down here we've got gas pressure, according to that law, if there's no physical barrier, the gas is going to continue to expand.
Okay. So
Go on.
I'm thinking. I'm a little bit confused, but I'm trying to think and process.
That's okay.
So what would be the barrier then between the gas in the universe and our air down here?
Something physical. A physical barrier for gas to press against. Because
so there's just an invisible wall?
It has, yeah. Something.
So how did we get the satellites pushed beyond that wall then? And in that case, going back to a different topic, how did people get to the moon?
Right, so we'll start on that one. They didn't. They didn't go to the moon if the moon is in a vacuum, and they left on a rocket through our atmosphere, through no containment into a vacuum. That story can't be real. So no one's been to the moon if the moon's in a vacuum. Jupiter can't be an uncontained ball of gas in a vacuum. That's a violation of that law. Gases don't form shapes. They take the shape of that container.
Right, just like the tire. If you're inside of the tire, how do you get outside the tire?
That's fair.
Without all of the air dispersing through that supposed hole that they went through, because then we wouldn't be able to breathe because all the air would go into the vacuum of space.
So how did the wall get put there? What is the wall?
Okay, so how did the wall get put there? That's like asking the same question as how did the sun get put where it was? Why is the Earth the color that it is?
Yeah, there's certain things we don't know that are like.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
We don't know what's in the sky. We've only been to a certain height, up, right, and we've only been to a certain distance down into the Earth, right. And there's a lot of claims on the globe side that they know, tectonic plates. They know the magma that's like way further down in the Earth that we've ever explored. So all these claims aren't provable. They're just stories. So that's me and Neil. I'm with Caitlin right now.
So have you got any more questions about what we just spoke about?
Currently processing.
That's fine. It takes sometimes. This is how we know that every single story that they tell us about the vacuum of space cannot be real. You can't have satellites in the vacuum of space. You can't go on a rocket ship through a vacuum to the moon. Jupiter can't be an uncontained ball of gas. Mars, the Earth, Venus with atmospheres, uncontained from a vacuum, that can't exist. According to the laws of nature that always happen, these situations are impossible. You cannot have gas pressure without a container.
I don't even know what to say. This is a lot of information.
Well, think about this. You don't have to respond right away. Take the information, new information, process it, and think about it. Contemplate it.
Yeah, that's why we left for a little bit, and then I got back in here. I got him to send me the link.
She was itching. I'm like, let's listen to some music for a minute. This is probably gonna frazzle in your brain. She's like, no, I want to join the server. I'm like, all right, frying your own brain.
A little bit, but it's also kind of fun.
That's one of our rules. One of our rules is if you're not having fun, you're doing it wrong. Try again. Like, we get people in here who are extremely upset.
Yeah, that's what he was telling me. He was like, well, you didn't yell.
She's doing a good job.
It's because I'm a very what I was telling Neil over here was I'm very big on like everybody's allowed to have their own opinions on things, and you don't ever necessarily have to agree with everybody's opinions. So I like listening to your guys' opinions.
Would you have to know what your opinion is before you disagree with it?
It's interesting.
Yeah, exactly.
See, they'll come in here, they'll tell you, Earth's not flat. And you're like, oh, what does that mean? I don't know. Well, how do you know it's not that if you don't even know what that even means? If someone says Earth is flat and you have no idea what they're talking about, how are you disagreeing with it?
We're not interested in opinions, are we?
Pardon?
It's interesting that you say that you're interested in other people's opinions. Let's let me try and give you an example. If I'm 6 foot tall and I measure myself with a tape measure to be 6 foot tall, do we need to have opinions about it?
No.
No, exactly. So that's an empirical truth, right? It's demonstrated through direct measurement. This law of nature that we were speaking about, it's a law of nature. It always happens without exception. Don't need to have an opinion about it, do we?
No.
Good. The Earth being measured to be a horizontal plane through direct measurement of the surface of the Earth, primarily water. Now that's a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth, demonstrating that it's flat. Don't need to have an opinion about it, do we?
No.
Okay, good. So as long as you understand that we're dealing with empirical truths, not subjective truths.
I mean, those are two words that are really big that I don't understand, but yeah.
So, subjective and objective. You know the difference between the two types of truths, right?
Sure.
Good. So the apple is an apple. It displays the constituent parts of the apple. That's an objective truth. Whether you like the apple or not, the taste of it, that'd be a subjective truth. Right.
Okay.
Cool. So the measurement of the surface of the Earth. Objective truth or subjective truth?
It depends on a person's opinion, I guess. I don't know.
No. If I measure myself to be 6 foot, do I care about your opinion? I'm 6 foot. I've measured myself to be 6 foot. It doesn't matter if you like me being 6 foot or not. I'm still 6 foot. I'm not. I'm 5'8", but I digress.
Well, no. I mean, my opinion shouldn't matter to you if you're 6 foot or not.
You might want to verify that he's 6 feet.
Measure myself again.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's if I believe you or not.
Well, you can measure me.
If you look like you're roughly if you look like you're roughly 6 foot, then yeah, I'll believe you. But if you look like you're 5'6" and you're telling me you're 6 foot, yeah, I'm gonna want to see some proof.
Exactly. You're going to want to measure me yourself, right? Now, it's not going to be a subjective. This is going to be empirical. You're going to find out for yourself through direct measurement how much I measure. So it's objective. It's not subjective. Trust will come down to you wanting to prove one way or another, but it won't be opinion based. It'll be for the matter of fact. So when we say the Earth is measured flat, that's direct measurement. We don't need opinions. That's an objective truth. Subjectively measured flat.
So say he's measured 6 feet, and then you're like, bullshit. And then you measure him, and then he's measures 6 feet to you. And then you're like, nah, I think he's 5'8" still, even though you measured him. Right?
Yeah.
So that's
Okay. Okay.
Good stuff.
Sure. No, at this point, I came in to this whole podcast thing. I hopped in this car this morning thinking I was a fucking round earther or globe earther, whatever we're calling it. And now at this point, I have no idea.
Well,
I don't know what to believe because you guys are all making good points, but at the same time, for the past 20 years of my life, I've been told and believed that the earth is round. But then again, you guys are making really good fucking points.
I was 38 years, so almost twice your age, right? Before I realised that the earth was flat. I believed the same shit you did for 38 years. It takes a minute. You'll be fine.
Yeah, it's a lot to process. I mean, for me too, because I have a lot of jingoism attached to it. You have a lot of national pride, like America landed on the moon. God bless America. And it took a lot of challenging my own identities and assumptions to even get to the point where is the globe even something you can question? And it finally got to the point where I was talking to flat earthers and like anti-flat earthers. The anti-flat earthers just didn't have an argument. It all boiled down to why would they lie? Minority opinions are stupid, and photographs from outer space. I'm like, that is not compelling evidence. Meanwhile, the flat earthers have measurements, observations, practical demonstrations for days. For days. I mean, virtually an unlimited amount of historical references, measurements, all kinds of talking points. Tons and tons of stuff. The best thing the Globe has says is like, well, 60 years ago, some people took a photograph on their way to the moon. 60 years ago, really? 60? It's been 60 years already, or almost. I mean, not quite, but pretty close. 55, 56 years. You're like, come on already, get on with it.
Now you're just making me have questions like, if they've done it once, why haven't they done it again?
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying, because that was Nixon. My take was Nixon leaves office, manned space flight abruptly ends. Nixon was known for being a very scrummy politician. Like, probably the worst of the worst. Like, it didn't get much worse than Nixon. So everything he did was all criminal in some manner, and the Apollo program was no different. It wasn't the exception. No, it wasn't the exception to the rule. It was exactly par for the course. It was just weapons testing. It was hiding Nazi war criminals inside the Department of Defense and having them develop weapons. That's all it was. That's all it ever was. And once they developed the weapons, they didn't even give a shit about faking it anymore.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
I just don't really. There's been a lot of information put in my brain today. There's a lot to take in. So, I'm like.
You need a little break? Maybe come back in a bit? Or
Maybe, yeah. There's a lot to process before I can.
Yeah, she hasn't even got to the point where she asks, why would they lie? She hasn't even got there yet, so.
Oh, God. I haven't even thought about that.
Oh, shit. All right, go now.
There we go.
Come back later.
You know the.
Is that Neil in the background?
Yeah.
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 You know the first thing she asked when she came in though was, or what she said that her that guy said was that all the images of the Earth are round. But the first thing I thought though was like, but you don't see anything going away from you like you would on the side of a ball. Like it just looks like a photograph from a high altitude, and it's still all flat. It doesn't make sense otherwise. You don't see
What do you
mountains
mean?
like
'Cause it's not a, do you mean because it's not like a 360-degree picture? You can just see a flat side of the Earth?
yeah, like let's say you took a camera and you pointed it straight to the ground. Like let's say you do like you put like I don't know, objects on the floor, they're still going to be flat to your position looking down. Like it's not like if you put like a bunch of like toothpicks on a basketball and then took a photo and then you seeing things like angling away from you in all directions. You don't see it like that. You don't see like this ball like like bending away from your perspective. So like it would create like if you're looking at like like a half a dome, if you will, like nothing's popping out at you in the center of that picture, and everything's falling away from you on the outer ends of it. Like look at every photo that they're talking about, and it's just you can tell it's taking a photo from a high altitude of a flat plane. There's nothing bulging out at you. You understand what I'm saying? Like, there's no center that's higher than the rest of it, because technically that would be closer to you.
Now, she's googling photos from space now, or photos of Earth.
Bruh.
You gotta tell her about the CGI composites.
Oh, for fuck's sakes, there's more?
Dude, it's a rabbit hole. You might want to stop here and like catch a deep breath, listen to some music, and then
Get you a matcha.
Watch some fucking raccoon eggs and come back?
What?
What the fuck? Where do you live? Where does she live?
Nice.
We're on the West Coast.
Okay.
Oh, all right.
Oh, did you feel the earthquake earlier? That was pretty fun,
Raccoons
right?
lay eggs out
That
there?
was wild.
Whoa,
I did feel that.
Way too many people talking at once. What?
I said, did you feel the earthquake earlier this morning? I woke up and I felt it.
I didn't know.
I didn't. What time was it at?
Just a couple hours ago.
No, if it was a couple hours, no, we would have been on the road. Holy shit.
10 o'clock.
Yeah, no, we didn't feel that. But no, I was standing in my kitchen once when there was like a
W.
4.5 or something like that a couple weeks ago. I didn't. My dad was sitting 5 feet away from me, and he's like, "Did you feel that?" I'm like, "No, but I heard the fucking air conditioner creak." But I haven't felt a single earthquake ever.
Yeah, it was down by San Diego. At first they said it was a 6.7, then they like brought it down to 5.2 or something like that.
Yeah, now we're Canada.
Oh, you're in the west coast of Canada. Okay.
I was on my balcony, bro.
we're
It
in-
rattled my whole
We're in
door.
BC.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That was my first one, dude. That was crazy.
That was your first earthquake, bro? What?
Yeah, bro. I was on my balcony, dude. It shook my whole apartment.
Alrighty, guys. Well, I'm gonna take a deep breath and let all of this sink in, and we'll be back in a little bit.
All right.
Okay. Have a good rest of your day, guys.
W's in the chat.
Take care. Bye bye.
Misogyny.
Sorry.
How dare you?
Fuck.
Yo, real quick, if any of you guys know Rich Evans, you have to go look at the side chat. Take a picture.
Snitch Evans.
Yeah. The side chat. If you want to go check out what he wrote out there for me, it's pretty funny.
Oh, yeah. That was a great screenshot. When did you do that? Today?
Yeah, that's like, what, 7 minutes ago I got him?
Oh, wow. Booked.
Oh, yeah. Funny stuff, dude.
Hey, CB, how long have you lived in California?
Since September.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, yeah, do we? The biggest earthquake I've been in was, dude, that was like way back in the 80s, and
God damn.
like I was it was like 6 in the morning. I was just getting it was early in the morning. I was just getting to my friend's house because we walked to school, and he had huge bookshelves, and they like fell over, like
Oh,
dude, it
shit.
was crazy, bro. Like the whole house was a mess. Like it looked like it shook the shit out of the house. Everything fell over. But that's like it was like a 6.8 or something like that, 6.9. It was a good one.
What is
We
that?
always
What
have.
causes earthquakes?
Oh, here we go.
Get your tinfoil hats on, folks.
Well, the interesting thing is they say it's the plates moving, right?
Yeah, that's cap, bro.
It's like
they're plates,
if that was
so they're flat.
if that was the case, then the entire if that was the case, dude, like the entire like everything would be shaking. It wouldn't just be like felt in one center, like an epicenter. Like, oh, look at, like, you know how they show the round, the ripple effect coming from that position. Like, dude, if think about like if the plates are like connected for thousands of miles and they move, like not just one tiny section of it just doesn't make sense to me logically, bro.
Would you see that though? Would you see an earthquake happen one place and then you see another couple happen far away? But they loosely, it's like a jigsaw, I guess, like a rough jigsaw. They kind of just move around a little bit.
No, but what I'm saying though is, like, let's say they have like a fault line, right? They have lines. And if this was true that the plates are moving, like you can't have a whole plate move and only one part of it, like it hits at the epicenter. Like that wouldn't exist. It would be like the whole line would be the epicenter, because like I want to like imagine, like, let's say you take like two playing cards and you put them side by side, you know, like edge to edge, and if you shift them like one up one down, the entire side of the card would fill that, and like it would all be just as like strong of movement. But we don't experience that. There's like always like an epicenter where it just happens in one central located area, and then it ripples out from there. But I don't buy the plates are like shaking against each other. Like that makes zero sense, because they're all connected.
Because the epicenter of many earthquakes happened to be so far from those cracks between the plates. So if you claim that the earthquakes are happening because of that friction between two tectonic plates, so every earthquake will have to happen on that area, and that's crack between those two tectonic plates, but it doesn't. Many earthquakes happen so far, hundreds of miles away from those cracks.
Yeah, you got smaller cracks within the plates themselves, yeah. But a lot of times they're going above or below each other, so they're only really.
Yeah, but that means though that it's not okay. Like traditionally, like when you learn about earthquakes in grade school, they show like you have two tectonic plates, and then they like shift and they rub against each other, right? And they say that's what caused the earthquake. But
it's just one like pushing against the other.
Right. Okay. So imagine
above or below the other.
Okay. So that was that a tiny plate then? Like the ray, you have an epicenter, and it hit just at that point. Like they rubbed up. That makes zero sense logically, dude. Like if you put two plates against each other, like, and they're flat, right? They're like two canyons. What
makes sense though for earthquakes?
I don't know, but I'm just saying, and what we've been explained it to be, it just doesn't check out, and like I don't believe it. That I think that's a story, And I think they try to push that there's this something they try to say they know what it is, but I'm just saying logically, dude, like if you have a plate against a plate and the whole thing like shifts, like like a little movement, then the entire line, the entire wall of that plate, everybody should be feeling that 6 point whatever or 7 point whatever it causes, like along that whole line. But what we see is that it's strong at a focal point and then it gets weaker as it goes out. Like that's why, like today, this morning, in Los Angeles, we didn't feel 6.7 or whatever it was. We probably felt like a 3 point something because that wave, it's not as strong as the further away you are from the epicenter. But that makes zero sense with plates touching each other. It should be like the whole row, bro. Like all of California and Oregon and Washington, that whole plate, wherever it is, that whole thing should be like, like, oh my God.
Yes. It's completely understandable. The entire plate, if it is moving underneath another plate, so it should have to move entirely, the entire plate, if it is a solid thing. So it will should
exactly
the entire plate should move. But I don't know if they think like it is like a slime, so it will just stretch a part of it underneath the other plate. Like a slime or something like that, like a blob.
I get what you're saying, but that's
the
just
plates
not
are on. Because it'd be like if you had a whole lot of floaties in the swimming pool, basically all pushed together, they're going to move around. Doesn't mean the whole thing's going to move around. But if you look at the maps of the Circle of Fire, where all the earthquakes have occurred, they do follow a pattern where they all appear along a ridge. But I think the plates just debunks a globe because they're plates, because it's all way down flat.
Even in their own terminology, they are flat plates. Even in their own terminology.
I know. And how would that work on a globe? You'd have plates sticking out. That would be fucked up. You'd have plates sticking out everywhere.
Yeah, if you look at the
more sense on the flat Earth plates, I guess.
Yep. Right.
But not completely though.
Dude, hey, look up Sextant proves flat Earth on Rumble. Just look that up, and it's a tool that they used for who knows 1,000 years to navigate by stars and the Earth.
Yeah, Sextant's awesome.
Yep, dude, it's pretty cool. Yeah,
they used it up until they still use them. I mean, some ships still use them, but they have like a magnetic, or what was it? They have the frequencies too. They have the fucking radio waves. They can just track themselves geolocation or whatever. You just use signals now with their towers, their 5G towers that are everywhere now in America.
The thing I really don't get those volcanoes. What the fuck? I thought they were just basically tunnels from the center of the Earth going up, sort of thing. I'd seen that when I was a kid or whatever.
If you look at
those lines going up, but what the fuck are they, man? What's going on?
If you look at the etymology of the word plate, it literally means flat. So, like they're saying, tectonic means like the building or construction of, in like Greek. And then plate is flat, so it's like the flat building. Like it's like literally their own words. Like don't have nothing to do with the globe, bro. It's fucking funny.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's insane. I didn't know that.
Yeah, look it up, dude. Fucking knowledge is power, bro.
Anchor launch. Oh yeah, that's awesome. Fixed it for me. All right. I can play 4 on Linux. Sorry. Oh, did she go poop? All right, I'll get it. Oh, great.
But yeah, you're right, Epoch, when you try and conceptualize it more details. How do they move around? Wouldn't one affect the other, and there's just chain reactions constantly happening all over the place?
Right. Like,
Sounds-
I mean, I know.
I don't know.
I know that they've
Mm.
said like a long time ago, like, you know, growing up, and I learned about earthquakes because I'm in California, born and raised. So it's like we do know like that they tell us like we have to be very like you know, like prepared, because one day one earthquake can happen and then it could trigger like the main fault, the San Andreas, and then that can have like catastrophic, you know, um, um, consequences or whatever, because they're saying like a little one can trigger a big one. And I'm like, okay, like before I'd be like, yeah, that makes sense, right? Like if something is like, you know, sensitive and then you shake it and then it gets shaken somewhere else and then that hits you, then you move too. I'm like, yeah, but yet we don't always see that. Like that's what I'm like, what? I don't know, dude. I just think we've been told they think they know what this world is and how it works, bro. But at the end of the day, there's so much stories. It's like you find out I don't think they know anything. they just think they know, but they don't. Because a lot of it just doesn't make sense. Like just logically. How are you gonna get an epicenter if the whole plate's moving? Just doesn't make sense to me, dude. Like I don't know.
Could maybe just the plates could just be their best explanation. Maybe they don't really know.
Yeah. I don't know. I just one of them things, right? Like it's a natural phenomenon, though.
Or is it plates, right? And then you have volcanic stuff under the plates, which moves them
It might
around.
be that. It might be more like something's moving like directly under the. I don't know, bro. Like maybe that would make more sense. Like if there's like something underneath the ground that like it hits like in that area, it like boom, like it whatever for whatever reason. I don't know. What's the reason? I don't know, but it would make more sense that that's why that ripple effect happens as it goes outwards. I don't know. What if they're just testing bombs underground? I don't know, bro. Like I don't know what it is. We don't really.
Yeah.
What if they're just blowing shit up really, really, really deep down there and like, oh, cause a fucking earthquake? We'll just say it's an earthquake. I don't know. I'm just kidding, but I just don't like when we say that we know for a fact.
Yeah.
And it's a globe. Matter of fact, it's funny because after the earthquake, I was thinking, I wonder if that affects the spin rotation of the globe Earth when there's an earthquake. I was thinking that this morning for a glober. I was trying to think like a glober again.
It's a little more like when you hit the gas in your car and it shimmies for a second. See?
Just a little engine throttle.
You know, you add that to the oscillation of a big old ball spinning around, and it feels like an earthquake.
Hello? I need a volunteer. I need a volunteer that doesn't have mod status in politics to try to join our room over there. Let's see.
Wait, what'd you say? I don't have a mod in politics. What do you need?
Yeah, see if you can join the room over there. Or blocked still.
Oh, okay. I saw earlier. Let me see here. Let me check. Nope, it's still not there.
Okay, so right now, so that's fine. We're just checking some terms. All right, appreciate it. Thanks.
No problem.
was the reason? What happened? Why did they?
No idea.
I did try to join in, and I can't.
I tried to, and I can't. Yeah.
I go there and I click join, and I'm not there. I'm hiding.
It looks like you joined, but you are not there. It gives you to the red button to disconnect, but you are not connected already.
To me, it shows like this. I'm gonna post a print screen in the side chat like that. The side set, it says message failed to load. Try again. But I did click join in, and I just see that AI is there. Crit.
Yeah.
Erratic. Quetzalcoatl. The other guys cannot join in.
Send me an invite, bro. Oh, sorry.
Oops.
Oh, a bomb. Just above. Where the fuck? Where's the other channel? Oh, okay, never mind. Peace. Have a good day, guys.
Peace. Cheers. Oops.
Why did it go dead all of a sudden?
Yesterday, India did get a ban at politics from a senior mod, but because Charlene, you know, the guy did complain to that guy.
Yeah, I heard a little bit about it this morning, but I figure that politics is a filth in a sewer, and so I stay away from there.
So maybe, you know, we cannot people that are not
There's
mods
tyrannical
can,
madness in politics.
yeah. So maybe someone did change. We cannot change. Who is not a mod cannot join in, or something going on.
Yeah, I wish we would stay here at our home base where we don't have that constant line of sickos and everything else.
You know, at the same time, there's there's people that they join in there, and then they are coming here. And some Danny, that we did spoke with him. He did saw us in Rumble, at Rumble, Eloseptic at Rumble, like doing a live stream. So he did found us through there.
Sure.
Oops, sorry, my television.
Let me know if I can grab anything.
Sometimes I put in pause. But there's all kinds of people there. They are coming from there to here, but just to troll or to making crap. I mean, the same guy that Neo, same guy that said there, he saw a black hole in his toilet. I mean, those are lost cases.
Yeah. Yeah, the Scott Mackeys and the Brendas and the people who always want to bring it back to genitalia and feces. You know, too much of that crap over there.
You said the Latin word, right?
Say again.
You did say the Latin word, feces?
Yeah.
No. Okay. I understand.
Yeah. You know,
so I'm gonna post.
So has Witsit disappeared from
the map?
Is he still around, or is he kind of disappeared?
Not here.
Say again.
No, here I haven't seen him at the right. You know, as a mod here. I don't know if he's is at Earth Awakenings, but yeah, it seems that the guy is.
Yeah, I've not seen him in a long time. And somebody said that he hit his wife or something, and maybe he got arrested or something like that.
Okay. You know, I did. Someone said to me about his problems with his wife, but yeah. So yeah, you know, good for him.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. You know, it's funny because I remember last year there were so many people who were defending Whitson and Jaron. And then sounds like it's an entirely different story now.
You know, they did choose that path. They did choose that path.
Yeah.
I did say, you know, if that priest Will Duffy or whatever, if he did invite me to go there, I will never go there with that guy or others.
Yes.
Not because going, just there, you know. But it was getting too much suspicious, you know. So
yeah.
So.
But anyway, well, I got to get in the house. It's storming here, and so. But I'm glad to see content here. We need to get back here rather than all these foreign lands. We need to stay at our home server more.
Yeah, you know, actually, AI Ardent did talk with us at the politics yesterday that he wants to like, you know, wants to do a live stream here, but with you know, contents from other live streams. You know, so let's see.
Yeah. But alrighty, well, I'll talk with you here soon, my friend.
Okay, see you soon. Logi. Logi or Log-G? I say Logi.
Logi. That's right.
Logi. Awesome.
What's happening?
So I see that that guy Yushu 101. So he's in politics. Server 2.
Yeah. I sent him to a few places where different chats were happening. He's a bit of a boomer. He can't figure it out.
We cannot join in politics at this moment. Just the mods. There's something going on there. I did post a print screen. AI Ardent did talk about that.
Can you guys see it, or is it like you can't see it at all?
I clicked join in, and I did took that print screen. So I'm not there. I don't appear at the list there. And the side chat, it says, nothing did load, and it says meshes failed to load. Try again, and it's just that. So it's just for mods right now. So I don't know if it was that guy, the guy that did a ban to India, the senior mod. I did forget his name.
Okay, it's fixed. We just got word it's fixed.
Okay, it's fixed. Okay,
they just fixed it. It's just repaired right now. I mean, we just got word from the mod or the admin team. Everything can be up and running perfect again.
Awesome. Okay, now I see without even joining in, I see sporadic AE. He did post stuff there, so yeah. Okay, now it's okay.
All right, we're gonna do the closest.
Welcome, Wushu.
Hey, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
What's up? Very well, thank you.
Hanging out, bro. Just fucking hanging out. Trying to get Forza 4 to run on my Linux.
I saw you were talking with Logi there.
Yeah.
So at the moment it was very silent here.
Oh, right. Nice.
You have been around in the server, or is your first time here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, awesome.
Yes. Okay, I found you guys. Yeah, found you on Facebook or something, I think.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
I see you are at politics too. Politics server, Discord server.
Yeah. I just came in here to see there's like 20 people, right? So, figured there's some good conversation.
Yeah, awesome.
There's got to be some big brains somewhere.
We have a lot of different people, different countries.
Got to be a little big brained to fucking understand a lot of things.
Well, there's people. There's people even doing construction. They can.
Oh, I know. Oh, I know. That's what I'm just saying. There's big brain people all over the place. They've just been oppressed all their lives.
Yeah.
We've all been oppressed all of our lives, I think, personally, but that's my belief.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, sometimes, of course, at school, they first years they talk about this globe, blah 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 blah. Even I had this how you say this lucky born at Portugal, and the first time I did hear about flat Earth was actually my first years at public school, Portuguese school. So anyway, but you know, it was talking about navigators 500 years ago, Portuguese and Spanish navigators.
Oh
So
yeah.
At least I had that lucky. But I know that there's a few Brazilian guys that did spoke to me, and even at Brazil, at school, they did learn that too. So the same information is getting there. Awesome. I don't know these days, you know, at you know, this moment, how you say, at these days, if they are still you know, at least telling that information, or it was censorship. But yeah, you know, I had that lucky. Anyway, it was very interesting. But you know, if I want to, at Google, if I want to do a search and you know, trying to get some names, flat Earth names, I don't get it. You know, so Portuguese flat Earth names, you know.
Yeah, one of my best friends is Portuguese.
Awesome.
He came here well, he was born here, and
curved for it to be a sphere. The Earth doesn't measure to have a curved surface. The Earth measures to have a horizontal surface. And we don't measure any movement to the Earth. Right? That Mars thing up in the sky, that's moving. The Earth doesn't measure to have any motion.
How are you measuring curvature, though, on the Earth?
So it would be a deviation from horizontal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what we would look
over what?
Over the water. So primarily the surface of the Earth is 70% water. We know that within the paradigm, water should curve if it was to be a sphere. So we should be able to measure a rate of change of slope of water. We don't measure a rate of change of slope of water. Water is in actual fact our horizontal reference datum, mean sea level, for example, or your bath, your swimming pool, your cup of coffee, a lake at altitude up a mountain. Those horizontals will be parallel to mean sea level, the surface of the Earth.
Wait, I kind of understand now, because like, if the Earth was actually round, then Antarctica or like all the countries at the bottom would just fall into space, wouldn't
it? I mean, I hear what you're saying. It's a bit of a weird idea that the Earth is a ball, people are upside down, blah, blah, blah. When in actual fact, when us in the UK and our friends in Australia all point upwards, that vertical pointing upwards, those vertical lines are all parallel to each other.
Yeah, so that the Earth actually might have to be flat then.
But yeah, that's our claim. The Earth is measured flat.
I mean, yeah, I get you now. Like, if the Earth was round, then shit just fall off.
He does have a point. He does have a point.
He does, doesn't he?
I'll give you that one.
And then,
put it
to
on
be
the
fair,
scoreboard, Geff 1-0.
I haven't measured the Earth myself, and he has gone out and done it. So
yeah, you have.
I have.
You just don't realize it. All right. So, for example, if you do a little bit of DIY, you put some shelves up.
Well, yeah, I use this tape every day and work and that.
Yeah. Good. So you understand what vertical and horizontal is.
Yeah.
Plumb and square. Right? Yeah. Good.
So like
vertical. So the vertical will always be at 90 degrees to the surface of the Earth. Yeah. This is what we find out when we do construction and when we do any type of engineering on the surface of the Earth. It's always plumb and true. We're always looking for square and level. Yeah. To find what horizontal level is, to be level with the Earth means to be parallel with the plane of the horizon. That's the water that we look across that's horizontal, the mean sea level. And your shelf that you've built will be parallel to mean sea level. So we do this all the time. We always reference the Earth as level.
So why would they lie about the Earth being round then?
Deep question, mate. Don't know. I mean, and when I say I don't know, it's because I have no idea why somebody would lie, and quite a lot of people, and I would understand. Maybe the majority of them don't even realise that they're lying. They're just perpetuating the story that they got told, like me and you did, right? We all went to school, we all turned on the TV, and this was the story that was when we got here. So they're just repeating the story, a bit like Father Christmas or a tradition, right? So I don't know. Don't know why.
It's stupid, that, to be fair.
Yeah, there's possible reasons. But yeah, who knows? Just think about it like this: when we're investigating a crime, for example, we're interested in, first and foremost, if a crime has been committed. Now, if we can't figure out the reason why, the motive of the crime being committed, it doesn't stop the crime being committed. So, yeah, the crime has been committed. The reason why, I don't know.
Right. That was just stupid. Lying.
Yeah.
Well, so if I measure, so my level is level to mean sea level.
Yeah.
But I know that's how you get your level on that, but it doesn't really measure curvature, does it?
No, there's no curvature when we speak about level. When we talk about parallel and horizontal, there's no curvature there.
I know what you mean, but because the Earth is vast, though, isn't it? Well, not vast, but it's massive.
Yeah, it's massive. Yeah, it's huge. See, we'll understand this point, right? Locally, like around us, in our houses, at work, around our everyday lives, locally to us, where we can see to, yeah, we're going to treat that as horizontal. But those distances can be measured within the thousands of miles. It sounds like a silly question. You guys know what an angle is, right? 90 degrees, 45 degrees?
Of course.
Yeah, of course, right? Intersection of two straight sides and the separation of those two straight sides measured in degrees. Like I said, 90 degrees and 45 degrees. Now, for example, right, I can stand on the surface of the Earth, say at a beach, and I can look down the beach to some cliffs, and I can measure the elevation angle from the bottom of those cliffs to the top of those cliffs. And if I know their height above mean sea level, I can figure out my distance. Or if I know my distance, I can figure out their height. It's just basic trigonometry, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So this is how we chart and map the Earth, right? Now, understanding that this is an angle measurement, understanding that those sides must be straight, then you understand in this example, then if the surface of the Earth was curved, you wouldn't be having 90 degrees on the surface of the Earth. You wouldn't be able to measure an elevation angle up from a curved line. It's geometrically impossible to do so. It doesn't fit the description of an angle. So this is why I asked you if you knew what an angle was. This type of measurement, utilising 3 points from an observer's position, the position of the observer, position 1, the top of an object, or say, for example, a star in the sky, and the ground position of that object at mean sea level, like the point directly underneath the sky. This is how we chart and navigate the Earth. I can figure out, measuring the elevation angle of a star above the horizon, my distance to the ground position of that star. That means the position on the Earth where the star is directly above. These measurements are in the thousands of miles. For example, I can measure one elevation of 15 degrees above the horizon, and then my distance to its ground position will be 4,500 miles. So I understand what you mean by locally. Yeah, we can find levels locally, but the Earth is so vast. We can use the same type of technique over vast distances. If the surface of the Earth was curved, we would not use this technique. It would be non-applicable.
Right. Okay. So like, but how don't like airplanes just fly off into space if it's flat? Like,
Okay, so if the Earth was a ball and the aircraft was to maintain a horizontal straight path, it would be that claim that would mean that the aircraft would gain altitude and go into the vacuum of space, because airplanes fly level with the surface, right? At, say, for example, 35,000 feet. And the aircraft, because of its yaw angle and its pitch angle, wants to maintain flight. It's going to be parallel with mean sea level below. If the surface of the Earth was curved, the aircraft's horizontal line would continue to diverge with distance. That means it would gain altitude. You understand what I'm raising here?
yeah, but like, isn't there an end if it's flat? If it's round, then it just keep on going around. But if it was flat, then wouldn't there be an end to the Earth?
I mean, potentially. We've only got two choices, right? It's either infinite, which means it goes on forever, or it's finite and stops somewhere. I don't know what happens at the edge of the Earth. I mean, but the question's right. Is there a limit to the Earth? I mean, logically, I would say so, because we have gas pressure. But where it is, I don't know.
Yeah, but haven't we explored all the Earth?
I haven't. We're relying.
Humans.
Yeah, I mean, we've been around. We only discovered, say, for example, Antarctica like 200 years ago, maybe 175 years ago, in mid-1800s. All right, there's stories there have been discovered before then, but ultimately, it's only in recent history that we've discovered what we know. I think even Japan discovered some islands off of its coasters recently that it didn't even know existed. So we're always discovering new stuff.
Wow. Even this shit now. Jackson Jones. He's not there anymore. That's crazy, though.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, guys, if you've got any other questions, feel free to ask. I'm going to go make myself a cup of coffee so somebody else can take the microphone for a bit. But pleasure speaking to you.
You too. What the actual fuck?
Hey, just real quick, because I don't want to write this out. Rich, what I mean is it rises up to, yes, the ground will rise up, like in perspective. You learn this in art class, okay, in grade school. Now, it doesn't mean that it's going to be like right at your eye level, like that horizon is going to be like in your eyeballs, right? That doesn't mean, because you're still taller than the ground. You're still higher than it. So I don't know why you Globers are so thick in the head that you can't grasp. Like, no one's saying that the horizon is going to be directly at your, like, the center of your eyeball, but it does go up with you. Like, it does rise up. So when you're in a plane and you're looking out far away, and like you'll see, like, well, look at that horizon. It's high up, but you're still in a plane where you're 30,000 feet above that ground that you're looking at. And there's a maximum distance that you'll be able to see any ground beyond that because of how you're looking. Come on, you know the story. Why am I saying this? You already know the answers, dude. Just stop. I'm sorry.
Are you talking to me?
I was talking to Rich.
Oh, wow.
I didn't mean that towards anybody else. My bad. I don't want you to get offended.
Is he talking about dip angle correction?
Well, because he's saying that Jesse, he puts a video that Jesse Path of Light did on YouTube. And I said, so I watch it and I'm like, oh my God, dude, like Jesse, bless his heart, right? Like, this dude has a hair and he does a 360 and the crosshairs are parallel to the water in a 360 degree view. And it's like, Hello? Like, there's no curvature at all. And he films that. He gets it on, recorded. Then he titles it. Here, let me look at it. The title of it was Observing Horizon Curve from about 20 feet above water. Yet there was absolutely no curve. If anything, he should retitle it and it says Observing Horizontal,
These idiots. Just stop the conversation right now and just ask me the question. Is your horizon physical now then, is it? Fucking hell. Back to a physical horizon. Oh yeah, we can measure the drop of the physical horizon at 1.225 times the square root of the observer site in feet because the horizon's physical. That's not. Round and round and round we go.
I've seen like a video on YouTube like flat earthers like doing a theory and they prove themselves wrong, but like
can you tell us anything about that?
I don't know, it's like if they held like the light straight then it goes through the hole and the earth was flat, but if they lift up the light then it proves that the earth is round.
Yeah.
It only showed the light when when he lifted the light up.
So you understand the premise anyway, right? Using a straight line of sight with a laser, then we should be able to hit a target, for example. This type of technology is used by the Royal Navy, US Army, like laser targeting systems requiring a direct line of sight. Now this Netflix or YouTube video, whatever it was, where they broke the laser and used a flashlight is, I don't know, maybe a bit of a hit piece. There's loads of laser tests done by quote-unquote flat earthers, some not flat earthers as well, that just work on this premise of a direct line of sight. And doesn't seem to matter the distance. I can grab you one to like around 30, 35 miles. You have a direct line of sight between the laser and the target over a body of water or over a salt flat or over a frozen lake. You do have that direct line of sight where you wouldn't have if the surface of the Earth was curved. See, the thing is, this is why I brought it up. They're laser targeting systems that are used by the militaries of the world to blow each other up all the fucking time. So much so, they're actually now the devices that they use to blow shit up. Like directed energy weapons.
This guy spent $20,000 to prove that the Earth is flat, but he accidentally did the exact opposite. His name.
Now, these surface-to-surface targeting devices can go up to 150 kilometers. It won't work on a curved surface, dude.
Is Bob, and he was in a Netflix documentary covering flat earthers. With the opportunity of a lifetime, he wanted to prove his point. So he cut two holes in styrofoam boards.
These quote-unquote hit pieces around Netflix, YouTube, like Discovery Channel and whatnot. But a little bit of investigation, they fall apart really, really quickly.
Put them up at the same height, lining them up with a camera. Then he sent his friend really far away to shine a bright laser back towards him. If the laser was held at the same height,
no better. This is low-level shit. You got to remember, right? When you go onto YouTube and you search flat Earth, there's a little addendum that pops up.
As the holes far away and the light still came through, it would mean that the Earth was flat, but it didn't. In fact, Bob couldn't see anything,
that little red
so
flag
when he had
trying to warn you away from the truth. Don't look here. We've disproven it, right? It's flat Earth. Is it stupid? Why would you put
that video is literally a flat earther trying to prove
his friend raised up the light higher, it came through. To learn why millions of people still believe the Earth is flat, check out this video right here.
The outcome would be horizontal. There's lots of
the Earth is flat. Why do you say that?
You're quite young, it sounds like. So
the evidence that we've seen doesn't suggest that what we.
There's a lot of fake people out there. There's a lot of people that get put into situations that an agent provocateur or something like that to lead people off the wrong path, like a Pied Piper.
What evidence have you seen?
We've encountered quite a few.
I personally have been to Lake Balaton with FE Core, and we've actually done a laser test from one end of the lake to the.
Like, the thing is, like, why would they bother wasting their time lying about the Earth being round? Like,
Well, I didn't do the full lake because it's.
There is no
but we
need
did
to
a 12
lie about
kilometre
the Earth
test,
being round, I think.
and we could actually see the
quick question.
the laser from one end to the other. And since then, the guys have actually produced
the Big Bang Theory.
Cool, awesome stuff. So if the Earth isn't a ball rotating around the sun that was exploded into existence,
used a 40-kilometre laser test.
from a
So
Big Bang,
this guy
which
with
is
the
nature
laser
creating itself, and then
debunks
intelligence
all the
coming
pictures.
afterwards.
No, it's
and
not.
The Earth
That's the only
wasn't
thing.
A ball
It's just
spinning in
an
space,
example.
and you understood it to be flat and stationary. If you asked a question again, does it still come from a Big Bang when nature creates itself?
Of some of the experiments.
I don't even know if it comes from a Big Bang. None of us here actually knows where
I think
the
it's
Earth
right
come
to be
from.
sceptical about alternative views.
So this is one of
You
those.
can't even no, you can't prove me wrong. Like you don't know where the Earth's come from.
I'll give you the dichotomy, which is the two choices that you've got when you
We
answer
never
this
are
question.
sceptical
How
about
the
the
fuck
view,
did
the
the Earth
mainstream
get here
view
then?
that we're told since we're
Two choices
children.
are, like
Over and over
explained,
again, it's
right?
programmed into
Big
us.
Bang,
None of us know. Well,
nature
it took me 6 months.
sprang into
I was skeptical.
existence all by itself. That's your first choice, Big Bang model. Second choice, intelligence creates. We understand this every single day, right? If you've got a painting, you're going to need a painter, builder, creation, creator. So you've got two choices where you answer this dichotomy. It was either intelligently created or it created itself. Now, if the Earth is not a ball that came from it created itself and it's flat and stationary, and you ask the question again, was it intelligently created or did it create itself? Quite a lot of people lean to, well, it was intelligently created. So maybe one of the reasons why they're lying to you is because they're trying to hide God.
Oh, so you believe in God?
Yeah, but if God is an overseeing entity, why?
This
surely
guy
he
spent
wouldn't allow
$20,000 to prove that the Earth is flat, but he accidentally did the exact opposite.
Before we jump down into a theological debate about the reasons, whys, and motives of a deity, right, it's kind of besides the point at this moment. Right, I'm just pointing out the dichotomy of creation to you. You asked why they would lie. Well, they've given us a creation story, a creation that doesn't exist, a ball in space. It's not that, it's something else.
Yeah,
so
but it's...
Go on.
I don't think they've ever said for fact that it's the Big Bang. It's still a theory. It's never.
Yeah, still a theory.
Everyone's
God is a theory. Do you know God is a theory?
They've given you the choice, though, where nature can create itself. Rocks and physical matter, if left alone long enough, will all of a sudden spring out information, consciousness, and intelligence.
But it can.
Can it?
It can the same way that coal's produced. Why does coal change?
Coal.
Wait, meteors are round.
Hold on.
We are one big meteor.
Yeah, but they have done. I mean, like.
My God. Right, rocks, coal. That's not sentient.
I know it's not sentient, but it's like, well,
that's what we're trying to get. That's what we're trying to get to. On one side of the dichotomy, nature creates itself. That's the physical rocks and stuff, and then information, intelligence, and sentience comes afterwards. On the other side of the dichotomy, intelligence,
building blocks of biology.
And why? Why are you talking?
Because you can't. Because you can't. Oh, go
on. Can't what?
You can't function without a body. Life and consciousness is obviously hugely complex, more than we understand now.
Bingo.
Even now.
Yeah. So we're just asking. Well, at the moment, I'm trying to get you to understand that information and intelligence doesn't come from coal and rocks and physical matter.
But it does in the end.
It does in the end. Okay, show that then.
Well.
Show that God's real.
All I can say is life around.
At the moment, I'm not trying to prove either way. I'm just trying to get you to understand the dichotomy.
I'm saying that given however long amounts of time, life will form if given the necessary parameters.
Okay.
Because like with Fleming when he left his Petri dish, What happened there? Out of nothing?
So it wasn't nothing. The bacteria was
Seemingly
already...
nothing.
Hold on. The bacteria, the yeast, was already alive. You're talking about? We're asking how you create life.
What came first, the chicken or the egg?
That's always a good question to ask.
No.
Go on, Gaff.
What came first, the chicken or the egg?
Well, it wasn't the rock.
What?
But it was the carbon.
But yeah, you asked why they were alive before you start giggling.
Yeah, but you can dumb it down by saying rock and tree, but it's still elements, isn't it?
So, what's the difference between a rock and a tree?
Well, they're both carb.
Okay.
Well, it's different elements.
Do rocks grow and then reproduce?
No.
Okay. Why? What's the difference between rocks and trees?
A tree's a living organism.
Yeah. So a living organism. The tree has got information, code, right? DNA.
Oh.
In the same way as molecules do.
It
Wait,
holds
so we're living in a game. Don't be scaring me.
Oh god. Okay, we're off the trees into games now.
Go on.
Well, you said it's like coded, so I'm terrified now.
Come on, what did you say? Oh.
See the can crush in the background.
Oh my god, you've lost them?
I'm sorry. It's just like the earth isn't fucking flat, let's just be honest.
Okay. So do you remember the bit where the water was horizontal?
Yeah, but what if you look at a plane of water, you can see the end to the water, which is obvious curvature.
The end of the water.
If you want to talk about measurements of the Earth, which is all visual, isn't it?
No.
Yes.
Well, I mean,
everything is visual.
It's not all visual.
Gravity is literally being a fucking thing.
But it is visual.
It's not all visual.
Well, you know what I mean. A lot of your so-called evidence is visual. If we look over a vast plane of water, do you see an end to the water, like when boats go over the horizon?
What's the horizon?
Oh, shut up, negative.
The horizon doesn't exist.
Sorry, I asked you what it was. Hold on. Right, so forgive me. Kind of enjoyed this conversation, but if you're going to turn into pricks, then we'll just end it.
No.
Right. So who said the horizon didn't exist? I asked you to fucking define it. If you're going to end up being a prick, I'll treat you like a fucking prick.
I don't know the fucking definition, you numbskull. Why would I'm not a sad life like you. Sit on a Discord VC all day. Why would I know that definition? What the fuck? Let's be honest.
Just tell us what the horizon is. What's the horizon?
I don't know. I think the horizon is where the Earth curves so that we can't see that. You know what I mean? That point.
Oh, shame.
No, I can't give you a definition for horizon. Can you give me a definition for flat Earth?
You're not wrong if you believe the Earth is a ball, and when you go down to a beach and watch a boat sail over the horizon, you're not going to be able to see the boat over the horizon because the horizon is the curvature of the Earth.
I don't believe the Earth is a sphere. And there's people who are an awful lot smarter than me that could come in this VC and destroy all of it.
Shit.
Well, you're not very fucking smart either, are you, moron? You're literally here preaching about flat Earth, you fucking mong.
You're just ignoring facts. You just heard something.
This is literally what you've dedicated your life to, you sad sack. Get a life. Literally, you need to see the light.
What if you've dedicated your life to telling other people that they've dedicated their life to something stupid?
No,
Is that
but I
what
see
you've
this
dedicated
guy,
your life
yeah. No, I see you in this VC every day.
Being an arsehole.
What is the point in sitting here and fucking, like, proper telling yourself the Earth is flat?
Maybe we enjoy the discussion, bro.
We're not telling ourselves, we're telling you. Are you too stupid to realise that?
Yeah, but you're just ignoring facts, so you'll see. Like I said, I
what
literally
facts?
sent the video. I literally sent the video in the fucking chat of that flat earther proving himself wrong. That
One
flat.
thing the flat earthers don't do is send up a rocket.
What facts have you said? You haven't said any facts.
Oh no, but like you ignore the facts.
Well, like what?
That
What
you
facts
viewed
do
on the
we ignore?
internet and shit. You
What?
just ignore it.
Like
Like
what?
the horizon. You mentioned the horizon. You said, "What's the horizon?"
Like if you
Instead
get
of
on a
learning
plane,
what a horizon
Then you're
is, you
fucking
just
talking shit.
Like
Now
if
you're
you get
putting
on a
words
plane-
into my mouth, or you're listening to the fairies in your head making up shit.
like if you get on a plane and go one way, you'll arrive at your same destination that you were when you left.
Sorry, this one way, was it east or was it west?
Well, it's anyway, isn't it?
What, east?
Well,
or
let's
west?
say east, yeah. East, okay. East.
Good. You understand that east and west are circles around poles?
Yeah.
Good. I can travel around a pole on a flat surface. Let's say I stick his sister in the floor and I point at her and I just walk around in a circle. I'm going to call her north and I went east. I could then change the direction of the circle when I point at your fucking sister and go west. I'll end up where I started from.
Jedi, calm down.
No compass readings. Look in one way and walk that way, and you will reach your starting destination if you have not moved off course.
Flat Earth is just Gloislop, right? It's just Gloislop meant to fucking
And that is
stabilize the
fucking
West.
fact, you retard.
What is a fact?
Like, why don't you send the rockets up and just confirm all your years of work is just
Because
utter
we are
shit.
not. Okay,
That's what you did.
Like, why would
Why
they
don't you get a
genuinely
job?
lie to you? Why would they really be like, right, the Earth is fucking flat, but I'm gonna tell them that it's round, okay? I'm gonna lie to these people and tell them that the Earth is round.
I've got to mute this guy. I've got to mute.
It's just MK Ultra, bro. These people are just like fucking useless eaters.
I'm actually a
brainwashed
CIA
retards.
plant.
So is that what you did, bro?
Like, there is no point in lying to all of us that the Earth is round.
Of all the science conspiracies to latch onto, like flat Earth has got to be the most like low effort horseshit.
Yeah, ban mate. Jackson Jones. Hey, I wanted to ask a Jackson Jones a question.
Yeah.
Is that what you did, Jackson? Did you send a
That's
rocket
what I
up
did.
to
Yeah, we've
Is that what you
actually
did?
sent hundreds of rockets up.
No,
How many probes fucking Mars? No, but as a collective, we've sent up a lot of rockets and flat.
As a collective.
Yeah, no, but other globe Earthers have sent rockets up.
Yeah, but like that's a lot of globe Earthers, right?
How many flat Earthers have started as a rocket company? Can you tell me? How many flat Earthers have actually engineered anything? Have they ever engineered or
guys-
made anything or any like contribution to science, or do they just like
They just
sit
say-
here on an
they
internet
just say the
server
Earth
and
is
circle jerk
sphere.
each other about like being pretend physicists, right? Because I've never actually heard of like a flat earther that contributed to any fucking thing ever.
Do you feel better now?
Why are we getting scattergunned right now?
I just want to break the fucking spell. Right? I just want you guys to have better lives.
You're
and
all-
to, like,
yeah, you just need to get a job. I see you in here every day. The same guy debating the Earth.
Get a job. Just get
you guys don't even get a job. Just go outside. Go for a walk.
Hey,
get like
genius!
a dog.
Hey, genius! Hey, do you have where's your evidence of the globe? Since
Get
you're
a
so
fucking
smart and
pet
we're
hamster. Do anything.
Hey, where's
except
the
for what you're
evidence?
doing now.
Do you have evidence?
Just do anything.
Do
except
you
what
have
you're doing
evidence,
now.
bro? Or are you just gonna keep fucking filibustering?
Yeah.
Do you have evidence or no?
Can you show me? Can you give me evidence that
Do
air
you have
exists?
evidence, bro? It's a yes or no. So yes or no?
That's a good point he posed. Then, can you prove that air exists?
Yeah, you're breathing it, you prick.
Ask him if they have a model. Wait, they don't. They're funny.
Why have you banned all my compadres, you fucking evil tyrants?
Because you're all pricks.
Unbelievable,
You don't
bro.
know how to have a conversation, lad.
No, I just wanted to be an idiot. Act like he's smart. You know the way they do it. Act like they're smart. They're smarter than everybody else, and because they can't grasp, what we're trying to say, they think they're superior. They're idiots. They have no critical thinking skills whatsoever.
Do you guys ever think? How do you guys feel about like most other, pretty much all scientists who do make contributions to their field do believe in a round Earth?
Not interested in what people believe, and the shape of the Earth isn't a point of scientific investigation.
Well, wait, what? What do you mean?
Well, I'm not going to use natural science. I'm not going to construct a hypothesis and make a prediction into a cause and effect relationship that I'm going to demonstrate through experimentation to figure out the shape of an object. If I want to figure out the shape of an object, I'm going to observe and I'm going to measure it. It's geometry, not science, right? Shapes, geometry, science, cause and effect.
And I wouldn't go to a scientist to ask him to help me build a house either, unfortunately.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
And just to double down on that, the buildings actually touch this place that you're attempting to investigate. So just remember that when you want to go to science to investigate this realm.
What about what about all the engineers and, all the engineers who build rockets and who work on it could be like I know some people who are working on replacements for the next ISS if we have to replace it at some point.
Do they need an angle trajectory?
What?
Do they need a trajectory angle?
No, I'm only asking about just all the people who get degrees in engineering fields where they need to send a rocket into space and they do it and they take back measurements. When all of those people do all their work based off of a globe Earth.
No, that's what I'm trying to ask you. Do they have a angle of trajectory? Do they have a trajectory angle when they're calculating?
I'm not entirely sure why that matters to my question.
Well, it does, because this will determine whether they're using globe Earth principles or flat Earth principles to fire the rocket into the air.
Again, I'm not entirely sure why that matters in the sense of I'm talking about engineers putting rockets orbiting the Earth. Of course they're working off of a globe Earth perspective, right? That they are models.
Are they? Have you looked into that?
Well, they believe in gravity, right? That's what they're
What's
using.
Gravity? What's gravity?
Well, no, that doesn't matter for what I'm asking.
Do they? Do they use it?
I know we're getting. I know you want to pivot off the point. I'm just asking what you guys think.
A bit of a weird question.
I'm telling you what I think. I'm trying to find out if what you're saying.
You're just asking me a
actually
question
know
and you're pivoting
to
off
be
the
true.
point.
I'm asking you if what you're saying to be true, if you know that to actually be true, or if you're just assuming it.
That engineers who put an ISS into space use a globe Earth model to keep an ISS. Do you believe in the ISS? Do you think the ISS can exist on a flat Earth?
Oh, there's technology in the sky, no doubt.
Oh wait, are you saying that they're lying?
What about?
That they're using equations related to gravity and keeping an object in orbit above the Earth.
All of these circles above the Earth are in respect to a horizontal plane. That's how they're measured. That's how the trajectories are calculated. It's all from a horizontal plane. That's why you asked about the trajectory angle.
Well, so you like in concept with like a globe Earth where you have like a satellite orbiting around the globe, right?
Yeah, rotating, yeah.
Well, I'm using the word orbit because it's like there's a velocity that it's carrying, like away from the planet, so that way it can maintain.
Understand what you mean. Understand what you mean. I'm just adding to what you mean by saying rotation, because that means rotation 360 degrees for one circle of the Earth. An orbit would require rotation of the rocket or the satellite. There's no pitch data that shows that anything above the surface of the Earth rotates when flying around it. Not helicopters, not aircraft, not your satellites, not your rockets.
I have no idea what you're talking about with rotation. And it doesn't even have to do with the question I'm asking. I don't know why we keep
you're talking about satellites. Fuck me.
No. Originally, I'm talking about all of these engineers who put things in orbit that are working off of a globe Earth. Why do you think that all of them believe in a globe Earth, and how does it make you feel that none of them believe in a flat Earth, and none of them can do their job based on a flat Earth?
Don't care what people have decided to do with their lives, i.e., I want to know the secrets of reality, I'm going to go to university and they're going to teach me and I'm going to repeat it and work within this paradigm. I don't care what these people do or think.
Well, and then you can put a rocket in space, which is the crazy
No, you can't. No, you can't. The vacuum of space can't exist.
Why can't the vacuum of space exist?
Because it violates the second law of thermodynamics.
What is the second law of thermodynamics?
Simply expressed as gas expansion into a space.
Is that like the original second law of thermodynamics, or is that an extrapolation based on like the second law of thermodynamics?
It's one of the easiest descriptions. The other one is hot goes to cold. So high pressure goes to low pressure, hot goes to cold. We're talking about thermodynamics, how energy moves.
Okay, why let's just focus on that then. I almost stopped the sentence. When you go up in elevation, why does the atmospheric pressure go down, or the gas pressure?
Because of the energy and density within the contained system.
So, if you had a giant balloon filled with one type of gas, would it be evenly distributed throughout that balloon and put pressure on all the sides of the balloon evenly, or would it be?
Is the temperature the same? How big's the fucking balloon?
Huge.
Is it?
It's a fucking mile.
I mean, I'll try to let you speak. Is it a dynamic system? Is there gas production and reproduction and absorption within inside the balloon? Is it analogous to the air that we breathe? Your balloon?
No, just one type of. No, it wouldn't be. Just one type of air.
Okay. So you're asking about why is there a pressure gradient? Okay, I'll ask you this: what's the cause of pressure?
Two things. I don't know why we couldn't go down that example.
Fuck me. You're asking about why.
I don't know why. Yeah,
I'm asking you what causes it, because in a minute I'm going to ask you to prove the cause of it. You can either agree to the cause of it, PV equals nRT, the force the gas exerts upon the walls of its container, or you can say something else and I'm going to ask you to demonstrate it. So I'll ask you, what causes pressure before you start asking me about pressure gradients?
Gas pressure is created by force acting on gas.
Force acting on gas?
I think that's a description of it, yeah.
No. PV equals nRT. P stands for pressure, volume
What's that called?
The ideal gas formula.
What does the word ideal mean in that?
What does it mean? It means when gases aren't under extreme temperatures or extreme pressures.
So it's not the only way to calculate gas pressure? And it's only a theoretical way of calculating gas pressure under certain conditions?
No. These are experimentally defined. Boyle's law, Avogadro's law, Gay-Lussac's law.
Let's just focus on the ideal gas law, which only works under certain conditions, right? It doesn't work in all conditions.
What causes pressure? What causes pressure?
Force
It's
acting
in the
on
ideal
gas.
gas formula.
It's not. It's not an ideal law. It's not an ideal law. It's a law for ideal gases. There's a difference, right?
What's an ideal gas?
What causes pressure?
Force acting on gas, just like the force of the
force
wall.
acting on gas.
I was almost through a sentence. The walls. No. I'm just trying to get through a sentence, buddy. I don't know why you have to be a prick about it. Okay, so it's force acting on gas, just like the walls of the container would be acting on the gas. Wrong. Why is it wrong?
Because it's the force of the gas exerted upon the walls of its container.
And what is the container doing to the gas back?
Oh my word!
Oh no!
He's such a little fucking whiny little bitch.
Oh no! Why are you so whiny? Why did you pivot off my original question? Why were you afraid to answer my original question, Jedi?
You're asking about what causes a gas pressure gradient. Why, when I go up, is
No, that wasn't my original question, but okay.
What was your original question?
My original question for your flat Earth model, I'm wondering why, when you go up in elevation, the atmospheric pressure or the gas pressure drops.
Okay, so what's the cause of pressure?
I don't know. You can just answer the question. I don't know why you have to answer with another question.
I have. I'm trying to help
because you don't understand how this is used in purpose. Do you think the guy who made the ideal gas law believes in a flat Earth or a round Earth? And why do you think that you saw past the issue? Yeah,
the guy.
The dude, yeah, just the or the woman, right? It could have been anybody.
James Clerk Maxwell.
What is this? Was it Rudolf Julius Emmanuel Clausius? Do you think he believed in a flat Earth?
Spiraling, sunshine. You're no longer of use to me.
Why do you think you're smarter than him? Why do you think you're smarter than the guy who invented the ideal gas law, and you know more than him about it?
You don't even know what causes fucking pressure, dude.
You don't even believe the same thing that this guy believes, obviously, right?
You're walking past asking him about a gas pressure gradient when you can't tell us what gas pressure is in the first place. So
I'm literally describing the gas pressure. I just think that this one gas law doesn't work in all possible situations, which seems to be the case, right?
What's the cause of gas pressure?
Force acting on gas. That's why there can be That's why there can be gradients of gas pressure within a system depending on heat, right?
Force.
Okay, go with that. What's the force on the gas?
It can be heat. It can be the force applied by the walls acting on the gas, right? These are the two examples of different types of forces.
Oh, so the wall has to run into the gas, does it? Does the wall have to run into the gas?
Just if you like Newtonian physics, like if you apply a force on a wall, it will apply an equal and opposite force back onto you, which is why you don't just move the wall, right?
So that means the gas moving and colliding with a surface, right?
Yes.
Right, there you go. Cheers, mate.
So then, yeah, going back, the ideal gas law is not the only way to calculate gas pressure in a system. And let's go back to the first question that I was asking, which is why is it that gas pressure goes down when you go up?
Oh, I explained this to you earlier.
You just asked me questions.
That would be T. That's the temperature. The thing that you squabbled around to try and say it was a force. It's not. It's kinetic energy. Second of all, gas production, reproduction, and absorption. The gas is produced within chemical and biological cycles on the surface and within the surface at ground level on the Earth. That's why there's more gas here where it's produced.
Wouldn't it expand to fill its container?
Is the Earth a static system?
No.
Right then, there you go.
Wouldn't it expand to fill its container, and why wouldn't it?
It is.
Why isn't it? Why does it matter that it says that it's? Oh, it is. Okay. Well, then why doesn't it evenly distribute throughout its container?
Right.
Temperature retard. He just told you.
Isn't it?
What? Why?
Yeah. He just gave you three answers. You didn't listen, and then you repeated the question.
The temperature.
Ask the same fucking question again.
I guess the problem is it's like if you go up in elevation with the same temperature, it has a lower atmospheric pressure.
When does that happen?
Fucking everywhere on the planet.
At the same temperature.
The same temperature everywhere on the damn planet. You go up on a mountain, yeah.
You're saying you go up in elevation and it's the same temperature as it was at sea level?
It can be.
You're a fucking idiot.
I don't know. I'm sorry. There are different temperatures all over the fucking planet. I don't know why it always has to be colder when you go up on a taller mountain.
Planet. This idiot.
Well, I don't know why that doesn't add anything to the conversation. I don't know why you have to just speak whatever comes into your head.
If you say it more times, it doesn't make it more real, dude.
Yeah, or ask
no. What I'm saying is, theoretically, if you're on a mountain and it's a very tall mountain, and it can be 70 degrees Fahrenheit, and it can be 70 degrees Fahrenheit at sea level, right? I don't know why that's fucking controversial.
Yeah, well, and then show me an example of this. Go ahead.
You want me to show you an example of it being 70 degrees Fahrenheit on top of a mountain and 70 degrees Fahrenheit at sea level?
Yeah, and then show me the.
You're an idiot. You're an idiot. If you don't believe that it can be 70 degrees Fahrenheit,
do I stutter, motherfucker? I'm just asking.
At least let him finish what he was gonna fucking say.
You made a claim, right? So what you're going to do is you're going to say, okay, it can be this temperature and then this temperature on top of a mountain. Show me where that example exists. And then give me the height difference.
So you don't believe it can be 70 degrees on top of a mountain?
I'm not...
This solipsism about the universe is fucking crazy.
Okay, I'm not doing a belief. You made a claim. I just like you to show me so we can talk about your results.
It can be 70 degrees on top of a mountain.
Just show us. Then.
Do you want me to show you it's 70 degrees on top of a mountain? Would you take temperature readings as an example, or do you think they're lying to me? Do you think they're lying to you?
So same place, show me temperature at sea level and then temperature at the top of a mountain in the same place.
Do you think that I can be on top of a mountain and at sea level and be at the same place?
Not you, you fucking idiot. Didn't you just say that you were going to give temperature readings?
No, what you just said was that you can be on top of a mountain and at sea level and be at the same place. Now that sounds like a stupid thing to ask.
No, that's what you took out of it, you special ed.
He literally just said it. Timbo, maybe rephrase your question in a way that makes sense.
I'm going to give you one chance to stop talking.
Do it. Give me one chance. I would love to see you give me one chance.
Alright, so don't talk over the top of me. This is your last chance. Okay. So, I asked you to show me a temperature reading of sea level and the top of a mountain in the same area. You don't have to do this. You can show us a temperature reading. Because obviously you can't be in two places at one time. Why would you think someone would ask you to be in two places at the same time? That would be retarded.
Yeah, that would be retarded.
Yes. Have you got the data?
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna look at temperature readings at the top of Mount Shasta over the course of the year.
And then take a pressure reading as well at the same time. So until you do that, you don't really have an argument about it. It can be the same, this and this and this.
You know,
we're going to be arguing about a hypothetical. Sorry, man.
No, you're right. Yeah, no, sorry, I cut you off there.
No, it's finished.
I'm at 1,030 meters above sea level. And the other day, my weather app told me that the barometric pressure where I am is greater than 14.7 psi. I found that very interesting. Wondering what it was down at sea level that day. Should check that out. Doesn't sound like much of a gradient, does it? Guess it varies.
Yeah, well, what's the temperature range? When you have a high pressure come through at sea level and then a low pressure come through at sea level, what's the difference in pressure normally? Like what's classified as a high pressure and a low pressure? Because I'm sure it's more extreme over the planet. I'm just going with him. Because, we don't get, you got areas with extreme low levels that would get snow and stuff like that. And then you got areas that with extreme high pressures that would get, hot weather and stuff like that. So I'm sure there's a big difference between Canada, northern Canada, and a high pressure on the equator. Than a high and a low pressure in Australia, That doesn't sound like an even pressure gradient either, does it? Because then we would just have all the same pressure at sea level.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, man. I mean, like, it's in constant flux, isn't it?
Yeah. If it was the same, you wouldn't have any wind.
While I'm going through this, do you believe that that atmospheric pressure drops the higher you go?
I believe.
Yeah, in certain
beliefs, isn't it?
Yeah, and in certain, it's different everywhere. Yeah, would you agree with that?
Oh yeah, but on average, if you go up,
if you slowly climb up a slow slope, right, like from sea level up slowly up to a plains, I don't think it's going to be that different. But if you spike from sea level to straight up a mountain, then you're going to have extreme changes. Because what happens is you get this moist air that comes off the sea. And then shoots up the mountain and cools really fast. So you get all these pressure differentials. But if you go slowly up a plane, it's flat near the water, and then you just do these slow rises like you have in Australia, then you're not going to have much pressure differentials from sea level to 500 meters. It's not going to be that different.
You know what's crazy?
What I'm thinking is, if you go to the top of Mount Everest, right? The atmospheric pressure up there is much lower, right?
Yeah, that's extreme. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's sort of you go up any mountain, any cliff, any large mountain, you will notice that atmospheric pressure drops, and that seems to hold true the entire time you're climbing Mount Everest, right?
Yeah, but by how much? So if you're just going to climb up a hill and then keep climbing this big hill that constantly goes up, but slowly, what pressure differential are you going to expect?
Not
much.
It looks like it depends on the size of the mountain, right? Mount Everest.
Well, I'm not even talking about a mountain. I'm just talking about a rise in elevation over a long distance. Did you listen to what I was saying about in Australia? On the East Coast, you've got these big mountains on the East Coast that come off the sea, right? Maybe, 100 k's inland, and then they start going up the mountain. They get snow on them and stuff like that when it can be, fairly warm next to the ocean. These are two extremes. But on the South Coast, you've got, you've got the ocean, and then you've got a cliff, 100-meter cliff. And then it just goes straight into these plains, and they gradually climb, over, hundreds of kilometers. But you could have the same pressure reading at the ocean as you'd have 500 kilometers inland, even though you could be 1,000 meters above sea level. So don't you think that would play a big part in it? You're going, I'm going to go to sea level to 1,000 feet in 2 kilometers, an extreme climb. That's just an example. Don't go off go off the charts and go, well, you can't go, But that's what extremes we're talking about. So of course you're going to get.
I guess I'm
you're going
not
to get
really
air
sure.
pushing up a mountain and cooling very fast, and then you're going to get bigger pressure differentials.
So I've just looked, right, and I've just looked at my the pressure, the barometric pressure it's telling me today, right? 1023. And I've looked at a place which is just not far from me down on the coast, sea level, saying 1022.
There you go.
I'm at 1,030 meters above sea level.
I guess I'm not really sure. Like, so
higher pressure.
If you're at sea level, you are experiencing, is it 1 atmospheric pressure? And if you go,
obviously not everywhere.
And
well,
if
on
you go
average,
to 1,030 meters.
Well, or if you go to the top of Mount Everest, your experience, or if you're in a, or if you're,
He's got
I get what you're saying. Sorry, Timbo, I get what you're saying. Or if you take a weather balloon and you put it in the middle of a nice and flat state like, well, whatever, Wyoming or something.
It's still going to change. It's going to be changed.
A radio song.
Weather
balloon,
balloons.
and then you let it go up. It will. The atmospheric pressure will go down consistently the entire time.
Consistently?
On average.
I don't know about consistently.
Okay. All right. If we want to say on average, I'll let that slide, but not consistently.
Yeah, like it's not gonna. It's not like a straight.
This guy, he's a meteorologist, so you can have a chat with him.
Well, I'm not trying to interject. I just want to make that.
No, you go ahead.
I'm coming in late. But
go ahead.
No, that's the only correction I wanted to make. But if we agree on that, then I can get behind that.
Yeah, so it's inconsistent change in pressure.
But you can take an average. But you can take an average of that. Of those
you can take an average of it.
You can take an average, sure.
You want?
Yeah.
Take an average of anything. Absolutely.
Yeah, but you
it
don't.
Doesn't mean anything though.
Are you are you making any effort to understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm understanding that you're going to claim, if you take an average, it shows a consistent change. But he's telling you it's not a consistent change. But if you take an average of anything, it's going to show you a consistent change. So it's stupid. It's a dumb argument because that's what an average is.
It would be like if you had 100 weather balloons. And you measured them every 100 feet as they rose. On average, every next 100 feet is going to register a lower atmospheric pressure than the previous.
Yeah, on average. Yeah, but inconsistent.
Yeah, you can conceal variations with an average.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but you're not gonna. It's not gonna turn around. I
know because you're averaging it.
But no, that has nothing to do with if it would go up or down, though. If you average something, that doesn't like.
No one's
arguing on and of itself.
No one's arguing. No one's arguing that no one's arguing that in general, pressure goes down as you go up. No one's arguing that.
But no one's arguing against that.
No.
Oh, okay. Well.
But it's inconsistent. You're saying you're acting like
why on average?
You're acting like there's these sheets and layers.
The argument here is average versus consistent.
Yeah.
Right. And just for some context, because I know this is kind of a non sequitur at this point. I know we probably drawn this out, but just for context, right? In terms of the greatest rate of change in pressure with height that actually occurs between the surface and probably about a kilometer off the ground, it's known as the boundary layer, right? Especially as you account for friction. Okay, and that might be controversial to some, but point is, aside from friction, right? If we just take that out of the equation, you still have your greatest sort of heating at the boundary layer, and so as you go higher above, say, a kilometer, your pressure is still decreasing,
but it's not at that same rate. It's actually slowing down. It's still decreasing, to your point. And if you were to take an average, you would be correct. But it is not constant. I can tell you that for a fact, and the reason is because of the boundary layer. That is the number one reason why. It's a lot of those eddies, shit like that.
Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me.
But anyway, I don't want to take that away from what your main point is, but that's
Yeah, so I guess the big thing is, so if no one's if no one's disputing that as you go up, on average, atmospheric pressure goes down. My question is, why is that the case, and how does that work?
I don't know. What do you think? I don't know. What do you think?
That's all right. If you don't have an answer for that, I just I was wondering how it worked on your guys' model.
Well, it is cooler up there, right?
Why is it cooler up there?
Well, the surface retains heat, like especially the water that covers most of the Earth.
I guess I'm not 100% sure, right? You're on top of Mount Everest or something, or you're on a large platform like that with the same amount of area to bounce.
It's just one potential explanation. It's probably not the entire picture, but it's just an example.
Yeah. Why do you think it's happening, Shouting Pony?
Yeah, I think that's probably. I think that part of it is the radiant heat being let off from the Earth, based on light hitting it, exciting the particles.
Sounds like what I was saying.
Yeah, and I think there's also an aspect of the atmosphere can retain heat better than like less atmosphere. Yeah.
When you say atmosphere, do you mean it's just like it's in the shape of a sphere?
Yeah, probably. I suppose.
Oh. How do you measure that?
The atmosphere being is.
Yes, because atmo is air. It means air.
It probably follows the shape of the Earth.
Well, yeah, I wasn't finished. So, and gases have no inherent shape, right? So you're saying that something's gases take the shape of their container. So, do you have a spherical shaped container?
I don't think containers are the only things that can act on gas.
Right. So, is that true though? Is that fundamentally true about gases, that they have no inherent shape and they take the shape of their container?
I think those two things can be true, and other things as well. Yeah.
Like what?
That gravity acts on gas.
Oh, gravity.
Whoa.
Gravity acts on gas.
Gravity acts on gas? That's new.
That shouldn't be new if you're listening to Globers. That's a pretty like standard formation of stars and stuff. Talks about gases kind of clumping together. So that would be one example you've probably heard of. Yeah, in a vacuum. Well, in a near vacuum. Wow. I don't know if space is. I don't think it's a.
Sounds like vacuum. Astrophysics, right? Pseudoscience. Can't test it.
I think you measure. Well, one of the predictions one of the predictions you could make on like the formation of stars is based on how we believe stars are formed. You would see like a curve of how old stars are, and what kind of light they emit, and it seems to follow that exact curve. I don't know. That's one thing that I've heard. Well, so you make a hypothesis, and then we just go and look and see if the real world matches that.
Do spheres have surfaces?
Has anyone seen an ultrasound?
Yes.
Okay. Do gases bodies of gases, do they form free surfaces?
I don't think so. No, they're gradients as they disperse up to a greater volume.
Yeah, welcome to no outer space vacuum.
Whoosh.
Well, no, the gravity is acting on it, right? Unless you didn't hear me earlier, which is the gravity is acting on the gas
Causing it to
towards...
form a surface? Causing it to form a surface?
No, because it's like as you go up in elevation and the atmospheric pressure drops,
So not a sphere.
drop.
So not an atmosphere.
Oh, well, I was almost done. Oh, is that what you're getting hung up on? Oh, if it's like a semantic problem, then yeah, no, totally. Yeah. You're 100% right. It's not like it's a perfect spherical geometric sphere with, whoever made
Hey,
you
shouting
think that
Tony,
was the case?
while you're dribbling shit, how are you claiming a sphere when you've got no measurable curvature?
There's the $1 million question right there.
Well, one thing you can do is you can put rockets in space, and then...
So let me get this straight. I've done model rocketry before when I was in Scouts as a kid. You light them up, they fuck off up into the sky, and guess what? They don't prove the shape of the ground because you're staring up. So how about next time you want to change the carpet or do work on the floor in your lounge room, how about you stare at the light bulb?
No, well, you can also put astronauts.
Pretty fucking interesting analogy, isn't it?
Well,
because that's what you simple fuckwits tell us on a daily basis. Look at the moon. Look at the sun. We've got rockets.
No, put an astronaut in space, right? You have so how many astronauts have?
So now you're going to Narnia.
I was almost done.
Yeah, well, it's a bitch when someone does a fact, isn't it?
No, it's just tough.
Yeah. You've been doing this shit to Timbo and T-Dub. Yeah, you're not going to try that shit. It doesn't work on me.
No, I just don't know why you need to interrupt to feel like you need to make your point. I guess if that's the way that you feel good about it.
My point is, it's a bastard when someone interrupts you. Because that's what you've just done to T-Dub and Timbo over the last 40 minutes.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
You're right.
To them,
Good,
I apologize.
so, how about we get back to the real question? Where is your proof of curvature?
Well, I was going to say...
Measurable. Drop over distance.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is, I mean, how many astronauts have we put in space, right? I mean...
Yeah, no, stop.
In NASA,
stop. We're talking about the ground. Not about guys in little white suits.
So these guys go high up enough to see... Oh, I don't know why. I was...
Because they asked you for evidence. Drop over distance, not space.
I don't know why...
Space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, so we can shut that off now. Where's your proof of curvature?
I don't think you understand what the second law of thermodynamics is, and the second thing is...
entropy.
To view the curvature of the Earth, you need to be sufficiently high up to view the curvature of the Earth, which is why I'm talking about sending people high up in the sky.
So we cannot measure it from the ground. That's what you're saying.
Right, so how do you determine the globe's
it would be a little bit too hard.
Rocket launch?
Oh wait, let me respond to Banhammer. It would be hard for you to test it. No, sorry, what were you saying? Sporadic?
So this is a direct attack on me. It's hard for me to test it. Why is it hard for me to test it and not for you?
I don't want to make any assumptions about you, but I just don't think you have enough money to test it.
Oh, so this is just a financial thing. What are you saying?
Yeah, I just don't think you have enough money to test it. Is the problem?
Wow.
I don't exactly know, but maybe
What
you
a
do.
gish gallop that was.
I just don't know if you. I just don't think you do.
Okay.
That's your problem
Therefore,
thinking
it's a
right
globe.
there.
Therefore, Earth's a globe.
Therefore,
You don't have enough money.
Ben Hammer's a broke motherfucker, therefore globe.
You can prove me wrong, but sorry, that's just what I just don't think you have enough money to do it.
And you do.
I probably do. I probably do.
Well,
you would have to be the second most arrogant fuckwit I've spoken to in the last 48 hours.
For them to launch rockets, guys, the way that they claim to, they would kind of have to know the dimensions of Earth in the first instance. Otherwise, they just plow back into Earth or spiral out into space. So how do they determine that?
Sorry, what?
For them to make a successful rocket launch, the way that they describe, where you have to match escape velocity, basically put yourself into a free fall orbit through a gravity well at about 17,500 miles per hour, an altitude of 200 plus miles high. You'd have to understand the globe's dimensions in the first place to be successful. I'm kind of curious to know how they determined how big the globe was so that they wouldn't inadvertently launch rockets off into space or crash them back into the ground again.
You know, I heard this example for if you were going to the moon, you wouldn't know how much fuel you would need to go to the moon unless you went to the moon first to know how much. That's the example I've heard. At that point, you're making
not talking about fuel.
Well, no, I know you're not, but God, do you not see the correlation? Do you not see the comparison?
Yeah, no. In order for fly around a Boltard, you got to prove the Boltard in the first place. How was that done?
So like, what if Earth was like chicken nugget shaped, right? And they fucked it up and started crashing everything into the side. Like, I mean, this is pretty simple, right?
They make a prediction, and they make a prediction on what the best course of action is based on all available evidence, and they do it.
Yeah, so how'd they determine it?
Yeah, it's the evidence we're after.
Well, they did. I think the earliest form was that dumb little light experiment where you have the vertical lines where the vertical stands draws in the sand or whatever at different points on the Earth, and you measure at the same time of day the shadows cast, and then you can calculate the size of. If it's a globe Earth, you can calculate the size of the Earth, and then you can use those. Right.
The problem is the key assumptions. Problem is the key assumptions make it circular reasoning, but they just get damn lucky.
Well, no, it's just you only have. I mean, you really only have two options, right? And so they're just assuming that the it's not like a plane.
More assumptions. Right. More assumptions.
Yeah, you have to make one of two, right? Either the Earth's flat and the sun's really close, or the Earth's a ball, and we can.
You know what they assumed? You know what they assumed? That the light from the sun is parallel, and not the surface of the Earth is flat, but the sun's surface is effectively flat in comparison to Earth, for there to be parallel rays.
I'm not disputing that that they made those assumptions, but those assumptions turned out to be correct when they were able to put a rocket in space.
No, he's back to his rocket.
Yeah, back to the rocket. Back to something you can't verify.
No, you can. The rockets exist. You can go. This is the crazy part. This blows my mind.
Okay, you can't verify the orbital configuration.
But but you can get a career in this field. Like, this is the craziest.
Sitting behind the desk, programming shit.
No,
but that's stupid.
No, literally,
you
people
can't
become
sit there and make the statement that, like, hey, you can get a career in this field and have it actually mean anything. Like, I can get a career shaking my ass on, like, fucking a pole. It's not gonna, like, actually mean that, like, okay, that's a worthwhile endeavor for me to do. You know what I mean?
What I'm trying to say is, if you didn't believe that there was some old version of this book that you weren't allowed to see because it could only be handled by experts, and you really wanted to go see that book. Right? I mean, the way that you do it is you become an expert, right? And you get granted the access to go and see that really old book. You can do this with astrophysicists.
Gotta trust the experts.
You're full of
shit. You can become an expert. That's the crazy part.
Trust the expert, guys. Therefore,
you can actually become an expert.
So hold on.
In other words,
go to space.
Job right now. You go take somebody's job. Go take an expert's job right now. Take Neil deGrasse Tyson's job and make him tell everybody live that you took his job. Or take a basketball player, take Mike Tyson's job. Just go be Mike Tyson or Logan. Like, what do you mean?
How do you be Michael Jordan? Go be Michael Jordan.
I actually met Neil deGrasse Tyson in real life. He's kind of a douche.
Mike Tyson didn't play basketball.
Listen, none of you are going to go be somebody else. None of you are going to get over somebody else if you don't have the ability to be that.
One of the easiest things that you can do is if you go to college for a degree in astronomy.
Yeah, right.
I don't even know why you're saying
you on a rocket ship.
You're allowed to go to college. This might be a new concept. You can go to college for a degree in astronomy, and they will give you access to telescopes. This is the craziest part. If you go and even with a bachelor's degree,
astrophysics is all made up bullshit anyway.
They will let you look through telescopes.
Okay, I knew you were a flat hard.
I'm not a flat tard. I told you what I believed, and you didn't fucking listen to me.
And yet,
I mean, I could say you're a flat tard for being in here too, but like that's retarded. I'm not
These
gonna
are my boys. They know me. They know me. These are my boys.
Calm down a little bit. You're not going to go meet Michael Jordan. You would be a loser at basketball. So just because you went to college doesn't mean you're going to go do that. You'd be a loser at football. You'd probably be a loser at astrophysics too.
No, but
so
you can be
stop saying
granted
you're going to go to
access to
school
these
and just take somebody's job or be some
Hey,
real
Shouting
smart guy.
Pony, just so you know, you don't have to go to university to buy a telescope and look through it.
No, I know, but you can be granted access to some of these more higher level equipment, like these really
Salting,
big
you're
telescopes.
highlighting the religiosity of your outer space fairy tale, bro.
More toys. Hey, you
can go to college.
Do you hear yourself?
Your professors. You can go to college.
Yeah, I've been there. I've jumped through those hoops. Smart guy.
What did you get a degree in?
Tube. Listen, slow down a little bit. You think looking through a tube does what again?
You know, it kind of depends on what you're looking for, but I think looking through a tube is going to let you look at spherical bodies in the heavens, and they're all going to have different sides.
People that work with gas pipes, plumbers, people who lay lines, people who make tunnels, look through tubes all the time. Are they brilliant?
No. So what I'm trying to say is if you look through a telescope at, say, like Jupiter, you're going to see that Jupiter orbit rotates, and you're going to see a lot of different sides, and you're going to come to the conclusion that it's a sphere. Sorry, what's your question?
No, you're not. No, then you'd be retarded. Because what you should do, stupid, is go up a little higher in altitude.
That's a really good argument.
Yeah,
I didn't even
it's
think
a really
about that. I'd
good
be
one to get
retarded
off
if I
the
believe
fucking
that.
ground, retard. Get next to the things you're trying to look at. No,
yeah, retarded and naive and gullible, bro.
So
no, so if you sorry, let me see if I can rephrase it. So if you look through a telescope at Jupiter,
the water and look at the stars, you fucking idiot. Don't get close to them. Don't go to 35,000 feet and look and see they disappear and they don't exist. Now, what's your fucking dot you were talking about? The blackness of space was what planets? Idiot.
Oh, I was talking about. So if you're looking through a telescope, you can look up at Jupiter.
35,000 feet.
No, I don't know
Shouting
what the fuck you're talking
Shouting
about.
Pony, I'd like to point something out. Notice how your proofs don't involve the ground. They all involve you looking at every single item, not the ground.
I don't know why it's so hard to look at other items, though.
The reason
maybe
for
it's
it,
a
the reason I'm
fundamental
pointing
problem
this out,
with looking at other
the
spherical
reason,
bodies that are
hey, Shouting
moving
stupid.
around. Oh no,
The
sorry,
reason
I was just responding.
Yeah,
I didn't realize.
Fucking rail that shit. The reason I'm pointing this out is because if you're going to prove a particular thing, like for example, my computer case is grey, I don't go and look at the tree in the next door neighbour's yard. You are here to prove the Earth is spherical. You have told us to look at rockets, look at fucking astronauts, look at Jupiter, look through a telescope. The only thing you haven't done is told me to look up my grandmother's dress. Seriously, mate.
And you haven't told us how to look at Earth curve.
Yeah, because I just don't know if you guys are going to be able to get high enough.
You know how do you know Earth's curving?
I don't know how I would get
He
high
doesn't.
enough.
It's just a belief.
No, I just don't know how I would get high enough without.
Brother, we're not talking about smoking stuff. We want to measure, like, you know how dirt in your backyard or the cliff or your porch can be so high before they start to charge you more money or tell you got to go to the city to do whatever, like it can only be so high, regulation size, stupid. You know that for a reason. On this big fucking earth, your little bitty porch shouldn't be noticeable, should it? But you notice it's a raised porch. So let's go find that raised curve. The same way you can find the porch or the hill in your backyard or the mud puddle raised for water to sit down in it. So now if your little microscopic ass can find the microscopic difference in that mud puddle in your backyard, let's go look for Earth curve in the water. Water at rest should be curving. Let's go fucking see where it's at and stand on it. Let's stand on it.
You realize why it would be hard to
No, he wants to point the lights in the sky
I
like
thought
a
I could
smart
almost get
guy.
through a sentence. I didn't realize I wasn't
Well,
allowed to.
shut up, you smart ass.
You're just going to tell us about belief. We don't realize your belief has been it hasn't been performed. You don't have an Earth curve fucking believer. So until you can produce that, stupid, you got a bunch of fucking excuses on what you can't do and what you don't have is Earth curve. You might as well be a flat earther with a whole bunch of fucking excuses in a globe Bible.
I am just making the assumption that you and I.
Yeah, you want us to play make believe with you, dude.
I didn't
Grow
realize I
up.
wasn't allowed to respond yet. Here, I'll wait for you.
Well, you already responded. You said you're asking us to play make believe with you. What? You say no more.
Oh, so I'm not allowed to speak anymore? Is that
No, I said you need to say no more, bro. You've already asked us to play make pretend with you.
You can do real things to find this curve.
You can't, though. But you can't find Earth curving water. You can't find the 20 aquariums where you got one
The
of them.
same limitations on me are probably the same that are on.
Well, how about this for a limitation? I'm going to say you're a brokey and you're not exactly a fucking astronaut flying above to look down to see the curve. Oh dear, that's a bitch when someone throws it back at you. But anyways, kid, the guys in here probably don't want to play make-believe. They did that when they were little, got brainwashed into believing they were globetards, and then woke up to themselves. I don't think you're going to convert many back. Actually, fuck it, I don't think you're going to convert any back.
Me calling you broke really struck a nerve, didn't it? You brought that up quite a bit later.
You don't even know me, kid.
I don't, but I guess I figured something
Well, dude,
out.
you claiming you have enough money to do independent space travel demonstrates how delusional you are.
I'm just making an assumption on your guys' wealth.
You had a cheap stab.
Dipshit.
At the wrong person.
Call upstairs to your mom and have her bring you a hot pocket. Cool off for a little bit. Little assumptive pricks.
Wait, is no one talking right now?
You were.
It just got so quiet in here, man. I was enjoying it.
A moment of silence for the globe.
Okay.
Do you think you can be less of a smartass than Shouting Pony, Nate?
I'm not quite sure. Do you think? I don't think so, actually. No.
I guess not. You can't even form a sentence.
Yeah, no, I don't think
guess
so.
Smart after he's out of your department. Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to troll, we'll troll you back, and we'll win.
Oh. I don't know. Like, how is being a smartass a troll?
Well, he's feigning smartassery. He's upset that he's realizing that he's been duped by his TV. Now he wants to say, you guys are poor and have never been to school.
No, I just assumed you were poor.
Yeah, you know what happens when you assume, right?
There's a likelihood I could be right.
What kind of higher education did you get? What is it? You? What is up with you beginning every sentence like an Ozzy Osbourne song?
Do you have a problem?
Yeah, that's just.
Wait, that was
thinking Guns N' Roses.
Mark guy has to say I 6 times to get a sentence
It
going.
sounds kind of ableist. I'm not entirely sure if making fun of people's their disabilities is.
I'm making fun of you, bro. You're acting like you're the smart guy, right?
Is a little bit.
Yeah,
right there with the stutter. It sounds like you're making fun of disabilities, and I don't necessarily know if it's allowed in this chat.
Right, can we talk about flat Earth? Oh.
Yeah, we can, I think, but I don't know who's going to talk about it because this guy's muted and I'm a smartass too, so I'm not allowed, I think.
No, I asked you if you could be less of a smartass, and you couldn't answer.
I said probably not, but I don't know this guy.
Okay.
Well, he's peak smartass.
So, why should we believe in flat Earth?
Well, we don't want you to believe in it. You can go and believe in fairies and other shit like you already do. We're happy with that. We want you to know it's flat.
Then.
Yeah, this isn't a believe or not believe subject, bro.
Okay, so prove it then if it's not a belief.
Well, just have you ever acknowledged the nature of water out in reality?
How is that relevant?
Well, how do you know water to act at its surface when at rest?
Sorry?
What do you know about the surface of water when it's at rest?
It's not moving.
Okay, have you ever prior to this flat earth conundrum that has you guys all butthurt, have you ever heard of the phrase water seeks its level?
Water sinks at what?
Water seeks its level. Have you ever heard of that before?
I haven't heard of that.
Well, it's part of the flat Earth model. It's required to.
No, that was something that was not controversial prior to this flat Earth conundrum you guys found yourself in. So I'll ask the other guy, have you ever heard of that? Water seeks its level.
I hear about it from flat earthers all the time. They think it's a law.
Well, have you ever acknowledged water out in reality?
I'm sorry, what
have you interacted with water at any time in your life, sir?
Yeah, obviously. Where are you going with this?
Oh, now the other guy's answering. So what do you guys know about the surface of water?
Doesn't seem to be answering, but I already answered you.
Do you find it controversial that water seeks its level?
I don't know what that means.
Okay, well, buy a dictionary. Ask Santa Claus.
Okay, let's see.
How is it? What is it with you guys? You guys act like you're the smart guys, but you come here and play stupid. How does that work?
I mean, you expect us to know your specific stuff already.
No, I'm just asking about water.
Are you saying water moves to a lower level or something?
Yeah, sure, it does.
Yeah, so we agree there. So are you asking me how it happens?
And then say you found the lowest point that all this water has found. What can you tell us about the surface of said water?
We can say it's flat.
Okay. Well, they claim we're on a ball covered at its surface with 70% plus water.
Uh-huh.
Those two things can't coexist.
Well, the thing is, when we say the surface of water is, when we say the surface of water is flat, that's because we're looking at it from close up. That means we're working with small scales.
Okay, so how big a body of water do we need until it starts curving at its surface? Because we have the Suez Canal, that's 120 miles of lockless water connecting two bodies at sea level. So it must be above that distance.
One molecule of water is round.
Yeah, I'm talking to the other guy who's using his brain right now.
The curve is... So, when the body of water gets bigger, the curve, well, it's more curvy.
Yeah, but we have so bigger than, so how big? Because we have 120 miles at the Suez Canal.
Yeah, so the Suez Canal is curvy, the surface.
No, there's no locks, and it connects two bodies of sea level. It's like a big ditch, like a big bathtub.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is the whole flat Earth is right in front of your eyes the whole time. Yet you guys see ball on textbook and TV and say water ball. Yet in reality, water seeks its level. That was never a controversy prior to this. Have you ever heard of a water level?
When you say the Suez Canal's surface is flat, how exactly do you know that?
Well, there's no locks, and it connects two bodies of water that are at sea level. So and we know water seeks level.
Again, he's asking you how you know it's flat.
Well, because the boats go up and down it all day long. No locks.
Is there a rate of change in the top of the water, gentlemen? Even on your magical imaginary globe, there's no rate of change of your slope of your water, right? So when it goes down and around the ball, it says 0, 0, 0, even though you can watch it go down. Let's say 0, nowhere. So yeah, it's flat. Don't be such a goofball.
You don't need locks to.
Yeah, a better question would be, how do you guys know it's curved?
Yeah, where do you see the rate of change at, guys? Show us the rate of change for the horizontal.
What are you measuring it relative to? If you're just measuring it in tiny scales, you're not going to see it. And
not going to see what?
I mean, are you citing
something that doesn't exist?
Are you citing measurements?
Yeah, hold on. What do you mean you're not? Yeah, that's a good question. What do you mean when you're not going to see it? What is it that we're not seeing?
Logic.
I mean, if you look really close to the edge of a circle, you're going to see a straight line. You're the one trying to say that the Suez Canal is flat on the surface.
So what's the it? So what's the it that we're not seeing?
Well, again, we're asking you a simple question, which is why the Suez Canal would need
You have a mouse in your pocket?
No.
The other guy said, listen, Hotshot, the other guy said you're not going to see it. I'm asking him, what is it?
The curve.
Okay, how do you know the Earth to be curving?
We've seen it from space.
Oh, my Lord, faith no more.
What do you mean? Are you saying like every single space photograph is fake?
Yeah, what is it?
I don't know, said the guys who don't want to go take high altitude footage of anything through your telescope, bongs. Weirdos. You got all these ideas of what you fucking know, but you don't know anything. Bunch of weirdos. Repeat stuff.
You guys are hyping logic, yet all you come back with is, you're like, I'm going to be logical, and then you just spew illogic. Weird.
Well, the logic, quote unquote, that we're getting
for proof. You provided no proof.
Yeah, the logic, quote unquote, that we're getting from you is the Suez Canal not having any locks.
We're asking you for the Earth curve for I don't know how long now, and all you guys have been doing is asking retard questions and telling us how you can't find it.
Oh, we found it.
You have an Earth curve. So let's keep this short and simple. Curvert.
Yeah, you guys are not realizing that you're just assuming that the ball on the textbook and the TV is reality. Oh, we found it all right. We know it's there. Well, you're not going to see it. You wouldn't expect to see
evidence. You're not providing any.
Just here's the ultimate kicker.
The Earth provides the evidence for you. Just go out and examine the Earth to see if it's curving at the rate of a 39-59 mile radius ball.
It does.
Yeah, looking at
that's why celestial navigation is calculated. Yeah, that's why celestial navigation calculates the way it does.
Where at? Show us what you did and how you did that on your boat.
Everywhere.
On your boat, what do you do now? Step one.
Yeah, the dip correction.
It's upward inflection guy.
Yeah, it's upward inflection guy. The blower out of assholes.
Or the
dip correction, like you just said something important. What is a dip correction, man?
Dip correction, it has you angled upwards in exchange because you have to look down in order to see the horizon, depending on how high up you
angle up because you're looking down, so no Earth curve.
When you do a dip correction.
Like I just said, you are angling. Hey, can somebody hush Demok up? He's like a little yappy dog.
No, tell me exactly. Don't just say, I was angled up, so now I gotta go angle down. No, tell me exactly does it do?
Yeah, it adds degrees, or sorry, it takes away degrees from your measurement because again, you are getting a wider measurement. To what?
To make it
to make it parallel to your tangent.
To the tangent or to the ground?
To the tangent.
To sea level. No, it's actually to the sea level.
No, it's to tangent.
Really? Where does it say that in the books? Because I said it has to makes it parallel to sea level.
No, it makes it parallel to the tangent.
Can you cite that?
Yeah.
Yeah, put the citation, please.
Okay. And the funny part is, while I'm getting this for you, is when
I
know you don't want to hear nothing. I know you don't want to hear logic.
The actual citation, my friend.
Oh. Okay. Well,
here you go,
here's
dude.
another
It's easy
question.
peasy. Now, whenever you're doing the math for dip corrections, it actually lines up perfectly.
Shut up. And while you're there, change your fucking name, because we don't promote that kind of shit either. And as for the other moron, when I get to fucking talk to it, I'll rip its asshole a new one too. Fix your name up, or you can stay muted. Fuck you.
This reminds me of Stalin.
Yep.
Yeah, he's Stalin, all right.
All right, so how do you guys
Stalin and
explain
tap
the
dancing.
flights? So
explain what?
There's a flight between
we don't have to
Sydney and
explain anything.
Santiago.
We don't have
The
to
direct
explain anything,
route-
bro. No, we don't have to explain.
Oh, let me
that.
speak, dude.
It's not required to. No, it's not. It's a red herring and it's non sequitur. Who cares?
No, it's not a red herring and it's not a non sequitur. If you have a
Oh,
theory
well,
that
you know,
makes
don't have to
things,
explain it.
predictions
It's not.
about reality
It's not
and the
required.
predictions
We
are
just
wrong,
have to go.
then it's
no,
not
we just
correct.
have to. No, bro. No, bro. We just have to go to the surface and then to see if that's curving.
So it is curving. We've seen it from space.
Where's the measurements of it?
Oh, you want NASA's website?
No, I want the measurements of the surface of the Earth curving.
What
We
exactly
drop
do you
over
want?
distance. A deviation from horizontal sea level. It'd have to be consistent over, a significant distance in order to show that progressively drops away from horizontal, conforming to that of a sphere.
It's in the
with a
chat.
value of 3,959 miles.
See, now you can be a baller. Yeah, it's right there. There's the line. I took the picture myself. It's 100 feet above sea level. It's lower on the left underneath the red line. It's literally not sea level. They should call it sea curve.
What is the rate of change of slope?
8 inches per mile.
Now, I have put like 19 different citations in the side chat. I would like for at least one flat earther to read any of them.
You're not gonna get it.
They
well,
can't read
in the
and they
last
can't do
one
math.
that you posted up at 43 past the hour, let's have a look there. It's not really a citation. I would consider it more of a drawing. Begging the question.
I put the source for it, numpty. You just got to read.
So, where's the source for the one at 43 past the hour?
At 44 past the hour.
You don't need advanced mathematics to prove any of this.
Scrolling down.
No, it requires a little bit of trig to do Haber-signs. But once you have that, then you're golden.
So begging the question. You've got to prove it's a ball in the first place, numpty.
I think the word you're looking for is numpty.
Yeah.
We've seen the images, but you guys say it's all fake.
Yeah.
And now you have your own model, right?
Well, we have
your own
the
model
math.
doesn't explain like anything. It doesn't explain how flights from San Diego to Sydney, when the direct route would be 7,000 miles across
we're not in the business.
which would take 14 hours.
We're not in the business of explaining
a flat Earth,
things.
it would take 35
We're not in the business
Galleon.
of explaining
Hey,
things.
Galleon, watch this one. Watch this.
Yeah, we're not in the business of needing to explain things. All right.
So
now
your
you've understood
theory
that
contradicts reality, and you just say we don't have to explain.
No, bro. Now you've understood that the surface of the Earth is planar. You can go and try and figure out all these other things, right? If you want. That's your
No, we didn't
prerogative.
figure anything. Why would I believe you?
Wait, what?
You provided no evidence.
Well, you have to go out and do that yourself, bro.
So I'm
go and
doing
see
it
if
now.
the surface of the Earth is curving or not.
So I'm showing you photographs from space, but you're just saying they're fake.
I'm not in the business of convincing you either.
It's pseudoscientific to just say my theory can be contradictory, but I'm still gonna hold it.
No, I'm not providing any fucking scientific theory or anything like that.
What's up with the attitude,
you're saying the
Hegelian?
Earth
Hey,
is flat.
Hegelian, what's up with the attitude, bro?
You know what?
No, you're saying the Earth is flat, but that leads to a contradiction, so you need to wrestle with that contradiction now.
Hey, Haas, I think we got the whole Globe Gangster crew from way back before in here right now.
Sounds like it.
I think that's them, dude. Like all
The
of these.
upward inflection guy, and hide your wine glasses, everyone.
Well, yeah, keep talking about random shit, and because you can't wrestle with the
No, I wasn't
contradiction.
talking about you, Hegelian. Dude, I was having a back and forth with you and Flurf Destroyer parachuted in, remember?
You didn't do anything, dude. You're just
Calm
evading
down,
right
bro.
now. Wrestle with the contradiction.
Galen, you sound really familiar. You're in here under a different account, are you?
What?
You're here under a different account, huh? Because you sound extremely familiar. What was your other account name?
I don't have any other accounts, but nice evasion.
Okay.
Alright, you could, whatever. You sound extremely familiar.
So, explain the Sydney flight then.
Well, a pilot gets in the plane and he pushes forward on all four levers and it starts accelerating, and then he tilts the nose of the plane up and it flies up into the sky, and then he aims towards where he's got to go to, and then he fucking backs off and lands. Is that what you wanted?
Well, if the Earth was flat,
pretty cheap
Sydney to
fucking summary of
Santiago
a
would take
flight,
35 hours.
Aims up. What is he aiming up
that's
at?
not what I want.
Draw that shit. Draw that shit right
Oh my
now.
god.
Draw how your fucking magic flight goes around the ball while it's up and the ass then lands on the ground or the runway. Draw that out.
Oh yeah,
Hello?
like the 19 other citations you guys haven't read.
No, draw it out, retard. We're not gonna fucking read it. It's gonna show us what it is. So you're gonna draw it out what you think you fucking know what you're talking about, because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about simply because you can't draw it out and you're too retarded to. That's what you're proving right now, right?
The only thing I'm proving is you're just seething.
Whether or not,
So you're retarded and don't know what a circle is, can't put that on paper, and then can't draw a little fucking stick figure plane to show us your stupid ass lie? That's weird.
Hey, if that helps you sleep at night, so be it.
So whether or not the Earth is flat is not reliant upon a distance or a flight time, right? A flight distance or a flight time. It's not reliant upon that. It's not how you determine if the Earth is flat or not. Is that how you determine if the Earth is a globe or not? Is that your standard? Is that how
It's
they
not
figured
how you
out the
determine
Earth?
if the Earth is a
Is that how
globe,
they figured
but
out
that
the Earth
does
is a
help you
globe? Is that how they
determine-
figured out the Earth is a globe, bro? Is that how they
Oh,
figured
you
out
have
the Earth
the
is a
wrong
globe?
question. We are trying to figure
Is
if
that
the
how
Earth
they
is flat
figured
or
out the
not.
Earth is a globe? Is that how they figured out the Earth is a globe?
We're trying to
Not
figure
for a
out
plane
if it's
flight?
flat or not.
No, that's not how you figure it out. That's not what decides whether the Earth is flat or a globe. How'd they figure out the Earth's a globe, bro?
From the images, obviously, but we're not talking about that.
The images?
We're trying to see
so
if
they
flat
didn't
Earth
know.
is
So they didn't know. So they didn't know that before that. They didn't know. They weren't sure. Is that right? They weren't sure.
Aristophanes had these two sticks, but
No,
you
they
said
had different proofs before that, but the images are definitive
Alright,
proof.
so what was that? How did they figure it out, bro? How did they figure out the Earth's a globe?
I mean, I don't have to give you old evidence. I have new evidence, which is the images.
Let's go to the very first one. We'll start there.
Also,
See if that's correct.
I was asked to give a drawing. I did give the drawing of the flights, but you guys
you
haven't
did?
responded
Oh, there
to
you go,
that.
Demok. Take it away, mate. Have fun, man.
He supplied us a drawing.
Did you put it in the chat?
Yeah, I did.
Holy
50
shit, where's
minutes
it at?
past
Hold
the
on.
hour. Direct copy from WS Retards R Us fucking page about flights. Also known as Strawman's R Us.
That's not what I asked for.
That is my argument.
That's a perfect fucking line. I don't see no little airplane tilted up. You idiot
Actually,
retard.
Hegelian, it's not your
What are you
argument.
talking
It's
about?
somebody else's argument. You've copy-pasted it thinking it's some kind of gotcha.
Yeah, you just choose.
You wanted evidence. I gave you evidence. Now
Bro,
you're
if
whining
I draw
about who
two
made the original
circles on
argument in the first
paper,
place.
drawing two
cartoon is
circles
not
on
evidence.
paper and writing numbers down is not fucking evidence for saying a plane is tilted this way, this area and
Talk about the tilt, you're
orientation
talking
away
about
from
how
something.
fast the route is.
Bro, what the fuck are you smoking? Listen, you're not supposed to show a diagram, a number. You were supposed to draw a circle and then what appears to be a little airplane and then how that airplane goes from runway to runway the way you fucking described, stupid. Not a diagram of circles and numbers. That doesn't show us what you claimed
not
about a damn
checking.
airplane.
I don't know what you're on about. We're trying
You're
to
the one
see
that
if
said
the
an
flat Earth
airplane
model
tilts
fits
up
the
away from the
reality.
runway.
That's between Sydney and
You said an
Santiago.
airplane
A flight
tips
takes
up.
12 to 14 hours. If you let me speak,
You said the
it takes
airplane
12 to
tips up
14
and then the
hours.
person
Oh
looks
yeah, because
down.
talk over me because that makes you the winner.
I never
Definitely,
finished my
dude.
fucking
Sound
sentence,
logic.
idiot. You said the airplane tips up and the guy looks down
I
and
never
that's how you
said
guys
that.
know
You're
it's a
putting that
globe.
in my mouth. I never said it tips up. I never said. I never talked about what the how the plane is actually going. I just said the flight between Sydney and Santiago takes 12 to 14 hours.
What's the dip?
It doesn't make sense that the Earth is flat, because if the Earth was flat, the flight would have to take 35 hours because of the
where does the
20,000 mile
plane-
distance.
Says who? Says who?
Where does the plane have a dip corrector and then it goes beep, beep?
Hold on, Demok. Demok, hold on a second. Hegelian, says who with these times? Because there's so many factors that can change flight times. Wind paths, how hard the pilot hits it. So, planes are not measuring devices. So you making a claim of, oh, it flies 14 hours here, but if it was flat, it would have to be 30 hours. Where did you get these numbers from?
Because when the Earth is flat, the route is 20,000 miles. When it's not flat, it's 7,000 miles.
Who says? Says who? Says who?
Well, unless you are saying the mainstream flat Earth map is not the one you're defending.
Mainstream flat Earth map. What's that? What's the mainstream flat Earth map? What's that?
The one that most flat earthers use.
Show us. Post it.
Okay, give me a second.
And then tell us which flat earther made it.
No, do you have one you want to send?
There you
One,
go.
well,
I
I've never
posted some
made a
maps up
map.
for you.
I'm not a map maker.
What the hell is that? Which one is your model? Wait.
Say again?
Which map is the one you're defending?
I'm not defending a
any
fucking map.
You're trying to strawman. You're presenting one for
we're
us,
trying to
apparently.
see if your logic makes sense.
No, you're going to present one that you say is the flat Earth, and we're going to tell you if it is or not. Come on, chop chop. Post it. You'd think you'd have this ready to go since you're talking about it.
This
Mark.
one?
Oh, that's an azimuth or equidistant projection of the globe. Are you saying your globe doesn't work?
Okay, so send us your map then, and we will see if the mile
I'm not claiming one. I'm not claiming one. This is your argument, bro.
Well, you're saying the Earth is flat.
Wait a sec. No,
You're
wait a
flat
sec.
Earth or
Hold
not?
up. Hold up, bro. This is your argument, not mine.
Yes, my refutal of your belief.
No, that's not my belief. That's not my belief, bro. That's not my belief.
So what is your belief?
Sorry. I'm not presenting a belief. I'm not talking about belief.
Why?
Because belief is accepting something to be true without evidence. I'm
Asking
not
about the
discussing.
theory that you
I don't
agree
have a
with.
theory. I'm not presenting a theory. I'm not talking about theory.
So what do you think the Earth looks like?
Well, just go outside and have a look.
which Earth map do you think is the accurate reality?
Earth map? I don't have an Earth map.
You never use navigation? You don't use mapping?
You don't have an Earth map either.
I've used maps before. You know those ones with the square grid lines on them? It has a distance and a scale.
So you what? So you don't believe in the globe Earth.
Local maps.
You must believe in an alternative explanation of like everything.
Why must I? Why must I?
Compasses work.
Unless you're going to say, I don't believe in any, and I'm not going to be able to make any predictions.
No. Why must I?
You don't have to. You
don't have to. I'm just assuming you're... What?
If you keep flying north, you eventually start flying south.
Do all that. We don't have to believe your shit stories or say, come up with a fucking unicorn for you to ride. Just tell us your fucking proof of your claim. Or shut the fuck up. It's show and tell. Don't worry about what
if you fly north, you start flying south.
I mean, I've already presented my evidence, but you guys don't agree to it. So now we are saying...
Well, stand on it. Stand on your own. Let it stand on its own two legs, right? You don't. It doesn't need to be held up by anything else. It should just stand steady on its own.
I have to prove my own theory. Well, we're trying to see if your theory.
So you're talking about a theory. So you're not talking about the facts. So it hasn't been proven yet.
Didn't he bring pictures from NASA?
Not, like, useful.
I'm pretty sure he brought pictures from NASA.
Wait, what's a scientific theory? What's a scientific theory?
Wait, Hegelian, you. Right?
You're talking about science.
You don't know what the scientific theory is?
Hegelian.
Yeah, no, give us the definition of a scientific theory.
You don't know what it is?
Yo, Hegelian.
Give us the definition. Go ahead and post the definition.
So you don't know what it is then?
Post the definition for us.
So you're admitting you don't even know what the definition is?
Post the definition. I'm not admitting anything. I'm requesting you post the definition of scientific theory.
Yep.
You brought it up.
It needs to be explanatory and evidence-based.
Why do you keep trying to turn what you mention around back onto me?
I mean, you're the one who asked the question.
No, you're the one who brought it up.
I'm the one who's trying to refute your theory, but you're trying to evade that.
What theory? What theory have I presented to you?
By rejecting the globe Earth theory, you must have your own theory, unless
you're trying to defend it. You haven't given me anything to actually deny yet.
No, I'm the one denying.
You haven't
You're denying something.
Substantiated any of your claims good enough for us to hold it or touch it or believe it's real, or to even understand we can have firsthand knowledge of it. You just believe pictures are your fucking ball. A picture from a government. Cool story.
So how do you explain anything? Like, how do you...
I don't go ask the government for pictures of my fucking shit to explain. I go figure it out on my own. It's usually stuff in my life. I don't worry about what the government's doing or saying about dog shit that they couldn't prove themselves or you couldn't either. Why would I have to? Type shit.
So let's say we're trying to construct a bridge or something. What kind of mathematics are you going to use to construct it?
I don't need pictures from NASA for that, dude.
Level.
Your argument... So your refutation of the globe Earth is I don't need to build bridges. Like,
I can use cups of water on each side. I can use boards. I can use human hands and touch and feel the bridge I'm making flat.
And how are you going to ensure it doesn't collapse? Where are you going to do the physics calculations that are necessary?
Pelican, how are you... I'm asking for a friend here. I want to give them a good definition of scientific theory. What definition would you use if you were me?
I want my question to be answered first.
Well, in order to make sure your bridge doesn't fall down, you would have to apply camber to the bridge, not wrap it around a fucking ball. So bridges are built horizontal, level, with camber applied, as so you can apply weight to the center of the bridge, and then the structure will be built on top of that to make sure that that camber doesn't collapse. Next.
That's fine, but how are you calculating the different forces involved?
We'll send you out there and you can have a camber right in the middle of it and see if it can support it.
Yeah, hey, so how would you define scientific theory?
No. So I'm saying you're building a bridge and you don't want it to collapse.
Your question
but how are you
got
going to do the force calculations if you don't have a theory?
Yeah, how would you define theory? I'm asking for a friend, if you could help me out.
Well, theory is a well-substantiated explanation of some aspect of the natural world. So I'm saying if you don't have that, how are you going to do the physics calculations for the bridge you're building? Or like pretty much anything that would need physics calculations.
So why are you sidestepping from the fact that with these calculations, you don't apply Earth curvature, which is what you're here to prove?
No, I'm not. I'm not trying to say that's what you're doing. Curvature or not.
You are sidestepping. Where's your proof of curvature?
I'm not trying to prove curvature right now. I'm trying to prove that you have a physics theory.
It's stalling.
You're stalling. I'm not stalling. No. You do have a physics theory. Yes.
So you're just changing the subject.
I'm not changing the subject. I'm trying to show that you do have a physics theory so that I can circle back to my main point.
So what has a physics theory got to do with you proving curvature?
I'm trying to disprove your theory. I mean...
We don't have one. That's the bit you can't get through your stupid thick skull.
So if you don't have one, then you can't do any physics calculations.
So because I don't have a theory on why unicorns fly, I can't do physics. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have a theory, so I can't do physics.
Because you don't have an alternative to the globe Earth. You don't have an alternative to the globe Earth. You can't do physics calculations.
So I have to believe that there's a globe in order to do physics. Yes or no?
Modern physics, yes.
So if I, okay, I'm not having a direct attack on anyone. If I punch you in the nose, is your head going to move backwards, yes or no?
If I fuck your mom, is he going to be filled with my cum or not?
You spiral quickly.
How scientific that was. I would say no.
That list is growing. Probably not a good day to be smart asses. In answer to the question, yes, your head would move backwards. So, that would come under physics. And guess what? It didn't prove the fucking grounded ball. Anyways, who else have we got? Ben and Jen. You've been posting some dumb shit. Got any proof of Baltardia?
Yeah, I took the picture from my house of the curved ocean. It's like, it's not sea level, it's sea curve.
Repost it for us, mate.
Okay.
The picture that you took.
Okay, there it is. That's 100 feet above sea level.
Wow, you must have a pretty fancy camera if it can put words and shit in pictures.
Yeah, this is an iPhone, and I turned the phone over to see if it was curved, and it still curves the same way, flipping the camera over.
So it's nothing to do with the lens on the camera?
I mean, it could be just like a government conspiracy against anybody figuring out that it's flat.
No, I didn't ask anything about the government. I asked it couldn't be anything to do with the lens on the camera.
Yeah, the only proof I have of like a not flat Earth is that atoms are round.
Yes or no? We're talking about the lens on the camera. Could the lens on the camera cause distortions?
Yeah, there's 3 lenses.
Yeah, that's right, it can. So, how do you now verify that the lensing on your camera hasn't caused that?
I haven't verified the camera, I just took a picture.
This is how we break things down. Cause and effect. Right. Now, how do you verify that? You've got the position, you've got the picture, all of a sudden now it's like, shit, how do I prove it's not the lens? Well,
you can't.
Go and grab another camera with a different lens, go to the same spot, take the same photo, and see what happens.
Yeah, but all the lenses could be
measurable,
because the lenses are curved.
repeatable.
Like even glasses are curved.
And
like everything is round. Even atoms are round. Nothing is flat. Literally nothing is flat because atoms are round.
So nothing is flat because atoms are round.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like if you make something like a box that's flat sides, they're rounded. They're made of round atoms.
Oh my god! So we're all running around with microscope eyes now. That's a new level. Holy shit!
I actually saw a new electron microscope on YouTube, and it's 500 million times stronger than the old ones, and they were showing atoms. I'm like, whoa, they're little balls.
That's awesome.
Well, they say it works, but if you watch the video, they show how they make the microscope, and it's crazy. There's a lens to correct the curve of the... It's crazy.
So, since everything's made up of tiny little balls, when you get back on the large scale, technically nothing's round either, because when balls stack, they all stack in a lattice, making a flat line.
Made of balls.
Made of balls, yeah. Have you ever stacked a whole box? Don't laugh, in all seriousness. Go and get yourself a fucking great big box of ping pong balls and lock them all together and try to make a sphere out of spheres. You'll end up with these flat-sided, weird-looking fucking things.
Right. It made me think of the Epcot Center made out of, isn't it triangles? Or I think they made out of triangles, made of ball.
So yeah, using the dome building balls thing doesn't really work.
I agree.
Excellent. So have you got any other proofs of curvature that are photographs that could be modified, manipulated? Not sure about the lens. Like if you had eight different shots, say you had that same photograph using 8 different cameras and different lenses. So you've gone out and you've got your P1000 or your Canon 20D, I don't know what the numbers are. Different lenses.
Yeah, but flat earthers won't accept that because lenses are curved.
Yeah, but what you can do, go and take that same photograph again, but what I want you to do this time, see where you've got the horizon? I want you to put the horizon above the center line of the lens. And you watch what happens.
Okay.
Yeah, so what it'll do, if you get it smack on the center line, it'll be dead flat. You get it below the center line, it'll curve one way. You get it above the center line, it'll curve the other way. And that's how you prove.
I'll give it a try.
It's really, really simple.
Oh, my other example was that atoms are round, but subatomic particles are round. Like electrons.
Well, that doesn't mean anything here.
I was going to say nothing ever touches. Like, I didn't touch her, Your Honor. Atoms don't touch.
Don't be a fucking weirdo.
We do correct for Coriolis effect in long-range shooting, though, at past 1,000 yards. You have to give it a click.
Who's
Excellent.
we?
Well, I was a sniper instructor.
Ben, just so you know, the current Guinness Book of Records long-range shot didn't adjust for Coriolis.
Oh, so why would a gun have a sight
on it?
He took multiple shots. He cheated. Accuracy International 338 Lapua, and he cheated. He missed his first shot. I think he missed like by 8 feet or 10 feet.
He should have missed by something like 22 football fields, according to your Coriolis.
Yeah,
I mean, to me, the most I've ever adjusted was one click.
Ben and Jen, speaking of football, your boy Neil deGrasse Tyson says a 40-yard field goal is enough distance to have to account for Coriolis.
He's a LARPer. He just parrots what
A LARP,
what's his name
you would
said.
know all about LARPing and nonsense, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I always try to point out the LARPers like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
The Earth is only spinning when you're the instructor, huh?
He just parrots Carl Sagan. He's dumb.
I don't ever remember Carl Sagan making tweets about the NFL.
Well, I discovered the cure for atheism and religion. I named it reality. It's religion.
Yeah, I'm aware of the impossibility of not believing in something that doesn't exist.
Only reality is real.
You're dreaming, thinking that the Earth is spinning beneath an object that's been kicked or shot. So why wouldn't a helicopter just hover and travel out west?
I'm not dreaming. You can prove I'm dreaming if you want to try to prove I'm dreaming. I'm actually awake.
Okay, so wouldn't that be a good business model, just to have a helicopter hover for 3 hours and travel out west?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm retired.
Well, I don't know. You're the one talking about the Earth spinning beneath stuff.
Think about it.
It goes really fast. It's like once a day.
Yeah. Hey, Ben. Think about it logically. If Coriolis is happening underneath bullets, and last time I checked, bullets are fucking quick. If it's happening underneath them, it's going to happen under aeroplanes, hot air balloons, helicopters, even a tennis ball if you threw it. Every single item that leaves the ground, i.e. not tethered to it, every single item that leaves the ground would be having this effect upon it. It would be inescapable.
That's why when you let go of a helium balloon, it doesn't go straight up.
Oh my lord!
It only follows the wind.
We figured out the Earth. Oh, we have to make a 24/7 round Earth.
Yeah. Hey, Ben, you're just trying to laugh your way past it. If you're allowing for Coriolis shooting, you would be allowing for Coriolis flying a helicopter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the best thing all day.
You have a smooth brain, don't you, Ben and Jen?
It's all wrinkly. I made the internet in the 80s.
You wish, bro. Oh, you wish it was wrinkly.
We used to have the Usenet, and then I made it into the internet in the 80s.
English, please.
I'm only 52.
Yeah.
You sound like you're fucking 12.
I know, I got trapped at 20 when I had a brain injury in the Marine Corps, so I'll never grow up. I'm always happy.
No, he said 12.
I'm only 52.
I might sound 12, but I feel 20.
Yeah.
I'm like, I got pizza. Who wants some pizza?
You identify as 20.
Why are you talking
you
about
could ask my wife.
Why are you talking about pizza, weirdo?
Who was the other guy that chimed in that said, yeah, hover a helicopter and you'll travel out west? Not you, Ben and Jen. I know there's several of you trapped inside of that little smooth brain, but the other guy.
Oh,
I think he was a flat earther.
I was being sarcastic, man.
Yeah.
I was hoping it was a cheerleader of Ben and Jen.
Almost everybody hates me. But
no one hates you. No one hates you, bro. Relax. I pity the fool. I mean, I guess Charlie's muted for a reason. It's kind of sad that he's here, isn't it? How about you, Hush? You want to get in on this helicopter hovering action? Get it, Ben and Jen. Why do you throw Neil deGrasse Tyson under the bus when he's singing the same tune you are?
Because Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't discover things like I discovered religion from the founder of religion, realized reality, only reality is real. And
you guys are both in step, though. You guys are singing the same song with this Coriolis.
No, I'm the opposite of a Neil deGrasse Tyson because
no, you're exactly the same. This song you guys are singing out of the same hymn book.
No, I'm the opposite of one of those parrots.
No, you're parroting the parrot who you said is parroting a parrot.
No, I discovered reality. I named it Real
The guy who thinks
secure for religion.
The guy
and
who
atheism.
thinks he's trapped at 20 has discovered reality.
Yeah,
Benjamin
only reality
Buttons,
is
everyone.
real. Go ahead and disprove reality. See, check me.
Hold on a second. I got this one. Hold on.
Okay.
Let's just listen carefully.
Your mind is not within reality if you're not imagining reality. So
that's a good one.
So you actually agree with that?
No, I don't. I think that any mind is in reality. Everything is in reality.
Right.
And nothing is supernatural. Everything's natural.
Because to us, you sound like him.
I know.
Good.
I think that we're just on this planet. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters, but here we are. Have fun.
Well, now you're presupposing that Earth is a planet.
Yeah. No, I know Earth is a planet.
Where did you get that information?
Because I've seen eclipses.
Solar or lunar, either or is not Earth.
I'm really old. I've seen both.
No, dude, but that's not seeing Earth as a ball.
I've seen compasses work.
Okay, dude, hold on.
Okay.
You said you know Earth to be a planet, and then you point to sky.
Yeah, but countries aren't real.
And then you point to compass.
Earth is real, but weeks are fake.
Yeah,
days are real because the Earth
You're
spins.
the one presupposing that Earth is hurtling through outer space, Ben and Jen.
We orbit the sun once a year, but there's no such thing as a week. It's fake. Countries are fake. They're just constructs.
Okay,
But the planet is real.
Okay, how do you know the Earth is a planet orbiting the sun?
Because the moon comes around us and controls the tides
so just
once a month.
Everything but
which
the
makes
question.
months real.
Everything but the question. Great.
And the Earth goes around the sun once a year.
Where have you been, Ben and Jen? I mean, you were silly months ago, but now, dude, have you fallen on your head in the last couple months?
I got married. I met my wife on Politics server.
Okay, well, it sounds like you've been kicked by a mule.
I told her to divorce her ex and come marry me, so she obeyed me. But he was hitting her, so.
You're just a real hero, Ben and Jen.
I am the hero.
Hurtling through outer space.
Behold space.
Yeah, how do you know Earth's a ball? Oh, eclipses, compasses. Oh, dude.
I should put it this way: it's an oblate spheroid.
Okay, so why are all the pictures on the books billiards balls?
Because they're just tricking the plebs. I want to buy an oblate spheroid globe of map. I don't even think they sell any.
Isn't that weird?
Actually, yes. That's crazy. I'm gonna start selling them, and then I go at the end of the commercial. I'm gonna say,
I'm gonna kick you out of here in a moment because I can't stand your fucking.
Okay, have a good one, you guys.
The hell happened to that guy? Lord. Hush. What is going on? Pretty bad when Hush is a better option.
Yo, I can't really talk right now, though.
That's fine. Yeah, I've noticed a resurgence in pictures from space. They kind of dropped that, but now they're back.
Yeah, I noticed that in the last month.
The service here sucks. Stinky. That's a good name.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like that. The service here sucks. Any thoughts on the topic, Stinky?
Oh no, not at all. I'm just listening as I'm driving home.
Gotcha. Sorry that we've got a lull in the festivities at the moment.
Old horse, did you say the surface here sucks or the service?
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, it's probably I've got marbles in my mouth. Yeah, his name is the service. It's a tongue twister.
The surface out here sucks, man.
Yeah, surface sucks. All these potholes.
Surface of this ocean sucks. It's not curving at all.
Yeah. Let down.
It blows. Okay, that's good. Charlie's been uncorked.
Oh man, I was just about to go to work.
Hey, what happened to Mr. I can't prove the Earth is a globe because you won't present a model? Go.
He decided to go off the deep end, and he said something. I'm not going to repeat it, but I think I don't know if he got banned or he ran away himself, but he flamed out. Long story short.
Oh, dang. Okay.
Yeah, I thought he was going to. What, Hegelian? Was that his name? I thought he was actually going to. Well, the problem was we were having a conversation with Hegelian, and then Florp Destroyer parachuted in.
Yeah, chief squatting dog.
Yeah, Hegelian's whole tone changed.
I notice of late, there's a lot of them that have been, not in the side chat, but private messaging, like Phil type private messaging each other. And that's how come they all seem to be coming in with the same boring bullshit.
Yeah. Got a screenshot from Pads, but it's kind of not what I was really looking for. One day I'll get a screenshot from someone that is really definitively, demonstrating that Phil is in DMs trying to coach people instead of having the fucking balls to come in here himself and just make his own arguments. Yeah.
We've had it a couple of times. People have actually said straight up that he's doing it. But yeah, as soon as we find evidence, I think even I'll go out of my way to make sure he can't use it.
Yeah. Well, I think it warrants that would warrant removal from, from the YouTube streams as well. So, I'd appeal to whoever's running them to ban his account permanently.
Mm-hmm.
Not that he won't make it an alt, but anyway.
Well, it's strange that it doesn't raise a red flag to the people in here trying to have an actual back and forth, and then they start getting fed answers. I don't know. I'd be like, what the hell, dude?
The issue is the answers they're getting fed are all the bullshit they believe anyway. So all they see is, oh, wow, thanks, mate. That's helpful. But anyways. Well, it is that time again. I shall leave you all in peace. Have yourselves a great day or night, depending on wherever you are hiding. And I'll catch us all later this afternoon.
Cheers, Matrix.
Catch us, guys.
On the flip side, Vivasi's back.
Oh, Vivasi was what we spoke earlier, did we, or what?
A rooster and Nikes.
Yo, guys, I have a question.
Hey, welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah, we remember you. Were you hoping no one remembered you? Go on. Welcome back.
Thank you. Hi. Let me ask you a question, okay? What do we see, like, in the sky when it's nighttime? Space, right?
He's got DMs from Phil. We were just talking
Who's
about
Phil?
that.
Who's Phil?
Who's Phil? I don't know what you mean. I wouldn't be using somebody else's.
Leave them. What are you talking about? No, my guy. What do you see in the sky?
A bunch of geese flew over my house in the middle of the night the other night. I thought that was kind of strange. Some planes sometimes.
Oh, guys, answer my question.
You can see the stars. You can see the planets.
Yeah.
The diacal lights.
Yeah. And that's space.
Is it?
Yes.
What sort of space?
It's outer space. Space.
Outer space. What's outer space?
Yeah.
Like in the movies?
Space. Stupid.
Yeah. What is outer space? Define it.
Look. A vacuum.
A vacuum, you say?
Dude, listen. Okay, shut up. Okay, so first, we went to the moon. The rocket.
Holy shit, bro. You're skipping some steps, man.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So,
yes.
we, NASA, went to the moon, right? We had photos of the globe. And it's the globe. Yes.
Who's we? Who's we?
The smart people.
We, the smart people. So not you then. You shouldn't be saying we then.
We? No, bro.
So not like you and me.
Yeah, we know what we've been shown on TV.
Hey, look, guys.
This happened 50 years before you were born. What are you talking about, we?
We, yes, we.
Yeah. What do you?
Did we also commit genocide?
No.
No?
Really, Joe? I'm talking about NASA going to space.
So not you then, not we then.
Yeah. Okay. Not me, but
yeah, we're familiar with the story. Go on.
Yeah. Okay. So look, they went to the moon. They placed the flag. got some samples of the rocks from the moon, and then they went back to the Earth.
And that's the end of the story. Good night.
Yeah. No. And they took some pictures. Okay, come on, guys.
Yeah, there's always pictures to go with a children's bedtime story. Yeah. Pictures, yeah.
No, guys.
Like
the pictures
Which
are
picture?
100%.
Which picture are you talking about, Vivaci?
NASA pictures.
Which one?
The globe. Just search up like pictures.
It's your claim.
Do you really want me to prove how?
Played some golf too. I don't know which one of those pieces of crap you want me to believe. Pick the one that's real.
Yeah, show us the one that you're hung up on, that you're weeing about, and then we can. I mean, what is the point of that? You're just going to tell the story and then we believe you?
How stupid!
Like, what's your end game? What's next?
I'm trying to prove to y'all that the globe is a globe. It's not a flat Earth. It's not a pizza-shaped Earth, man.
Because you heard a story about some men getting in a rocket and going up into the sky.
It's real.
What makes it real?
Look, NASA went to space, to the moon.
Yeah. What makes that story real?
Yeah?
What makes that story real?
Because countries claimed it, like the Soviet Union. Even a chicken knows better than y'all. I'm so done with y'all, bro. Like, what?
You don't have anything, do you? You don't have anything beyond they told me a story and showed me some pictures.
How do you explain the moon rocks that were taken home?
Moon rocks?
Yeah, the samples. They took samples from the moon.
How do you explain moon rocks? It's not an example of how you know that the pictures are real, dude. You have to show some evidence you have to show it. You have to show evidence that the image that they show you is what reality represents. That's all we're asking you. Like, if there's no way you can do that, then it's a story. They're telling you a story.
How retarded are you?
You could be mad. Yeah, you could be mad about it, but being mad doesn't make you right, you know? You have to find a way how they give you the evidence. Once you get the evidence, then you can show us and then be like, then now you know. But you don't know right now. You just believe a story. And then you get upset because somebody points it out.
It's just sad that y'all still believe that the Earth is pizza-shaped, man. Like,
who said that? Like, did somebody say that in here? The Earth's pizza-shaped? Somebody say that? Otherwise, you're giving a straw man argument. You're giving a straw man argument to something that nobody said in here. You know, that's a logical fallacy. You can't do that. Nobody said that in here.
No,
you're saying
that. Hear anybody? Nobody said that.
Main server is the 24/7 Flat Earth server, right?
Yeah.
This guy's just a logical.
Why? Why is the server the picture of the server claims that there's ice walls on it?
That's just an artist. That's just an artist's depiction. That's not telling you that you live on this earth. However, on the opposite, you think you live on a cartoon ball. We don't say that about that image. That's just a picture. It's a little artist rendition, but it has nothing to do with the earth that we live on at all. Zero. You actually think you live on a cartoon ball, bro. See the difference?
I want to talk to the Flat Earth manager. Can I talk to him?
Okay, hold on. Let me go get him real quick. Just relax. Yeah, I'm the Flat Earth.
There he is.
Yeah, I'm the Flat Earth manager. Can I help you?
Hey, I thought it was me.
I heard my employee come and ask me that you needed my assistance. I'm here. What's up?
The service here sucks.
Ask where Indio is.
Oh, Indio, he's busy right now. You want to speak to him?
You're not
I want to speak to him. I want to ask if he's Chinese or not. Because if he is, he should be reactivated. He should be
Why is everybody asking if Indio's Chinese today? You're like the third person to ask if Indio's Chinese. What the hell's going on?
Oh, dude, did you hear about it? China finally got the access to have conversations with people on the internet. So now they're exploring their options. So they're branching out of their country.
Guess what? We're the Chinese that escaped. Welcome.
He's a rebel without a cause.
How retarded are you? Can you explain to me if we are?
Well, you wanted the Flat Earth manager. I'm here.
Excuse me, there's a
India. What are you talking about?
Come to America. We got guns, baby.
Yeah. We'll keep you safe. Don't worry
You guys should go to China. You guys should go to China and re-educated by the government. I'm sure the Chinese government.
You guys got hella tired with guns. Get some First and Second Amendment education here.
So good that the social media will.
No, Vivace. Every time the basketball team goes over to China, they re-educate them.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that.
And you guys got hella tariffs right now, man. We don't want to live over there.
You guys should go to China and get re-educated by the Chinese government for being so brain dead.
Is this guy from China? You're from China, Vivace?
Yeah.
I'm a Chinese teacher.
China was Chinese teacher
until the 1600s.
You're a Chinese teacher, is that true?
From the CCP.
What?
Or you from the UK? What country are you from?
Who are you talking about?
You, Vivance. Where do you teach at? In your country or where?
I'm in North Korea right now.
Ah, okay.
They don't have Starlink.
Is that a good place? I don't know, man. I don't think that's a good place to educate.
It's honestly great. There's no better fact. It might be the best place since there's no flat earthers in there. It's actually great.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that.
I advise you to go to North Korea and see what happens.
What, to lock people up in prisons for thinking differently? That's a government that you want to be a part of.
Oh, you're retard.
You know, the Chinese were flat earthers until Roman Jesuits came as missionaries and brought the globe and the Bible. Now you guys are globers, haha.
That's weird, man. Your appeal to education and governments and stuff like that are not going to help your cause. You have to produce evidence that the Earth is a globe, bro. Like, there's got to be strong evidence. And right now, you just don't have it, except for your belief in the cartoon ball.
He's gone. Oh, he's gone? Oh, this is going to bring up the Chinese space station.
Yeah, that would have been great. Say, hey, what's wrong with that cup of water?
Yeah, the Chinese figured out anti-gravity.
Yeah, how are you playing ping pong in a Chinese space station? Just bam, off the floor like a gigantic ping pong table.
You go now. You be talking about flat Earth for hour. All the customers are upset. You go now. No more food for the customer.
No more gas, fuck off.
No more gas, fuck off. Customer upset. Leave restaurant right now. Like, dude, I just sat down, bro. Chill.
Oh, shit, man. What the hell?
I do love me a good spaz. So we're back, huh? Looks like it. Little kerfuffle.
Short hiatus, but we're back. Normal service has resumed.
We're like that, like the boyfriend that the girlfriend can't ignore. You can't quit me. Every time you leave, you're gonna want to come back. That's how it is. It's all good.
Yeah, I think some people are
party.
Friends in high places around here, maybe.
Yeah.
Hello, fellas.
Oh, God.
Hey, you're back?
Oh, yeah. How are you?
He changed his name to Mr. Crispin.
No, that's a misunderstanding. I think he's black. I think he's black. He stole my whole shit, bro. That was my profile picture.
All right, well, you guys gotta figure that out.
Who are you? Leave, bro. I'm the real one.
No, check it out. But it's cool that you brought a friend because now he's gonna get to see how you don't have evidence for your cartoon ball. So go ahead, Vivance.
Yes, I was
Show your
actually.
buddy.
Well, can I please talk for a second? I was in the bed, was about to go to sleep. Then this big black. Okay, I'm not gonna finish the sentence. It's crazy. Called me and he brought me up to here, and now I'm on PC, even though it's 1 a.m. All right.
Yeah. All right. So now that he did all that, so let's just give him a little room so he can show you how the Earth is an actual globe and not a cartoon ball. Go ahead, Vivance. Show your friend because you actually woke him up for this. So let's see it.
No,
It's worth it. Look,
that is.
He needs to see how stupid and retarded you are. Okay?
Yeah.
Calm down now.
Okay.
So the proof that the Earth is a globe is us seeing how retarded we are.
Personally, I think they can be argued with. They're chill. You can argue with them properly. You don't need to curse.
Exactly. Listen to your friend here.
Oh, he's teaching me. All right. So
apparently
guys,
somebody has to.
All right, guys. Let me just represent why the Earth is not flat. Instead, it's a globe. All right, let's do
Okay, well, demonstrate that, please. We're waiting. We've been waiting.
Okay.
Here come stories.
NASA went to the moon. Took no.
You should have started that with Once Upon a Time.
And you know what? Jedi actually went through a wardrobe and he talked to a lion. It's pretty cool. He had a good conversation with him too. So,
on the moon.
What did he say?
Well, you might want to ask Jedi.
Jedi, where are you?
What did the lion say? The lion said, "Welcome to Narnia, the place that doesn't exist."
Fellas, I have a question, right? Yeah. I watched a few weeks ago. I watched a few videos about the flat Earth, and I've come about to conclusion. What exactly do flat earthers now claim? How does the globe, the planet, the place Earth now look like? Because I've seen so many cards of that with most of them have like an ice wall around them. Is that like the average?
Yeah. No. But you can ask.
I'm confused.
Jedi can give you the cosmology aspect. So if you give him a moment and not interrupt him, that'd be great.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. The flat Earth isn't what you've commonly seen on YouTube as depicted as the Earth encircled by a ring of ice. Some people say this would be Antarctica. That's not what the Earth is. That's not what us true Earthers or true flat Earthers say what the Earth is in this channel. We wouldn't really be able to draw you a picture of what the Earth in its entirety looked like. Kind of impossible for us to do so.
Interesting.
Yeah. But yeah, that idea that the Earth is a disc surrounded by an ice wall in the vacuum of space.
All right. All right. I've also seen a lot of arguments from flat earthers is the Earth can't be round. I don't know if that's just a stupid joke that's going around, but I genuinely heard people saying that if the Earth was round, people in Australia would be upside down. Is this like just a joke, or was this a serious argument?
It's not a serious argument. It's just the consequences of being at different locations on a sphere. It's not something we use as an argument. The reason that we know that the Earth is not a sphere is because the surface of a sphere is curved. When we measure the Earth, the surface of the Earth, the waters of the Earth, we measure them and we practically use them as horizontal. Horizontal being a straight line. So the Earth is measured to be horizontal, not curving. So it can't be a...
I'm following. I get it. Yeah, interesting. This whole thing is actually more interesting than I thought. Right. I had one more question. I gotta think about it though. Wait a second.
Yeah, take your time. Just hurry up.
And why exactly did no one ever go to the edge of the thing and like prove it that way?
Okay, so first of all, we don't need to go to the edge of the Earth to demonstrate that the surface is measured flat. I understand the question though. If the Earth is flat, does it end somewhere? Has anybody been to this end if it exists? We don't know. I don't know. People in this flat earthers, we can't answer this question, as in what happens at the limitation of our reality. The only thing that we can say without a shadow of a doubt is it's measured flat and that we lived within a contained system. So if we want to say contained, that would be a limit, but we wouldn't know how far away that would be from where you are right now.
I'm following.
Good. Feel free to ask any questions, mate. You're fine.
All right.
Alpha, you still here?
Yes, I'm still.
Yeah, man.
Oh, wait. Oh, my bad. You're talking to me.
I'm just listening to your sultry voice. That's all.
I've got some food on the go, man, so I'm gonna have to dip out quickly to make sure it's not burning.
No shit. Yeah, man. All right. We got the capable hands of all the individuals in here. And I bat it to you because, you know, people from the UK get taken seriously with their posh accent. So, you know how it is. Just the way the world works. I didn't make up the rules, man.
So I have one more question, right? What about the other planets like Jupiter, Mars? What about them? They still exist, or? I'm actually just curious. I'm trying my thing.
You're fine. It's good. Jupiter's a good example of this, right? So yes, we can point up at Jupiter in the night sky, and that's Jupiter. That we'll call that Jupiter. The story that we're told about Jupiter, now that story can't be true, but we can see Jupiter. It exists, although what it is, we don't know. We just know the story that we're told about Jupiter, primarily it being an uncontained ball of gas in a vacuum. We understand that story can't be true because you can't have uncontained balls of gases in vacuums without entropy increasing and the second law of thermodynamics dictating that the gas will fill the space. This is how we know that the vacuum of space isn't real, because entropy would increase and the gas that we're breathing, like the stuff that's on Jupiter, would keep expanding into the vacuum of space. So, yeah, we can see Jupiter. We just know the story's a load of bullshit. What it is, though, we don't know.
All right, that's a lot of input. All right, and what about the other planets? Like, which one was the closest to Earth again? Besides
Venus.
Moon and Sun?
Venus.
What about this planet?
I don't know. I mean, it's said to have an atmosphere, right? That's uncontained gas, not dispersing into the vacuum. It's a problem for natural law. So it can't be that, but I don't know what it is.
And Mr. Crispix, do you hear yourself calling them other planets?
Excuse me? I didn't understand.
Do you hear yourself calling them other planets? Like other than what? Or you seem to be implying that Earth is also a planet.
Well, I'm not sure anything right now, so I'm just
okay. I was just wondering if you even realized that when you said other planets.
My English is not. It's not my English is not the best. Sorry about that.
It's not. I don't think it's a language thing. You're asking. I think you're asking about the planets because you think that the Earth is one of those. I mean, how could you not think that? I guess. I was just asking if you heard yourself say. You're sort of implying that Earth is a planet when you say other planets.
Yeah, this is because like I am not really into that flat Earth theory thing, so I'm actually
I'm not
curious.
Persecuting you. I'm not trying to persecute you.
I know you can be you can be reasoned with. That's why I'm here. So what I'm trying to say is, I just wanna see like the flat Earth whole thing, the flat Earth thing. How exactly is this applied? Okay, I forgot the correct word.
To the physical and natural world, it's a stationary horizontal plane. So the horizontal plane that if you were to point to any direct cardinal direction, right? Somebody that lives in another country lives directly horizontal away from your location. They don't live on the other side of the ball. You know what I mean? They're across the plane, not underneath the ball. You get it? So practically, you can think of the Earth just like a horizontal plane, with topography, of course. Hills, valleys, mountains. So you're thinking of the Earth right now as you're talking to people in here like a ball, like somebody's on the other side of the ball, where really in reality they're just across the plane horizontally from your location.
Okay, I'm following.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's the reason why, when you say other planets, you think of the Earth as a ball. You think like those things that you see in the sky, you're thinking that they're balls. And this one that you're on right now is one like that too. You know what I mean?
Yes, I think so.
So yeah, I guess it's the place where the realm in which you live in, right, is a horizontal plane that's got land topography. So flat Earth doesn't mean paper flat, like with no topography.
I know. Paper flat would be kind of unrealistic. Paper flat.
Well, it gets brought up a lot, so I just want to
all right.
Tell you about that.
Thank you for the input.
So yeah, it's just a horizontal plane, and so it changes the way you think about cosmology, in that things become mysteries instead of explained.
Wait,
so when you
I
think
got one
about
more question.
Go ahead.
I'm with the flat. Oh, sorry for interrupting you. How exactly does seasons work? Like winter, summer? How exactly does this work? I don't really understand this one.
Well, it has to do with the sun, right? The sun is what brings the warmth. So the closer to your geographic position the sun is, the warmer it is. I mean, this is like a duh. But the further away it is, that's when you experience winter. So I don't know if you live north or south, like if you're in Europe, Australia, or if you're in
Germany,
what I mean?
Germany.
Well, yeah, you're basically experiencing spring right now. It's gonna be summer.
Yeah, it's almost summer. It's hella hot over here. But if you said, if I remember correctly, you said the Earth is a stationary plate, correct?
Yes.
Does this also apply to the rotation of moon and sun?
No,
or do they move upwards.
Yeah, no. The Earth isn't moving in any direction, so it's still. What you see in the sky is what the motion of the heavenly bodies. That's what you see doing. So you see the sun moving around. You see the moon, the stars. They have motion. We can see that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we can tell.
So basically, when it's day and night, the sun doesn't go like behind the plate. It just goes like from circles around the.
Yeah, far away. It goes far away, but you have to understand perspective, because the globe has hijacked perspective. I think somebody can walk you through that with perspective, and the reason why it was hijacked to make you believe you think you live on a globe versus
I don't believe in.
No. What I'm saying is people would believe they live on a globe because they hijack perspective to make it look like you live on a globe. But the idea that it's not a globe and it's a horizontal plane, then you're going to ask, well, how does it work? How can we see the sun disappear when it looks like it's going down on the horizon, like on a flat plane? Well, it has to do with perspective, right? Because when you see far in the distance, everything's converging to your eye line. Horizontally, when you look across the surface, the floor looks like it's ramping up and the sky looks like it's ramping down. So it's meeting at a convergence point. So when the sun moves across the sky above your head, it looks like it's going down. It's not. It's moving across, like from east to west. Mm-hmm. But to you, it looks like it's moving in an arc path. So the arc path that the heavenly bodies take, it makes it seem to you like it's a curving path. So it gives you the idea or the impression that you could consider the Earth as a globe. So it's a hijack of perspective, is what it is.
Very well. I have one more question. Y'all mentioned multiple times now that we are like hijacked to believe that the Earth is a globe, right?
Yes, perspective. Yes.
But I don't get like why exactly would they made us think that the Earth is a globe instead of a plate? Like this is the thing.
I'm gonna hand this off. I'm gonna hand this off to the capable 24/7 team. I gotta get going.
All right.
Yep. See ya.
All right. Have a good day, fella.
So your question is why would they make us believe that Earth is a globe? I think the globe belief is kind of like a delusion. So I don't think anybody is, at least not that many people who believe in it, are trying to force people to accept a lie that they know is a lie.
Yeah, but why? What do I gain? What do I gain from that?
Well, I mean that could be a very subjective thing. I don't know. I know that the world that we experience is not the same as what they tell us exists, is what society mostly believes exists. You know, but what we experience directly and what we're told is happening are almost exact opposites in every single case. Like sunsets, we're told, is not the sun moving, but the earth rotating backwards. Ships disappearing on the horizon, we're told, is not necessarily due to the force of perspective and angular resolution loss and heat haze and weather conditions, right? We're told it's curvature of the earth, something that nobody has ever measured. So we're told to accept things that nobody can measure and verify exist as reality. These explanations being the exact opposite of what we directly do perceive. So what we try to do is help people think about the world in a consistent manner. You know, to look at the world not with how you're told to think of the world, but to look at the world with your senses and to process it with your own mind. It's extreme critical thinking, extreme rationalism.
All right.
Chris Pix. When you hear flat Earth, what kind of image you have in your mind?
When I think of Earth, I don't know, a chicken nugget, an egg, I don't know.
No, flat Earth. When you hear people saying flat Earth, what is the image you have in your mind?
Well, then I usually think of the image I've seen multiple times on the internet, of course. Like, since there's so many, there's not like an exact image of that. So I don't know, just a plate. Where's can I think? Wait a second.
Do you think it's like a disc in the sky?
Wait a second. If I hear flat Earth, I usually think of something like
disc in space.
Yeah, too bad I can't send pictures in the chat. I don't know. It's hard to describe. Just like a plate with water on it, a bunch of continents, and the ice wall around it. That's like the basic of the basics for flat Earth.
Here, nobody thinks about that.
I never said you did. It was just the thing I thought.
I know. I'm just telling you because you see that's why most of the people they think. They see on internet and they think it's a disc in the sky and all the planets are around it as well, which is misconception. So we don't believe in that. That's another cartoon just to deceive people.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I think all my questions have been covered then. All right,
All right,
fellas.
when you think of more, feel free to ask away when you think of more.
All right, fellas. Thank you for the input. I appreciate it. Have a good day.
All right, take care. All right, anybody else got questions? We have answers, whether you like them or not.
Because most of these guys, they are coming here, they think flat earth is like, the disk in the sky and all the other planets going around the sun. Still they have that mentality, and that's why they think, oh, cannot be possible. And that's why they ask, what about the other planets? Because they think all the other planets, they are round, and this has to be round too, because in that picture they have in their mind, it doesn't work. A disk and all the rest, they are planets, like balls.
Yeah, I think you're right. A lot of people do. And we should be good and do better at presenting that idea early on. Because what sucks is to get 30 to 40 minutes in with a conversation with somebody, and then they start telling you that this is what they think Earth is. And you lose all that progress because now you have to go back and tell them, no, we're not Flat Earth Society. We're not Flat Earth Dave's app. We're not ether cosmologists.
Exactly, because when he started asking the questions, I was like, and then he started to ask about planets, and I said, oh, he has this picture in his mind, it's like the disk in the sky and all the rest of the planets. So we're talking, and he's not getting whatever we're saying because he still has that thing in his mind. Yeah, I think it should be one of the first questions, like when they come, what do you tell me why it's flat? I mean, we have to ask him, what do you think when we say it's flat? So they can tell us, and we'll see from there. And
one of the first things that we would tell people coming into 24/7 into the server, when we would do our check-ins, one of the first things we tell them is, we're not the Flat Earth Society. Earth is not a pizza planet. Let's get that out of the way right now. So we should do better at doing that here.
Yeah, because, they basically come in thinking that they know what the universe is. So when they hear flat Earth, they're thinking that what we believe is Earth is this flat thing in the same universe that they conceptualize, that the heliocentric ball Earth tells them. They don't have any other ideas in their head other than that. So I think that is a good thing to get that out of the way in the beginning, like you said, so we don't go down this rosy path, and then they're still thinking the whole time that we think that Earth is this flat thing in a solar system, just like the globe Earth has.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
That might be tricky though, because a lot of these people will concede. Well, what I'm trying to say is I think the outer space is more important to them than whether or not Earth is ball or plate. Because they can rationalize it by just with that, plate and Earth. So what? What's the big deal? But the space is that's their whole. That's their thing. I was there too. I mean, the wonders of outer space, and one day, who knows who's out there? That's their jam. So yeah, it is weird that they all have that space disc thing, and some people will be in here for 3 months and still have it, and it not be addressed. I don't know. It's weird.
A lot of the giants, these people that they say that they're standing on the shoulders of, these so-called giants from times past, many of them thought there's got to be life on the moon, there's got to be life on Mars, there's got to be life on Venus. They were adamant about it. Absolutely. They'd even look through their primitive telescopes and see, symmetry Yeah, they'd think they'd see symmetry and go, that's definitely intelligent design. There's intelligent creatures on the surface of the moon or Mars. Yeah. That's been around for a long time, that thought, that notion. Now they've sort of, they've disbanded, they've given up on the moon and Mars, but they're focused on extra, solar planets, right?
Yeah, so why does humanity have to be so lonely to hope someone's out there when the people are everywhere here? It's weird.
Yeah, I think that's why if we take off that idea, the notion that they have all the other planets and we are the disk between them, and if we take off that notion from their mind, probably they will start maybe to see what we are saying. But as long as they have that idea in their mind, they will talk about galaxies, they will talk about million, trillion life years away or whatever, and all these numbers and all these things. So that's why I'm thinking if we can take off that idea from their mind at first, maybe it would be easier to talk to them after that, but I don't know.
But that's their favorite teddy bear, though.
Yeah, I know. Nobody wants to leave the space.
Yeah, that's the thing. So even after we talk to them about gas pressure and we rip that Band-Aid off, they don't understand a lot of these things about why the second law of thermodynamics is so fundamental to what we're saying. So I think it takes a lot more time for people to kind of like be able to digest that information because, like you said, they don't want to give it up. But if they see that there's no other choice other than to either go against fundamental laws of nature or to give up space, and along with that, I think we do a pretty good job here as far as that goes with like the fundamental nature of water and so forth. Like going into that more fully, it's more easy to digest, maybe piecemeal, rather than like trying to rip off the whole Band-Aid of space. But I think that needs to be a Band-Aid that is definitely torn off like early on. Like I think that they need to get this idea in their head that this concept they have about what space or outer space or the vacuum of space is, that needs to be dashed into pieces, like which we can do with the fundamental laws of nature. So I don't know. I think maybe more time, because a lot of times we want to get into like the horizon and the surface, and they're still holding this idea of how can all this exist in space, and that the space that they have stuck in their mind is exactly the same space that they think that the heliocentric is. So yeah, so that we don't go down this path. And then 2 days later, we find out they've had this convoluted idea the entire time. It seems like a waste of time.
Yeah. Like we took gravity off this guy yesterday and he was like, well, then how do you explain the gas not rushing off into outer space then? He didn't get it from the...
Have you guys see the documentary Convex Earth? The Brazilian guys that did it. So it was like many people came together, geographer, map maker, and many people came together and they start to do experiment test on the water, and they found out that the Earth is flat, right? But at the end they give their conclusion. What they thought about the Earth. It was just like a rock in a space.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
Even
the Brazilians.
Even after all that time that they knew that it was flat, but they still had that idea. You see, the conclusion it was that okay, we have to be then a convex Earth on the space in the vacuum of the Earth next to the other planets, and Yeah, and yeah, it's they don't want to leave that space. But I think apparently Miguel Souza told me that they did another documentary and they were like kind of more into gas pressure without the container. They were talking about that things. I think I didn't see that the last one, the second one. But I was like very disappointed because the 1 hour 10 minutes of the documentary where they were doing all these observations, in Lake Titicaca, they went to Spain, France, and many places in the world, and okay, everywhere the water is flat, and then the earth must be flat, and yeah, it's good, and then they come. But our conclusion is like, okay, it's a rock, and they had another small an island behind it as well, like I mean, that was disappointing. But the observations, they were great though.
I remember the same thing. I was like, yeah, I was like the same. Like, yeah, well, pretty cool proofs. Yeah, this is very interesting. And then right at the end, they show their little cartoon rock flying through space. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Very disappointing. When I go a lot on TikTok as well, I see a lot of people, I mean, even flat earthers, they consider themselves flat earthers and they're debating, and they have this map with multiple rings, multiple worlds, multiple islands, and all these things. And man, why you are debating?
Yeah, fictional nonsense. Makes us all look dumb.
Crazy. The other day, I tried to go in and they were talking about so many things except the earth measurement, flat water, elevation angles, all these things. They were talking anything else, that the stars, the sky, how far it was the sun, how big was the sun. I mean, these things doesn't prove anything. It's like, and I try to go in and I try to ask them, ask the Glober there, and how do you get your latitude? How do you find out your latitude? And he said, "Oh, now that's very easy. Let's not talk about that. What is the how can you explain downward vector?" I said, "Downward from what? How do you measure the downward vector? You have to have a horizontal plane to say, okay, it's going down or up. In your globe, you don't have up and down, you have in and out." He couldn't get that, but I didn't want to talk about that. I wanted to talk about the latitude, which is the no going away from that, and the flat water and all the other stuff. But no, he wants to go to some things that gravity, you're forgetting gravity is like crazy.
I have a bigger problem with most of these TikTok flat earthers than I do with Globers that come in here. We're always cleaning up the TikTok flat earthers' messes. It's frustrating.
But there is so many of them.
Yeah, I know. It's madness. They're into this for escapism.
And they're giving bad impression to us, It's like they don't know all the arguments, and they just jump from one subject to another subject. The Glober is taking him because when he's answering to the Glober he just go to another subject, and he follows it instead of staying there and completely making him understand what was his point, and then it's like I think they become flat earthers like kind of very lately, and they just want to spread the thing, but they don't know how to do it. You know, it's like very disappointing.
Yeah, or they think the way to spread it and to gain attention is to come up with the most amazing explanations. Because they get Globers asking them for explanations all the time. How do you explain this? How do you explain that? And rather than taking a step back and looking at it analytically, they dive in and start obliging. They start trying to provide these explanations when it's not theirs to provide, and they don't have any evidence, any data to back what they're saying.
Exactly.
They have to give you the next mind-blowing revelation about the world, right? This is all about shock value.
Yeah.
And
you know, to be fair, there is a few of them as well that they are very good. Like there's this guy, he has 3 questions. If they can prove the spin, gravity, and what was it, something else. And so when somebody comes and he wants, curvature, and when they want to come and they're going to debate, so they choose one of the 3, and they cannot go back until they finish that one. For example, if the Glober choose to talk about gravity, he will not talk the other subject, only gravity, until they fully cover the gravity. I mean, there is some good things as well, but yeah, a lot of bad stuff in.
Yeah.
Yeah, these guys are often the same people that represent the azimuthal equidistant map.
Yes. I mean, even here, like in Las Vegas, we have a small group of flat earthers that we meet every time, and they still promote the azimuthal equidistant map. For example, sometimes we do like trivias and things like that, and the winner will take first, second, or third, or whatever it is, you know. And usually there is a map in there, you know, the AE map as a present.
Yeah.
You can ruin their day pretty easily if you ask them a simple question like, is there any evidence that the sun at the equator encircles Polaris? Is there any evidence that the sun at the Tropic of Capricorn encircles Polaris? They will lose their minds.
Yeah.
Right, because observational reality does not comport to that map. Because that map negates the existence of a second point of reference for that coordinate reference system being in the south.
Yeah.
There is a lot of flat earthers that they don't believe in that southern rotation. They think it's like, it cannot be, how it can be, they're all coming up from the east to west, and yes, they are all coming up from the east to west, still it's not changing, but there is different perspective there. There is different observation there. It cannot be, what are you talking about? And yes, some of them, they get very, very, that's why they don't, they were against FE, the final experiment, and just because it cannot be.
I really want to find out from some of these folks what they think people in the South, like in Australia, see in the stars. Like, there are hobbyists, people who don't care about this topic, that take their cameras and they set it up for time-lapse footage of the southern sky, and they can film star trails from a fixed point of reference in the sky.